Hello guys, like this video and subscribe this channel now for more updates.
Chapter 1. Hokage World, Konoha Village, Back Mountain. Brother G, the sun is about to set, we should go. A little girl about 5 years old shouted at a boy who was also about 5 years old not far away. I know about Quan, I will go back after I dig out this herb. The little boy named G shouted without looking back. Okay, let's go. Waiting for G to stand up and pat the dirt on his body. In the afterglow of the setting sun, the two children walk slowly towards Konoha village. The little boy's name is G, and his full name is Uchiha Kedo. He is the eldest son of Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. He also has a twin brother, the famous Uchiha Itachi, who started Mangekyo Sharingan at the age of 13. It's finally done, but don't let me down. Uchiha Kedo thought silently in his heart. Uchiha Kedo is a time traveler. Think about drinking iced coke and watching dramas at home a few days ago. But I never thought that when I woke up, I came to this dangerous world of Hokage. And it's okay to travel to the world of Hokage, and he even became the twin brother with a filial son Uchiha Itachi. Such an identity made Uchiha Kedo a little panicked. After all, Uchiha Itachi is a Brakan, so he spared the life of his younger brother Uchiha Sasuke on the night of genocide. But no one ever said if Uchiha Itachi was also a brother controller. Then he was left alive on the night of genocide? After much deliberation, Uchiha Kedo did not find a specific answer. After all, in Hokage's original book, Uchiha Itachi doesn't have an older brother either. Therefore, Uchiha Kedo felt that he could not put his hope of survival on the fact that Uchiha Itachi would be a Brakan plus brother control. Then show mercy and let him live on the night of the genocide. But Uchiha Itachi is a veritable genius. He opened Mangekyo Sharingan at the age of 13 and became a veritable Kage-level powerhouse. The younger brother is too talented, which makes Uchiha Kedo feel a lot of pressure. But fortunately, Uchiha Kedo is not completely without chance of resistance. As a time traveler, Uchiha Kedo also got his own standard cheat. Settlement system. The system will make settlements based on everything Uchiha Kedo does, and give different rewards such as points or objects. The greater the impact of each event, or the more helpful it is to yourself, the higher the reward the system will give when it settles. It was as if he had witnessed the birth of Uchiha Sasuke, one of the protagonists of Hokage, not long after he traveled through time. After flicking Sasuke's baby elephant, the system directly rewards Uchiha Kedo with 10% Indra reincarnation chakra. Every day after that, no matter what Uchiha Kedo does, even if it is simply eating and sleeping, there will be different levels of rewards. It's just that this kind of daily routine is only given 1 or 2 points or military food pills. At the beginning, Uchiha Kedo was also disturbed by these continuous reward notification sounds, so he simply asked the system to turn off the reminders of these small rewards. Let the system only remind him when the rewards that have an effect on him are settled. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kedo took all the small rewards accumulated before. A little more than 100 points, more than a dozen Bingliang pills, is better than nothing. Sure enough, if you want to make a fortune, you still have to keep doing things. Uchiha Kedo thought helplessly in his heart. Let's watch tonight now. This is a total of 100,000 detonating charms, and half of the net worth is in it. 100,000 detonating charms detonate at the same time, even 9 taels is enough for him to drink a pot. I don't know what reward the system will give me, so don't let me down. Resisting the desire to check back, Uchiha Kedo prayed silently in his heart. Like most traversers, Uchiha Kedo also has his own gift package for beginners. Physique, tenacity. Constitution, all attributes chakra. Detonator times 200,000. The other two Uchiha Kedo can understand. His tenacious physique endows him with a stronger ability to continue fighting. The all attribute chakra makes him proficient in all ninjutsu. But what is the use of 200,000 detonating symbols? Think he, the eldest son of the Uchiha family, is too poor to sell some arms and earn some pocket money? Or do you want him to take the 200,000 detonating talisman and blow up Konoha directly to earn a lot of points? But after struggling for a while, Uchiha Kedo is still familiar with his plot. And with a little reminder from the system, he can be considered to have found the purpose of these 200,000 detonators. The 100,000 detonating talismans buried here to assassinate 9 taels was a bold attempt by Uchiha Kedo. After all, today is October 10th, 48 Konoha. It is the official beginning of the story of Hokage, and it is also the day when the protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto, was born. Countless thoughts flashed through Uchiha Kedo's mind, and he returned to the village before he knew it. When Uchiha Kedo came back to his senses, he and Izumi also came to the Uchiha family's clan. Brother G thanked you for the past few days, Grandma would have been in danger if you hadn't helped me. What is this? Isn't your grandma my grandma? Uchiha Kedo said casually. Spring, also known as Uchiha Spring. In the anime version of Hokage, She appeared as Uchiha Itachi's little girlfriend, and finally died in the night of genocide. But perhaps because of his appearance, Quan, who is now 5 years old, has not had time to meet Uchiha Itachi. It is because he often goes to the back mountain to play and practice, and Quan, who often gathers medicine in the back mountain to supplement his family, is very familiar with him. Hearing Uchiha Kedo's pictures, Izumi's face turned red. Is Ji confessing his love to me? Then should I agree? Ah! The robbery is too much, it's so embarrassing. Girls in Hokage are generally precocious. Although Uchiha Izumi is only 5 years old, he has a general understanding of what he should know and what he should know. And now, because of Uchiha Kedo's unintentional words, Quan immediately fell into cranky thoughts. Okay, Quan, I'm leaving first, you take good care of grandma. Uchiha Kedo didn't think too much about Quan's strangeness. He said hello and walked towards his home. Chapter 2. I'm back. Uchiha Kedo shouted out of habit. The robbery is back, hard work. Mother Uchiha Mikoto's gentle voice came. Go and play with Itachi for a while, we can have dinner when your father comes back. Okay. Uchiha Kedo replied casually, turned and walked towards the room where Uchiha Sasuke was. How could it be possible to go to Itachi's room to find Itachi, naturally to find Sasuke? Not as expected by Uchiha Kedo, his twin brother, the famous Brakan Uchiha Itachi. Standing next to Sasuke's cradle now. Brother, look at Sasuke is so cute. Uchiha Itachi heard the sound of someone entering the door, looked back, and said excitedly. Let me see. Uchiha Kedo said with a smile, and walked slowly to Uchiha Sasuke's cradle. Perhaps seeing his familiar brother, little Sasuke suddenly danced excitedly, babbling non-stop. It's really cute. Uchiha Kedo picked up the little Sasuke with a playful look in his eyes. Especially this little elephant, it's so cute. As Uchiha Kedo said, he stretched out his hand and flicked Sasuke's baby elephant. This is Uchiha Sasuke, the popular character in Hokage, the princess recognized by all Hokage fans. Now he is holding the baby elephant in his arms. I guess even Kishimoto never thought that someone could actually go to the world of Hokage and play Sasuke's baby elephant. Uchiha Kedo thought maliciously. Ding. Host flicked Indra's reincarnated baby elephant, and the settlement gets 1% of Indra's reincarnated chakra, currently a total of 17%. A mechanical sound sounded in Uchiha Kedo's mind. Another 1% was swiped, and Uchiha Kedo raised his eyebrows, feeling quite satisfied. After repeating the same thing many times, the rewards given by the system will be less and less. Therefore, after playing the baby elephant for the first time and getting 10% of Indra's reincarnation chakra, he did not drop every day for so many days, but he only brushed the progress to 17%. There is still a long way to go to fill it up. Brother, how can you do this? My brother is so cute, how can you beat him? Seeing Uchiha Kedo playing Sasuke's elephant, Uchiha Itachi was also anxious. He snatched Sasuke from Uchiha Kedo frantically and carefully put it back in the cradle. Seeing that Sasuke didn't respond and showed no signs of crying, he complained to Uchiha Kedo. It's just that little Sasuke is so cute, I couldn't help it for a while, I'm really sorry. Uchiha Kedo casually typed a haha and fooled it. Not long after staying with Sasuke, Uchiha Fugaku returned home. But today Fugaku is quite different from usual, his face is livid and his eyes are full of anger. What's wrong Fugaku? Is there something wrong with the clan? Uchiha Mikoto asked gently. Third generation is just too much. Restrict all activities of Uchiha, and prohibit Uchiha from going out. What does that mean? Do you think I, Uchiha, will rebel? Uchiha Fugaku became more and more excited as he spoke, and he slapped the table heavily under the emotion. The village. How sad. There are too many people talking, and too many words will be lost. The situation of the Uchiha family is very serious now. If the word of his patriarch spreads again, it will push the Uchiha clan to the forefront again. So Fugaku let out a few words, let go of his sulk, and then turned and entered the study. Has it started yet? Maybe he was unprepared when he just got home, or maybe he didn't take it seriously when he found out about G. Anyway, Fugaku's complaints were fully heard by Uchiha Kedo. Kokona is about to give birth, and the Night of Nine Tails is inevitable after all. Uchiha Kedo thought silently. When it was time for dinner, there was a knock on the door as well. Opening the door, Uchiha Kedo, who could never have imagined, suddenly appeared in front of him. Fourth generation? Kokona is about to give birth, and now is the most dangerous time. Shouldn't Namikaze Minato be by her side? How come the Uchiha clan? Namikaze Minato said to Uchiha Fugaku with a look of tiredness and embarrassment on his face. Fugaku, I didn't know Third Hokage-sama would give such an order. By the time I want to object, it's too late. The order has already been issued. Now I want to object, but he is Third Hokage after all, and it is also for the sake of current safety considerations. I hope you can forgive me. Namikaze Minato didn't wait for Uchiha Fugaku's reaction after finishing speaking, smiled, turned, and left Uchiha's house. Come in a hurry, and leave in a hurry. Presumably, Namikaze Minato would not make such a trip because he was afraid that Uchiha would misunderstand and aggravate the conflict between Uchiha and the village. After all, tonight was the day his wife Kushina gave birth, and the day Nine-Tails Seal was weakest. Watching this scene, Uchiha Kedo sighed and shook his head imperceptibly. Pity. If Namikaze Minato can survive, continue to be his fourth Hokage, perhaps the Uchiha clan and the village will not be so tense, leading to the extermination of the clan. But it's a pity that this little son with a smile as bright as the sun will end his short life tonight. After Namikaze Minato left, Uchiha Fugaku walked into the study on his own. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he needs to think carefully about how to coordinate the relationship between the clan and the village. As for Uchiha Kedo, he went straight back to his room after eating. Konoha is not peaceful tonight, although as far as he knows, the Uchiha clan has never participated in the war from the beginning to the end. But this time with him as a butterfly flapping its wings, who would have imagined how things would develop? In the dark night, time passed quickly. After an unknown amount of time, Uchiha Kedo, who was refining Chakra, was awakened by an evil and powerful aura. Is this the Chakra from Nine-Tails? It's just amazing. As a human being in 2 lifetimes, Uchiha Kedo's soul is unprecedentedly powerful, and his spiritual power is far beyond ordinary people. Therefore, he could immediately sense the powerful Chakra overflowing from Nine-Tails. And accompanied by a roar, the whole clan was awakened suddenly. The turmoil in the distant village also faintly appeared in Uchiha Kedo's ears. Here we go. Uchiha Kedo took a deep breath, turned around and left the Uchiha tribe, and ran towards Konoha village. The curtain has officially opened. I hope this harvest will allow me to face everything in the future. Chapter 3. Time back to half an hour ago. After leaving the Uchiha tribe, Namikaze Minato rushed to a hidden cave outside Konoha village for the first time. This is where Uzumaki Kukuna gave birth. Uzumaki Kushina, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The powerful physique of the Uzumaki family makes tailed beast seal as stable as Mount Tai in most cases. But there is only one point, and the power of the female Jinchuriki seal becomes extremely weak during childbirth. So in order to prevent Nine-Tails from breaking out and causing damage to the village, Third Hokage also issued an order to let Kukuna stay in the cave outside the village to give birth. Kushina was delivered by his wife Sarutobi Baiwa as a medical ninja. Namikaze Minato, on the other hand, stood by, waiting to reinforce the seal when it was weak. Wow! Wow! With a cry, Naruto fell to the ground. Minato, who was a new father, didn't have time to look at Naruto, and gathered the chakra in his hands to strengthen the seal for Kushina. With a strange sound, Namikaze Minato turned around quickly. I saw Sarutobi Lake Baiwa and several medical ninjas already lying in a pool of blood. A man in black robe used some method to break through the barrier and entered the cave. And after killing Sarutobi Lake Baiwa, his son Naruto also fell into the hands of the man in black. Who the hell is this guy? A drop of cold sweat fell from Namikaze Minato's forehead. 4th generation, leave Jinchuriki's side if you want your son to live. Uchiha Obito, the man in black robe, revealed a single scarlet eye, and said coldly. Namikaze Minato, who was eager to save his son, didn't investigate for a while, but was distracted by Uchiha Obito with a faint shot. Although Naruto was saved, Kushina, who had just given birth and was weak, was taken away by the man in black. Summoning technique. Come out, Nine-Tails. The Guyu of Sharingan under the mask began to spin rapidly, gradually forming a triangular sickle. Mangekyo Sharingan's powerful pupil power instantly controlled Nine-Tails through the seal. The scarlet tail beast chakra gushes frantically from the seal. In an instant, a huge Nine-Tails demon fox condensed in midair. Roar. Having been sealed for decades and just escaped, even under control, Nine-Tails still couldn't help roaring. The mighty chakra officially formed a powerful hurricane, completely destroying everything around it. But at this critical moment, Namikaze Minato appeared in time. With the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly sent Kushina back to Konoha. Uchiha Obito didn't care, Nine-Tails had been successfully pulled from the seal, Kushina had lost its value to him. What's more, Jinchuriki will definitely die after pulling away from the tailed beast. Now Kushina is just relying on the powerful system of the Uzumaki family to survive. That's it, head towards Konoha. Let this evil village be reduced to dust under the mighty power of the tailed beast. Obito jumped on Nine-Tails' head in a dodge, and moved towards Konoha little by little. Boom. The body of Nine-Tails is like a hill, and the ground shakes with one step. But in the next second, a more intense roar came instantly, and a mushroom cloud bloomed from Nine-Tails' feet. Boom boom boom. The tremendous pain caused by the violent explosion made Ninetales unable to restrain himself from roaring to the sky. Although Ninetales was huge, he was instantly overturned by the powerful shockwave at this moment, and fell backward involuntarily. When the smoke cleared away, one of Ninetales' paws was also torn apart by the powerful explosion. However, Ninetales is just a group of powerful chakra polymers. No matter how severe the trauma is, as long as the chakra is not exhausted, it can recover instantly. As soon as the explosion sounded, Uchiha Obito subconsciously wanted to enter the hollow state. But the detonating talisman prepared by Uchiha Kedo was supposed to detonate instantly, plus there was mental calculation and no intention. Even with Ninetales blocking him, when Uchiha Obito entered the hollow state, the black robe on his body was already torn, revealing the half of his pale body under the black robe. One hand had also been blown off, but what flowed from the wound was not blood, but something milky like sap. Careless, someone actually set up an ambush here. After the explosion dissipated, Uchiha Obito coughed heavily and spit out several mouthfuls of blood. Such a strong explosion is as powerful as 100,000 detonating symbols detonating at the same time. Could it be that my whereabouts were leaked, making the people in Konoha prepare for this operation? Or it's not a detonating talisman, but pure ninjutsu? Is there anyone in Konoha who can release this powerful forbidden technique? Impossible. Third Hokage is old, Orochimaru defected in Sunin, Tsunade and Jiraiya are not in the village. Minato-sensei, you're hiding deeper than I thought. Several thoughts flashed through Uchiha Obito's mind in an instant. Activate White Zetsu's Spore Mayfly technique to summon another White Zetsu in place. Uchiha Obito's face changed and he cut off White Zetsu's arm and put it back in his hand. And his own injuries were quickly healed under the strong recovery ability of the transplanted first-generation cells. The plan has been launched, and Ninetales is ready. No matter how many obstacles lie ahead, Uchiha Obito will not give up. At the moment in Konoha village, the detonator detonated. Hopefully it hits Ninetales. After all, Obito has Kamui Hollow, and a simple detonator may not affect him. Hearing the continuous explosion, Uchiha was overjoyed. You must know that for tonight, he arranged a total of 100,000 detonating symbols outside the cave. 100,000 detonating symbols, this is not a small number. In the war years, it was enough for a village to support a small battle. A total of 100,000 detonating talismans detonate at the same time, even Ninetales is enough for him to drink a pot. Uchiha Kedo thought excitedly in his heart. When the gunpowder faded away, an electronic sound sounded in Uchiha Kedo's mind. Ding. Host used 100,000 detonators to injure Ninetales and severely damage Uchiha Obito. Receive a reward of Ninetales Chakra after settlement. Get the reward 3 Tomo Sheri non-pupil power. Chapter 4. As soon as the system finished speaking, a hot current poured into Uchiha Kedo's body. The warm feeling made Uchiha Kedo groan. At the same time, there was a coolness in Uchiha Kedo's mind, which slowly gathered in his eyes. When the cool feeling dissipated, Uchiha Kedo opened his eyes suddenly. The 3 tadpole-like Guyu stand out against the blood-red irises. I've made a lot of money. There was excitement in Uchiha Kedo's heart. 3 Tomo Sheri non. The most powerful cheat on the surface of the Uchiha family. The upgraded Mangekyo Sheri non, the eternal Mangekyo Sheri non, and finally the Rinnegan are all incredibly powerful. And now, Uchiha Kedo has opened the 3 Hokage at the age of 5, which has undoubtedly pulled the evolutionary path a lot. As for Ninetales Chakra, although there is only one ball, it is enough to greatly enhance the recovery ability of Uchiha Kedo. And because this group of Ninetales Chakra is rewarded from the system, there is no negative emotion accumulated by Ninetales itself for hundreds of years. So Uchiha Kedo takes it all in without breaking a sweat. In the next second, the Scarlet Tail Beast Chakra quickly spread from Uchiha Kedo. Tail Beast Code. Feeling the powerful power brought by the Tailed Beast Code, Uchiha Kedo wanted to laugh 3 times on the spot. This wave of blood earns. The 100,000 detonating symbols detonated at the same time, and the movement was far greater than the roar of Ninetales. Suddenly the whole village fell into panic. Third Hokage is working at his home. Although he has stepped back from his seat, the great authority in the village is in his hands. What's more, during this period of time, Kushina's approaching production gave him enough reasons. The moment Ninetales got out of trouble, a bad thought suddenly appeared in Third Hokage's heart. This feeling. I hope I was thinking too much. With Minato and Lake Biwa here, there will be no accidents. Looking at the bright moon in the night sky, Third Hokage comforted himself in his heart. But the explosion of the huge detonating symbol that followed immediately shattered all of Third Hokage's illusions. It's coming from outside the village. No, something must have happened. Third Hokage's expression changed, and he immediately called Umbu. Pass it on, the village is in a state of emergency. All the students of the Civilian Women and Children Tolerance School enter the refuge as quickly as possible. Call all the ninjas above Chunin in the village on emergency standby, ready to deal with crises at any time. A series of orders were issued continuously from the mouth of third Hokage. But suddenly Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have thought of something, and the voice conveying the order suddenly stopped. And pass my order, all Umbu and the ninjas in the village don't act rashly without my order. When Umbu left, the third generation guards looked at the Hokage building located in the center of the village. 4. Sorry, Minato. The base of the underground roots of Konoha Hyoshin. Hokage advisor, root organization leader, Shimura Danzo leaned on a cane, half of his face buried in shadow. Sure enough, it's still here. Give me an order, no matter what happens tonight, you can't do anything at all. Shimura Danzo said in a deep voice to the root ninja in front of him. Yes. Lord Danzo. Under the root mask, Numb Faces said to Danzo respectfully. The fifth Hokage seat must be mine. After being attacked once, Uchiha Obito did not dare to relax his vigilance at all. Even if he was on his way, he would turn on the hollow state all the way. It's just that Uchiha Obito never imagined that the shocking explosion was just a foreshadowing set by a 5-year-old child. Carefully avoiding everyone, Uchiha Obito turned on Kamui directly when he reached the Konoha area and teleported himself to the village. Summoning technique. The black lines spread instantly, and a huge white smoke rose. With a roar, Ninetales' huge body instantly appeared among the leaves. As the strongest tailed beast, Ninetales is Ninja Village's strongest weapon, bringing infinite pressure as soon as it appears. Fake, is it fake? A Konoha Chunin felt the deadly oppression, and suddenly his face became extremely pale. This kind of monster, can this kind of monster really be defeated? The female Chunin, who was covering the poor into the refuge, collapsed to the ground when she saw the bloodshot eyes of Ninetales, and muttered. Sealed away for decades, and now mind-controlled by Uchiha Obito's Sharingan, the Ninetales wreak havoc purely on instinct. As for the full body of Ninetales, its powerful power is simply a foul in today's ninja world. Every punch, every kick, and even a flick of the tail can wreak havoc. Numerous houses were razed to the ground, and many Konoha shinobi died to stop the Ninetales. But their attacks were hardly an itch for Ninetales. It doesn't do anything other than irritate Ninetales more. Master Third Hokage, Ninetales has appeared in the village. The Umbu ninja quickly informed Third Hokage of the appearance of Ninetales. I see. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up slowly and put on the armor he used in battle one by one. I will suppress Ninetales, other ninjas in the village, first protect the civilians and evacuate. Yes. The figure of Umbu ninja disappeared instantly. Putting on his battle armor, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the commotion in the village, and after a moment of silence, he turned and rushed towards the village. This is the real Ninetales. Standing on the Hokage rock, Uchiha Kedo looked at the Ninetales wreaking havoc in the village in the distance, and his heart was full of shock. Although I don't know how many times I have watched the long-lost destructive power in the anime. But at this moment, the living Ninetales was in front of his eyes, Uchiha Kedo, and only then did he understand what is truly powerful. As strong as Ninetales, they are nothing more than playthings in the inevitable Fourth Ninja War. If you want to fully control your own destiny, you must be 10, 100, or even 10,000 times stronger than Ninetales. Chapter 5. Shua. With a soft sound, Namikaze Minato, wearing the Hokage imperial robe, appeared in front of Uchiha Kedo in an instant. As expected of the most handsome figure in the whole play, the charm of this royal robe is simply irresistible. Looking at the back of fourth generation, Uchiha Kedo couldn't help admiring. G? Why are you here? Seeing Uchiha Kedo suddenly appear, Namikaze Minato's face was full of surprise. But soon Namikaze Minato's expression changed, and he said anxiously. It's dangerous here, evacuate to the shelter with you civilians of the Uchiha clan. But Uchiha Kedo came to this Hokage rock just to get a hand in the next battle, how could he just leave obediently like this? What's more, having just gained such a powerful force, Uchiha Kedo also needs an opponent to help him control the power he has now. Just about to say something, Uchiha Kedo's pupils shrank instantly, and he pointed at Ninetales in front of him and shouted. Careful! Namikaze Minato looked back subconsciously, and saw that Ninetales in the village had noticed him. A tailed beast bomb was brewed in an instant and flew towards the Hokage rock. At this critical moment, Namikaze Minato no longer cares about Uchiha Kedo. A seal was quickly formed in his hand, and a sword of Ninai appeared in his hand. Boundary of time and space, flying thunder god guided thunder. A large sealed net instantly spread out from the sword of forbearance. Slowly engulfed the tailed beast bomb on first contact. With a soft drink from Namikaze Minato, the barrier of time and space disappeared instantly. Far away, outside Konoha village, a shocking explosion was heard immediately. A single Ninetales tailed beast bomb is several times more powerful than detonating 100,000 detonating symbols at the same time. Fortunately, the fourth generation did not lose the chain. Uchiha Kedo was afraid for a while. Although there is only such a tailed beast bomb in the original book to show the strength of 9 tails. Also know that this tailed beast bomb will be transferred by 4th generation. But after seeing the true power of the tailed beast bomb, Uchiha Kedo couldn't help admonishing himself in his heart. You can't be lazy, development is the kingly way. But it has come to this point, Uchiha Kedo will not back down. Careful. In the next second, Uchiha Kedo instantly took out a handful of kunao from the ninja bag with a detonating charm wrapped around it. He threw Namikaze Minato's back without looking back. Namikaze Minato's nerve response was extremely fast, and he was reminded by Uchiha Kedo to leave the spot instantly with the body flicker technique. And the kunao wrapped in the detonating talisman penetrated Uchiha Obito's body and exploded in mid-air. When a trace of cold sweat broke out on Namikaze Minato's forehead. As in the cave, Uchiha Obito's appearance didn't cause any waves. Even his perception didn't notice the slightest abnormality. The bitterness thrown by Uchiha Kedo actually directly penetrated the body of the man in black. Even the subsequent explosion of the detonating talisman failed to hurt the Black Cannon Man in the slightest. Namikaze Minato has never seen such a weird ability. The kid from Uchiha's house. Do you want to deal with your ancestors with outsiders again? It really is a traitorous family. Uchiha Obito's Sharingan flashed a red light, looked at Uchiha Kedo and said coldly. Ancestors. Uchiha Obito, this is pretending to be Madara addicted? Uchiha Kedo was in no hurry to expose Obito's lie. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, he is just a 5-year-old kid now. Knowing this kind of secret makes it difficult for him to explain. Little devil, atone for your disrespect. The Uzumaki in the Uchiha Obito Sharingan begins to spin, and a Uzumaki unfolds in the void, releasing a powerful suction. Kamui. Uchiha Kedo felt a little disdainful in his heart. Kamui is indeed the pupil technique that can be called a divine skill among all Mangekyo abilities. Not only is it accompanied by an exotic space, it can hollow itself at any time, but it can also be teleported in a fixed point space. Uzumaki can even use space to forcibly tear apart an enemy's body. Both offensive and defensive, very comprehensive. But unfortunately, Uchiha Obito only has one Sharingan now. Even with the help of first generation cells, Uchiha Obito can release Sharingan's pupil technique without restriction. But with one missing eye, the pupil power is greatly weakened, which greatly increases the time for Uchiha Obito to activate the pupil technique. And with the strength of Uchiha Obito, it is Kamui Sharingan's weirdness that can make a few tricks with the 4th generation. The lack of intelligence makes 4th generation a little timid and difficult to play. But for Uchiha Kedo, he knows everything about Uchiha Obito. Tail Beast Code. As soon as he felt the pull of gravity, Uchiha Kedo turned on his strongest state. Sharingan, open. The tailed beast jacket greatly enhances Uchiha Kedo's speed and strength, and the 3-tomo Sharingan gives Uchiha Kedo powerful dynamic vision. So in just a split second, Uchiha Kedo escaped from Kamui's engulfment, and rushed towards Obito with a handful of kunao in his hand. The Hokage world is not the pirates next door, each of them has a monster-like physique, and even bullets can't pierce them. A detonating talisman and a kunao are enough to make a cage-level strong man drink his hatred on the spot. Uchiha Obito watched Uchiha Kedo get rid of Kamui's swallowing so easily, and suddenly his heart trembled. Who is this brat, and how can he have such a powerful force? Watching Uchiha Kedo approaching rapidly towards him, Uchiha Obito had no time to think. I have to stop the action of absorbing Uchiha Kedo and let myself enter the hollow state. Seeing this scene, Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up. This man in black can maintain a strange state to avoid damage, but when he attacks, he will reveal his body. No wonder you can escape my attack. Namikaze Minato understood for a while. And looking at the familiar and powerful aura around Uchiha Kedo and the scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan, Namikaze Minato also felt a shock in his heart, and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Fugaku, you really gave birth to a good son. Chapter 6. Such a powerful strength at only 5 years old. Namikaze Minato only thinks that when Uchiha Kedo is fully grown, Konoha will have another center beam and bottom pillar. As the 4th Hokage in the village, how can a child fight alone? Namikaze Minato took out a few handfuls of Flying Thunder God kunao, and immediately sprinkled them all over Uchiha Obito. In terms of mental strength, Uchiha Obito is far from cage-level qualifications. Dare to invade Konoha with great fanfare, and have the confidence to deal with Namikaze Minato. It is only by virtue of the 9-tail summoning technique left by Uchiha Madara and the weird Kamui pupil technique. And now that the information is exposed, there is still room for Uchiha Obito to play. With the assistance of Uchiha Kedo, Uchiha Obito was tricked out of the body by a feint shot by Namikaze Minato in just a few strokes. Immediately afterwards, Namikaze Minato cast Flying Thunder God technique in an instant, and a Raise-Non was ready in an instant. Uchiha Obito, who couldn't dodge, directly hit Raise-Non head-on and hit the Hokage rock hard. This time, Not only the arm that was just connected broke again. The serious injury on the body also made Uchiha Obito spit out blood. How is it possible that I lost like this? Uchiha Obito's one eye is a little lost, obviously a little hard to accept his defeat. Fourth generation, do you think you have won? This is just part of my plan, this ninja world will be mine sooner or later. But before Uchiha Obito finished speaking, Uchiha Kedo let Uchiha Obito shut up quickly. Hawking, blah, 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 blah. The slogan has been chanted for so many years, and in the end I still want to forcibly clean it up. Uchiha Kedo doesn't want to get used to a silly character like Uchiha Obito. This brat. Threatened by Uchiha Kedo again, Uchiha Obito felt aggrieved. If it weren't for this brat, how could the fourth generation discover its own weakness so easily? But now he has been seriously injured, and Namikaze Minato is watching over him, but if he stays here, he might have to explain himself here. Kamui. Allowing himself to be pulled by the moving vortex of space, Uchiha Obito cast a cold glance at Uchiha Kedo with his one eye under his mask. He had a premonition that the kid from the Uchiha family in front of him would definitely be a big obstacle on his way to revive Lin. Uchiha Kedo, I remember you. I will definitely be back. Leaving an emotionless threat, Uchiha Obito disappeared completely. Return. You thought you were the big grey wolf from Immune to Death? If it weren't for Uchiha Obito's fast running, Uchiha Kedo really wanted to go over and give him 2 kicks. Gee, your strength is really unexpected. Namikaze Minato patted Uchiha Kedo on the head with a smile. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid it would take a lot of time to defeat that weird guy. Uchiha Kedo smiled casually and didn't explain the origin of his strength. After all, if nothing else, Namikaze Minato will die at the hands of Nine Tails tonight. For a dying person, Uchiha Kedo doesn't talk about hiding or not hiding. Namikaze Minato didn't care at all, and the figure of him and Uchiha Kedo disappeared from the Hokage rock in an instant as soon as the thought passed in his mind. When it reappears, it is also the gate to the Uchiha tribe. This Flying Thunder God technique is a bug. Without noticing any movement, he arrived at the door of the Uchiha clan. Such a convenient ninjutsu, Uchiha Kedo also sighed with emotion. If there is a chance, this Flying Thunder God must learn it. Whether you use it to fight against the enemy or run away, it is a good hand. After a brief moment of envy, Uchiha Kedo raised his feet and walked towards his home. Suddenly the mechanical sound of the system sounded in Uchiha Kedo's mind again. Ding. Host cooperates with 4th Hokage to repel Uchiha Obito, and after settlement, get a reward, raise non-practice method. Raise non-practice method. Uchiha Kedo was overjoyed. As a rare Muji ninjutsu in Hokage, it will be one of Naruto's signature ninjutsu in the future. Raise non has unlimited potential. This Obito is really a good man, and Konoha has brought me so many rewards once. If we meet again in the future, we must repay him well. Uchiha Kedo thought in his heart, maybe it would be very good to ask Obito to try the essence of Konoha body technique, profound technique. Back at the door, Uchiha Kedo was far away, and I saw Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikato waiting in the hall. Especially Uchiha Mikato, with an extremely anxious face, looking towards the door from time to time. As for Uchiha Fugaku, although he had a straight face, he looked extremely calm. But the frown is enough to see that his heart is not as calm as he appears. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Kedo couldn't help feeling warm in his heart, and he also felt more belonging to Uchiha, the family of love. I'm back. Before entering the door, Uchiha Kedo yelled. Hearing Uchiha Kedo's voice, Uchiha Mikato was overjoyed and stepped forward quickly. I looked around nervously and found that Uchiha Kedo was not injured in any way, and I was relieved. Don't run around, kid, it's so dangerous outside. Uchiha Mikato couldn't help complaining, and took Uchiha Kedo's hand and walked towards the house. Chapter 7. It's good to be back. Seeing Uchiha Kedo's safe return, Uchiha Fugaku's heart also fell to the ground. The frown that was tightly furrowed relaxed. However, the majesty of his father made it impossible for him to be as eager as Uchiha Mikato, and he turned and walked towards the study with a light voice. Father, I have something to discuss with you. Seeing that Uchiha Fugaku turned to leave, Uchiha Kedo said hastily. The breach of Nine Tails this evening has done a lot of damage to the village, plus the death of 4th Hokage. What followed was a strong hatred and sadness among the many ninjas and civilians. In order to divert hatred and sorrow, Naruto, the demon fox, is naturally far from enough. So the Uchiha clan, who didn't suffer any losses tonight, and didn't even see their shadows, became the best outlet for the villagers to vent their emotions. In addition, after the death of the 4th generation, the power of the village fell back to the hands of 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo. And these two people can't wait for the Uchiha clan to disappear from the ninja world in the next moment. So whether it is for himself or for the family, Uchiha Kedo feels that he must prepare in advance. Hearing Uchiha Kedo's words, Uchiha Fugaku stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and took a deep look at Uchiha Kedo. This son is getting more and more incomprehensible. Come in with me. After finishing speaking, Uchiha Fugaku entered the study without looking back, and knelt down on the main seat safely. After Uchiha Kedo entered the study room, Uchiha Mikoto entered Sasuke's room, although he was a little worried in his heart. Uchiha Kedo and Uchiha Fugaku, father and son, were left in the study. If you have anything to say, just say it. Uchiha Fugaku said flatly. Uchiha Kedo, who is familiar with the plot, naturally knows that his father is by no means as simple as it appears on the surface. Therefore, he spoke without any hesitation. Father, I don't know how you feel about the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village. After finishing speaking, Uchiha Kedo continued without waiting for Uchiha Fugaku to reply. But from my point of view, there's been a lot of tension between us, the Uchiha clan, and the village. Maybe at some point, once the conflict is triggered, there will be a big battle between us and the village. Uchiha Fugaku was shocked by Uchiha Kedo's firm tone. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku naturally knows that the relationship between the village and the clan is already very tense. Or what Uchiha Kedo calls the fire and water. But he knew it was because he was the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. But Uchiha Kedo is only 5 years old. A 5-year-old has such a great view of the village and the Uchiha clan. It's shocking how Uchiha Fugaku doesn't. However, he has been in a high position for many years, and Uchiha Fugaku's profound energy-raising skills have kept Uchiha Fugaku's face unchanged. With a hint of quiz, by the way, I also want to see what kind of unique views Uchiha Kedo has. Uchiha Fugaku said calmly. How did you see that? Like tonight. Other ninjas in the village are fighting bloody battles with Nine Tails, but the Uchiha clan is safe. Uchiha Kedo said firmly. Nine Tails will definitely be suppressed. When the war is over, the villagers who have suffered heavy losses will find that the Uchiha clan has not participated in the war from the beginning to the end, and has not suffered any losses. At that time, no matter what the reason is for the Uchiha clan, they will naturally be on the opposite side of everyone. If there is someone with a heart to add fuel to the flame secretly, our Uchiha clan will be completely isolated. In this way, when the hatred accumulated over time reached a peak, the Uchiha clan had no other choice but to rebel. Thinking over Uchiha Kedo's deduction in his mind, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help feeling a little creepy. If it really develops as Uchiha Kedo said, the Uchiha clan will have only a dead end except for the villains to seize control of the village. But as if thinking of something, Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. Uchiha Kedo is still too young, although his insights are very unique and even hit the nail on the head. However, one important fact has been overlooked. What you're saying can't happen. The Uchiha clan is an important force in the village, and the fourth Hokage will not watch this happen. Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice. Then what if the fourth generation dies tonight? A sneer twitched at the corner of Uchiha Kedo's mouth. What? It's impossible. Hearing Uchiha Kedo's startling words, Uchiha Fugaku immediately shook his head. The fourth generation is at its peak, and no one in the ninja world is his opponent. Even Nine Tails can't kill the fourth generation. Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice. Uchiha Kedo smiled and said casually. Fourth generation is ninja world speed, even Nine Tails can't hurt him. But fourth generation's wife, Kushina, is Nine Tails' Jinchuriki. After stripping off the tail beast, Jinchuriki's fate is to die. Father, based on your knowledge of the fourth generation, do you think he will survive tonight? Hearing Uchiha Kedo's words, Uchiha Fugaku froze. I wanted to refute, but found that what Uchiha Kedo said was true. Nine Tails has been broken, and only the fourth generation and Kushina have the ability to reseal it. As a Jinchuriki, Kokona is bound to die after being stripped of the tailed beast, and she certainly doesn't have enough power to seal the Nine Tails. Then the result is obvious. Chapter 8. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Uchiha Kedo, who was sitting upright with a complicated expression. He has always known that his son is a genius, but he has such a deep understanding of the village at the age of 5, which is far beyond his expectations. Then what do you want me to do? From this moment, Uchiha Fugaku no longer treats Miss Uchiha as a 5-year-old child. Instead, he put him on the same level as himself to start discussing the future of the Uchiha family with Uchiha Kedo. Seeing that Uchiha Fugaku recognized himself so quickly, Uchiha Kedo was also a little surprised. Originally, he thought he would have to spend more time talking, but he didn't expect to succeed so easily. It seems that his father can sit in the position of patriarch for so long, and his own ability is not covered. The Uchiha clan must make a move tonight. The civilians retreated into the shelter with Genin and Chinin, and Jonin covered the tribe and retreated with the villagers in the village. As for father, I need you to fight alongside the third generation against the Nine Tails. Uchiha Kedo said calmly. Good. Uchiha Fugaku directly agreed, and this decisiveness surprised Uchiha Kedo. You can see the wolfish ambitions of the village. How can I, the patriarch, continue to make Uchiha back down? A gentle smile appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's face, and his words were full of suddenly realized firmness. Following Uchiha Fugaku's order, the Uchiha family also showed a very high fighting quality worthy of the #1 family in Konoha. All the Jonin and Chunin of the Uchiha clan gathered in front of the patriarch's mansion immediately. Scarlet cherry non blooms in the dark night. This is the most feared power of the Uchiha clan. In a short period of time, Uchiha Fugaku also changed his battle armor. Set off. As soon as the order was issued, all the ninjas of the Uchiha clan disappeared instantly. All Uchiha civilians and genin evacuate in an orderly manner under the protection of Jonin and Chunin. Although the Nine Tails did not spread to the Uchiha clan's clan land, the orders of the Uchiha clan's patriarch override everything. Uchiha Fugaku heaved a sigh of relief. The people of the clan had already started to act, and now it was his turn to play as the clan leader. Father. Before departure, Uchiha Kedo hurriedly stopped Uchiha Fugaku. Never cast the Sharingan illusion on Nine Tails. Uchiha Madara captured Nine Tails and left a control spell in Nine Tails' body. Henceforth to the Uchiha clan who opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Nine Tails is just a slightly bigger pet. It is also because of this that Uchiha Obito can control Nine Tails to attack Konoha. Now Uchiha Fugaku has also opened Mangekyo Sharingan. If Uchiha Fugaku accidentally controlled Nine Tails, all the losses tonight would definitely be dumped on the Uchiha clan by third generation and Danzo. So in order to avoid this from happening, Uchiha Kedo must come forward to warn. Uchiha Fugaku nodded despite being puzzled. Smiling at Uchiha Mikoto, he dodges away from the spot. Uchiha Obito though was repelled by Uchiha Kedo and 4th generation Namikaze Minato combined. The connection between Nine Tails and Uchiha Obito was thus broken. But the Nine Tails who regained consciousness were several points more terrifying than the previous controlled state. It had been sealed for decades, but now it just got out of trouble, and its consciousness was once again controlled by Sharingan. The anger accumulated in his heart has long been immeasurable, and only wanton destruction can release the anger in Nine Tails' heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally arrived at the battlefield. Looking at the ruins caused by Nine Tails, he couldn't help but gasped. Summoning technique Ape Demon. Such a terrifying Nine Tails Sarutobi Hiruzen has no confidence to face alone. Directly use summoning technique to summon your own summoning beast demon. Sarutobi Hiruzen transformed the Ape Demon into an indestructible golden cudgel. Relying on the characteristics of the golden cudgel, he forcefully pushed Nine Tails out of the village. Why hasn't Minato come here? The old man alone can't suppress Nine Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought eagerly in his heart. He is no longer the young ninja, the old man has exhausted all his strength just to push Nine Tails out of the village. If no one came to support him, he might not be able to persist in the next riot of Nine Tails. Being stopped by someone again, the anger in Nine Tails' heart was even higher, and he roared to the sky, an endless chakra gathered towards his mouth. The pitch-black-tailed beast bomb began to brew rapidly. Not good. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank suddenly. The Nine Tails tailed beast bomb is so powerful that if it falls in Konoha village, the entire village will be razed to the ground. But now he doesn't have the strength to stop Nine Tails. Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen urgently began to call the 4th generation again in his heart. But the 4th generation didn't show up, and a person he didn't expect at all came before Nine Tails at some point. Fire-style Hadalong fire technique. A huge, lifelike dragon flew out of the leaves and crashed into Nine Tails. Chapter 9. Roar. After the fire dragon hit, it left a scorched black on Nine Tails. Nine Tails couldn't help but let out a cry of pain, and the tailed beast bomb that was brewing was also forced to stop. This. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned fiercely. Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku jumped to stand next to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said calmly. Master Third Hokage's village is in such a catastrophe, the Uchiha clan cannot stand by and watch. Even if you violate the ban, you have to do your part for the village. Ban. The other Konoha shinobi standing next to Sarutobi Hiruzen were slightly taken aback when they heard Uchiha Fugaku's words. Could it be that the Uchiha clan entered the war so late because they received special orders from the Third Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to expose Konoha's high-level plans in front of everyone, so he hurriedly stopped Uchiha Fugaku. The Fugaku patriarch has a heart. Now that the village is under heavy pressure, the whole village needs to face it together. A sneer flickered from the corner of Uchiha Fugaku's mouth, but now everyone's attention was focused on Nine Tails, and it didn't attract any attention. With the addition of Uchiha Fugaku, the pressure on the people facing Nine Tails suddenly eased. After all, as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku's strength is beyond doubt. Even in the whole Konoha, it can be regarded as the absolute top. Even if you don't use the Sharingan illusion, just relying on the superb fire-style ninjutsu to cooperate with other Konoha shinobi players, the Nine Tails will lose steadily. but it can only be repelled. Even after enduring countless ninjutsu attacks from everyone, Ninetales still didn't suffer any damage. Even Uchiha Fugaku's fire style does nothing but leave a bit of scorched black on the surrounding fur. After being blocked by a group of ants for so long, Ninetales couldn't help but roared into the sky, and another tailed beast bomb condensed from his mouth. This movement was so fast that even Konoha's people had no time to stop it, they could only watch the tailed beast bomb take shape. But at this moment, everyone in Konoha felt that the bright moonlight in the sky seemed to be blocked by something, and a huge black shadow descended from the sky. Boom! With a loud noise, Ninetales was instantly suppressed by the huge black shadow, and the tailed beast bomb in his mouth disappeared into nothingness. Minato, you are finally here. Looking at the young figure standing on the giant toad's head, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a relieved smile on his face. Thank you, Third Hokage-sama. Leave it to me next. Namikaze Minato said to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a smile, and nodded at Uchiha Fugaku. During the period of disappearance, Namikaze Minato also went to find the only way to deal with Ninetales. After a little preparation, it was long overdue. While chatting, Ninetales also lifted the toad Wenta that was pressing on him. After roaring, the gigantic chakra quickly condensed towards the mouth. Being interrupted one after another, this tailed beast bomb Ninetales can't complain. Seeing this, Namikaze Minato fixed his gaze, and took out a sword of ninja, ready to use the space-time barrier to transfer Ninetales' tailed beast bomb at any time. At the moment, Uchiha Kedo, who is staying in the Uchiha clan, looks at the constantly condensed tailed beast bomb in Ninetales' mouth, with a bright smile on his face. It's time to wrap up. Uchiha Kedo got a total of 200,000 detonating symbols from the novice gift package given by the system. He buried half of them outside Konoha village and used them against the newly broken Ninetales and Uchiha Obito. And the remaining 100,000 detonating symbols were all buried outside Konoha's wall by him. To be more precise, the 100,000 detonating symbols are right at the feet of Ninetales. It's not in vain that I spent 1,000 points to purchase a specific location from the system, Uchiha Kedo said to himself. Now Ninetales invites you to appreciate what is real art. Detonator, explode. With the Madra of Uchiha Kedo hands, the inner chakra is activated. With a loud noise, a huge mushroom cloud suddenly rose from the feet of Ninetales. Being attacked by the detonating talisman again, Ninetales couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Although the tailed beast bomb in his mouth did not condense in the end, it also shot out towards the village with a huge amount of chakra. The huge explosion and the oncoming heat wave made everyone stop for a moment. Even Namikaze Minato was distracted by the mushroom cloud. When he came back to his senses, Ninetales' tailed beast bomb also exceeded the maximum range of his interception and fell straight towards the middle of the village. A violent white light flashed, and the whole world seemed to lose its color for a moment, leaving only the ever-spreading impact. Just 1 second later, a loud noise that was several times stronger than the detonation of the 100,000 detonating talismans spread throughout the entire village in an instant. The village. Gone. Nothing is spared from that intense explosion. No matter whether it is a person or an object, it will be turned into fly ash in an instant. Naughty animal. Namikaze Minato, he didn't expect that Ninetales would cause such serious damage to the village with his brilliance. At the same time, he became more determined in his mind. Absolutely. Absolutely can't let Ninetales continue. So. Forgive me, Naruto. The ghouls are banned. Chapter 10. Although separated by a long distance, Uchiha Kedo still felt a palpitation. He knew that in the void he could not see, there was already a white Shinigami behind Namikaze Minato. Ninetales also seemed to have sensed the danger, and turned around to try to escape, but was tightly bound by a huge chain that exploded from nowhere. Adamantine sealing chains. This is the iconic sealing technique of the Uzumaki family. Restricted by the chains, even Ninetales couldn't struggle, and was cut in half by the invisible Shinigami. Yang Ninetales was sealed into Naruto's body like the original book. Yin Ninetales was swallowed by Shinigami along with the souls of Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. On the night of October 10, Konoha 48. The Ninetales demon fox broke the seal and attacked the village under the control of the mastermind behind the scenes. Led by the third-generation 4th Hokage, all the Konoha shinobi fighters confronted the Ninetales demon fox. In the end, Ninetales was resealed, 4th Hokage died in battle, and the village was destroyed. And this night was called the Disaster of Ninetales by all those who survived. In the misty rain, Uchiha Kedo in a black robe followed Uchiha Fugaku, holding a white chrysanthemum in his hand. It's been 3 days since Ninetales night. Today is a day of mourning for 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, his wife Uzumaki Kushina, and all Konoha shinobi victims who lost their lives during Ninetales night. Wait for everyone to place the chrysanthemums in their hands under the brand new heroic spirit tablet. After a brief moment of silence, 3rd Hokage walked out of the crowd and said sadly to the many Konoha shinobi players on the field. The fourth generation died in battle. This is something no one wants to see. But the village cannot live without a leader, so please think carefully about the candidate for Hokage. After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked towards the ruins alone with his whole body full of loneliness. Looking at the lonely back of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kedo almost laughed out loud. Thinking of the coincidence 3 days ago, Uchiha Kedo couldn't help sighing. It is really easy to encounter ghosts if you do too many bad things. On the night of 9 Tails, Uchiha Kedo saw the timing and detonated the long-buried detonator. When I caught 9 Tails by surprise, I also caught many Konoha shinobi by surprise. This also prevented the fourth generation from successfully transferring the tailed beast bomb. After getting past everyone's defense, 9 Tails' tailed beast bomb landed straight in the middle of the village. After a shocking explosion, the tailed beast bomb landed within a radius of 5 kilometers. Aside from the crumbling Hokage building, which was under layers of defense, all that remained was a huge sinkhole. Still in the memory of Uchiha Kedo, since Sarutobi Hiruzen took the position of third Hokage. The clan lands of the Sarutobi and Shimura clans are constantly approaching the center of the village. In other words, after 9 Tails' tailed beast bomb, the Sarutobi clan and Shimura clan's industry in Konoha has all come to naught. The rewards given by the settlement system at that time proved this point to Uchiha Kedo. Host detonated the detonator to severely damage 9 Tails, indirectly destroying the Sarutobi and Shimura clans. After the settlement, you will get a reward combination of ninjutsu, Wududalian bullet technique, Sarutobi family's secret medicine formula, Shimura family's wind-style ninjutsu. Get rewarded with a 9 Tails Chakra pod. Recalling the system's rewards, Uchiha Kedo couldn't be more satisfied. In one night, Uchiha Kedo got the chakra of 2 groups of 9 Tails, the pupil power of 3 Tomo Sharingan and many ninjutsu. With the foundation laid by these rewards, Uchiha Kedo is confident that if Uchiha Itachi goes crazy in his head, he wants to kill the Uchiha family. Then he, the older brother, breaks Uchiha Itachi's leg first, and let him know what the real measure is. The memorial service is over, and the settlement system brings another reward for Uchiha Kedo. Spiral Flash Super Round Dance Roar 3 forms. Regardless of the long name, it looks very cool, but in fact it is just another development of Rei's Non by Namikaze Minato. But don't give up the free rewards for nothing, Uchiha Kedo is also a master of it. When I got home to Uchiha Fugaku, I called Uchiha Kedo into the study. Having seen Uchiha Kedo's vision at 9 Tails Night, Uchiha Fugaku completely cultivated Uchiha Kedo as the next patriarch. Zed, what do you think Sarutobi Hiruzen means? Who will be the 5th Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice. The choice of Hokage determines the attitude between the village and the Uchiha clan, and there is no room for him not to think ahead. Father, there will be no 5th Hokage. Sister Uchiha, who is familiar with the plot, of course knows that the 5th Hokage Tsunade will have to wait at least 10 years before she will be promoted. During this period, it will always be 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen who will continue to sit in Hokage's place. Why? The 3rd generation has resigned, and the 4th generation died in battle. If the 5th Hokage is not elected, who will lead the village? Uchiha Fugaku asked curiously. Of course it's Sarutobi Hiruzen back in charge. Uchiha Kedo said casually. But looking at Uchiha Fugaku's furrowed brows, Uchiha Kedo knew that he was a cheap father, and couldn't turn around for a while. Father, who do you think Konoha has the ability to become the 5th Hokage? Uchiha Kedo asked back. Chapter 11. Of course. Uchiha Fugaku opened his mouth subconsciously, but suddenly froze when he reached his mouth. Yes. None of the current ninjas in the village seem to be suitable for 5th Hokage. The only 2 suitable Tsunade and Jiraiya are still traveling outside the village, God knows when they will come back. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku who was stunned, Uchiha Kedo smiled. This is the advantage of being familiar with the plot, and the natives are stunned by just a few words. Tsunade and Jiraiya, who have reached the standard, can't come back if they are not in the village now. And in other families of the Hokage family, is there any strong man who can suppress everyone with outstanding strength? Father, although your strength is sufficient, the identity of the Uchiha clan means that you have no chance of being Hokage. Saying this, Uchiha Kedo smiled disdainfully. Senju Tobirama's mind was really kicked by a donkey, but the founder of the village is also wary of the Uchiha clan. He chose a successor, and he chose a great conspirator like Sarutobi Hiruzen, and by the way, even his own Senju clan was ruined. I don't know how Senju Tobirama will feel knowing this fact. Far away. Uchiha Kedo saw Uchiha Fugaku who was waiting for his answer and said decisively. So Sarutobi Hiruzen has no choice but to continue to rise up. Looking at Uchiha Kedo with a determined face, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but sigh in his heart, it seems that he is really old. From now on, the Uchiha clan will be handed over to you. As he spoke, Uchiha Fugaku patted Uchiha Kedo on the shoulder with relief, turned around and walked out of the study. For a long time, The conflicts between the village and the Uchiha clan have all been on him alone, so he dare not relax for a moment. Now with Uchiha Kedo on the sidelines, Uchiha Fugaku has never felt more relaxed than today. After returning from get-off work at the Konoha security department that night, Uchiha Fugaku got very drunk. But the smile on his face never disappeared for a moment. With Uchiha Kedo's analysis, Uchiha Fugaku was completely quiet. Anyway, no new Hokage will be produced, no matter how big the action is, it will be useless. And this also made the Uchiha clan remain silent while the various Konoha clans were arguing about candidates for 5th Hokage. Quiet doesn't feel like Uchiha anymore. What the hell is Uchiha Fugaku thinking? In terms of strength and prestige, he is obviously the most likely candidate to succeed Hokage. But why hasn't there been any movement yet? During the Ino, Shika, Cho 3 family head secret meeting, Yamanaka said to Akamika Choza and Nara with a puzzled face. After thinking for a moment, Naraluyu showed a look of horror on his face. Everyone underestimates Uchiha. The Ino, Shika, Cho families have always been a firm Hokage family, and the Nara family has always been a Hokage think tank. It can be said that except for some secrets, no one knows the whole Konoha better than Nara Shikaku. It is precisely because of this that Nara Shiju was able to come up with an idea that he himself was somewhat unbelievable in this short period of time. On this matter, the Fugaku patriarch is the one who sees the most thoroughly. Naraluyu couldn't help being a little speechless. It seems that he will change his views on the Uchiha clan in the future. The election of the 5th Hokage, the 3 of us should not participate. As for the reason, you will know soon. Yamanaka and Akamika Choza were at a loss when they heard Nara's nonsensical words. But the long-term trust made them unconditionally choose to trust Naraluyu. 5th Hokage. There won't be a 5th Hokage. In the Konoha Yamane organization base, Shimura Danzo changed from the gloom of the past, and his old face was full of excitement. Finally, let me wait, the seat of 5th Hokage must be mine. Teacher, I will prove to you that you chose the wrong person at the beginning. I, Shimura Danzo, am the right person to succeed Hokage. 3 days passed in a flash, and with a shrill eagle cry, a ninja hawk flew over Konoha. This is Konoha's consistent signal, calling all Jonin to the Hokage building to participate in the meeting. But when other people came to the newly renovated Hokage building, their faces became a little weird. Fugaku Patriarch, what are you? A look of helplessness appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's face. This kid heard that the Jonin meeting will gather all the Jonin in the village, and he insisted on coming to see the world. Mikoto is taking care of little Sasuke again. I don't have enough time and energy to take care of him. I have no choice but to bring him here. Don't worry, I will watch him and won't let him make noise during the meeting. Hearing what Uchiha Fugaku said, Uchiha Kedo quickly showed an innocent and harmless smile to everyone. Seeing that Uchiha Kedo is so well behaved, Uchiha Fugaku made such a promise again. Although it is a bit out of order, everyone is not talking about it. After everyone arrived, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Hokage elders walked into the conference room slowly. Snored. Some families are really getting worse and worse. They even bring a child here on such an important occasion. Seeing the abrupt Uchiha Kedo, Danzo snorted subconsciously. Chapter 12. Uchiha Kedo hummed softly in his heart. He was indeed an old mad dog. He couldn't help barking when he saw Uchiha. Father, the one-eyed grandpa, is so pitiful. Not only is his eyes bad, but his brain is also bad. Grandpa 3rd Hokage once said that Konoha is the Konoha of every villager, the place where the will of fire burns. One look at him and he knows that he has not inherited the will of fire from Grandpa 3rd generation. Uchiha Kedo took a step back behind Uchiha Fugaku, and whispered to Uchiha Fugaku. But who is here? Everyone is Konoha's elite Jonin, plus Uchiha Kedo didn't want to hide it, and everyone heard it very clearly. Puchi. Some people couldn't help laughing, but they stopped abruptly because of the wrong occasion. They are professional ninjas and generally never laugh. Unless you can't help it. That piercing laughter pierced Danzo's heart like a sharp knife. He is the assistant of Hokage, the future 5th Hokage. How dare this Uchiha clan humiliate him like this? Even if it is a child who speaks, it is absolutely unforgivable. Assist the adults, children are innocent, please don't take it to heart. Seeing Danzo's face as black as the bottom of a pot, Uchiha's heart was also full of joy, and he couldn't help pouring another pot of oil on Danzo's anger. And the effect is also very obvious. Danzo's skinny old face turned from black to red in an instant, and he was about to be unable to suppress his inner anger. You. Enough, Danzo. Danzo was about to get angry, but was directly suppressed by 3rd Hokage. It's just a child's casual talk, why take it seriously? Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's gentle and firm attitude, Danzo suddenly understood in his heart that he had to eat today. Snored. With a cold snort, Danzo leaned on a cane and walked straight to his seat. Sarutobi, you will definitely regret it. That's it? Is this the fighting power of the majestic Konoha Pot King? Uchiha Kedo felt disappointed. Originally, he had prepared a lot of Zan's specialties and wanted to invite Danzo to taste them. Unexpectedly, Danzo retreated. This is a different world, besides him on the spray road, it is really lonely like snow. Uchiha Kedo, right. Suddenly a big face appeared in front of Uchiha Kedo, so scared that he almost slapped it. But fortunately, before the attack, Uchiha Kedo forcibly controlled the instincts of his body. What you said is correct, Konoha is the Konoha of all people, and you young people are the best successors to the will of fire. Where the leaves dance, the fire is also alive. Saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and looked around. The words were full of contagion, which aroused the excitement of everyone present, and made Uchiha Kedo almost believe it. It's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen is so eloquent that he doesn't do MLM. Seeing the Konoha elite jonins who were enthusiastically said by Hiruzen in situ, Uchiha was not only a little speechless. After this episode, there was no objection to the presence of Uchiha Kedo, and the jonin meeting was officially held. After a few days of consideration, everyone must have considered the candidates for 5th Hokage. Now, everyone, tell us about the candidates you have in mind, and let everyone discuss and discuss. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip of the pipe in his hand and said to everyone present. After a moment of silence, someone finally spoke. I recommend Master Jiraiya, the teacher of the 4th Hokage, one of the 3, to be the 5th Hokage. Uchiha Kedo glanced at the speaker, masked by white hair. Hey, take 50/50ths, no, hey, take Kakashi. Kakashi is indeed a genius to be able to participate in such a high-end meeting at such a young age. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped on the cigarette for Kakashi's proposal and said. Jiraiya is not in the village now, so I don't think about it for the time being. Is there any other candidates? And with Kakashi opening up the conversation, all the jonin present began to recommend it one after another. And there are only a few candidates that everyone recommends and recommends. Nara Tier 9 of the Nara family, Hyaga Hayashi of the Hyaga family and the father of Uchiha Kedo. Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Even, the call for Uchiha Fugaku to succeed 5th Hokage is still the highest among these candidates. After all, the current Uchiha family is still in its heyday, and the name of the number 1 family in Konoha and even the number 1 family in the ninja world is daunting. I withdraw from the 5th Hokage selection. The position of Hokage is about to be settled. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly stood up and said to everyone present. All the people present stopped their movements for a while, as if they were wondering if there was something wrong with their ears. Managing the Uchiha clan is also exhausting me. This position of Hokage is really difficult to take on. Please choose someone else. After speaking, Uchiha Fugaku sat down again, watching his nose, and heart, as if he didn't care about world affairs. After Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, Nara Shiju and Hyaga Hayashi stood up one after another, expressing their withdrawal from the 5th Hokage election. It's understandable that Nara Shikaku made this decision, but I didn't expect the Hyaga family to make this decision. Uchiha Kedo nodded slightly. It seems that there are not many simple characters who can survive to the end. Chapter 13. For a while, all the candidates voluntarily withdrew from the Hokage selection, which caught everyone present by surprise. Candidates are gone, what else is there to choose? Everyone withdrew at the same time, which was somewhat beyond the expectations of Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Especially Danzo, who couldn't hide the excitement in his one-eyed eyes. A godsend, no competition, this 5th Hokage position is definitely mine. Thinking of this, the hidden shadow of the Danzo alliance cast a wink. I think Hokage would be a good Hokage heir to assist Danzo-sama. The patriarch of a small family in the village got up and said. Since someone recommended you, the old man will reluctantly take up the position. A long-cherished wish is about to come true. Danzo can't wait to stand up and want to announce that he will succeed 5th Hokage. But before Danzo finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly laughed and said with a face full of relief. Haha, Danzo doesn't need to take my face into consideration, and specially arranges someone to help me out. Although no one is willing to take over, the old man like me is really uncomfortable. But since everyone doesn't want to be in charge, let me, this old bone, do my best. Sarutobi, this is against the rules. Seeing the position of Hokage flying away like this, Danzo couldn't bear it and said hastily. Now the village is full of things to do, and there is no time to ask Daming to choose a new Hokage candidate. Special times require special treatment. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip of the pipe in his hand and said calmly. His old teammate has always had a grudge in his heart that the teacher didn't choose him. I have never given up on the position of Hokage, and I don't know how many small tricks I have done behind my back. Danzo, I hope you can understand my painstaking efforts. Sighing insignificantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't go any more. What would Danzo think? There is one more thing I would like to ask you for this Jonin meeting. The Knight of Nine Tails, the village suffered heavy losses and the entire center was razed to the ground, and many civilians were displaced. That's why I would like to ask the patriarchs of the major families here to contribute their strength to the reconstruction of the village. Clan Chief Fugaku, what do you think? Sure enough, it's about to start. Uchiha Kedo's heart skipped a beat, and he tried so hard to get Uchiha Fugaku to bring him into this jonin meeting just for this moment. In the original trajectory, Uchiha Fugaku did not give up the clan land at the beginning, and then rumors spread in the village. I feel that the Uchiha clan did not contribute during the Nine Tails night, and now they are unwilling to help the village solve the crisis, so they must have a rebellious heart. Later, under the pressure of the masses, Uchiha Fugaku still agreed to cede the clan land. But at the moment, the center of the village is completely divided by other families. In desperation, the Uchiha family was forced to move to the most remote area in the center of Lee village, completely away from the center of power. It is precisely because of this that even if the entire Uchiha was wiped out in the end, no one noticed anything unusual that night. So in Uchiha Kedo's view, today's jonin meeting is a trigger for the tragic fate of the whole Uchiha. But if Uchiha Kedo wants to reverse the fate of the entire Uchiha family, it has to start from all aspects, and today is no exception. Looking back, Uchiha Fugaku looked puzzled, as if he was considering how to refuse. Uchiha Kedo's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly spoke before Uchiha Fugaku. Of course we have to contribute, we Uchiha like to help people the most. Father, let's give up the clan land to the villagers who lost their homes, and build a new clan land by ourselves. It just so happens that the original home is also old, and I want to change to a new one. Uchiha Fugaku was slightly taken aback, wondering what kind of medicine was sold in the Uchiha Kedo gourd. But he believed that Uchiha Kedo would never do anything detrimental to the interests of this group, so he nodded in agreement. Then where do you want to move? The neighborhood here is very good. In the future, there will be ramen, meatballs, and toy stores. And it's great that Grandpa Third Generation's office is nearby. Hand-pulled noodle? Ball. Toy. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly realized that this was Zed reminding himself. Ramen Mariko means that this is the center of Konoha, and after reconstruction, it will be the most prosperous area of Konoha. And Third Hokage's office means that it is close to the center of Konoha's power. Relocating the tribal land to this place has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. Okay, then follow G's idea. Speaking of Uchiha Fugaku, I was a little excited, and it was really right to bring Uchiha Kedo here this time. According to the dialogue between Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Kedo, it was also heard by everyone present, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He wanted the Uchiha clan to cede the clan land, but he didn't want the Uchiha clan to move the clan land to the center of the village. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to make Uchiha Fugaku change his mind and move to another place, other families don't care about that. Chapter 14. They only knew that since even the Uchiha clan, the largest clan in Konoha, upheld the will of fire to cede their land, their small clans were no exception. That being the case, choosing a better location as a new family land is the most urgent hope of all families. This location has a radius of 1 kilometer, and my Ute family wants it. There are only a few members of your Mitaka family who are worthy of occupying such a large area. This is clearly the clan land that my Inyazuka family is looking for. I'm not arguing with you here, but the area behind belongs to my Shimura clan. The patriarchs couldn't interfere with each other when family interests were involved, and the entire jonin meeting was as noisy as a vegetable market for a while. But it has nothing to do with Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Kedo. With the prestige of the Uchiha clan, in Konoha today, no one dares to steal their family's territory. And compared to this robbing like a vegetable market, it is naturally the voice of the system in his head that makes Uchiha Kedo more happy. Host cooperates with Uchiha Fugaku tacitly to change the location of the Uchiha clan. After the settlement, you will be rewarded with a blueprint of the new clan's land, the Sharingan's pupil power will be increased by 50%, and the clan's prestige will be 20 points. As soon as the system finished speaking, a clear stream gushed out of his mind and gathered in Uchiha Kedo's eyes. This can strengthen the pupil power by 50%. Wouldn't it be possible to open Mangekyo smoothly even without experiencing a major emotional change? As expected, the system is really powerful. Uchiha Kedo was very excited. And other rewards of the system, such as architectural blueprints, are not easy to get out now. When the new clan land is moved, it will be handed over to Uchiha Fugaku. And 20 points of prestige, the first time to get this kind of reward, Uchiha Kedo is also a little confused. But as the name suggests, it is estimated that Uchiha Kedo is more well known in the Uchiha family, so speaking is more effective. After arguing for 3 hours, the jonin meeting also slowly came to a halt. Looking at the expressions of the patriarchs of the major families, it is obvious that they have more or less met their requirements and grabbed a piece of land they want to build a new clan land. A calculation turned into a mad rush by the whole people, and Sarutobi Hiruzen felt like crying. Caught off guard by Uchiha Fugaku's amazing stroke. Even before he had chosen a new family land for the Sarutobi family, the good land was scraped away. And his Hokage is not good at this meeting, and he will fight with other patriarchs. But now that the benefits are distributed well, it will be even more impossible. Even if he is Hokage, it is impossible to speak again at the risk of offending all the families. He looked up at Shimura Danzo, who had lost his position as Hokage, with a livid face. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought silently in his heart, my good brother can't let me suffer alone. After the Jonin meeting, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Kedo returned home together. In order to prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from repenting halfway, and what kind of moth happens, it is better to relocate the clan sooner rather than later. That same night, Uchiha Fugaku gave the order to relocate the clan land. The next day, except for some empty houses, the entire Uchiha family had been relocated. Even though many days had passed, the breath of Ninetales was still very strong in the big crater blown out by the tailed beast bomb. However, it has no effect on normal living. The move was in a hurry, and the Zinzu land was just a big pit, with nothing but loess. But filling holes and doing construction is not a problem for a ninja. Just like first Hokage clapping his hands and shouting casually, a brand new community real estate can be erected in an instant. Moreover, it is a pure natural and pollution-free original ecological tree house, which is simply not too popular. In the Uchiha family, although no one understands wood style, there are also many grandmaster earth style. With the joint efforts of a group of elite ninjas, the big pit was quickly filled to leave a solid ground. People who don't know earth style go to the surrounding forest to cut trees. Under the sharp cutting of wind style ninjutsu, pieces of big trees fell in response, and then they were pulled back to the clan ground by everyone. As for the craftsmen who build the house, as long as they have money, it doesn't matter how many craftsmen they have. And it just so happens that the Uchiha family has been passed down for hundreds of years, with a rich heritage, and the most important thing is money. With the concerted efforts of all the people, in just 2 months, the new Uchiha clan land has been built. The new Uchiha clan is larger and newer than the original one, and is closer to Konoha's power center. Moreover, the blueprints rewarded by the system are used, and the overall layout of the clan land is more reasonable. It not only maintains a certain degree of privacy, but also makes people more comfortable, and at the same time, the roads extending in all directions also make life more convenient for the clansmen. The two conflicting functions are actually reflected on the same drawing, and Uchiha Kedo probably can do it systematically. After the completion of the new clan land, Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand and decided to hold a grand celebration. Firstly, it was considered a new housewarming, and secondly, it was also to connect with other families. So that night, the atmosphere of the Uchiha clan, both ninjas and civilians, was extremely harmonious. The pain caused by the Night of Ninetales seems to disappear at this moment. Chapter 15. Seeing the huge area and the happy scene inside, Danzo's face instantly turned black like the bottom of a pot. You must know that the clan land occupied by the Uchiha clan now is where the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan were originally. Damn Ninetales, damn Namikaze Minato. If Ninetales doesn't spit out that tailed beast bomb, if Namikaze Minato manages to stop that tailed beast bomb, the family land of the Shimura family will not be destroyed, and the industry and heritage of the Shimura family will not be wiped out. Damn Sarutobi. I didn't grab the clan's land and dragged him into the water. Now the victim's clan and the Sarutobi clan can only nest in the corner of the village. But that doesn't matter anymore, it all comes down to the Uchiha clan's fault. The Uchiha clan shouldn't stay in this ninja world. Time passed by, and Konoha was full of enthusiasm for work. And in this thriving atmosphere, an undercurrent surged inexplicably. On the site where Ichiraku Ramen was reconstructed, a craftsman called the people around him together during the break and said mysteriously, "Have you heard that the demon fox was released by the Uchiha clan 2 months ago after breaking the seal? Real or fake?" "That's not true, my aunt's husband's second aunt's cousin's niece's boyfriend is the captain of Umbu. Can the news be false?" It turned out to be like this. No wonder the Uchiha clan didn't suffer any losses that day. It turned out that they were behind the scenes. In the streets and alleys, 2 low-level people are talking. The more I think about it these days, the more something is wrong. The Guyu in the eyes of the demon fox a few months ago, the more I think about it, the more I feel like the Uchiha clan. Round eyes. Really? You feel the same way? I have always felt that something is wrong with the Uchiha clan. Now it seems that Uchiha is the one who released the fox and killed Lord 4th Hokage. Sure enough, the Uchiha family is an evil family, and dealing with the Uchiha family is definitely not good. Rumors slowly spread from the bottom of Konoha. Young Patriarch, these are the most popular messages about the Uchiha clan. A jonin of the Uchiha clan, hands a scroll to the Uchiha Kedo. These villagers are too much. On the Night of Ninetales, my Uchiha clan risked their lives to cover their retreat. Some time ago, the clan gave them a place to recuperate. It's unreasonable to attack my Uchiha clan now because of a few inexplicable rumors. Okay, Shiraishi, what's the point of being angry with a group of civilians? Uchiha Kedo looked at the scroll and said with a smile to Uchiha Shiraishi in front of him. It's just a group of grass on the wall that will fall wherever the wind blows. Uchiha Shiraishi, elite jonin of the Uchiha clan. Since he proved his ability in front of Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Kedo has also officially become the head of the Uchiha clan. And Uchiha Shiraishi is also Uchiha Fugaku's bodyguard and communication officer specially assigned to Uchiha Kedo. It's still these old-fashioned methods, no wonder Danzo you can't beat Sarutobi in your life. After a few glances at the scroll, Uchiha Kedo suddenly lost interest. To deal with the White Fang fishing boat attack, now also use the fishing boat attack to deal with the Uchiha family. Is it possible that Danzo thinks that the Uchiha family will be harassed by some gossip like Hatake Misho, and the whole family will not commit suicide? Thanks to his many days of preparation, this is the result. Sure enough, in terms of strategy, the Hokage world is weaker than the real world by many levels. In particular, Uchiha Kedo was born in a country that has been infighting for thousands of years since the birth of civilization. Life is really lonely as snow. Beishi, have you finished what I told you to do earlier? Uchiha Kedo put down the scroll and said to Uchiha Shiraishi. Everything is ready, a total of 50 trustworthy clansmen who have activated the illusion of the 3 Go-Jade Grandmaster. Uchiha Shiraishi said that although he did not understand Uchiha Kedo's intentions, it did not prevent him from following the orders of the young patriarch. Very well, you take these 50 clansmen to the street to see who is spreading rumors. And arrest them all. Uchiha Shiraishi said excitedly. Of course it's not that simple. Uchiha Kedo said with a smile. When you find out who is spreading the rumors, join them and help them spread the flames. I want everyone to know about this rumor in the shortest possible time. By the way, give those people a little illusion influence, and let them help us spread another rumor. Speaking of Uchiha Kedo, there was a hint of meaning on his face. Looking at the expression of his young patriarch, Uchiha Shiraishi knew that someone must be in trouble. Uchiha Kedo intervened in the middle, and the speed of rumors suddenly increased by 100 times. After all, compared to hypnosis and illusion, what ability can compare to the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? In just 3 or 2 days, everyone in Konoha knew about the rumors about the Uchiha clan on the Nine Tails night. At the same time, another rumor was circulating. Hokage assistant Shimura Danzo and his root organization never showed up at Nine Tails night. Cold-blooded Danzo, stand by in times of trouble. Chapter 16. Who is spreading rumors? Danzo knocked the crutch in his hand loudly, and the raging anger in his heart was filled with endless panic. After all, whether the Uchiha clan played tricks on Nine Tails night, but his guess is pure gossip. But he made the root organization unable to make a move, that is the fact. And the rumor spread too fast, far beyond Danzo's expectations. By the time he found out that something was wrong and wanted to control it secretly, the rumors had spread all over the village, completely out of his control. And the people in the root organization were all sealed by him, so it was impossible to leak the news outside. And besides that person who can do this in Konoha, who can make the rumors spread so quickly? Is it you, Sarutobi? Did you make the shot? So those people have been affected by illusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the report submitted by Umbu, not only frowned. Yes, Lord Hokage. Umbu secretly investigated those who spread rumors, and found that they were more or less affected by illusions, and believed in what they heard. Captain Umbu said affirmatively. Illusion. There is no one in Konoha who has such a high level of illusion and can use it on so many people in such a short time at the same time, except for the Uchiha clan. But guesswork is not enough without evidence. And this was also intentional by Uchiha Kedo, otherwise how could it be possible to leave such an obvious flaw with the means of the Uchiha family? Revenge alone is not enough, people must know who is retaliating. After people know who did it, but find that there is no evidence to prove it, they can only bury their guesses in their hearts but cannot put them into action. This is the most embarrassing thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted to understand this point, took a deep puff of the pipe in his hand, and couldn't help but think in his heart. What the hell is the Uchiha clan trying to do? But before Uenfei Razan could figure it out, Uchiha Kedo had already sent him the answer. Led by Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Kedo, members of the Uchiha clan followed behind the two and approached the Hokage building mightily. The Uchiha clan, what are you trying to do? Force the palace. Watching the crowd of dozens of elite jonin driving the 3 Tomo Sharingan, hundreds of regular jonin. And that scarlet Sharingan, Sarutobi Hiruzen's old heart began to beat wildly. The strength of the Uchiha clan was somewhat beyond his expectation. Leaving aside the top-level combat power like Jiraiya, the high-end combat power of the Uchiha family is comparable to that of the entire Konoha family. The Third Ninja World War ended, and the strength of Konoha's major families was severely damaged. On the contrary, the Uchiha clan, because Sarutobi Hiruzen and other Konoha high-level officials are afraid, have never set foot on the frontal battlefield. It is precisely because of this that the Uchiha clan, which has experienced the baptism of war without suffering major losses, is now standing at the pinnacle of strength. Even Uchiha Kedo felt a little bit moved when he saw such a powerful force of the Uchiha clan. If we take this opportunity to directly kill Konoha's senior management and seize control of the village, wouldn't it be possible to completely change the direction of the Hokage world? And with such a major impact, the settlement system couldn't give him an earth-shattering reward. But after thinking about it, Uchiha Kedo decided to proceed with the original plan. Speaking of fighting, the Uchiha clan are all good fighters. The dynamic vision endowed by Sharingan gives every member of the Uchiha clan an advantage in battle. Even every clansman who activates 3 Tomo Sharingan will directly enter the ranks of elite Jonin after being promoted to Jonin. After all, the increase that Sharingan brought to the Uchiha family is so terrifying. In contrast to fighting, the Uchiha clan is far inferior to the current 3rd generation in terms of governance capabilities. Although Konoha's strength is constantly weakened when the 3rd generation likes to engage in infighting, the entire village is still managed by the 3rd generation in an orderly manner. The Uchiha clan managed only one Konoha security department. Even after decades of not understanding the management of the security department, his prestige in the village was greatly reduced and he stood on the opposite side of most people. If it is true that the Uchiha clan has obtained the management rights of the village, Uchiha Kedo felt that with the political wisdom of the Uchiha clan, the entire village would be destroyed. What's more, as a time traveler, what is the biggest advantage? Familiar with the plot. If the plot is completely collapsed now and the profit of the plot is lost, Uchiha Kedo will be the same as the Hokage native. Just as Uchiha Kedo was thinking wildly, everyone from the Uchiha family also came to the Hokage building. Umbu, who was guarding the Hokage building, was on the verge of a formidable enemy. They took out their best weapons one after another, and blocked Uchiha Fugaku fiercely. Everyone back down. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly walked out of the Hokage building. Fugaku Patriarch, what does this mean? I, Uchiha Fugaku, on behalf of the Uchiha clan, want to seek justice from Hokage-sama. Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice. Chapter 17. As he said that, the Uchiha clan under the top leader immediately grabbed a few people from the crowd and pushed them in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. The ancestors of the Uchiha family founded Konoha together with First Hokage, and they have guarded Konoha for decades. On the night of 9 Tails, I, the Uchiha clan, evacuated civilians with Umbu in spite of the ban. The elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan and myself are on the battlefield to face 9 Tails head-on. But I don't know why my Uchiha clan fought bloody battles, and these people say it is a conspiracy to manipulate 9 Tails to attack Konoha. I also ask Master Hokage to give me justice. Uchiha Fugaku said with a seemingly angry face. Master Hokage, please give me justice. After Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, all the members of the Uchiha clan said in unison. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help being stunned by the strong murderous aura coming towards his face. This terrible murderous intent, no wonder even the teacher is so wary of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help thinking, and at the same time felt a little puzzled. For a mere rumor, it is necessary for the Uchiha family to go to war so much, even pulling the whole family to threaten Hokage? If Uchiha Kedo could know what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking, he would definitely answer firmly. Why are rumors rumors? It is because it is false and cannot withstand scrutiny. As long as it is made public and proved to be false in front of everyone, the rumors will be self-defeating. On the contrary, it has been hidden and tucked away, and people have been using it to imagine. At that time, it will be passed on, and what is false in everyone's mind will become true. That's why Uchiha Kedo let Uchiha Shiroishi secretly fuel the flames, allowing rumors to spread quickly throughout the village. Then, in front of everyone, let Sarutobi Hiruzen dispel the rumors himself. Let everyone know that his Uchiha family is the true inheritor of the will of fire. Doghead.jpg squinting smile.jpg. And there are other reasons for all the staff to dispatch. For example, to enhance the cohesion of the clan, such as giving some people a blow. Let them understand that the current Uchiha is not the Uchiha that will be split later. If you want to attack the Uchiha clan, you have to weigh whether you have this ability. Judging from his current performance, his plan was very successful. After hearing the appeal of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it is not a rebellion. As for the other Uchiha clan, didn't they all catch people and bring them to the front? The evidence is all there, what else is there to consider? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, walked up to the crowd, and said loudly to everyone present. The rumors in the village made me vigilant, and everyone's reaction made me even more frightened. The Uchiha clan is as much a member of the village as everyone here. Everyone must not be wary of our heroes just because of some rumors. Just like the chief Fugaku said, the Uchiha clan is a well-deserved hero who fought bloody for the village. Third Hokage personally went off the field to endorse and explain for the Uchiha clan, which immediately dispelled all the rumors. By the way, the villagers' prejudice against the Uchiha clan over the years has also been greatly changed. This was a surprise that even Uchiha Kedo didn't expect. And to Uchiha Kedo's surprise, he set up such a big game, and he wanted to solve it with Danzo along the way. But he didn't expect someone to attack him first. I don't know who was the one who yelled first. Since Uchiha's rumors are resolved, let's also resolve Danzo's rumors by the way. But after waiting for a long time, I didn't see Danzo come forward. Danzo's attitude immediately aroused everyone's suspicion. Then, with all the families present, you and I supplemented each sentence, and came to an important conclusion. Nine-Tails Knight Danzo really didn't have a shot. The message is instantly confirmed. And they suddenly found out after interrogating the rumor spreader caught by the Uchiha family on the spot. These people are all instructed by the roots to spread rumors in the village. Good guy, this Danzo didn't mind watching while the village was suffering, but now that he has finally entered a peaceful period, he even spread rumors to slander the village's heroes. Now the anger of the masses has been ignited, and it can no longer be stopped. Under pressure, Third Hokage dismissed Danzo's Hokage assistant position on the spot, and the root organization was also forced to disband. Seeing that Danzo has suddenly changed from a high-ranking Hokage assistant who holds a heavy fist to a helpless one-eyed old man who is reviled by others. Uchiha Kedo said that although there was a little accident in the process, the ending was still very happy. However, Lu Shibaji also knew that Yunfei Razan's dismissal of Danzo's position and the dismissal of the root organization were just to fool Konoha's major families. And after this lesson, Danzo will definitely hide deeper and be more difficult to guard against. But one thing is for sure, at least this time Danzo will not jump out and point at Uchiha again. After completing the preliminary plan, Uchiha Kedo can finally develop Go-Yubo with peace of mind. Just at this time, the system also came to join in the fun. Chapter 18. Host led the Uchiha clan, broke the rumors, counter-killed Danzo, and received rewards after settlement. Clan prestige increases by 20 points, Sharingan pupil power is strengthened by 50%, primary Sage Body. Sage Body. Uchiha Kedo was overjoyed. Sage Body is a good thing. Even elementary Sage Body is a huge boost for Uchiha Kedo. After all, Uchiha Kedo will definitely open Mangekyo Sharingan in the future, and before having the Eternal Eye, Mangekyo is at risk of blindness at any time. And now with Sage Body, even if it's just a beginner, it can greatly extend the use time of Mangekyo Sharingan. As soon as the system finished speaking, a clear stream gushed out of his mind and gathered in his eyes. At the same time, a warm current gushed out from his mind and spread all over Uchiha Kedo's body along the spine. As if soaking in the most comfortable hot spring, Uchiha Kedo was so comfortable that he almost wanted to groan. But the warmth came and went quickly. When Uchiha Kedo opened his eyes, the Sharingan of Sangoku flashed past. Sharingan's pupil power has been strengthened again, which makes Uchiha Kedo feel that the world in front of him seems to be a little clearer. But Uchiha Kedo has no time to study his Sharingan now, to what extent, and how far away from Mangekyo. Now he just wants to know how the junior Sage Body can help him. Uchiha Kedo was overjoyed when he perceived it. He has just merged with the primary Sage Body, and his chakra has skyrocketed 3 or 4 times. However, Uchiha Kedo is only 5 years old now, and has not practiced for a long time. Apart from the 9 tails chakra in his body, his own chakra is extremely limited. Even if it is strengthened 3 or 4 times, the total amount is only equivalent to an ordinary Chunin. And Uchiha Kedo found that the tough physical traits he got from the novice gift pack seemed to be fused with Sage Body. Originally, Sage Body has a strong recovery ability, and the characteristic of tenacity is its strong recovery ability and strong continuous combat ability. Now Sage Body and Perseverance are merged again, and Sage Body's recovery ability has been further strengthened. Then if he gets the perfect Sage Body in the future, wouldn't it mean that the vitality and chakra are endless? In the future, planetary devastation will be 10 moons in a pinch, and Tenge Shinsei will be in a bunch. Thinking about Uchiha Kedo, I feel a little exciting. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kedo can't wait to go back to refine chakra now, and tap the potential deep in the Sage Body. The plan was successfully completed, and Uchiha Kedo and Uchiha Fugaku led a group of Uchiha tribesmen back to the tribe slowly. This time the Uchiha clan was dispatched as a whole, but it left a deep impression on all the Konoha families. Even though the Uchiha family has returned to the clan land, many families present still refuse to leave for a long time. It turns out that the Uchiha clan is so powerful that we must make good friends with the Uchiha clan in the future. The order continues. In the future, the family land must not conflict with the Uchiha family. If there is a violation, severe punishment will be imposed. Prepare some gifts. I'm going to the Uchiha clan tonight to find out. The Uchiha clan is so powerful that the clan land is still in the center of the village. Then if one day the Uchiha clan wants to rebel, wouldn't it be easy to capture the Hokage building? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt his hair stand on end, as if someone from the Uchiha clan would attack the Hokage building in the next second and cut him down with a knife. Subconsciously, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to relocate the Hokage building. Even if you stay away from the center of the village for this reason, as long as you stay far away for this Haibo clan, he will feel at ease. But when it comes to words, Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly dismissed his plan. The Uchiha family had just moved out and established their prestige in Konoha village. As Hokage, he moved away immediately, and stayed away from Uchiha's group. Doesn't it mean that he Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage doesn't trust Uchiha either? Although he really doesn't trust the Uchiha clan, he can't make it clear. I can't move it, I can't move it, I can't live through this day. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of the pipe in his hand, but the depression in his heart became more and more intense. No, we still need to find a chance to eradicate the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen made up his mind, and glanced at Konoha's back mountain from afar. Old man, this plan can't work without you. When he returned to the clan, Uchiha Kedo breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, after this period of unremitting efforts, the few mountains that blocked Uchiha's head were finally removed. Among other things, at least during this period of time, Uchiha Kedo can grow with peace of mind. At least he should take advantage of this time to sort out and familiarize himself with his abilities. 3 months have passed in a short time, including the 2 months of the Jianshi family. Uchiha Kedo has been in the Hokage world for more than half a year. In the past 3 months, Uchiha Kedo either familiarized himself with his abilities in the training ground, or accompanied Uchiha Kwan to pick herbs in the back mountain to relax. By the way, let me teach my ineffective younger brother Uchiha Itachi how to refine chakra and how to use ninjutsu. Chapter 19. Seeing the famous Itachi of Hokage in the future, learning wind style clumsily one by one in front of him, Uchiha Kedo almost laughed out loud. As for why not teach the fire style, which the Uchiha family is best at? Uchiha Kedo said that he needs to teach this thing. Fire style ninjutsu is not easy to read. But it is precisely because of this that Uchiha Kedo understands what is the real genius of the Hokage world. Chakra, who is born with 5 attributes of fire, feng shui, yin, and yang, except for lightning style and earth style, has an overwhelming ability to learn other ninjutsu. Uchiha Kedo still clearly remembers that when he was teaching Uchiha Itachi wind style vacuum sphere, it only took 3 minutes for Uchiha Itachi to learn it successfully. Uchiha Kedo can't help being a little bit speechless with such a terrifying talent. He learned these ninjutsu through system infusion, and he didn't need to learn them at all. But Uchiha Itachi doesn't have any cheats. Learning these numbers depends entirely on his own talent. Konoha 49 March. In the dense jungle on the mountain behind Konoha, 2 figures flashed past each other. Wind-style vacuum sphere. One of them quickly formed a seal in his hand, and with a soft drink, an air cannon burst out instantly. The printing speed is good, but it's still too slow. The vacuum sphere was easily dodged by another person and submerged into the jungle, passing through an unknown number of trees. Let my brother teach you what is the real knot seal. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. A huge water dragon appeared instantly, and flew forward at high speed with a soundless roar. Not good. Seeing the water dragon covering the sky and the sun, the visitor subconsciously shrunk his pupils, but it was too late to avoid it. This is the role of water-style ninjutsu. The single target attack power is not strong enough to be within range, and people cannot avoid it, except for second Hokage of course. The visitor subconsciously closed his eyes, but after waiting for a long time, the expected impact did not come. Quietly opened his eyes, wanting to see what happened. Suddenly a small stream of water poured on his face. Seen from a distance, there is a huge water dragon half-body coiled in the air, and the big mouth of the dragon is like a shower nozzle. A small jet of water spewed out from it, just enough to drench the villain in front of him thoroughly. Brother, you are enough. Ha ha ha. With a burst of laughter, the huge water dragon dissipated into the air in an instant, leaving only 2 little people who looked very similar. Alright G, Itachi, stop playing, come and rest. Coming. Walking out of the jungle, under the golden sun, a girl is holding a child, looking at the jungle with a smile. Kwan has worked hard. Uchiha Kedo said with a smile. It is rare to have free time after the project is completed. Taking advantage of the good weather today, Uchiha Kedo also took Uchiha Spring to the back mountain for an outing. It's just that when he was about to go out, he happened to bump into Uchiha Itachi and Suzuki. At the request of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Kedo had no choice but to bring 2 light bulbs and springs to Konoha Hyushin. And the fight just now was just a daily exchange between Uchiha Kedo and Uchiha Itachi. Little Suzuki, who was in Uchiha Izumi's arms, clapped his hands excitedly when he saw Uchiha Kedo and Uchiha Itachi. Babbling syllables that make no sense at all. Uchiha Itachi, who was still sulking at first, saw such a cute little Suzuki, Bracon's heart overflowed. No longer caring about sulking with Uchiha Kedo, he ran in front of Uchiha Sasuke in 3 steps at a time. "Brother, I am a brother." After handing over small Sasuke to Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Kedo took Uchiha Izumi and began to walk around. "It's such a good day, if only we can always be like this in the future." While walking, Uchiha Izumi suddenly let out a sigh of emotion. "Yes, of course. With me here, the life of the Uchiha clan will only get better and better in the future," Uchiha Kedo said with a smile. "Yeah, it's great to have you here." After the construction of the new clan land was completed, Uchiha Kedo also took out the secret medicine formula of the Sarutobi clan rewarded by the system and handed it over to the clan for production. And this secret medicine formula belongs to the Sarutobi clan, and it has been under the control of the Sarutobi clan for hundreds of years. Now after being acquired by Uchiha Kedo, it was produced under the name of the Uchiha family, and it immediately occupied half of the Konoha country and made a lot of money. With this extra income, Uchiha Kedo also carried out drastic reforms, which greatly improved the welfare of the Uchiha people. And Uchiha Kwan's grandma also promotes welfare because of Uchiha Kedo, and all medical expenses for medical treatment are borne by the clan. This greatly reduces the pressure on the Uchiha spring. And like Uchiha Kwan, there are many Uchiha people. Therefore, Uchiha Kedo's set of operations not only greatly enhanced the cohesion within the clan. At the same time, he also got 20 points of prestige rewarded by the system, and the power of Sharingan's pupil was strengthened again. Uchiha Kedo and Uchiha Kwan strolled around casually, and then slowly walked towards the original location. Uchiha Itachi, who was playing with Uchiha Sasuke, felt a little strange when he saw Uchiha Kedo and Uchiha Spring walking towards him in the sun. In particular, there always seems to be some inexplicable things pressing on the head. Chapter 20. Uchiha Itachi reached out and touched his head subconsciously. A green leaf was stuck in the end of his hair. "It probably got stuck on it accidentally when I was sparring with my brother before." Uchiha Itachi subconsciously gave an explanation in his heart, and stopped teasing Uchiha Sasuke with both of them. "By the way, I heard that the ninja school in the village has been repaired. Will you guys go to school?" After resting for a while, Uchiha Kwan suddenly thought of something, glanced at Uchiha Kedo, and asked curiously. Uchiha Kedo's face froze suddenly. How could he forget this? "Ninja school?" Uchiha Itachi asked curiously. "That's right, it is the ninja school founded by Master 2nd Hokage Tobirama. Whether it is a ninja child or a commoner's child, they must go to the ninja school," Uchiha Izumi said with a smile. "Then it should go, if everyone wants to go," Uchiha Itachi replied with a nod. "What about the catastrophe? I should go too." Uchiha Kedo pulled a forced smile. "In the past few months since the time travel, I have been fighting against Nine Tails, or dealing with the calculations of Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. These difficult operations made Uchiha Kedo almost forget that he is only a 6-year-old child now. And a 6-year-old child, of course, has to go to school. It's just that Uchiha wanted to use his adult mind to learn the most superficial and useless common sense in school with a group of 5 or 6-year-old children. Just thinking about it, Uchiha Kedo felt his scalp tingling. But this ninja school was founded by Senju Tobirama. When it was founded, it was required that all children in Konoha, whether they were born as ninjas or civilians, should go to the ninja school. Even Uchiha Kedo is the young head of the Uchiha clan. Big head, do you really want to play house with a group of children in the ninja school? That might as well kill me." On the way home, Uchiha Kedo thought as he walked, feeling extremely depressed. At dinner time that night, Uchiha Fugaku heard that Uchiha Kedo took Uchiha Itachi to the back mountain to practice ninjutsu, so he asked a few words casually. "Brother is too much, scare me with water dragon bomb technique. But my brother is really powerful. Obviously my vacuum sphere is already very fast, but it's still not as fast as my brother's water dragon bomb." Saying that, Uchiha Itachi showed a look of admiration on his face. Water dragon bomb technique. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback for a moment. He didn't remember teaching Uchiha Kedo water dragon bomb technique. And why even Itachi has learned vacuum sphere? After a moment of silence, a smile appeared on Uchiha Fugaku's face. No matter where Uchiha Kedo learned ninjutsu, he is always Zed's father. As long as Uchiha Kedo doesn't suffer and doesn't betray the Uchiha clan, what's the point of some ninjutsu? And the water dragon bomb technique is fast. Although Uchiha Fugaku is not a grandmaster water style, he also knows that the water dragon bomb technique has more than 40 seals. I want to complete 40 seals in a short period of time, and the release speed is faster than the sea-level ninja of the vacuum domain. Even Uchiha Fugaku himself feels it's not that simple. Does Uchiha Kedo also have such a high talent in ninjutsu? What's the matter? It's just an improvement, reducing the water dragon bomb to 3 seals. Uchiha Kedo, seeing what Uchiha Fugaku was thinking from the expression on his face, said casually. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help being surprised, the ninjutsu of 40 seals was simplified to 3 seals. The difficulty of this can no longer be described by a simple genius son. Could it be that his son is the reincarnation of Sage of Six Paths? Otherwise, this talent is really too amazing. After chatting for a few words, Uchiha Itachi said suddenly, "Father, are my brother and I going to that ninja school too?" Of course, all children of the right age have to go to the ninja school. This is the rule set by second Hokage back then. Don't Itachi want to go to school and meet some new friends? Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile. Then can I take my brother there with me? My brother and I both go to school, and my brother will be very lonely at home alone. Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Fugaku expectantly, hoping to hear the answer he wanted from Uchiha Fugaku's mouth. I'm sorry Itachi, little Sasuke is too young to go to school with you. Uchiha Fugaku patted Uchiha Itachi on the head and said with a smile. Oh. Uchiha Itachi's face was full of regret. As for Uchiha Kedo, he has stopped struggling, and just now he thought of a good idea. Ninja school is a must, but who stipulates that he cannot graduate early? Think of Uchiha Itachi who went to school at the age of 6 and graduated from ninja school early in just 1 year. Now, as Uchiha Itachi's elder brother, it should be very reasonable for him to apply for graduation a little earlier than that. For a while, Uchiha Kedo was a little overwhelmed by his own ideas. Soon time passed slowly, and in a blink of an eye it was the day to report to the ninja school. Chapter 21. Because of the existence of Uchiha Kedo. This time Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto took the whole family of little Sasuke out to send Uchiha Kedo and Uchiha Itachi to school together. Along the way, Uchiha Kedo saw civilians or ninjas everywhere sending their children to school. It's just that I didn't see a few familiar faces among these people. But think about it, Konoha's new generation of 12 Xiaoqiang is now about the same size as Sasuke, and they are still in their mother's swaddle. And other people, several times higher than Uchiha Kedo, have already graduated from ninja school, so it is normal not to meet each other. Rob. Following the school gate, Uchiha Izumi waved to Uchiha Kedo excitedly. Seeing Fugaku and Mikoto behind Uchiha Kedo screamed and blushed. It's so miserable. The parents who were robbed saw their undignified appearance. G is the young patriarch. I'm just an ordinary Uchiha tribe. Will the patriarch disagree with us being together? Wait, Quan, what are you thinking? You are only 6 years old now, it's too early to think about this. For a moment, thousands of thoughts appeared in Uchiha Izumi's mind, and his face was as red as a steamed crab. Gee, is this your little girlfriend? She's very cute. Mom likes it very much. Uchiha joked with a smile. Seeing Uchiha Izumi's performance, how can Uchiha Mikoto not know that the little cabbage in front of him is his own pig? Mom, I'm only 6 years old. Is it too early to say this now? Uchiha Kedo said helplessly. Although the Hokage world is generally precocious, it is too early to think about lifelong events at the age of 6. He is indeed a good boy. If you have an idea, neither your mother nor I object. Uchiha Fugaku also interjected with a smile. Okay. With a helpless face, Uchiha Kedo agreed casually. Why didn't she realize that Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto had such a side before? As a joke, Uchiha Kedo and his party also came to the gate of the ninja school. Uchiha Izumi, who woke up from his cranky thoughts, was startled when he saw Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto so close. Hello patriarch. Hello madam. Uchiha Izumi quickly bowed deeply and shouted. The little girl is so cute, what's your name? Uchiha Mikoto raised Uchiha Izumi and asked with a smile. My name is Izumi, Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Izumi replied softly. It seems that you and G should be good friends, remember to come to the house to play when you have time in the future. Uchiha Mikoto patted Uchiha Izumi's little head with affection on his face. Huh? Can you? Of course. What a cute little girl, Uchiha Mikoto really likes it more and more. Not long after chatting, a bell rang from the ninja school. When the time for reporting arrived, Uchiha Mikoto let go of Uchiha Izumi with a look of reluctance. You must remember to come to play at home. Okay, Aunt Mikoto. Uchiha Izumi said cheerfully. Alright Itachi, Zed, you guys go to school too. With a slight smile on his face, Uchiha Fugaku patted Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Kedo on the shoulder. Whether it's Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Kedo, he doesn't need to worry about it at all. The reporting process was extremely simple. Uchiha Kedo and Uchiha Itachi just went to the teacher Ryuya Yamashiro to fill out a form. Immediately after that, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Kedo were assigned to Class A of the first grade. Under the leadership of the teacher, Uchiha Kedo and Uchiha Itachi arrived at their class, and the whole registration process came to an end. The host successfully enrolled in the ninja school, and after settlement, he will be rewarded with 3 body technique, kunai throwing technique. Is there a reward for last school? Uchiha Kedo was a little surprised in his heart. However, whether it is three-body technique or kunao throwing, it is the foundation of the foundation. This reward has no effect on Uchiha Kedo except that it makes Uchiha Kedo more boring in the school days. Slowly, the classroom of Class A of the first year was also full of people. Uchiha Kedo looked around, except for a girl holding a puppy, he didn't know anyone except Uchiha Itachi. Inyazuka Hana. The older sister of Konoha 12 Xiaojiang, Inyazuka Yat. There isn't a single familiar plot character, it's really boring. After taking a breath, Uchiha Kedo lay on the table board. Uchiha Izumi was assigned to other classes, and Uchiha Itachi was a boring gourd, which made Uchiha Kedo have no one to talk to. Sure enough, it's best to graduate early. Uchiha Kedo thought silently in his heart. After everyone arrived, Shanjinglong also came to the classroom with a lot of registration forms. After looking around for a week, he was about to introduce himself to his future students when suddenly a student stood up. Are you Uchiha Kedo? Yamashiro Ryu also recognized Uchiha Kedo's identity at a glance. After all, Uchiha Kedo is the son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan with a prominent status. Is there any problem with this student? Shan Chenglong also asked kindly. Teacher, I want to apply for early graduation. Uchiha Kedo said decisively. Chapter 22. Shan Chenglong thought he had heard it wrong, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. A 6-year-old who just entered ninja school wants to graduate early? Get to know the most talented figure in the history of the ninja school, the now famous elite Jonin Heitake Kakashi in Konoha. He also stayed in the ninja school for a whole year before applying for early graduation. And it was still in the war period, and everything was for the war, so I agreed to Heitake Kakashi's request to graduate early. And now since Uchiha Kedo wants to apply for early graduation on the first day of admission? It's a thorn. After all, it is too magical to apply for early graduation on the first day of enrollment, even in ninja novels. Ryuya Yamashiro next time treats Uchiha Kedo as a thorny student who wants to attract the attention of those around him. But when he saw the firmness on Uchiha's face, Ryu Yamashiro suddenly felt dizzy. It turned out to be true. Someone actually wanted to apply for early graduation on the first day of school. Teacher. Come on, the teacher has fainted. Teacher, are you okay? After a while of flying around, Uchiha Kedo's application for early graduation was finally submitted by Ryuya Yamashiro. What does it mean? Looking at the report in his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen doubted whether his memory was in disorder. If he remembers correctly, Uchiha Kedo should be the first day of school today. But want to graduate early on the first day of enrollment? Sarutobi Hiruzen feels that he should not have Alzheimer's disease, or that Alzheimer's disease is not so serious. However, since Shinchilong dared to submit the report, there should be no doubt about its authenticity. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache when he thought that the Uchiha family had produced another genius with potential even greater than Kakashi. Taking a puff of the pipe in his hand and thinking for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed a ruthless look. If you want to graduate early, let me see how much you weigh. After making up his mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly signed the word approved on Tatsuya Yamashiro's application form. At the same time, he said to Umbu who was guarding the door. Go get Heitake Kakashi here. They are all geniuses, so let's see if he is a genius from the Uchiha family or Kakashi from his Hokage family is more genius. As the day passed, Uchiha Kedo and Uchiha Itachi were walking home. At this moment, Uchiha Kedo's mood is completely different from that of the morning. Uchiha Kedo did not expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to agree to his application for early graduation so happily. Although there is still a test to pass. But for Uchiha Kedo, no matter what kind of assessment, he will not be afraid at all. After all, in terms of strength, after 3 months of training, Uchiha Kedo has also fully mastered the ninjutsu he knows. Whether it is the wind-style ninjutsu of the Shimura family or the fire-style ninjutsu of the Uchiha family, Uchiha Kedo is easy to use. And if you encounter a strong enemy, the combination of integer 5 escaped alien bullets technique at the bottom of the box will definitely let the opponent understand what real ninjutsu is. Even the amount of chakra has been extracted continuously for 3 months. The amount of chakra in Uchiha Kedo is at least 3 times that of the newly fused sage body. Quite comparable to the special jonin of the general Uchiha clan. Coupled with his 3 Tomo Sharinan, Uchiha Kedo can't believe who else is his opponent in Konoha village besides those veteran elite jonin. Think about what to do after you become an official ninja? Go on a mission like a normal ninja? Of course it is impossible, he is the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, how could he do the D-level tasks of weeding and picking manure like those genin who just graduated from ninja school? Or the son inherits his father's career and enters the security department. Uchiha Kedo thinks this is possible. Later, when the interest came, he led a team of bodyguards from the security department to run amok and domineeringly on the street. If you are blocked, you can also say that my father is the patriarch. Just thinking about Uchiha Kedo feels a little exciting. Brother, why did you apply for graduation today? Uchiha Itachi followed Uchiha Kedo and thought all the way. But I still don't understand why Uchiha Kedo applied for graduation on the first day of admission. This time I asked curiously. Itachi, you don't understand. Uchiha Kedo shook his head and said. For those civilians, the ninja school is an opportunity to change their destiny with their talents. It's not like we have been standing in a position that most people can't reach since we were born. For us, the ninja school is just an adjustment, a hotbed. A safe haven to get you through your weakest early days. But now, brother, I have passed this stage, and I need more and stronger challenges to make myself stronger. Chapter 23. Uchiha Kedo said, with a hint of excitement in his voice. Uchiha Itachi followed his rhythm and nodded continuously. Believe it? Just believe it? Uchiha Kedo breathed a sigh of relief. No way, Uchiha Kedo can't tell Uchiha Itachi that his brother is a time traveler, and his mental age is already an adult. It is really unacceptable to play house with a group of children in school. So Uchiha Kedo can only tell Uchiha Itachi some of the truth. His dream is not in the ninja school, but in the vast sea of stars. Then can I apply for graduation early? I also want to face more obstacles like my brother and make myself stronger. There was a hint of admiration in Uchiha Itachi's eyes, and longing on his face. I'm sorry, but you are not strong enough to face the possible risks. So study for a while, and when you become as strong as your brother, you can apply for graduation. Uchiha Kedo patted Uchiha Itachi on the shoulder, turned around, faced the afterglow of the setting sun, and gradually drifted away towards the clan land. Brother, I will definitely catch up with you. Uchiha Itachi looked at the figure of Uchiha Kedo, who was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun, and secretly made up his mind in his heart. No matter what price he pays, he must be his brother's most solid arm. After dinner that day, Uchiha Fugaku called Uchiha Kedo to stop, and the two entered the study together. Uchiha Kedo was not surprised by this at all, and even felt that it would be a real surprise if Uchiha Fugaku didn't move. After all, when he submitted his graduation application, he didn't hide it at all. Now it is estimated that this matter has already been placed on the cutting board of the major families of Konoha. As for Uchiha Fugaku, if the patriarch of Konoha's largest clan doesn't know about this, then the Uchiha clan deserves to be wiped out. What do you think, G? Uchiha Fugaku said it directly and honestly. With my current strength, the ninja school has lost its help to me. I need to become an official ninja, and I need stronger training to make myself stronger. The same set of rhetoric, after practicing on Uchiha Itachi in the afternoon, Uchiha Kedo is now using it without changing his face. Uchiha Fugaku was silent for a moment, with a complex expression on his face, and said in a deep voice. But G, you have to know that you are only 6 years old now, and I am not old yet. I am confident that I can protect you and ensure the safety of the Uchiha clan. You don't have to push yourself so hard. Uchiha Kedo was slightly taken aback. Did Uchiha Fugaku misunderstand what he meant? He just didn't want to go to school, that's all. But what Uchiha Fugaku said touched him very much. Perhaps Uchiha Fugaku is not a qualified patriarch. In the original book, the Uchiha clan ushered in destruction under his hands. But as a father, Uchiha Fugaku is certainly above the passing line, and by a lot. Father, don't worry, I won't treat myself badly. Uchiha Kedo comforted Uchiha Fugaku by saying. Since you have decided, I won't say more. Uchiha Fugaku sighed slightly and stood up slowly. Before going out, Uchiha Fugaku said suddenly. The assessment is 3 days later, right? I will be there in 3 days. After saying that, Uchiha Fugaku left the study without looking back. Just like what Uchiha Kedo thought, the graduation application he submitted was also put on the desk by the major families. The Uchiha clan is indeed the largest ninja clan that has been passed down for hundreds of years, and the geniuses in the clan are really endless. If this Uchiha Kedo really has the same talent as Kakashi, then when he grows up, the Uchiha family can rest easy in the next 50 years. No, I have to watch the Uchiha Kedo graduation assessment in 3 days. Kakashi, this is the situation, and in 3 days, I want you to be the chief examiner of the Uchiha Kedo graduation examination. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the white-haired and masked young Kakashi in front of him, and said with a serious face. This time I want you to try your best to test the limits of Uchiha Kedo. Yes. Lord Hokage. Kakashi subconsciously agreed. When he walked out of the Hokage building, Kakashi looked at the brightly lit Uchiha clan. Recalling the graduation application form he saw in Hokage's office, Kakashi fell silent. The Uchiha clan. Kakashi raised a hand and straightened the forehead protector, revealing the scarlet cherry non in his left eye, thinking silently in his heart. Obito, if only you could live to see this thriving Uchiha. 3 days passed in a flash. Accompanied by Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Kedo took Uchiha Itachi slowly, Konoha's first training ground. The first training ground is the largest public training ground in Konoha. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to create a big scene. Unexpectedly, that night, he got news from a lot of family patriarchs, expressing their desire to observe Uchiha Kedo's graduation assessment in person. Chapter 24. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to refuse, there were too many family patriarchs who made the request. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only be forced to empty the first training ground and use it as the assessment ground for Uchiha Kedo. Alright, Uchiha Kedo arrives and finds that apart from Konoha's major clan patriarchs and Sarutobi Hiruzen, only his teacher Ryuya Yamashiro and a white-haired, masked young jonin were left in the arena. Hey, take Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen is shameless. Did you really find an elite jonin to be the examiner? But if it is really Heitake Kakashi Uchiha Kedo, he would be relieved. Without him, who doesn't know about Heitake's 50/50th title? And Kakashi Lanbo, just use a few ninjutsu to lose Chakra. As for Uchiha Kedo, although the total amount of Chakra is almost the same as Kakashi, but Uchiha Kedo, who owns Sage Body, said that even 5 Kakashi are easily consumed. Seeing the arrival of Uchiha Kedo, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from the pipe in his hand and said, "Gee, do you really want to take the graduation assessment on the first day of school? Since my teacher Tobira Misama founded the ninja school in 2nd Hokage, the will of fire has been passed down in the ninja school. Are you sure you have grasped the will of fire, enough to bear the burden of a ninja?" Uchiha Kedo was almost amused by Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Talk about the will of fire every day, as if who doesn't know that the will of fire is your Sarutobi Hiruzen's will. And there's a fart to that little bit of ninja school stuff. Uzumaki Naruto didn't even know the 3-body technique when he took the graduation exam, so it didn't affect him to become the famous 7th Hokage in the ninja world. Forcibly resisting the desire to complain, Uchiha Kedo took a deep breath and said, "Yes, Lord Hokage, I'm ready. In this case, Heitake Kakashi will be your chief examiner for this assessment, and you can pass this assessment as long as you survive under him for 5 minutes." After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, there was a burst of controversy on the court. Heitake Kakashi's name, everyone present does not know. Konoha's White Fang Heitake Mishuo's son 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato's disciple. It took only 1 year for him to graduate from the ninja school after he was so talented. Promoted to Chunin in the 2nd year of graduation, and became Konoha's youngest jonin at the age of 12. Later, in a mission, he was given a writing wheel by his companions. Until now, it is said that hundreds of ninjutsu have been copied, and he is known as Konoha Technician. Having such a well-known elite jonin as the examiner and asking Uchiha Kedo to hold out for 5 minutes seemed like a mission impossible. Seeing Kakashi appearing in the practice field, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes froze for a moment, and then slowly stretched. It's good to let Zed suffer a little bit, let him understand that there are people outside the world, and maybe he won't think about leaving the ninja school so early. Sighing inwardly, Uchiha Fugaku returned his gaze to the field. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Kedo and spoke suddenly. "You look a lot like a friend of Uchiha's I know. Uchiha Obito." Uchiha Kedo blinked, feeling a little angry in his heart. How is it that I am handsome, natural, talented, and Uchiha Obito, who is stupid? They are all so confident and believe that they can do everything. Kakashi continued. Uchiha Kedo was a little speechless in his heart. He was confident that it was confidence in his own strength. As for Uchiha Obito, it was purely because of insufficient IQ. "But I'm sorry, I won't release water today. Let your horse come here." As soon as the words fell, Kakashi's momentum changed instantly. The powerful chakra fluctuations are mixed with a strong murderous aura, making the surrounding air stagnate. If an ordinary ninja school student encounters an enemy like Kakashi, the aura alone is probably enough to frighten him to the ground. Even Uchiha Kedo couldn't help being shocked the first time he felt the change in Kakashi's momentum. But soon Uchiha Kedo adjusted his mentality, and a fighting spirit was born in his heart. Since traveling to the world of Hokage, he has only fought with 2 people. Once, with Namikaze Minato on the sidelines, he was furious at Obito while wearing a tailed beast coat. The other is his younger brother Uchiha Itachi. And the battle with Uchiha Itachi was more of a sparring experience, without any passion for fighting at all. Now that Kakashi is such a strong opponent, Uchiha Kedo also wants to try his true strength. Seeing Kakashi set up a stance, Uchiha Kedo quickly passed the self-restraint kit in his hand. In an instant, Uchiha Kedo had 6 more shurikens in his hand. Shua. Uchiha Kedo, without any hesitation, saw the 6 shurikens on the trajectory, instantly let go of them, and shot towards Kakashi. The shuriken throwing speed is good, but the accuracy needs to be improved. Seeing the shuriken flying towards him, Kakashi didn't panic at all. He also remembered the mission of 3rd Hokage, so he wrote the first evaluation for Uchiha Kedo in his mind. Dodging 6 shurikens, Kakashi was about to wait for an opportunity, but suddenly heard the sound of gold and iron colliding behind him. Afterwards, All the surrounding people were amazed. Chapter 25. Kakashi's forward movement froze for an instant, subconsciously jumping to avoid it in the air. The 6 shurikens did not know what kind of changes they had undergone, but they shot straight from behind at Kakashi, who was dodging. It turned out to change the flight path of the shuriken through collision, thus blocking all my movements. Such an exquisite shuriken throwing technique, truly worthy of the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi could see what Uchiha Kedo was doing with just one look, but that was what surprised him. And because of my momentary carelessness, now I have to dodge in the air, so I just hit Uchiha Kedo, and the next step is to calculate. Fire style great fireball technique. Sure enough, the moment Kakashi jumped up, Uchiha had already completed the seal, and a huge fireball shot out from his mouth, covering Kakashi in an instant. But Uchiha Kedo did not relax his vigilance at all, and kept patrolling around. He couldn't believe that Kakashi couldn't even evade his most basic calculations. Click. With a soft sound, a pitch-black stone that had been roasted by the fire fell from mid-air, and Kakashi's figure had disappeared. In that brief moment, Kakashi had already used his substitute technique, replacing his place with a stone. There is no front, back, left, or right, so it must be underground. Without hesitation, Uchiha Kedo jumped behind him quickly, and the next second Kakashi's hands broke through the ground, just in time to catch the air. Earth-style heart beheading technique. Preliminary trials are evenly divided. This reaction, this combat instinct, is amazing, and he hasn't even turned on the Sharingan yet. Fleeing in vain, Kakashi was not surprised at all, and his heart was full of amazement. With such a reaction, such a fighting instinct, Kakashi naturally thought that he could never do better than Uchiha Kedo when he was 5 years old. Be careful, I'm going to get serious next time. Kakashi suddenly sounded a reminder. It's exactly what I want. Use whatever you can. Uchiha Kedo said confidently. Kakashi was not talking, he turned his hands over and took out a handful of kunai from nowhere, and rushed towards Uchiha Kedo with his feet. The speed is so fast that even the average Chunin may not be able to see clearly. Although Uchiha Kedo has not opened the will eyes, his powerful pupil power makes his normal strength much higher than that of normal people. It also allowed Uchiha Kedo to see every detail of Kakashi's offense without pressure. At a distance of tens of meters, Kakashi arrived in an instant, and with a ding sound, Uchiha Kedo frowned. Immediately afterwards, a dodge quickly dodged behind him. With this one collision, Uchiha Kedo discovered that Kakashi knew his weakness. No matter how outstanding Uchiha Kedo thinks his talent is and how many ninjutsu he has mastered, physical development is a flaw after all. Compared with the body of a 6-year-old child and Kakashi's body in his prime, Uchiha Kedo has suffered a big loss in terms of strength and attack distance. With this in mind, Uchiha Kedo immediately changed tactics. Fire-style Phoenix Fire technique. A series of fireballs spewed out from Uchiha Kedo's mouth quickly, forming a single piece from the air, and falling towards Kakashi. Seeing Uchiha Kedo's action, Kakashi was not flustered at all, and kept the seal in his hand. Water-style Great Waterfall technique. A huge stream of water spurted out from Kakashi's mouth, and after extinguishing all the fireballs, it also covered Uchiha Kedo. That's all it seems. Watching the battle in the field, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip of his pipe, thinking silently in his heart. Although it was only a brief confrontation, Uchiha Kedo's talent far exceeded Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations. Whether it's the exquisite shuriken throwing technique, or the extremely skilled fire-style ninjutsu and wind-style ninjutsu, they all far exceed Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations. But after all, it's just a 6-year-old kid who used so many ninjutsu one after another. The chakra in his body should have been exhausted. A thought flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, and the situation on the field changed instantly. Fire-style Hadalong Fire technique. Uchiha Kedo formed the Madara calmly, and a lifelike fire dragon soared into the sky. What? He is only 6 years old. After releasing 3 or 4 C-level ninjas, Chakra even released the B-level dragon fire technique. I'm afraid this kind of talent was far inferior to Master 3rd Hokage back then. The patriarchs of the many families who were watching were amazed, but Uchiha Kedo's actions did not stop. After the fire dragon was formed, I saw a change in the seal formula in Uchiha Kedo's hand. Wind-style vacuum datama. Combined ninjutsu wind fire tornado. Before Uchiha Kedo finished speaking, the vacuum jade quickly merged into the fire dragon, and a flame tornado nearly 100 meters high took shape instantly. The roof of the training ground was torn apart in an instant, and Kakashi's water style was quickly evaporated. The high-temperature water vapor is rapidly approaching Kakashi under the wrap of the flame tornado. Chapter 26. The combined ninjutsu of 2 B-level ninjutsu, how many chakra does he have? Kakashi was shocked by the scene in front of him. The crazily raging flame tornado has completely exceeded his assessment of Uchiha Kedo. Although the number 1 training hall is the largest public training hall in Konoha, It still looks too small in front of this flame tornado. The huge flame tornado made Kakashi unavoidable, so he could only choose to carry it hard. As soon as Kakashi gritted his teeth, his hands quickly formed seals. Earth-style Earth Flow City Wall. Several earthen walls burst out instantly, protecting Kakashi in the middle. Boom. With a loud bang, the flame tornado slowly dissipated, leaving only a large amount of water vapor. The white mist filled the air, blocking everyone's sight. This is fake. Uchiha Kedo is only 6 years old. What was I doing when I was 6 years old? Peeing and mud. And Uchiha Kedo was 6 years old and used such powerful combination ninjutsu. Suddenly I feel like I've lived on dogs for decades. To be honest, I feel the same way. The patriarchs watching from the sidelines were also shocked by Uchiha Kedo's sudden combination of ninjutsu, and couldn't help discussing in private. Wait, this combination of ninjutsu is so powerful, Kakashi won't be killed. No way, Kakashi is also an elite jonin, how could he die at the hands of a 6-year-old child? Other than this Uchiha Kedo, whose child can use the combined ninjutsu of B-level ninjutsu at the age of 6? That's the truth, but it would be a lot of fun if Kakashi really died. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard all the discussions of the surrounding patriarchs, making him frown. Kakashi, don't let anything happen to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought silently while watching the water mist rising from the field. One of those present had a very different idea from that of the other patriarchs and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Fugaku has activated Sharingan at this moment, looking at the two obvious chakra veins in the white mist, his heart is full of relief. So Zed's strength has reached this level, he really deserves to be my son, Uchiha Fugaku. Wind-style great breakthrough. With a soft drink from Uchiha Kedo, the intense wind pressure instantly blew away the white mist on the field. The highly compressed chakra drove the flow of the wind, and after blowing away the white mist, the momentum remained undiminished, and it directly bombarded the thick earth flow city wall, leaving deep scratches one after another. When the strong wind cleared, the earth wall also crashed down, revealing Kakashi's panting voice. How many chakras does this guy have? Feeling the chakra Kakashi in his body, he couldn't help but sigh. Obviously, Uchiha Kedo is only 6 years old, and his training time is pitifully short, but it seems that Chakra can't use up ninjutsu one after another. After using 3 C-level ninjutsu and 2 B-level ninjutsu in such a short period of time, it seems that there is still room for it. What a monster! Uchiha Kedo is not feeling very well now, and the successive ninjutsu bombardments also exhausted the chakra in his body. However, at this time, the sage body, which incorporates the characteristics of tenacity and invulnerability, played a role. Uchiha Kedo only felt that in just a few seconds, his physical strength had begun to recover rapidly, and the feeling of fatigue was also swept away. And chakra is also continuously extracted from the body, gradually filling the veins of the whole body. You're good. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Kedo and spoke. Thanks for the compliment, I always knew I was great. Uchiha Kedo said bluntly. But there is one thing, that you are still too young and inexperienced in combat. Although your strength has surpassed all the chonins I know, but this time, please go back to the ninja school and study hard. This time the voice came from behind Uchiha Kedo, and the voice came with a handful of cold kunao. The battle is over. Kakashi said lightly. Shadow clone technique. When the white fog and the earth wall block the line of sight, use the shadow clone technique to let the shadow clone quietly go around behind me. Nice idea, but you'd be naive if you thought you just won. Uchiha Kedo had a meaningful smile on his face. Boom. A burst of white smoke rose, and Uchiha Kedo's figure suddenly turned into a stone and fell to the ground. When did this guy use the body replacement technique? Kakashi was all over the place. Even though he didn't use the Sharingan, he was an elite jonin. But with his eyesight, he didn't find out when Uchiha Kedo used the body replacement technique. Where? Kakashi immediately put on a defensive posture and looked around for a week, but he didn't see Uchiha Kedo. Is it in the sky? And just when Kakashi was guessing in his mind, a stone behind him suddenly turned into Uchiha Kedo. What is that seal? Tiger seal. Another fire-style ninjutsu brewing in such a short time. If the current Kakashi is real, he will really die, right? Seeing the knot seal in Uchiha Kedo's hand, the patriarchs immediately exclaimed. Chapter 27. I wanted to invite Obito to experience it, but since you are Obito's good friend, Kakashi, please enjoy it first. The essence of Konoha's profound art. 1,000 years of death. Looking at Kakashi's back, Uchiha Kedo thought to himself. A red light flashed in Uchiha Kedo's eyes, his face was full of excitement. The tiger seal in his hand hit Kakashi's indescribable part with lightning speed. Hiss. Seeing Uchiha Kedo's fierce move, the patriarch present subconsciously tightened his vitals and gasped. There is no way, this move is really too strong, the lethality is too great, it is really hurtful. Boom. Kakashi, whose vitals were severely injured, immediately rolled his eyes, and his body burst into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared in front of Uchiha Kedo's eyes. Shadow clone again? But it doesn't matter. No matter, it is the main body and shadow clone. After the shadow clone dissipates, all memories and feelings will be transmitted to the body. Therefore, Uchiha Kedo's attack on the essence of Konoha body art profound art has the same effect regardless of whether it hits the shadow clone or the main body. This fight is simply comfortable. Uchiha Kedo let out a long sigh of relief with a smile on his face. Uchiha Kedo suddenly appeared behind Kakashi, but his posture was not very elegant. I saw that Kakashi's legs were clamped tightly, and one hand was covering the injured vitals. The other hand tremblingly pointed at Uchiha Kedo, wanted to say something but couldn't say it. Master Third Hokage, at this point, there is no need to continue the assessment. Uchiha Kedo said lightly to Sarutobi Hiruzen on the stage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment, forcing a dry smile on his face. Gee, your performance has exceeded my expectations time and time again. I declare Uchiha Kedo graduation examination successful. Patriarchs, let us celebrate the birth of a new genin in Konoha. After speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the lead in applauding, and soon the applause became one piece. Amid the applause of everyone, Ryu Yamashiro untied his ninja forehead protector and handed it to Uchiha Kedo. Although he and Uchiha Kedo are only teachers and students in name, the two get along with each other for less than a day. But after all, he is still the teacher of Uchiha Kedo, and it is only appropriate for him to enshrine Jonin as the forehead protector for his students. Uchiha Kedo tied the ninja forehead protector to his arm with a smile on his face. After working hard for so long, he finally got this forehead protector and became an official ninja. Finally, I can play house games with those kids without going to school. Thinking of this, Uchiha's heart was filled with joy. When they returned to the clan area that night, the people of the Uchiha clan heard that their young patriarch had applied for graduation early on the first day of enrolling in the ninja school. And by defeating Hatake Kakashi, a well-known Konoha technician in the village, he successfully completed the assessment and became an official ninja. All of a sudden, the whole clan was boiling. The young patriarch is worthy of being the young patriarch. He defeated Kakashi at the age of 6. The future is limitless. The young patriarch's talent is so outstanding, wouldn't it be possible to become the first Hokage of the Uchiha clan? Hokage! Hokage! Hearing the cheers from the clansmen outside, Uchiha Fugaku had a relieved smile on his face. He will not worry that Uchiha Kedo's prestige in the Uchiha clan is too high, which will threaten his status. If there is such a day, he is more likely to willingly give up his position as patriarch and assist Uchiha Kedo to bring the Uchiha clan to a higher peak. Zed, you are now an official ninja, what do you want to do in the next time? Want to enter the security department, or take some missions to experience in the ninja world? Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile. Now he is completely at ease with Uchiha Kedo. With Uchiha Kedo's strength, even if he is on a mission outside the village, even if he encounters the enemy's Jonin team, even if he loses, he is enough to escape from ascension. It's just that Uchiha Fugaku waited for a long time but Uchiha Kedo didn't answer. Looking back, direct Uchiha Kedo was a little listless and absent-minded. Uchiha Fugaku nodded knowingly. It seems that playing against Kakashi during the day is still a bit too reluctant. At this point, Uchiha Fugaku immediately said with concern. If you are tired, go to rest first, and it's the same if you have something to say later. Uchiha Kedo nodded blankly, turned and went back to his room. Hokage, Hokage of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku walked to the window and glanced at the 4 giant heads on the Hokage rock in the distance. It was Konoha founded by the Uchiha clan, why can't it be a member of the Uchiha clan? Hearing the cries of the people in the tribe, a seed called ambition slowly took root in Uchiha Fugaku's heart. Itachi, what are you doing hiding at the door? Uchiha Fugaku shouted suddenly without looking back. Chapter 28. Although Uchiha Itachi is also a genius, he is obviously not as good as Uchiha Kedo who is open. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi's actions cannot be hidden from Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Father, I also want to become stronger, so that I can always be by my brother's side and not be pulled too far by him. So father, can you help me? Uchiha Fugaku froze for a moment, he didn't expect Uchiha Itachi's thoughts to be like this. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Fugaku walked slowly in front of Uchiha Itachi, touched Uchiha Itachi's small head and said with a smile. Of course, you and G are both my children. As a father, I certainly hope that both of you will become stronger. Uchiha Itachi nodded firmly, his eyes full of stubbornness. Brother, I will definitely catch up with you. Uchiha Kedo, who returned to the room alone, muttered in his mouth. How could this be? Although Uchiha Kedo is indeed a little absent-minded, the reason is completely different from what Uchiha Fugaku thought. There is a junior sage body who is indeed a little tired mentally even after the battle, but it has no effect on Uchiha Kedo at all. The reason why he showed the state is because after the battle with Kakashi, the rewards given by the settlement system were a bit beyond his expectations. Host beat Hatake Kakashi in the final exam with 1,000 years of death. Rewards after settlement: Ninjutsu Chidori, Reikiri, Hatake Sword Art, Hitomi Kamui. Chidori and Reikiri, after all, are ninjutsu developed by Kakashi himself. Hatake Sword Art is also Kakashi's father, Hatake Mashuo's powerful sword art. These two rewards Uchiha Kedo can understand. After all, Kakashi himself will also be something. But this Kamui is somewhat beyond Uchiha Kedo's expectation. Especially after merging with Kamui, Uchiha Kedo found that although his Sharingan's pupil power had increased a lot, it was still in the stage of 3 God Jade after all, and could not evolve into Mangekyo Sharingan. This is a situation that Uchiha Kedo has never heard of, not even in the original Hokage. It is precisely because of thinking about the reason why Uchiha Kedo looks a little listless and absent-minded. It's not Mangekyo who has pupil art, so what's wrong with my Sharingan? Is it true that in the original book, you have to let your loved ones die in your own hands to open Mangekyo? Uchiha Kedo was a little puzzled and wanted to ask the system for an answer. But no matter how Uchiha Kedo called the system, there was no response at all. Forget it, don't think about it if you don't understand it. Anyway, it will take a long time in the future, and a solution will always be found. No way, Uchiha Kedo could only forget about it for the time being, and turn to study his new pupil technique. Kamui, the time-space ninjutsu that was awakened when Uchiha Obito awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui Sharingan is connected to a barren otherworld. Uchiha Obito's right eye can make himself hollow, and can also open the connection node between Ninja World and Otherworld, so that he can move in space. And Kakashi's left eye can tear the space and absorb an object into a different space. It can change the position of the object, let it be released again, or it can stay in a different space forever. And now the Kamui that Uchiha Kedo gets is Kakashi's left eye Kamui. It's not Uchiha Obito's hollow ability, but it's not bad. At least if you're not afraid of going blind, it's also very appropriate to use it as a storage space, but I don't know if there is a different space connected to Obito. Uchiha Kedo did not conduct experiments, after all, he has not figured out what is going on with his eyes. So Uchiha Kedo didn't plan to try Kamui until he promoted Mangekyo Sharingan with his own eyes. The following days were easy. Uchiha Kedo did not choose to enter Konoha's security department. Because life in the police department is of no help at all to Uchiha Kedo other than a waste of time. And because the graduation examination was too much trouble, Uchiha Kedo's deeds are now spreading in the village. For a while, Uchiha Kedo seemed to be the star of the village. No matter where he went, there would always be a group of villagers admiring him. This annoyed Uchiha Kedo so much that he simply hid in the Uchiha clan's clan territory. I want to wait for the villagers to calm down before thinking about what kind of tasks to take and continue to improve myself. As for why a graduation assessment has attracted everyone's attention, it's not that someone is behind the scenes. It's just that after the assessment, the #1 training ground not only lost the roof, but also had potholes on the floor. The entire field management has become shaky, and it is difficult to undertake the important task of training the villagers. Therefore, the village also completely closed the #1 training hall for urgent maintenance. Such a big change could not be hidden from the eyes of everyone in Konoha. And why such a big change occurred in the #1 training hall also aroused the villagers' desire to explore. After finding out the cause and effect of the incident, the whole village suddenly fell into an uproar. Chapter 29. Those who are one step ahead are geniuses, but those who are many steps ahead are completely monstrous. Before Uchiha Kedo, the only one who graduated early was Hatake Kakashi, who is now famous. But Hatake Kakashi also honestly studied in ninja school for a year before graduation. But Uchiha Kedo applied for early graduation on the same day of the report, and the two were very different in terms of time. What's more, Kakashi's graduation assessment battle is just an ordinary chunin. In this way, Kakashi still relied on tactics and struggled for 5 minutes to pass the assessment. Uchiha Kedo, facing an examiner like Kakashi, not only fully grasped the initiative, but even beat Kakashi by a little bit in the end. Although this is also related to Kakashi not doing his best and not using some methods. But in the eyes of the villagers, he didn't care whether Kakashi tried his best or not, they only knew that Uchiha Kedo won. With time, Uchiha Kedo became the ninja of other people, the successor of Namikaze Minato, and the next Hokage of Konoha. And when the villagers celebrated the addition of a super genius in the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen was supposed to be the most happy person in the village. At this moment, he was staying in his office, smoking the pipe in his hand one after another. A genius appeared in the village. In other villages, I am afraid that the shadow in the village would have personally stepped forward to teach him carefully and listen to all the resources to cultivate him. Even if there are geniuses in other ninjas, whether it is the Ino, Shika, Cho clan or Hyuga and other small ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not have such a headache. Perhaps he had personally come to accept him as a disciple long ago, further consolidating his own power. However, this genius came from the Uchiha family. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but take another puff from his pipe. Sarutobi, as I said earlier, the Uchiha clan is a scourge. Danzo walks into Hokage's office expressionlessly, leaning on a cane. Give me the Uchiha Kedo now, and I will make it the most powerful weapon in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head without thinking. Impossible, Fugaku can't agree, and the Uchiha clan can't agree. You are Hokage, you give orders, do the Uchiha clan dare to disobey? Danzo suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice. It's different. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and continued. Uchiha Kedo is the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan. There are too many things involved in him. If you force it, it will only make the Uchiha clan rebel. At that time, even the other ninjas in the village will leave the vest outweighed the gains. Of course there is a saying that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not say. That is, if the person is handed over to Danzo, it will be hard to say whether Konoha's strongest weapon will belong to Konoha or Danzo. However, having been together for decades, Danzo understands Sarutobi's thoughts very well, and his face immediately becomes extremely ugly. Sarutobi, you must regret not handing over the Uchiha Kedo to me today. Staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly for a few seconds, Danzo turned around slowly and walked towards the outside of the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and didn't take Danzo's attitude to heart. It's just that Danzo's request gave him an idea. Sarutobi Hiruzen wrote an invitation letter with a pen, stamped his own exclusive seal, and asked Umbu to send you to this Hibo tribe. Hopefully it works. Uchiha clan land at night. What? Old man Sarutobi invited me to join Umbu. Is there something wrong with my ears, or is there something wrong with the old man's brain? Looking at the invitation letter written by Sarutobi Hiruzen in his hand, Uchiha Kedo was full of surprise. He knows that Uchiha Itachi will also enter Umbu in the future, but isn't that the bait given by Sarutobi Hiruzen to brainwash Itachi and betray the family? Now that he invites himself to enter Umbu, is it possible that Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks that Umbu can brainwash himself and follow his orders from now on? However, I think this is a very good opportunity, G. After entering Umbu with your talent, you should be able to gain certain rights soon. In the future, you will spy on the information in the village in Umbu, and the Uchiha clan will support you secretly. After you make certain meritorious deeds, from Umbu to the front of the stage, maybe you will be able to ascend to the position of Hokage in one fell swoop. Uchiha Fugaku spoke faintly agitated. In his view, inviting Uchiha Kedo into Umbu is Sarutobi Hiruzen showing his favor to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kedo doesn't quite agree with what Uchiha Fugaku thinks. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's personality, unless he died suddenly in the next second, he didn't leave any instructions. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Uchiha clan to ascend to the position of Hokage anyway. So wanting to be Hokage is pure nonsense. It's just that joining Umbu is also a good place for Uchiha Kedo. As far as the nature of his system is concerned, a calm village cannot give him enough nourishment to allow him to grow rapidly. On the contrary, Umbu, who has been chasing and killing traitors and carrying out missions, can allow Uchiha Kedo to settle more good things. Chapter 30. Although Uchiha Kedo and Uchiha Fugaku thought of completely two aspects, the matter of Uchiha Kedo's entry into Umbu was finalized. Seeing that Uchiha Kedo agreed to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he was also overjoyed, and immediately asked Kakashi to bring Uchiha Kedo to Umbu's headquarters. Umbu, the full name of the Assassination Tactics Special Forces, was established by 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama and is under the direct command of Hokage. And if it weren't for Kakashi leading the way, Uchiha Kedo, I couldn't believe that the headquarters of the dignified Konoha Umbu would be in the basement of a bathhouse. Entering the bathhouse through a hidden small door, and then passing through several illusion barriers, everything in front of Uchiha Kedo's eyes changed in an instant. There are many people wearing special Umbu costumes and animal masks on their faces, and all kinds of confidential information are everywhere. But the weird whole base is very quiet, except for the necessary sounds when handing over information, there is no noise. As soon as Kakashi and Uchiha Kedo appeared, Umbu wearing a Tengu mask appeared in front of them. I sent him to Umbu to report by order of 3rd Hokage. Kakashi took out an order issued by 3rd Hokage from his pocket, and said calmly. The Umbu ninja checked and confirmed that the order was correct, and immediately a female ninja wearing a rabbit mask led Uchiha Kedo into the depths of Umbu with a wave of his hand. On the way, Uchiha Kedo looked at the woman's red eyes, and somehow felt a little familiar. Red eyes, not the Uchiha family, why does it feel a bit like that 30 million unlucky girlfriend? It's just that Uchiha Kedo searched the memories in his mind, and it seems that he has never heard of Yuhihong or entered Umbu. But Uchiha Kedo was relieved very quickly. After all, anime is just anime, and it is impossible to explain everything clearly. What's more, wearing a mask, Uchiha Kedo couldn't even be sure if it was Yuhihong. Arrive. Walking through a long corridor, A huge training place appeared in front of Uchiha Kedo. This is where Umbu prepares for his usual training and selection. You can rest here for a while, and someone will come to teach you the basics in Umbu later. Rabbit Umbu whispered to Uchiha Kedo. If you want to become an official member of Umbu, there will be a unified assessment the day after tomorrow. If you pass the test, you can become a real Umbu. Uchiha Kedo nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. In addition, as a person who has experienced it, I will give you a piece of advice. When parting, the rabbit Umbu seemed to hesitate for a long time, and finally spoke. You are still too young now, compared with those who have been training for several years, you are at a disadvantage. Although I don't know what you think, but as someone who has experienced it, I advise you not to take part in this assessment. Umbu is not playing tricks, even if it is just an assessment, people may die. After talking about the rabbit, Umbu glanced around and found that no one was paying attention to everything here, so he turned and walked towards the hall where he came. It's strange that there are such kind people in Umbu. Uchiha Kedo smiled and shook his head. As for what Umbu said to the rabbit, if there is a chance in the future, he will save her life. Or give her a good time. Not long after, someone brought Uchiha Kedo to a large classroom, and there were several people besides Uchiha Kedo. Fill out this application form and think of a code name for yourself. In Umbu the name is meaningless, only the code name will always follow you. By the way, my code name is Kanzaki. The catface Umbu who brought Uchiha Kedo to the big classroom said to Uchiha Kedo. Code name. Uchiha Kedo thought for a while, and a name came to mind. It has been decided that my code name will be Tiansha. Although the touch of Tiansha is not very good, at least he is handsome. Heavenly evil. Kanzaki said with a chuckle. The code name is good, but I don't know if you have the strength to be worthy of the code name. While filling in the form, Kanzaki also explained to Uchiha Kedo a few things to note in Umbu. After explaining, he gradually searched the form filled by Uchiha Kedo, and walked straight to the outside of the classroom. Hey, little guy, I'm quite optimistic about you, but don't die on the day after tomorrow's assessment. There were only 2 days left before the assessment, and Uchiha Kedo didn't bother to return home, so he simply stayed at Umbu's base. Anyway, even if it is not official Umbu, there is enough room for Uchiha Kedo to rest. And it's boring. I actually walked around Umbu twice, and I found a good place in Uchiha Kedo. Equipment Department. A place dedicated to making weapons and armor for Umbu. Uchiha Kedo got the Hatake sword technique just before the last settlement and hadn't had time to prepare a suitable knife. Now that you have hit it, let's see if there is any suitable one in Umbu. As a kind of ninjutsu, Hatake sword art is naturally a famous sword made of Chakra conductive metal. Chapter 31. It's just that the Chakra conductive metal is very expensive, and Uchiha Kedo thinks that Sarutobi Hiruzen should not be willing to use such a good weapon for Umbu. Pick up a short sword casually, and sure enough, it is quite well crafted, but the material is just ordinary refined iron. Still, Uchiha Kedo took a handful. Taking it for nothing is not taking it for nothing, just to try the power of Hatake sword technique in the next assessment. A day is fleeting, and it is the day of the assessment in a blink of an eye. Uchiha Kedo put on the Umbu uniform, put on a mask, and followed the flow of people to a dark jungle. There are 2 kinds of scrolls here, one for the sky and one for the earth. Each of you can choose one of them later. And there is a high tower in the middle of the jungle, and the top 10 people who gather 2 kinds of scrolls and come to the tower can become an official Umbu. Umbuji Onzaki pointed to a pile of scrolls, and said to Umbu, all the trainees who were going to take part in the assessment. Uchiha Kedo nodded knowingly. This assessment method is somewhat similar to the Chunin examination that Naruto experienced. It's corny, but it works. In addition, Mr. Hokage is also very concerned about this selection. The top 10 in the selection can get a ninjutsu reward. So the result depends on your own ability. The assessment officially begins after everyone receives the scroll. After Kanzaki finished speaking, body flicker technique left the spot in an instant, leaving a group of trainee Umbu behind. Obviously Umbu style, simply direct. Uchiha Kedo didn't think much, and walked slowly towards the table where the scrolls were placed. Take a scroll at random first, and wait for the goal to be established before making the next step. But at this time, a sudden change occurred. Next to the table where the scrolls were placed, a trainee, Umbu, came to the table with one click, and grabbed dozens of scrolls first. Immediately afterwards, before everyone could react, the trainee Umbu rushed into the jungle with a dozen scrolls in his arms. Ha ha ha, you trash, the scroll is mine, and the ninjutsu is also mine. In this assessment, only I, Kangjia, can become the real Umbu. In the distance, Zangjia's arrogant voice gradually disappeared. After such an episode, there were only a few scrolls left. Zangjia has already hid in the jungle, and he will not be able to catch it in a short time, so the only remaining opportunity is cherished by everyone on the field. After a chaotic fight, Several trainee Umbu grabbed the scroll by virtue of their extraordinary strength or luck, and plunged into the jungle like Tibetan armor. And many more were ashamed, not only injured, but they didn't even see the appearance of the scroll. So this assessment can still be played like this. So as long as you can get the scroll and rush to the central tower, there are no restrictions on other things. If that's the case, then I'm not welcome. Although he didn't get the scroll, Uchiha Kedo didn't panic at all, and was even a little excited. Glancing in the direction of the central tower, Uchiha Kedo plunged into the jungle in front of him. This time the newcomer is a bit interesting. The one named Kenjia is a bit courageous, but I don't know if he can live to the end with those scrolls. On a hidden treetop at the edge of the jungle, Kanzaki and another captain of Umbu watched everything at the entrance from a distance. Well, it's been a long time since such an interesting newcomer came out, but the assessment this time is not as simple as it seems. There is a real monster hidden in that group of newcomers. Watching Uchiha Kedo enter the jungle, Kanzaki said slowly. Is that the kid from the Uchiha family who is said to have defeated Captain Kakashi? Captain Umbu subconsciously asked back. It's just a rumor, Captain Kakashi didn't use his true strength at all. Since you don't believe it, just wait and see. Jianzaki disappeared in a flash, leaving only Captain Umbu watching the distant jungle. Is it a god? I'll be waiting for you in the central tower, and it depends on whether you can come to me. Time passed slowly, and night fell. Uchiha Kedo sat by a campfire, staring intently at the hairs that were sizzling on the campfire. With an imperceptible glance towards the rear right, Uchiha Kedo sighed inwardly. Here we go again. Uchiha Kedo pretended not to notice anything, and continued to roast the hare in front of him. After about 5 minutes, Uchiha Kedo stood up to see if the hare was cooked. But at this moment, a subtle sound of breaking wind sounded behind him. Uchiha Kedo turned slightly to one side, a hand passed from his waist. Immediately afterwards, a white light flashed, and Wu Wu made of fine steel broke into 2 pieces and fell to the ground in an instant. Seeing his sneak attack was easily deflected by Uchiha Kedo, and in such an incredible way. The trainee Umbu's expression changed drastically, and he quickly got up on the spot and fled towards the distance. Why do you have to die? Chapter 32. I, who have never studied in ninja school, know that fire cannot be lit in the jungle at night, otherwise it will be easy to be exposed. But since I dare to do that, it must be my support. But what is your group of people relying on? Ignorance. While speaking, Uchiha Kedo disappeared in a flash, and when he appeared, he was already in front of the trainee Umbu. With a muffled sound, the fleeing trainee Umbu fell to the ground in an instant. While nibbling the hair in his hand, Uchiha Kedo skillfully searched Umbu's whole body. But it's a poor ghost again, without a single scroll. I've met 4 people in succession, and none of them have a single scroll. It seems that to complete the mission, I still need to find that guy named Kenjia. Ignoring the unconscious guy on the ground, Uchiha Kedo glanced at the central tower and thought silently. Early the next morning, Uchiha Kedo, who had a night's rest, set off early and headed straight for the central tower. He wants to reach the central tower before everyone else, and then start his own plan. He ran recklessly in the jungle for 2 hours, and easily defeated 6 or 7 trainee Umbu who intercepted him halfway. Uchiha Kedo finally came to the central tower. Looking at the closed tower door that never seemed to have been opened, Uchiha Kedo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we have caught up. Then it's time for me to play. Everyone who participated in this assessment, if you want to blame, you can blame that guy named Kenjia. With a murmur, Uchiha Kedo's figure slowly disappeared from the spot. Finally escaped, those lunatics. The tattered clothes and the scorched Tibetan armor on the face quickly swept towards the central tower. After snatching the scroll, even if Zangjia entered the jungle first, he was hunted down by all the trainee Umbu. But if Zangjia dared to do this, he naturally had his own confidence. With his proficient Kanohoryu swordsmanship and superb body flicker technique, Kenjia was able to successfully blaze a path surrounded by many trainee Umbu. However, after escaping with one enemy, Zangjia himself was exhausted. To be on the safe side, the counterfeiter simply hid in a tree hole that was accidentally discovered. After that, for a whole day and night, Zangjia didn't move and didn't even close his eyes. It is just that I am afraid that the traces will be exposed somewhere and will be discovered by others. He was exhausted by that time, and he was definitely no match for many trainee Umbu. But in the end, it was my uncle who was superior and kept all the scrolls. The only one who can become the official Umbu this time is you, Uncle Zangjia. Glancing at the dozens of scrolls in his arms, Zangjia showed a trace of expectation on his face. A pair of scrolls can pass the level. I have most of the scrolls now. If I bring all the scrolls to the central tower, will the rewards of the remaining people be mine? That's a total of 10 ninjutsu. Zangjia divided the scrolls in his hands into piles of 2 pairs. But before it was finished, Zangjia suddenly found that something seemed wrong around him. It was so quiet, it was eerily quiet. It is impossible for an untrodden jungle to be devoid of living creatures. But now, in this jungle, even the most basic chirping of insects and birds cannot be heard. There is no doubt that there is a terrifying existence here, causing the creatures that should exist to scramble to escape from their living environment. Pulling out the short sword he carried behind his back, Zhang Jia's face was full of caution. Cautiously moving forward a few steps, Zhang Jia suddenly realized that he didn't think there were a few lines carved on the tree before he was alive. I opened this road, and I planted this tree. If you want to live from now on, do you leave money to buy roads? Who is pretending to be a ghost? Do you think you can scare me by leaving some inexplicable words? Zhang Jia tightly held the short sword in his hand, scanning his surroundings vigilantly. The rat who hides his head and shows his tail, come out and fight this uncle if you have the ability. It's just that 5 minutes have passed, and the jungle is still silent, except for Zhang Jia, there is no second figure. Don't dare to come out. Then watch me bring all the scrolls into the central tower and enjoy all the rewards. After speaking, Zhang Jia folded his body and reached out to hug the pile of scrolls on the ground, as if he was about to leave. It's just that he is holding the short sword tightly in his hand, which shows that the meaning of Tibetan armor is by no means that simple. However, if someone is watching from the sidelines, they will find that there is no second person within a radius of 100 meters around the collector. The vigilant Tibetan armor didn't realize that he was fighting wits with a cloud of air. He just felt that the enemy in the dark was really calm, even though he showed his back when picking up the scroll. In the face of such a major flaw, he can bear not to attack. This secret enemy's heart is absolutely extraordinary. As for no one ambushing, Zhang Jia doesn't believe it. How could someone leave such meaningless actions in such an intense and important Umbu assessment, which might expose his whereabouts? Chapter 33. I gave you a chance, and if you don't come out, then don't blame me. Zhang Jia showed a sneer, picked up the scroll and activated the long-prepared body flicker technique, disappeared in place in an instant, and quickly ran towards the central tower. As long as he enters the central tower with the scroll, he is officially an Umbu ninja. At that time, no matter how good the heart is and how strong the people in the dark are, they will not be able to become the real Umbu without the scroll. The final winner of this selection can only be me. Looking at the towering spire of the central tower not far away, Zhang Jia couldn't help laughing. Is it finally here? The speed is a bit slow. I'm waiting until all the flowers are gone. The moment he rushed out of the jungle, a slightly lazy voice came into Zhang Jia's ears, causing his expression to change instantly. Someone has already arrived at the tower ahead of time, and is about to block him. When he saw clearly the figure intercepting him in front of the tower gate, Zhang Jia couldn't help but fell silent. In terms of size, this trainee Umbu who intercepted him may not reach his chest, or even below. For Uchiha Kedo, Tibetan armor also has some impressions. After all, Uchiha Kedo's figure is also very distinctive among the trainee Umbu who participated in the assessment. Originally, Zhang Jia thought that Uchiha Kedo's short size was only due to his special physique. Hearing Uchiha Kedo's voice now, Zhang Jia immediately realized that Uchiha Kedo was not a special physique but that he was just a child. How strong can a child with no hair grow at all? Although Uchiha's deeds have spread in the village. But Zhang Jia has been staying in Umbu's base for the past few months for the assessment, and he has been practicing his own Kanaharyu swordsmanship without hearing anything from the window. Otherwise, I would not have made such a judgment when I saw Uchiha Kedo for the first time. Where did you come from, kid? Get out of the way, and don't get in the way of my uncle. Zhang Jia said viciously. He raised his foot and wanted to rush into the high tower in the middle. The guy who left a message in the woods is still hiding in a corner, and the crisis can be completely resolved only by rushing into the central tower. Hearing Zhang Jia's words, Uchiha Kedo showed a big smile on his face. Very well, no one has dared to speak to him since he became the eldest son of the Uchiha clan. Are you teaching me how to do things? Uchiha Kedo said calmly, but this seemingly simple sentence made Zhang Jia's forehead uncontrollably shed a drop of cold sweat. What kind of monster is this child? How can he have such a strong momentum? As if thinking of something suddenly, the collector exclaimed in surprise. It's you. It's the sentence you left in the woods. That sentence. Miss Uchiha glanced at the direction from which Zhang Jia came, and instantly understood in her heart that it seems that Zhang Jia is the classic line left in the woods when she saw herself bored. I left it, but I've changed my mind now. I want to buy road money, and people have to keep it for me. None of you can pass this road. Although Haki's words did not match Uchiha Kedo's immature voice, it sounded like thunder in Zhang Jia's heart. Stop talking big. I will definitely enter the central tower. Only I will be the only winner of this assessment. In order to overcome the panic in his heart, Zhang Jia also held the short sword in his hand at some point. The weapon in his hand is like a hand warmer for 3 or 9 days, which made Zhang Jia feel at ease. Although he was no longer so scared, he didn't dare to say catchphrases like my uncle anymore. Although he hasn't tested the depth of Uchiha Kedo yet, Zhang Jie only knows that the kid in front of him is definitely not a character to be messed with. Glancing at the scroll in his arms, Zhang Jie gritted his teeth slightly. Later, if the situation is not right, he will throw out all the scrolls in his arms, leaving only a pair. After all, only a pair of scrolls are needed to pass the assessment, and Uchiha Kedo also needs scrolls to pass the assessment. A scroll caught Uchiha Kedo's attention, and Uchiha Kedo felt that he should be able to seize that brief moment and use the body flicker technique to enter the central tower. Have you thought about your last words? Uchiha Kedo spoke suddenly. What? Zhang Jie subconsciously said in shock. Is this your last words? It's short enough. As soon as the voice fell, Uchiha Kedo's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. So fast. Zhang Jie's expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously used the body flicker technique to leave the spot. In the next second, a white light streaked across from the original position of the Tibetan armor, leaving a deep knife mark on the ground. Hey, take sword technique, draw the sword and slash. With a silent recitation in my heart, the figure of Uchiha Kedo slowly emerged. The reaction is quite fast, no wonder you can safely walk to the central tower after grabbing so many scrolls at the beginning. Uchiha Kedo said lightly. Uchiha Kedo was not surprised that Tibetan armor was able to evade his knife. After all, he didn't try his best with this knife, it was just a simple test. What's more, those who can participate in the Umbu Ninja assessment must not be simple things. If the strength is not enough, it is impossible to snatch the scroll and walk to the central tower safely. And if Zhang Jie can't even dodge his knife, it can only prove that he is a waste, and he will die if he dies. Chapter 34. No one would regret the death of a good-for-nothing, let alone trouble him with the young head of the Uchiha clan. It was the power of Heitake's saber technique that surprised him. The knife just now was just the most basic sword drawing in Heitake's sword technique, and even Uchiha Kedo didn't instill much chakra. But even so, Uchiha Kedo still felt that there seemed to be a faint layer of slashing around his short sword when he swung the knife. Even if it was just such a simple knife, it left a deep knife mark on the ground. Really? Such a terrifying knife technique, can a child really use it? Zhang Jie swallowed subconsciously, looking at the deep knife mark on the ground, his eyes were full of horror. If he hadn't dodged just now, the knife mark should be left on his body now. No, maybe even the knife marks would not be left, he should have been cut in two by this terrifying knife. With just one stab, Zhang Jie knew that there was a huge gap between himself and Uchiha Kedo. Even if he has the ability to fight his way out surrounded by many trainee Umbu, he is not sure whether he can survive Uchiha Kedo's next strike. Give you all the scrolls, let me live. Zhang Jie opened his skirt, revealing the scroll in his arms, staring at Uchiha Kedo and said hastily. I've said it before, I want the scroll, and I have to keep the person. Hey, take sword art slash. Glittering white light flows from the Umbu-style short sword in Uchiha Kedo's hand, and the sense of sharpness emerges spontaneously. Kanaharu swordsmanship, dance of the crescent moon. Fight. He had already taken out the scroll, but Uchiha Kedo still refused to let him go, and Zhang Jie was also ruthless in his heart, and directly resorted to his secret housekeeping skills. The two avatars appeared next to Zhang Jie at some point, and the exact same move of dancing the short sword in their hands made it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Without using the Sharingan, even Uchiha Kedo can't tell which one is the real body at the first time. Kanaharu swordsmanship is considered top-notch swordsmanship even in the village, and the dance of the crescent moon among them is extremely difficult to learn. Kang Jie can learn the dance of the three suns and the moon, and can use it proficiently, which is enough to show that he is a good seedling of swordsmanship, that is, a genius among most people. It's a pity that Zhang Jie met Uchiha Kedo, who is a badass. Although the Kanaharu swordsmanship is good, it is worthless in front of the Heitake swordsmanship created by White Fang. If you can't tell which one is the avatar and which one is the main body, then cut them all together. The moment of contact was accompanied by a crisp sound. The short sword in Uchiha Kedo's hand was like a hot knife cutting into butter without being blocked at all. A section of the blade flew high, and the two clones shattered in response, leaving only the body of the collector staring at the broken blade in his hand in astonishment. Sure enough, Umbu's standard knives are still not good, and they can't exert the true power of Heitake's knives at all. When we go back, we need to ask the clan to help us forge a better blade. Uchiha Kedo frowned when he saw the notch on his knife. Without chakra conductive metal, Umbu's standard short sword chakra conduction ability is still too weak. Even if Uchiha Kedo is infused with more chakra this time, the effect is not satisfactory. But this is a matter for the future, it's just Umbu's assessment, as long as it can be used. With just one blow, even the weapon was cut off by the opponent. Meeting such an opponent in the Umbu assessment, the Zhang family seemed to find it hard to believe such a fact, and stood there blankly. And such an opponent who did not resist at all, Uchiha Kedo also lost interest. It's rare to come across a good whetstone, but I didn't expect it to be so useless. Casually knocked out the Tibetan armor, and then emptied all the scrolls on the Tibetan armor, Uchiha Kedo threw the Tibetan armor on the tree. When it comes to fishing, how can a fish see its own kind caught by a fisherman? He stacked all the scrolls outside the gate of the central tower, and Uchiha Kedo continued to wait in the old position. Now that the bait is in place and the net has been set up, it is just waiting for the fish to come to the door by themselves. Zhang Jia's saying is correct, only one person can pass this assessment. Inside the Umbu base, Umbu's team leader's He put down the document in his hand, and casually asked Jianzaki in front of him. How is the Umbu assessment this time? Have you found any good seedlings? How many people have reached the central tower? And Jianzaki looked at the information in his hand, his face became extremely strange, and he didn't know how to answer He's question for a while. This, Captain, there may be a little accident in this assessment. The results may be different from what we imagined. After a moment of hesitation, Jianzaki organized his language and said tactfully. Accident. There was a hint of surprise in He's voice. Could it be that the Tibetan armor reached the central tower safely after snatching all the scrolls? The courage is good, and the ability is sufficient. Although this will reduce the number of Umbu who pass the assessment, it is generally a good thing. He recalled what he saw at the beginning, and said to himself. Chapter 35. The captain's situation may be a little different from what you think. With a hint of hesitation on his face, Kanzaki said slowly. In and out. Isn't it Tibetan armor? Talk about the specific situation. Forget it, let me see for myself. He grabbed the information in Jianzaki's hand, glanced at it twice, and opened his mouth so wide that he could stuff 2 eggs. Heavenly evil? Then the kid from the Uchiha family really has such a strong strength. Stand at the gate of the tower alone, and face all the trainee Umbu who participated in the assessment. Are you sure this information is true? Kanzaki had a wry smile on his face, but nodded firmly. When he first saw this information, he was a little unbelievable. Although he was more optimistic about Uchiha Kedo, he didn't expect him to do such a thing. But the information was personally sent by the members of his team, there is absolutely no possibility of falsification. It turned out to be true. The paper crane couldn't help feeling a little lost. Could it be that Uchiha Kedo really defeated Captain Kakashi? No, I must go and see for myself. Muttering to himself, the paper crane immediately jumped up from the seat, striding towards the direction of the central tower. A wry smile appeared on Jianzaki's face, he shook his head helplessly, and followed the footsteps of He toward the outside of the Umbu base. 1, 2, 3. 28, 29. Now I have 29 pairs of scrolls in my hand, and there are a total of 60 trainee Umbu participating in the assessment. At the entrance of the central tower, Uchiha Kedo counted the scrolls piled up on the ground, thinking secretly. That means there is still a pair of scrolls in the hands of the trainee Umbu who participated in the assessment. Forget it, wait a little longer. If that person doesn't show up before the sun goes down, he's lucky. Glancing at the 2 tall trees at the gate of the tower, Uchiha Kedo thought in his heart. The forest used for the assessment is not big, and 2 days is enough for everyone to pass through the entire forest to reach the central tower. If the person who finally gets the scroll chooses to hide and not shoot, then Uchiha Kedo will not be wasted. Maybe it's possible to fire the whole jungle with a fire style at the end to force him out. Someone. Is the mouse hiding in the burrow finally willing to come out? The idea of using fire style flashed, and in the next second Uchiha Kedo found a strange aura suddenly appeared on the tower above his head. It turns out that I have been hiding on the high tower all the time. I have collected all the scrolls. Are you coming out now to take advantage of the fisherman? I don't even think about whether my teeth are good enough, whether I can eat this big fish like me. Hey, take sword technique, draw the sword and cut change. The figure of Uchiha Kedo disappeared as the breeze blew by. The next second, a faint white sword light erupted from the top of the tower. A moment later, with a loud bang, the top of the entire tower stood straight on the ground along a smooth cut. Is this guy really only 6 years old? I now kind of believe that Captain Kakashi could really lose to him. The figure of the paper crane slowly emerged on the big tree at the entrance of the tower. The complexion under the mask also became extremely ugly, and his eyes were full of shock and the joy of escaping death. The paper crane was originally a member of Kakashi's team when he was in Umbu. After Kakashi left Umbu, he succeeded Kakashi as a sub-captain of Umbu. Not long ago, he heard that Kakashi actually became the examiner in the graduation examination of the ninja school students, and finally lost to a 6-year-old child. Originally, he thought it was just a rumor, but after Umbu's investigation, he found out that the talented Captain Kakashi in his heart actually lost to a 6-year-old kid named Uchiha Kedo. Out of shock and curiosity, when Uchiha participated in the Umbu assessment, he got extra attention from Uchiha. It's just that I didn't expect that my aura would be exposed because of a small mistake, and I didn't expect to be discovered by Uchiha Kedo. Now being accepted by Uchiha Kedo as one of the trainee examinations. Thinking of this, he raised his head and took a look. Uchiha, who was standing at the smooth cut at the top of the tower, suddenly became even more ugly. Just now, the moment the breath was exposed, if he hadn't subconsciously avoided it. I am afraid that he, like the central tower, was cut in two by Uchiha Kedo's terrible knife. Hiding in a tall tree. Thinking that those people will help you block the knife, I dare not do it. Uchiha Kedo sneered, just because he didn't kill people doesn't mean he won't kill people. During Umbu's assessment, he didn't say that casualties are not allowed. The paper crane's eyelids jumped wildly, and it quickly jumped out of the treetops and landed on the open space in front of the tower gate. There were many people hanging from that tall tree, and most of them were in a coma. If because of him, Uchiha Kedo cut a knife, I am afraid that many people will die in a coma. I don't know what kind of bad taste this Uchiha Kedo is. After knocking people out, they hang them on the tree. If he hadn't seen these two trees densely covered with people, he wouldn't have leaked his breath out of shock, and now he is being so targeted by Uchiha Kedo. Chapter 36. The strength is not bad, no wonder you dare to ambush on the high-end center. Uchiha Kedo's eyes lit up. Umbu was indeed a hidden dragon and crouching tiger, and there was such a master in this assessment. Such a reaction and strength is probably no longer a simple jonin. I really need a pillow when I'm sleepy, just need a strong whetstone. Don't let me down. Defeating many trainee Umbu, Uchiha Kedo also settled a lot of rewards. Although most of them are more common ninjutsu, some rewards also make Uchiha Kedo very useful. Body flicker technique, and it is a more advanced body flicker technique that has been improved by the system. The body flicker technique and the invisibility hold technique are collectively known as the high level 3 body technique. The cultivation method of the high level 3 body technique has always been mastered by the village. Unless you make outstanding contributions to the village or join an organization like Umbu, there is no other way to learn. Although these conditions are nothing to Uchiha Kedo, learning by yourself is not as fast as letting the system directly settle the indoctrination. And Uchiha Kedo found that the rewards instilled in the system have been modified to make it more convenient to use. Just like adjusting the amount of chakra, you can change the strength of the water dragon bomb technique water spray. The combination of body flicker technique and Hatake knife technique calculated this time will be more useful. Although the power remains the same, the degree of weirdness will undoubtedly rise in a straight line. Hatake sword technique / change. Shua. Earth style earth flow wall. Seeing the disappearance of Uchiha Kedo, the alarm bells in Zhai's heart suddenly rang out. Taking a step back and forming seals immediately is his best defense. Puchi. The white light flew by, and the earth flow wall was broken through instantly, and the tip of the knife shining with white light just passed in front of the paper crane. At the moment of contact, Tuliabai was also cut in half, but Tuliabai was considered to have completed his mission to help Zhai win a little precious time. As the captain of the Umbu branch, Zhai is also very proficient in basic ninjutsu such as the body flicker technique, and immediately left the place with a dodge. So fast body flicker technique, so fast knife. Heavenly fiend, you really surprise me time and time again. One dodged and jumped onto the treetop, then said in surprise, ignoring the cold sweat under the mask. You know me. After hearing the words, Uchiha Kedo paused slightly, raised his eyebrows, and asked lightly. Of course I know exactly who you are. Zhai nodded slightly and said calmly. As Umbu's team, Zhai naturally needs to know the identities of his subordinates. Uchiha Kedo frowned slightly, the person in front of him actually knew his identity. The news of joining Umbu himself, apart from his parents Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and the possible Konoha elders. Is this another trick by Sarutobi Hiruzen? So the third generation sent you here. Zhai was slightly taken aback, thinking secretly in his heart. He is Umbu's sub-captain, and Umbu is directly under Hokage and only obeys Hokage's orders. So it seems that there is nothing wrong with saying that I am under the order of third Hokage. Thinking of this, Zhai nodded and said. That's right, I'm following the orders of Lord Third Hokage. Uchiha Kedo nodded knowingly, and the expression on his face seemed to become more indifferent. He was curious about whether Third Hokage had suffered from dementia in advance, so he invited him to join Umbu. It turned out that they wanted to use this excuse to trick him into that Umbu was sending someone to assassinate him. Uchiha Kedo couldn't help but sneer when he thought of Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan behind his back. Not to mention the impact of assassinating him, it is a joke to want to assassinate him based on Uchiha Kedo's current strength. After all, in terms of strength, Kakashi is not necessarily his opponent. In the life and death struggle, maybe I will suffer a little loss because of my experience. But it is absolutely impossible for Kakashi to kill him instantly. As long as Uchiha Kedo is not dead, to strengthen the recovery ability of the primary sage body, After Uchiha Kedo adapts, it is still unknown who will die in the end. Furthermore, as long as he dies in Umbu, no matter how Sarutobi Hiruzen can act, there are many excuses. The Uchiha clan will definitely rebel, even if it will hurt both sides. It is also based on these considerations that Uchiha Kedo agreed to come to Umbu to accept the assessment, but he did not expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to choose the most stupid method. Shaking his head imperceptibly, Uchiha Kedo set his eyes on the Umbu ninja in front of him. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen still wants to stretch out his claws to make some small moves, don't blame him for chopping off all the claws. At the thought of this, a cold light flashed in Uchiha Kedo's eyes. He clenched the short sword in his hand, and rushed towards the paper crane quickly. Body flicker technique is very useful in sneak attacks, but in frontal combat, the short-term stiffness of body flicker technique will greatly affect the smoothness of Uchiha Kedo's knife skills. Zhaihe, who was about to reveal his identity, was stunned when he saw the aggressive Uchiha Kedo. "What's the matter, little brother? I'm ready for a showdown, you come with me now." Chapter 37. But before Zhaihe could utter the complaints in his heart, Uchiha Kedo also rushed in front of him. "Hey, take sword art chasing the wind." Uchiha Kedo's eyes were as cold as iron, and the short sword in his hand cut out streaks of white light. The speed was so fast that even the paper cranes could only flee in embarrassment, tired of parrying. "Wait, is there a misunderstanding between us?" Under the attack of Uchiha Kedo like a gust of wind, it took 3 short sentences on paper and abruptly to finish. "Misunderstand? Did you start begging for mercy when you saw the situation was not good?" As expected, he is the person sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and his style is exactly the same as his own. Uchiha Kedo turned a deaf ear, and the Heitake sword technique in his hand was faster than one blow. Zhaihe hadn't breathed a sigh of relief to explain to himself, but found that Uchiha Kedo's offensive was getting more and more fierce, so he had no choice but to continue to run away crazily. Sure enough, he has some skills. No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen sent him here. His reaction and speed are comparable to Kakashi's. During the battle, the information of the paper crane flashed through Uchiha Kedo's mind. In this case, Heitake sword art lightning slash. If chasing the wind is about pursuing speed while paying attention to the strangeness of the sword, then thunder slashing is about pure speed and killing. Uchiha Kedo said silently in his heart. The movement of his hand changed suddenly, and the speed of the knife was a few minutes faster than before. It can be faster. The paper crane was also taken aback by Uchiha Kedo's sudden change. Unable to dodge for a while, the mask on his face was instantly smashed into pieces by the sharp blade light. A trace of blood slowly flowed from the wound on his face. This strength is indeed a bit of a skill. No wonder one person can challenge all the trainee Umbu and defeat them all. But kid, you also managed to piss me off. Once again evading Uchiha Kedo's saber technique, Zhaihe also saw the timing and escaped from Uchiha Kedo's continuous offensive. After wiping the blood off his face, Zhaihe's new fighting spirit was completely ignited. Konoharu's swordsmanship, Dance of the Crescent Moon. The same swordsmanship, the Dance of the Three Suns and the Moon performed by Kengjia and that performed by the paper crane are completely different levels. 2 shadow clones that were exactly the same as the real body together with the main body attacked from 3 different directions at the same time. Even Uchiha Kedo couldn't help frowning. However, the worrying problem is fleeting, followed by a strong fighting spirit. Not easy to deal with. What he wanted was such a whetstone that could bring him a different feeling. Heitake sword art slash second stage. A semi-circular sword glow spread out from Uchiha Kedo's hand. With 2 bang bang bangs, the 2 shadow clones of the paper crane were instantly broken and turned into a puff of white smoke. After your tattoo was crushed by Uchiha Kedo, you remained unmoved at all, and quickly approached Uchiha Kedo, and the short sword in your hand slammed down towards Uchiha Kedo fiercely. Ding! The sound of a body of fine iron colliding sounded, and a shock spread from the 2 people, and a gust of wind suddenly set off. Secret sword, obscure moon knight. Following this Zhaihe's soft shout, Uchiha Kedo felt thousands of sword shadows suddenly appearing in front of his eyes, which made it impossible to distinguish between real and false. A combination of swordsmanship and illusion. The trick is good, but since you know my identity, you should understand who you are facing. Who gave you the courage to show off your illusions in front of the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Kedo sneered and said mockingly. Sharingan open. Uchiha Kedo's icy voice fell into Zhaihe's ears, causing Zhaihe's face to change drastically. Sharingan? He turned on Sharingan. Impossible, he is only 6 years old. Even the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, the rebellious ninja of Konoha, only opened Sharingan when he was 8 years old. Could it be that his talent has surpassed Madara's? Just when there was a violent storm in Zhaihe's mind, a pair of scarlet Sharingan suddenly appeared in front of Zhaihe. It's still a 3-go jade. The Uchiha tribe who started 3 Tomo Sharingan at the age of 6. This is going to change. The moment he saw the Uchiha Kedo 3 Tomo Sharingan, The paper crane lost the desire to fight. There is an old saying in the village. The elite jonin of the Uchiha clan may not all have the 3 Tomo Sharingan, but the elite jonin who opens the 3 Tomo Sharingan must be an elite jonin. Even if Uchiha Kedo is only 6 years old, as long as he has the Sanguya Shulun in physical skills, it is absolutely impossible for him to be Uchiha Kedo's opponent. So he was going to run away from Uchiha Kedo's side. Want to escape? Illusion rebound. The 3 shopping desires in the Uchiha Kedo Sharingan began to spin rapidly, and the eyes of the paper crane suddenly became a little dull. Uchiha Kedo's illusion effect was reflected on himself by Uchiha Kedo. For a while, he only felt that Uchiha Kedo's short sword had changed from 1 to dozens, and finally hundreds to thousands. Countless short swords slashed towards him. It's over. If there is a next life, remember to stay away from people like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Kedo raised the short sword in his hand indifferently, and dropped it heavily towards the paper crane that had lost its resistance. Chapter 38. Don't want. Secret Sword Moon Shadow. At the critical moment, Jianzaki, who came late, suddenly appeared between the two, and blocked Uchiha Kedo's fatal knife for the paper crane caught in the illusion. Originally, Jiankai was one step behind the paper crane, but when the paper crane was teleported to the central tower through the formation of Flying Thunder God, Jiankai could only walk towards the central tower on foot. Kanzaki thought that he could see the paper crane when he came, and successfully took Uchiha Kedo into his own and became his companion. Unexpectedly, from a long distance away, the paper cranes were retreating steadily under the attack of Uchiha Kedo. Even if he hadn't come in time, he would have died directly under the knife of Uchiha Kedo. Fortunately, I studied Moon Shadow, and my accomplishments in body flicker technique are not bad, otherwise I really couldn't catch up. Fortunately, he caught up, and Jianzaki breathed a sigh of relief, and a sense of happiness welled up spontaneously. Tianxia, how can you attack your superiors? He is the captain of the Umbu branch. Kanzaki said subconsciously, but when he looked up and saw the scarlet 3 Tomo Sharingan in Uchiha Kedo's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. 6-year-old elite jonin? Jianzaki froze in place for a moment. There are helpers, let's die together. Although Uchiha Kedo and Kanzaki had met once, they got along pretty well. But since Kanzaki saw his hidden secret and wanted to intercede for Sarutobi Hiruzen's minions, Uchiha Kedo could only send him on the road with the paper crane. Without saying a word, Uchiha Kedo silently raised the short sword in his hand, a large amount of chakra was poured into the short sword, and a faint white light suddenly surrounded the short sword. There will be no more accidents this time. Wait, is there a misunderstanding between us? After Jianzaki's procrastination, he finally broke free from the illusion, and said quickly when he saw Uchiha Kedo's movements. Misunderstand? Is there any misunderstanding? It's just that you wanted to kill me, but your skills were inferior to others, and I killed you instead. Uchiha Kedo said lightly. Kill you? I never thought of killing you. His eyes widened, and he said hastily with a face full of disbelief. I just came to see how my subordinates performed in the Umbu assessment, that's all. Jianzaki also nodded quickly, proving that what he said was true. The movements in Uchiha Kedo's hands paused, and he began to think that the set of rhetoric was a plan by Zhai and Kanzaki to delay the attack, or was there really some misunderstanding in it? In other words, if someone saw his secret before, Uchiha Kedo said that no matter whether it was a misunderstanding or not, he would kill him. After all, the current Uchiha clan is enough for Konoha's senior management to fear. If it is rumored that he is 6 years old again, start 3 Tomo Sharingan, I am afraid that Sarutobi Hiruzen and others will not be able to sleep well at night. After all, Uchiha without Sharingan is a good Uchiha. Starting 3 Tomo Sharingan at the age of 6 is absolutely unacceptable to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha elders. Therefore, in order to avoid Sarutobi Hiruzen's people rushing to the wall, Uchiha Kedo also had to hide part of his strength. So Uchiha Kedo can show extraordinary talent, but he must not expose 3 Tomo Sharingan prematurely. Just beating the reward settled by the Umbu system also gave Uchiha Kedo a new idea in his mind. The seal of the root of tongue disaster. Danzo is used to control the spells of members of the organization. The one under the spell must never tell the secret about the one who was released. Among the trainee Umbu defeated by Uchiha Kedo, there was a ninja who was once rooted, so Uchiha Kedo also received a system settlement reward after defeating it. With the seal of tongue disaster eradication, Uchiha Kiri doesn't have to worry about Zizuru or Kanzaki betraying their secrets to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After thinking for a moment, Uchiha Kedo decided to listen to Zizuru and Kanzaki first, to see if they could give him a convincing explanation. If he can't even give such a simple reason, then Zhai and Jianzaki are completely worthless to him. Tell me, what's going on? Uchiha Kedo put down the short sword and said calmly. Now that Sharingan has been exposed, Uchiha Kedo has not deliberately covered it up. In addition, Driving the Sharingan Uchiha Kedo is not afraid of sudden attacks by Jianzaki and Zhai. To borrow a word, under his eyes, any small movements are meaningless. Stared straight at by the scarlet eyes of Swalun, Zhai and Jianzaki felt that their breathing was stagnant. The psychological pressure is far greater than the physical pain. In the face of a life and death crisis, coupled with the fact that this was a misunderstanding, Zhai was also very happy, like pouring beans from a bamboo tube, revealing everything cleanly. Jianzaki also kept nodding his head, and even explained a few sentences when Zhai missed something or was ambiguous. Fearing that Uchiha Kedo would not understand, he raised his sword and dropped it. So it was really a misunderstanding? An Umbu team leader came to observe the assessment of his subordinates, but because of his lack of strength, he almost died at the hands of his subordinates. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kedo felt a little absurd in his heart. Chapter 39. It's unbelievable, but Uchiha Kedo is sure that neither Chizuru nor Kanzaki is lying. Sure enough, with the character of Sarutobi Hiruzen, how could it be possible to do anything in the Umbu assessment? Even if it is to find an excuse to send Uchiha Kedo out of the village and send soldiers to ambush him, it is better than doing it on the Umbu assessment. Knowing the truth of the matter, Uchiha Kedo glanced at the paper crane sympathetically. The unlucky child couldn't speak clearly, and almost lost his life. Now that it was confirmed that it was a misunderstanding, these two people could be used by him. After a moment of silence, Uchiha Kedo took off his mask and said calmly. Since it's a misunderstanding, I'll give you a choice. Either submit to me and help me keep the secret. Or, the root ninja rebelled, and the Umbu branch leaders Chizuru died in the chaos, and the small leader Kanzaki died in a fierce battle. Choose. Seeing Uchiha Kedo's immature face, Zhai was startled. Although it is clearly stated in the information that Uchiha Kedo is only 6 years old this year, seeing Uchiha Kedo's appearance with his own eyes at this moment, Zhai still feels sad in his heart. Sometimes the gap between people is really bigger than the gap between people and dogs. Some people can beat elite Jonin at the age of 6 and beat the captain of the Umbu branch, while some people can't even pee and mud at the age of 6, not to mention ninjutsu can't even refine chakra. On hearing Uchiha Kedo's concocted cause of death for them, both Chizuru and Kanzaki fell silent. With the identity of Uchiha Kedo, Chizuru and Kanzaki have no doubt that they are telling lies. Even if the two of them really died in the hands of Uchiha Kedo. The two dead young patriarchs of the Umbu and Uchiha tribes, with their toes, wondered what the third Hokage would choose. Jianzaki and Zhai looked at each other, fell silent for a while, and said inwardly, I'm sorry Hokage-sama. Then the two knelt on one knee in front of Uchiha Kedo and said respectfully. Zhai, Jianzaki, see the young patriarch. Uchiha Kedo nodded with a smile, participated in the Umbu assessment, and also subdued Umbu's sub-captain, as expected of him. Now that Chizuru and Kanzaki had surrendered, Uchiha Kedo also began to understand the situation of his two subordinates. Kanzaki's real name is Chi Shanjian, a genius ninja of an unknown ninja clan, with special Jonin strength, and he has been sitting in the position of team leader since joining Umbu 3 years ago. Zhai's real name is Moonlight Yunhee. In terms of relationship, it should be Moonlight Hei's cousin, Grandmaster Swordsmanship and Jonin strength. He has been in Umbu for 5 years and is Kakashi's old subordinate. Now Zhai is a sub-team leader of Konoha Umbu, and he is in charge of 7 sub-units. Hearing the words of the paper crane, Uchiha Kedo couldn't help but look at the paper crane more. Unexpectedly, Zhai was born in a famous family, and the swordsmanship of the Moonlight family is also very famous in the whole Konoha. He is still the cousin of that tuberculosis ghost Moonlight Gale. I hope that the paper crane will not be like the Moonlight Blast, looking terminally ill before reaching middle age. After understanding the situation, Uchiha Kedo thought for a while and said. You will stay in Umbu. If there is a task, I will let the Uchiha clan cooperate as much as possible to help you climb to a higher position in Umbu. In the future, any information about the Uchiha clan and Konoha high-level officials will be secretly intercepted. I need you to be the eyes of the Uchiha clan in Umbu. Zhai and Kanzaki did not speak, since they have decided to surrender, it is only natural to accept Uchiha Kedo's order. As a benefit, Kanzaki, your Kishin family can become a vassal ninja of the Uchiha clan and be protected by the Uchiha clan. What? Kanzaki seemed a little unable to believe his ears, and asked subconsciously. But immediately my heart was wrapped in a huge surprise. The Kishin family claims that they are ninjas, but in reality the Jonin are no different from ordinary people. It is undoubtedly a great honor and a great opportunity for the 3 families to become the vassal ninja of the Uchiha family. Thank you, young patriarch. From now on, under the orders of the young patriarch, Jianzaki will definitely go all out. Wanting to understand the key, Kanzaki said gratefully immediately. Regarding Kanzaki's reaction, Uchiha Kedo also had expected it, and waved his hand casually. As for the paper crane and your Moonlight clan, I will list the Moonlight clan as the partners of the Uchiha clan when I go back. Thank you, young patriarch. Uchiha said gratefully. If you do things for me, then I won't let you suffer. Uchiha Kedo said with a smile, but then changed the topic and showed a meaningful smile on his face. But if you dare to betray me, I guarantee that the result is something you absolutely don't want to see. Carrots and sticks? The simplest and most effective method of employing people has been handed down from ancient times to the present. Sure enough, both Jianzaki and Uchiha heard the threat of Uchiha Kedo, and suddenly a chill came from the tailbone to Tianling Gai. Young patriarch, don't worry, we will follow the orders of the young patriarch in the future and never dare to betray. Jianzaki and Uchiha said in unison. Uchiha Kedo was non-committal about the assurances of the two. Guarantee belongs to guarantee, and necessary insurance is still required. Seeing that the curse marks on Jianzaki and Uchiha's tongues disappeared, Uchiha Kedo was completely relieved. It has to be said that Danzo is not completely useless, at least the invented seal of tongue curse is very useful. Chapter 40. As for the other trainees hanging on the tree, although they cannot plant the seal of eradicating tongue disasters, they still have to do the necessary finishing work. After all, no one can be sure if someone woke up and overheard everything when he was talking with Uchiha Jianzaki. Using the Sherry non-illusion, Uchiha Kedo implanted a new memory in all ninjas who participated in the assessment. After waking up, they only remember that after being knocked out by Tianxia during the assessment, they woke up and hung on the tree, and they didn't know anything else. In the process of composing the memory, Uchiha Kedo also found the last pair of scrolls he was missing. Even if Uchiha Kedo was killed, he would never have imagined that Zhang Jia would hide the last pair of scrolls in his crotch. If it wasn't for hanging on the tree, there are two weird protrusions on Zhang Jia's pants, maybe even Uchiha Kedo wouldn't be able to spot the strangeness. Uchiha Kedo glanced at Zhang Jia in disgust and hid the scrolls. He didn't want this pair of scrolls anymore, and it's good to have collected 29 pairs. However, Uchiha saw Uchiha Kedo's expression, and immediately volunteered to take out the pair of scrolls hidden from the crotch of the Tibetan armor. Although it was just an insignificant matter, it didn't affect Uchiha's thought of being courteous at all. With all the scrolls in hand, Uchiha Kedo entered the central tower. Originally, even this step could have been skipped. After all, Uchiha was solely responsible for the assessment. Now that the paper cranes have surrendered to him, the so-called assessment is just a process for Uchiha Kedo. But Uchiha Kedo thinks that the assessment is not important, he just wants to see what kind of reward Sarutobi Hiruzen can give. Especially Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression when he saw that he was the only one who passed the assessment this time, and all the rewards were exclusive to him. The formation of the Flying Thunder God is depicted in the central tower, and it is through the formation of the Flying Thunder God that the origami cranes came to the central tower without Uchiha Kedo's perception. Flying Thunder God's formation is a simplified version of Flying Thunder God technique. Through the array pattern prepared in advance, the transport chakra can be transported between two fixed locations. It's just that the loss of chakra is huge. Although it is convenient, it is not very practical. After entering the central tower, the origami crane activates the Flying Thunder God formation to pass on the news of the end of the assessment to Sarutobi Hiruzen. About 5 minutes later, with a ripple in the space, Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing a Hokage imperial robe and holding a pipe in his hand, appeared in the central tower. Master Third Hokage's assessment has ended, and the winner this time is only Tianxia. Uchiha said respectfully. Only one person. Sure enough, is still Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, and asked the paper crane to bring the only winner, Tianxia, over. Then Uchiha Kedo should now know how far he is from the real After all, he's just a child. I'll tell him about the Will of Fire later, and Uchiha Kedo will definitely understand that the ethnic group is small, and only the village is truly great. Maybe also give Shisui and Uchiha Kedo a little more exposure. With Shisui's example, Uchiha Kedo should understand the painstaking efforts of the village better. Sarutobi Hiruzen was full of longing while smoking the pipe in his hand. In terms of brainwashing ability, how can the little Uchiha compare with his great third Hokage? The Senju family has been turned into a bubble in history, and the family has been completely erased, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has become the strongest Hokage in history. His will of Sarutobi Hiruzen is the will of fire. Uchiha Kedo is just a 6-year-old child, how could he maintain his will under the installation of Umbu's will of fire all the time? If the members of the Uchiha clan finally find out that the one who destroyed the Uchiha clan was their respected young patriarch, I don't know how wonderful the scene will be. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and took a puff of the pipe in his hand. And Tianxia is really a good code name. It must be a rare talent to beat who participated in the assessment including Uchiha Kedo. Such a genius is worthy of his resources to cultivate, maybe it will be a sharp weapon against the Uchiha clan in the future. I just don't know if this Tianxia is a commoner ninja or a child of the family. It's better to be a civilian ninja, no background, and easy to control, just like 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. And just when Sarutobi Hiruzen imagined the identity of Tianxia, Zhai Chungqing came to Sarutobi Hiruzen. When Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the so-called Tianxia with joy, the smile on his face suddenly became extremely stiff. With a petite figure and black hair, even wearing a mask can make people recognize that the person in front of him is just a child. The only child participating in this assessment is Uchiha Kedo, who was specially approved by Sarutobi Hiruzen. So, Uchiha is the one who defeated all the trainee who participated in the assessment. For a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that his wonderful imagination was disgusting like shit. It turns out that you are Tianxia, you are truly a hero, and Konoha's future will be in the hands of you young people. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced a smile and said casually. As for rewards, what kind of rewards? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything. Chapter 41. But in the end Sarutobi Hiruzen could only obediently offer the reward. After all, the identity of Uchiha Kedo is there, and the deduction of Uchiha Kedo's reward is tantamount to asking for trouble for oneself. Originally, the top 10 who reached the central tower could all get a ninjutsu reward. But this time, Uchiha Kedo stopped at the gate of the tower alone, intercepted all the who were assessed, collected all the scrolls, and became the only one who passed the test. If it is just a ninjutsu reward according to the previous plan, it is undoubtedly not worthy of Uchiha Kedo's status. But Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little unwilling to give too much. The Uchiha family is already very powerful, and now they have to contribute to the growth of Uchiha Kedo. This contrast almost made Sarutobi Hiruzen vomit blood on the spot. After thinking for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to give second Hokage Senjuto Birama's matching sword, Thor's sword, as a reward. Compared to letting Uchiha Kedo learn the forbidden technique on the Book of Seals, it is better to abandon the sword of Thor, which is more symbolic than actual. Seeing the flames in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, but he had to grit his teeth and hand over the Thunder God's sword to himself, Uchiha Kedo almost laughed out loud. The dignified third Hokage, the self-proclaimed strongest Hokage in history, still has such a day. After getting the sword of Thor, the assessment has come to an end, and Uchiha Kedo has officially become a member of UMBU. Officially becoming a member of UMBU means that Uchiha Kedo is about to start performing tasks. However, the assessment has just ended, and Uchiha Kedo still has a final short vacation. When Uchiha Kedo returned home, Uchiha Mikoto had already prepared a table of delicious dishes. After receiving the news of Uchiha Kedo's return home, Uchiha Fugaku also ended his practice with Uchiha Itachi early. Seeing that Uchiha Kedo was intact, Uchiha Fugaku didn't say anything, nodded in relief, and sat on the main seat. After dinner, Uchiha Kedo took the initiative to follow Uchiha Fugaku to the study and told Uchiha Fugaku everything that happened in the UMBU assessment. After hearing that Uchiha Kedo had subdued one of UMBU's sub-captains and sub-captains in just a few days of UMBU's assessment, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but be a little speechless. Could it be that his son is really the reincarnation of Sage of Six Paths? No matter where he goes, with a wave of his arms, he will be followed immediately? But the emotion is emotion. Uchiha Fugaku also agrees with Uchiha Kedo's plan very much. That is, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been unwilling to let go, otherwise Uchiha Fugaku would have sent members of the Uchiha clan into UMBU. After all, UMBU is the most powerful intelligence network in Konoha. Even if the Uchiha clan has their own eyeliner, it is far inferior to UMBU. Having an UMBU unit leader as the eyes of the Uchiha clan is good for the Uchiha clan. As for the vassal families and partners, it's just a matter of one sentence, and it's nothing at all. Father, I am now an official member of UMBU, and I may have to go out of the village to perform tasks in a short time. Father will have to worry more about matters within the clan. Uchiha Fugaku, stunned for a moment, finally regained his composure. When the chicks grow up, they always have to fight the vast sky by themselves. It's just that Uchiha Fugaku didn't expect this day to come so soon. Don't worry, your father is not old yet, and I can still protect the safety of the Uchiha clan and you. If you encounter trouble during the mission, just contact the family. In terms of battle, our Uchiha family has never been afraid of anyone. Uchiha Fugaku said with a look of relief. After saying this and chatting for a while, Uchiha Kedo stood up and walked towards the room where Uchiha Sasuke was. By the way, father must be careful Uchiha Shisui and don't let him come into contact with Itachi. As soon as he stepped out of the study door, Uchiha Kedo suddenly thought of the existence of Uchiha Shisui, and hurriedly said to Uchiha Fugaku. Shisui. Grandson of Elder Mirror. There was a hint of doubt on Uchiha Fugaku's face. Yes, that's him. During UMBU's assessment, I heard someone mention him. He seems to have betrayed the Uchiha clan and joined third Hokage. Uchiha Kedo directly pushed the source of the information to UMBU, and said to Uchiha Fugaku with an affirmative face. In this case, I will transfer him back to the Konoha Security Department tomorrow to keep him under strict supervision. Uchiha Fugaku didn't question the authenticity of Uchiha Kedo's information at all, and said without thinking. Although Uchiha Shisui relied on his unique body flicker technique and Uchiha-style swordsmanship in the Third Ninja World War, he made his own reputation. Even if the war is over now, Uchiha Shisui is considered a rare high-end combat power among the Uchiha clan. But compared to the entire Uchiha clan, the presence or absence of Uchiha Shisui doesn't matter at all. Looking at the decisive Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Kedo opened his mouth, but still didn't tell Uchiha Fugaku that Uchiha Shisui opened Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, Uchiha Shisui's rebellion, overheard in Umbu, makes sense. For such confidential information as Mangekyo Sharingan, everyone will only hide it, and it will be publicized outside. Forget it, it's still early, and it's just a Uchiha Shisui, so there's nothing wrong with it. Chapter 42. Saying everything he could say, Uchiha Kedo left the study and went to little Suzuki's room. Like the rain imagined by Uchiha Kedo, Uchiha Itachi stayed in the little Suzuki's room, teasing the babbling Suzuki. Suzuki is called brother, I am your brother. With a gentle smile on his face, Uchiha Itachi taught Suzuki how to speak word by word. Lolo. Little Suzuki had big doubts in his innocent eyes, he didn't know what this strange brother was doing. It's not Lolo, it's my brother. Uchiha Itachi patiently corrected it. Suddenly, as if seeing Uchiha Kedo, little Suzuki suddenly shouted excitedly. Pot, pot, pot. It's not pot pot, it's brother. Well, Suzuki is only 7 months now, so that's pretty good. Uchiha Kedo said with a smile. Elder brother. Only then did Uchiha Itachi realize that at some point Uchiha Kedo had come behind him. Brother, what have you been doing these 2 days? Father said that you were going to help the family accomplish a great thing. What's so great about it? Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Kedo and asked expectantly, hoping that Uchiha Kedo could give him an answer. Great thing? Did my father think so? Uchiha Kedo froze for a moment, looked at the hopeful look on Uchiha Itachi's face and explained with a smile. It's nothing great, it's just joining Umbu and helping the Uchiha clan enter a new field. Joining Umbu is a great thing, then I will join Umbu in the future, and help the family enter new areas just like my brother. Uchiha Itachi replied firmly. Seeing the little Uchiha Itachi in front of him, he said this into Umbu's words. Uchiha Kedo couldn't help thinking that this figure in front of him would kill the Uchiha clan in the next few years. Even the parents Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto were not spared, leaving only the younger brother Uchiha Suzuki. But now that Uchiha Ji has become Uchiha Itachi's elder brother, he must help Uchiha Itachi establish a correct value, a value that is beneficial to Uchiha Itachi. No matter what time you have to remember, there must be a small family before everyone can exist. Only the existence of one family after another can make up a whole village. With the existence of the family, the village can exist. Without the family, the village is just an empty shell. Uchiha Kedo said earnestly. I understand brother. Uchiha Itachi is not an idiot either, on the contrary he is very smart. After carefully chewing Uchiha Kedo's words, a light flashed in Uchiha Kedo's eyes, and he said excitedly. The reason why a village is that there are various ninjas and civilians working together to maintain it. If all ninjas cease to exist, the village would no longer be a village. So in the future, I will work hard to protect our Uchiha clan, let the family continue to exist, and let the village exist forever. Let all the people living in the village continue to live in peace, stability, and happiness. Uchiha Kedo nodded in relief. Although Uchiha has a different understanding from the original meaning of Uchiha Kedo. But no matter how to maintain the idea of the Uchiha family, it can be regarded as planting for Uchiha Itachi. With Uchiha Itachi's intelligence, there is the seed even if Uchiha Itachi enters Umbu in the future, or is bewitched by Uchiha Shisui's 25-year-old boy. It is estimated that Uchiha Itachi will also think about what is really beneficial to the village and the family from different angles. Instead of killing a whole family in one go, leaving younger brother Uchiha Suzuki alone. Elder brother. And just when Uchiha Itachi wanted to understand the meaning of Uchiha Kedo's words, little Suzuki suddenly shouted excitedly. Suzuki, what did you say to shout again, bro? Uchiha Itachi dropped everything immediately, and came to little Suzuki with an excited face, hoping that little Suzuki would say it again. It's just that the little Suzuki didn't even look at Uchiha Itachi, stared at Uchiha Kedo excitedly, and kept calling his brother. Watching little Suzuki's actions, Uchiha Itachi's face drooped. Obviously he is the one who likes little Suzuki the most in this family, why the first person called by little Suzuki is Uchiha Kedo. Little Suzuki is so good. Uchiha Kedo hugged Suzuki with a smile, and flicked Suzuki's baby elephant skillfully. Slightly. Little Suzuki didn't understand what Uchiha Kedo meant at all, and thought Uchiha Kedo was playing with him, so he laughed even more happily. Even calling my brother was one after another, and the calls became more and more clear and louder. Host flicked Indra's reincarnated baby elephant. After the settlement, he was rewarded with 1% of Indra's reincarnated chakra, and the current total is 20%. Host was called the first brother by Uchiha Suzuki, who was reincarnated by Indra, and received a reward of 5% by Indra reincarnated Chakra after settlement. Currently totaling 25%. The mechanical sound of the system settlement sounded in Uchiha Kedo's mind, but the reward for the settlement surprised Uchiha Kedo. What? Playing the little elephant is only occasionally rewarded with 1%, but my brother actually added 5%. Chapter 43. Uchiha Kedo relied on playing Sasuke's elephant, and it took him 7 months to get 20% Indra Chakra. Today Uchiha Sasuke just called him brother, and the system gave him 5% directly. Although it is the first sentence and word Sasuke uttered since he was born, is there such a big difference? But it's not the same as the live broadcast room. Carefully explore a sense of coolness, and instantly run the whole body from the mind. This feels somewhat similar and somewhat different than when incorporating a primary sage body. Although a lot of Indra's reincarnation chakra was settled before, it may be that the proportion is too small, and Uchiha Kedo has never had a very clear feeling. Today, the system paid him 6% at one time, pushing the total ratio to a quarter in one go. This time Uchiha Kedo clearly felt an inexplicable force gathering towards his eyes. Even his pupil power began to increase gradually, although the range was small, but it did improve. And Uchiha Kedo didn't know if it was his own illusion. He always felt that there had been some slight changes in the primary sage body that had been fused before. After the cool feeling flooded the whole body, the total amount of chakra did not change, but the quality of chakra seemed to be gradually improving. Junior sage body is about 1/4 as effective as perfect sage body with the incorporation of tenacity. Now the chakra of Indra is also raised to a quarter. It's all 1/4, is there any special change? Uchiha Kedo thought silently in his heart. It's just that his system will only give him settlements, and the rewards will not answer any questions for him. And with his current knowledge capacity, he couldn't think of an answer to the question at all. But one thing is for sure, whether it is sage body and Indra chakra changes, in general everything is moving in the right direction. Since he can keep getting stronger, Uchiha Kedo doesn't want to break the casserole and ask the end. After all, he is not a research madman like Orochimaru. Looking back at the little Sasuke who was dancing excitedly in his arms, Uchiha Kedo showed a bright smile on his face. Worthy of being one of the protagonists in the future, little Sasuke is really his lucky star. After playing with little Sasuke for a while, Uchiha Kedo returned to his room and began to refine chakra. Now Uchiha Kedo felt more clearly that his physique was different from before. At the same time, if the chakra that can be extracted before is 1, the chakra that can be extracted now is 1.5. A full 50% increase, and the quality of chakra has also been greatly improved. To put it simply, for the same ninjutsu, Uchiha Kedo can release more than twice as much power with the current chakra quality as before. No wonder Madara dances whenever he wants to dance. With such chakra quality, anyone can be so arrogant. Uchiha Kedo sighed in his heart, and recently devoted himself to refining chakra practice. It is rare and has been improved, and he must seize the time to increase his total chakra and enhance his strength. The night passed quickly, and Uchiha Kedo brought Uchiha Izumi to the street of Konoha early the next morning. Gee, is it really okay for us to do this? In the meatball shop, Uchiha Izumi held a bunch of 3-color meatballs in his hand, and said to Uchiha Kedo with an embarrassed face. We're not 3-year-olds, what are we afraid of? Uchiha Kedo swallowed a bunch of balls in one gulp, chewing and talking casually. It tastes good, but it's a bit too sweet, and I don't know why Uchiha Itachi likes to eat this kind of thing. What, of course it doesn't matter if you graduate, I'm skipping class now. Uchiha Izumi said helplessly, covering his forehead. Skipping class within a week of school, the teachers will definitely think I'm a bad student. Ninja school? Just go through the process, the most important thing is to have fun. Isn't there really someone who thinks what the ninja school has learned is useful? No, does anyone really think so? Uchiha Kedo said with feigned surprise. Gee, you really failed at learning. Uchiha Izumi laughed and cursed in embarrassment, but with Uchiha Kedo interrupting him, he didn't worry about whether to skip class or not. While talking and laughing, Uchiha Kwan suddenly fell into silence. It's such a wonderful life, people are carefree, and there are delicious meatballs. It would be nice if it could stay like this forever. Uchiha Izumi said with a look of longing. Really? Indeed, compared with war, this kind of life makes people more relaxed. Uchiha Kedo said casually. So, gee, you must promise me. Suddenly Uchiha Izumi stared at Uchiha Kedo and said seriously. Maybe with my talent, I won't be able to set foot in the world you came into contact with. But I will work hard to get closer to you bit by bit. That's why G promised me that I must live on, no matter what difficulties and obstacles I face. You must work hard to survive. Uchiha Kedo froze for a moment, then said with a smile. Don't worry, I will work hard to live, this is my promise, and it will never change. Chapter 44. 3 years are fleeting, and in the blink of an eye, it has been 3 years since Uchiha Kedo joined Konoha Umbu. Konoha Umbu base, a black-haired boy with a grimace mask walked calmly in the long corridor. Every room he passed by, Umbu was shocked when he saw him, and there was no sound. And after the boy left, everyone gathered together and immediately discussed. Is that the Tiansha? The Tiansha who claims to be Umbu's strongest weapon. In 3 years, 32 A-level tasks and 4 S-level tasks have been completed, which is incredible. I heard that the top management intends to train Tiansha as the next ninja minister Umbu. Minister? Hasn't the position of minister been vacant for many years? Is there a new minister coming? But yes, Tiansha is the strongest person in Umbu. If there is another captain, Tiansha is definitely the best candidate. I feel so too. Yes, Tiansha is the best candidate. The captain's mission has been completed. Yuning, the A-level rebel Amui who did evil in the border, has been executed. Tiansha, that is, Uchiha Kedo took out a scroll from the ninja bag and handed it to Umbu Captain's Hai. In the past 3 years, through accepting the guidance of Uchiha Kedo and cooperating with the Uchiha clan, Hai has also been successfully promoted to elite jonin. The improvement in strength and the achievements of the past few years have also allowed Hai to become the captain of Umbu smoothly. It's been hard work for the past 6 months, Tiansha. Hai took the scroll, handed it to his secretary He, and asked He to help Tiansha submit the task. This Amui has already looted 3 villages in the Land of Fire, defeated and beheaded 3 Chunin teams and 1 Jonin team. If I had known it earlier, I would have asked Tiansha to take action directly, and the village would have fewer casualties. After he left the office and confirmed that there would be no surveillance, Hai immediately stood up from his seat and said respectfully. Young Patriarch. Uchiha Kedo nodded and asked casually. Did anything happen in the village during my absence for half a year? Reporting to the young clan, during the 6 months you have been on the mission, the village has been peaceful. Although Third Hokage has asked the young Patriarch for information several times, I have been prevaricated. Although the other high-ranking Konohas made some small moves, they were easily resolved by the Fugaku Patriarch and did not cause any impact. It's just that the former Hokage assistant Shimura Danzo is too mysterious in the village. Although he has appeared several times, he has not been able to grasp specific information. He recalled everything that happened in the village in the past 6 months, trying to answer Uchiha Kedo's question briefly and quickly. I see. Uchiha Kedo nodded and said calmly. Is there any more? Asked Uchiha Kedo. There is one thing, the subordinates are not very sure. He thought for a while and said uncertainly. In the past month, when the second young master was practicing in the back mountain, he could always bump into someone intentionally or unintentionally. I wanted to investigate further, but found out that the person is a member of the Uchiha clan, and his strength is not bad. The subordinates did not dare to get too close to fishing, so the specific situation has not yet been determined. The second young master is Uchiha Itachi. The person that Itachi met should be usse Uchiha Shisui. Hearing the paper crane's report, Uchiha Kedo immediately understood what had happened. Uchiha Shisui is really wicked. He has been transferred to the Konoha security department. He even wants to instill the so-called will of fire in Itachi. There was a coldness in Uchiha Kedo's eyes. Uchiha Shisui, a teen who was brainwashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen with the tampered will of fire. Not only does he have a heart for the village, but he also wants to use Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique distinguished heavenly gods to change Uchiha Fugaku's will. He also dragged Uchiha Itachi into the water, and made Itachi suffer from the poison of the will of fire. Even one eye was gouged out by Danzo in the end, and he died without repentance, thinking that he was a pioneer of reform. It is also the chief culprit that prompted Itachi to exterminate the Uchiha clan. Do you want to find a chance to kill Uchiha Shisui directly? Uchiha Kedo thought in his heart, stayed in Umbu for 3 years, performed 3 years of tasks, and also settled 3 years of rewards. Now Uchiha Kedo's strength is no longer what it used to be, and even Uchiha Kedo himself can't tell how strong he is. But there is no doubt that a mere Uchiha Shisui, even if Mangekyo Sharingan is turned on, will not pose any threat to him. It's just that Uchiha Kedo thought about it or gave up the idea. The current Uchiha family is not the Uchiha family in the original Hokage. After his changes, the current Uchiha family is located in the center of the village and is powerful, and the relationship with other ethnic groups has also eased. Although not loved by others, but among the major ninja clans in Konoha, they have a high status and are respected. Such a powerful family, even if there is Uchiha Shisui, the clown jumping outside, it is impossible to pose too much threat to the family. In addition, Uchiha Kedo also wants to see what Uchiha Itachi thinks about the village and the family after his training. Will Uchiha Shisui sway them back to the old path? Chapter 45. If Uchiha Itachi really wants to walk on the old path alone, then Uchiha Kedo can only show him what is the iron fist of love from his brother. Uchiha Kedo looked at his sandbag-sized fist, and nodded secretly in his heart. Uchiha don't arrange tasks for me recently, some things still need to be dealt with as soon as possible. Having been busy for more than half a year, it's time to take a good rest. Uchiha Kedo casually ordered the paper crane. Good young patriarch. Uchiha replied respectfully. Before leaving Umbu, Uchiha Kedo took off his mask and changed back to his usual attire. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the somewhat damaged Thunder God sword in his hand and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. For 3 years, even Senjuto Birama's saber cannot withstand such frequent battles. The sword of Thor has only one hilt. After the user enters Chakra, a sword body composed of Chakra will be formed on the hilt. Although it looks cool, in fact, the symbolic meaning is far greater than the actual combat significance. It's just that Uchiha Kedo has never had time to prepare a real Chakra conductive metal weapon, which has been reluctantly used. Now that 3 years have passed, there have been dozens of head-to-head battles, big and small, and Thor's sword can't keep up with Uchiha Kedo's footsteps. Forget it, the savings of these years should be enough to replace a weapon made of Chakra conductive metal. If it is not enough, let the clan subsidize it. Hanging the hilt of Thor's sword casually on his waist, Uchiha Kedo walks slowly towards the Uchiha tribe. The young patriarch is back. The young patriarch has worked hard. The young patriarch is so handsome. After entering the Uchiha clan land, seeing the long-lost figure of Uchiha Kedo, civilians and ninjas of the Uchiha clan lined up to welcome them. This is not only because of the 60 clan prestige rewarded by the system, but also because Uchiha Kedo's appearance and strength have been recognized by the clan. More than a year ago, when Uchiha Kedo was 8 years old, he took the opportunity to reveal himself as 3 Tomo Sharinan. And in the eyes of all Uchiha clansmen and elders, Uchiha Kedo, who opened his eyes at the age of 8 and was 3 Tomo Sharinan from the beginning, is undoubtedly the best candidate for the next patriarch. And Uchiha Fugaku also strikes while the iron is hot, and officially establishes Uchiha Kedo as the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan in front of everyone. And after Uchiha Kedo showed himself 3 Tomo Sharinan, Uchiha Itachi also showed his talent. Following in the footsteps of Uchiha Kedo, the Sharinan of Urguyu was opened. A double master, including little Suzuki, a triple master. Since then, all the ninjas in Konoha have lamented that the Uchiha family is indeed a family that has been passed down for hundreds of years from the Sengoku period. So much talent in just one generation. With Uchiha Kedo and others, the Uchiha clan will be extremely prosperous for at least 50 years. Some people even boldly speculate that Konoha's next Hokage will definitely be born among the 3 of Uchiha Kedo. Uchiha Kedo doesn't care whether some people are happy or not about this speculation. Anyway, the Uchiha family is very excited. Even the attitude of the Uchiha clan members when they worked in the Konoha security department has improved a lot, and the relationship with the villagers has also improved day by day. No one would have imagined such a result. Brother! Brother! From a long distance, Uchiha Kedo saw a little short-legged screaming excitedly, while flying towards him. 3 years have passed, and little Suzuki has begun to remember things. Every time Uchiha Kedo goes out to perform missions, little Suzuki will keep asking Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha where Uchiha Kedo is going. It made Uchiha Itachi feel sad every time he looked at Uchiha Kedo's disappointed look after he had to go out for a long time. Obviously he is the best person for little Suzuki. Why is it that little Suzuki always misses Uchiha Kedo, that bad brother who likes to play Suzuki's little elephant? After Suzuki was able to walk alone when he was a child, the first person Uchiha Kedo saw every time he returned home was little Suzuki, who had been waiting at the door for an unknown amount of time. For such a clingy younger brother, what else can Uchiha Kedo say, and he can only treat him twice as well. After picking up little Suzuki and returning home, Uchiha Mikoto knelt in the hall and looked at the door with a smile. I'm back. Gee, you've worked hard. Uchiha Mikoto said softly with a smile. It's okay, it's not hard, it's just a simple task, and it's not too different from going out to relax. Uchiha Kedo said with a smile. By the way, mother, why didn't I see Itachi? Itachi, you should be practicing in the back mountain now. Uchiha Mikoto thought for a while and said with a smile. Hyushin. Uchiha Kedo frowned when he thought about the insignificant information that Uchiha told him. Then mother, I'll take Suzuki to see how Itachi is doing. After thinking about it, Uchiha Kedo decided to go to see the situation first, to what extent Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui have been in contact. Alright, you've been outside for so long, and Itachi misses you very much. But be safe and come back early. Uchiha Mikoto exhorted with a smile. Uchiha Kedo nodded with a smile, hugged Suzuki, and walked slowly towards the back mountain. Chapter 46. The back mountain of Konoha is very large, and it is not easy to find a person in such a large area. But I think that Uchiha Itachi usually practices by the small river in the back mountain. Uchiha Kedo simply led little Suzuki up the river. If you can find it, check the situation. If you can't find it, take Suzuki to relax. But not long after walking, Uchiha Kedo heard the clanging of iron objects from a distance. Hiding behind a bush with little Sasuke, Uchiha Kedo found Uchiha Itachi not far away in the jungle. And the sound of iron clashing is exactly the sound of Uchiha Itachi and a 15 or 16-year-old young man. This is Uchiha Shisui. It looks like a dog, but it's a pity. Uchiha Kedo's eyes were once cold, and when he rolled his eyes, he suddenly had an idea in his mind. Let little Sasuke continue to stay in the grass quietly without making a sound. Uchiha Kedo instantly changed his position, and then shot a few konao in an instant. Who dares to sneak attack my Uchiha clan? Uchiha Kedo took the lead and directly regarded the exchange between the two as Uchiha Shisui's sneak attack on Uchiha Itachi. Elder brother. Young patriarch. Uchiha Itachi was stunned and stopped immediately. Uchiha Shisui instantly felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. After stopping konao, he immediately left the place with body flicker technique. He could clearly feel that those few konao Uchiha Kedo did not hold back at all. It is clear that he regards him as an enemy and wants to kill him immediately. Brother, you misunderstood him as... Uchiha Itachi also sensed Uchiha Kedo's murderous intent, and quickly opened his mouth to explain. Okay Itachi, don't say any more, you stay away first, wait until I kill this spy. Of course, Uchiha Kedo knew the identity of Uchiha Shisui, so he immediately stopped Itachi to prevent him from continuing. Otherwise, if the truth is revealed, there is no excuse for Uchiha Kedo to make a move. It's not small, dare to pretend to be a member of the Uchiha family in the village and even do something to my Uchiha family. Uchiha Kedo said quickly. The young patriarch. There was a wry smile on Uchiha Shisui's face, and he wanted to explain quickly, but Uchiha Kedo didn't want to listen to Uchiha Shisui's explanation. He knew very well that today he was just looking for trouble. If you have anything to say, wait until I catch you. Hey, take sword technique, draw the sword and cut change. Uchiha Kedo didn't see any action. Thor's sword appeared in the hands of Uchiha Kedo in an instant. In the next second, Uchiha Kedo's figure disappeared from the spot, and in an instant, a white chopping wave spread rapidly from behind Uchiha Shisui. Body flicker technique. Uchiha Shisui's face changed drastically immediately, and when he subconsciously left the spot and reappeared, he was already on a big tree. When he saw the scene in place, a few drops of cold sweat immediately appeared on Uchiha Shisui's forehead. Wherever the chopping wave went, rows of big trees were cut off at the same root. A knife mark spread tens of meters on the ground, and everything along the way was cut in half. Is this the strength of the genius young patriarch? This is a bit too much. Uchiha Shisui is known as the instant body Shisui, and has unmatched attainments in body flicker technique. Therefore, Uchiha Kedo did not expect to hurt Uchiha Shisui with his knife. Hey, take sword art lightning / second stage. Uchiha Kedo's figure instantly turned into a black light and rushed towards Uchiha Shisui quickly. Ding! A spark flew, and Uchiha Shisui's figure instantly retreated. Uchiha Shisui is also a master of swordsmanship owned by the Uchiha clan. Relying on Uchiha-style swordsmanship combined with the superb body flicker technique, he achieved great fame in 3 battles. Facing Uchiha Kedo's attack at this moment, Uchiha Shisui is not helpless. The young patriarch listened to my explanation. Uchiha Shisui said hastily. There's nothing to explain, just grab it. Uchiha Kedo sneered. Uchiha Shisui hasn't figured out what's going on yet. If he was willing to listen to his explanation, wouldn't he have stopped when Uchiha Itachi spoke? In this case, young patriarch, please forgive my rudeness first. Uchiha Shisui sighed, and the 3-hook jade appeared in his eyes instantly. Uchiha-style fencing blast sword. Hey, take sword technique chasing wind second stage. The figures of Uchiha Kedo and Uchiha Shisui instantly turned into 2 black lights, accompanied by a burst of metal and iron collisions, and their figures kept changing in the jungle. Both of them were walking at the speed of ultimate, and their movements were so fast that even if Uchiha Itachi didn't open the Sharingan eye, he couldn't see the movements of the two of them clearly. As for little Sasuke, he couldn't see anything except a collision. Sword skills are good, let's see if you can resist the next move. After a bump, Uchiha Kedo sneered from a distance. Hey, take saber technique lightning / second stage change. The lingering white light on the Thunder God sword in Uchiha Kedo's hand was instantly intense, and there was a faint arc of thunder jumping. In the past 3 years, with the help of system settlement and self-cultivation, Miss Uchiha has already cultivated the form change and nature transformation of the Thunder attribute Chakra to ultimate, and fused it into the Hey-take knife technique, resulting in new changes. Now is the time for that Uchiha Shisui to test the results. Offended, young patriarch. Uchiha Shisui's pupils narrowed slightly, and he sighed secretly, and Chakra instantly gathered into the blade in his hand. Uchiha-style swordsmanship Jianyuan. Chapter 47. Boom. A loud noise accompanied by a strong impact spread outward from the blades where the two collided. Sister Uchiha saw that Uchiha Shisui's eyes had changed from a 3-pointed jade into a 4-pointed flying sickle. A bright green light flickered behind him. Using a part of Susanoo to soften the blow, I have to say Uchiha Shisui is a fighting genius. Uchiha Kedo secretly thought in his heart. But before he had time to think about it, 12 clones of Uchiha Shisui suddenly appeared in front of him in the next second. Uchiha Shisui has unique attainments to body flicker technique, and these 12 clones are ghost images left by Uchiha Shisui's high-speed use of body flicker technique. It can be said that each of these 12 clones is false, but each is also true. It is by virtue of this trick Uchiha Shisui that the name Shisui of instant body comes into being. Young patriarch, since you don't want to listen to my explanation, then Shisui has no choice but to offend first. Uchiha-style swordsmanship flash cut. The 12 clones spoke at the same time, and suddenly, Uchiha Shisui's voice came from all directions. Even Uchiha Kedo couldn't tell which one is Uchiha Shisui's real body for a while. But it's still the same sentence, since they can't tell the difference, they can be cut together. Heitake sword art Reikari thunder slash. Reikari is not an orthodox Heitake sword technique. Rather Uchiha Kedo is based on Kakashi's Reikari. Then use the nature transformation and shape change of the mind attribute Chakra ultimate. Develop one of the strongest knives by yourself after combining Heitake's knives. A dazzling white light flashed, and the world came to a standstill for an instant. But just a second later, a strand of severed hair slowly fell from Uchiha Kedo's temple. And behind Uchiha Kedo, a smooth cut slowly appeared in the middle of dozens of big trees, and fell to the ground in an instant. The swordsmanship is good, but you lost. Uchiha Kedo said lightly. A wry smile appeared on Uchiha Shisui's face, and he said helplessly. Since the young patriarch has already believed it, why should my identity be put on such a fight? It's nothing but an itchy hand. Uchiha Kedo turned around and said casually to the stunned Uchiha Itachi. Going home, my mother is still waiting at home. After speaking, Uchiha Kedo picked up the little Suzuki in the bushes, and walked slowly to Konoha village along the way he came. Is this the strength of my brother? Can I really catch up with such strength? Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Shisui's half-bald and half-burnt black hair, and couldn't help thinking. Just like Uchiha Kedo was chopped off a strand of hair, just a slight leak of chakra made Uchiha Shisui completely change her hairstyle. And Konoha Hyushin, who suffered all the attacks, made Uchiha Itachi look like he had come to hell. The trees within a few hundred meters behind Uchiha Shisui were all charred. Even though it has been a long time, there are still strands of electric arcs jumping non-stop in the mess. It is not difficult for Uchiha Itachi to imagine what it would be like if someone took the blow of Uchiha Kedo head on. But it was precisely this imagination that made his hair stand on end. Itachi, since the young patriarch is back, you should go back first. As for those, we will discuss them later when we have a chance. There was a wry smile on Uchiha Shisui's face, and he said helplessly to Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi nodded subconsciously, and followed Uchiha Kedo's leaving pace slowly. After Uchiha Itachi left, Uchiha Shisui raised his hand to touch his new hairstyle, glanced at the mess behind him, and couldn't help but sighed. At such a young age, with such a powerful young patriarch, am I really capable of mediating conflicts between the village and the clan? If it really comes to that point, even with these eyes, I must reverse the wrong ideas of the young patriarch and the patriarch. Making up his mind, Uchiha Shisui put the knife back into the sheath behind his back. Go in the exact opposite direction from Uchiha Kedo. As for this mess, someone will finish it. Not long after Uchiha Shisui left, an Umbu wearing an animal mask suddenly appeared. A battle of this magnitude around the village must have attracted the attention of countless people, especially Umbu. After checking the situation, Umbu immediately reported the information about Hyushin to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Has Uchiha Kedo's strength reached this level? Even Shisui is no match for him with swordsmanship alone. Looking at the information Sarutobi Hiruzen sent by Umbu, I just feel a headache. In the 3 years since Uchiha Kedo entered Umbu, he has been following the progress of Uchiha Kedo's strength. The information available surprised him each time. Uchiha Kedo is like a real monster, his strength is rising all the time. 3 years ago, he defeated Umbu, a trainee participating in the assessment, only by his swordsmanship. 3 years later, even Uchiha Shisui, a master swordsman in the village, was no match for him. And it's just swordsmanship. You must know that when Uchiha Kedo was only 6 years old, he released all kinds of ninjutsu as a grandmaster, and even the B-level combined ninjutsu was at his fingertips. Moreover, Uchiha Kedo is the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan. If Uchiha Kedo does not understand illusion, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not believe it. A 10-year-old elite jonin who is all-round ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu makes Sarutobi Hiruzen feel a little shuddering when he thinks about it. Chapter 48. Film. The word suddenly appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Could it be that Uchiha Kedo is already a strong cage-level player? Impossible, impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously denied it. Uchiha Kedo is only 10 years old, a 10-year-old cage-level strong player is simply a fantasy. Putting this ridiculous thought to the back of his mind, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to think about how to deal with the threat of Uchiha Kedo. Just thinking for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't think of any good way to deal with Uchiha Kedo. In desperation, they can only put Uchiha Kedo's question on the shelf for the time being. Now at this juncture there is a more serious problem waiting to be dealt with by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although the Third Ninja World War has long been declared over, Konoha, as the only victorious country, has not yet signed a peace agreement with all ninja villages. Not long ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen also just got a letter from 4th Hokage. The Uniying mission will soon arrive in Konoha to discuss how to sign a peace agreement. If it was just a simple peace agreement, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not have such a headache. But judging from his understanding of the 4th Hokage, the Konohas from the Cloud Shinobi mission this time are definitely not as simple as signing a peace agreement. After all, even in the Third Ninja World War, Namikaze Minato defeated 4th Hokage to contain 8 Tails Jinchuriki. However, Uniying suffered heavy losses from the attack of Konoha's army, so he reluctantly returned to the Land of Thunder. But even after the defeat was announced, Uniying never stopped, and kept making small moves behind his back. From time to time, send ninja squads across the border to loot villages in the Land of Fire. Just like the looting of Amui from the Land of Fire this time, Cloud Shinobi said it was a rebellion, but in fact who knows. After finding out the letter from 4th Hokage and looking at it again for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Umbu who was guarding the door, "Go and invite the 2 elders and assistant Hokage to the office." It wasn't long before Uchiha Koharu and Mito Homura arrived at Hokage's office together. "Sarutobi, what do you want us to discuss?" Uchiha Koharu asked directly. "Let's take a look first. If you have any ideas later, let's talk about it together when Danzo comes." Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the 4th Hokage letter to Uchiha Koharu while talking. The office fell silent for a while. About 5 minutes later, Danzo leaned on a cane and hid one hand in the bandage, and walked into the office slowly. "Sarutobi, are you in trouble again?" Sarutobi Hiruzen propped his hands on the table, lowered his head slightly and said in a slightly gloomy manner. "The reason is that he is about to arrive at Konoha to sign a peace agreement, but I don't think this matter is that simple, so I need your opinions." "Sarutobi, you have to remember that we are the victorious nation. If Cloud Shinobi wants to play any tricks, it's a big deal to fight another battle. If we win once, we can win the second time," Danzo said firmly. As the shadow of Konoha, although Danzo has taken a lot of blame for his ascension to the Hokage position, it is impossible for him to clear it up. But there is one thing Danzo does much better than Sarutobi Hiruzen. At least Danzo is much more decisive than Sarutobi Hiruzen. There can be no more wars. On the night of 9 Tails, Minato died in battle, and all the great families suffered heavy losses. They have not recovered until now. If there is another war, the village will not be able to recruit enough troops, and it will be really dangerous at that time. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, "Soldiers. Who said there are no more soldiers in the village, and the Uchiha clan is the best candidate?" A trace of hatred flashed in Shimura Danzo's eyes. It was the Uchiha clan that made him lose his position as Hokage's assistant, and even his root organization was forced to disband. Although just going from a dark place to a deeper underground, it can't completely remove his rights, and it won't have any impact on him. But being criticized by others and everyone yelling and beating is not a good day. The Uchiha clan? Will they send troops? Uchiha Koharu questioned, frowning. "Sarutobi, you are the Hokage of the village, and the Uchiha clan is just one family of the village after all." Ignoring Uchiha Koharu's question, Danzo just said flatly. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "I see, then Danzo will do as you say. Sarutobi, if you had listened to me earlier, you wouldn't be in such trouble now." Danzo glanced at the information about Uchiha Kedo on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, he said with a hint of sarcasm. "Danzo, I am Hokage." Sarutobi Hiruzen turned a deaf ear, looked at Danzo and said quietly, "Umph. Sarutobi, you will regret it." Danzo's one eye gave Sarutobi a hard look, then turned and walked out of the office. For a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the only one left in the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced up at the string of photos hanging in Hokage's office. Finally, he stayed for a long time on the youngest photo and let out a long sigh. "Minato, it would be nice if you were still alive." "Teacher, what should I do with the Uchiha clan again?" Back at the root organization base, Danzo couldn't help falling silent when he recalled the love on Sarutobi Hiruzen's table. Uchiha, the evil race. Such ninjas shouldn't exist at all. With a smile in his heart, Danzo took out a piece of letter paper from the desk, wrote a few words casually, and drew a small snake on the signature. "Send this letter to Tianzigyo, and someone will come to collect it." Chapter 49. Back home, Uchiha Kedo said nothing about what just happened. After having dinner peacefully as usual, and playing with little Sasuke, Uchiha Kedo returned to his room. It's just that such calmness made Uchiha Itachi feel as if there was a huge stone blocked in his heart, and he felt uncomfortable no matter what. I wanted to knock on the door of Uchiha Kedo several times, but every time I approached it, I stopped because of the timidity in my heart. Itachi's actions can't be hidden from Uchiha Kedo, but Uchiha Kedo is not in a hurry. He believes Uchiha Itachi will figure it out. Put your mind into your mind and prepare to accept the reward of today's system settlement. Host defeated Uchiha Shisui in a head-to-head battle, and after the settlement, he was rewarded with a Sharingan pupil power enhancement. Get the reward Uchiha-style swordsmanship. As soon as the voice of the system fell into Uchiha Kedo's eyes, a large amount of information suddenly appeared in his mind. Every move and style is the most essential Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Although the Uchiha style of swordsmanship is not as famous as the Hokage swordsmanship, but as a swordsmanship that has been handed down from the Sengoku period, every move and style in Uchiha-style swordsmanship is extremely powerful. Moreover, most of the Uchiha-style swordsmanship is a combination of swordsmanship and other ninjutsu. Uchiha Kedo has also benefited a lot from various wonderful combinations. And Uchiha Kedo found that after this pupil power enhancement, his eyes seemed to reach a limit. And after breaking through this limit, his Sharingan will evolve into the Mangekyo Sharingan that he has in mind. Another pupil power enhancement, or 50% of Indra's reincarnation chakra. Uchiha Kedo had a hunch that as long as any one of the two was achieved, his eyes would immediately break through to Mangekyo Sharingan. Watching the 39% Indra reincarnation chakra on the panel, Uchiha Kedo had a big smile on his face. He glanced at the room where Sasuke was in the distance, thinking silently in his heart. Brother, don't blame me for the next few days. Finally, long after Uchiha Kedo entered the room, Uchiha Itachi boldly knocked on the door of Uchiha Kedo's room. Brother, I have something to tell you. Come in. Uchiha Kedo said lightly. Why did you fight Shisui brother this afternoon? After hesitating for a while, Uchiha Itachi asked. You are the second young master of the Uchiha clan, and it is my responsibility to make sure that you are not in contact with some people with evil intentions. The discussion with Uchiha Shisui in the afternoon was just a trial. Uchiha Kedo didn't hide it, he said it truthfully. Uchiha Itachi has his own judgment, and lying to him about this kind of thing doesn't make any sense, and it might even lead him in the wrong direction. Uchiha Itachi nodded, then continued after a moment of silence. Or I met brother Shisui by coincidence when I was practicing in the back mountain a month ago. Afterwards, we often make appointments to practice together there, and this afternoon is just our daily discussion. It's just that after each discussion, brother Shisui will consciously or unconsciously lead the topic to the relationship between the family and the village, and explain to me what the will of fire is. It's just that I think Shisui's will of fire is too one-sided. Uchiha Kedo sneered in his heart. Sure enough, there are so many coincidences in the world, and everything is arranged by someone with a heart. But Uchiha Kedo thought so in his heart, but said lightly without showing anything on his face. Then what do you think is the will of fire? Uchiha Itachi said without hesitation. Where the leaves dance, the fire is also alive. Both the family and the village are part of the will of the fire. If the village wants to grow and prosper, the family should prosper for a long time. Even if the village is gone, as long as the family is still there, the village can be established at any time. Just like how first Hokage Senju Hashirama founded Konoha village with his ancestors, where the family is, the village can last forever. After listening to Uchiha Itachi's words, Uchiha Kedo's eyes suddenly brightened, and Uchiha Itachi's concept was very suitable for him. Giving Uchiha Itachi an approving look, Uchiha Kedo nodded in satisfaction. Good boy, it's good to have such an idea, at least this leg is saved. My brother is very pleased that you have such an idea. Maybe you will be the first Hokage of our Uchiha clan in the future. Uchiha Kedo said with a smile. Hokage. Uchiha Itachi was slightly taken aback, is he really suitable for that position? Immediately, Uchiha Itachi shook his head, his eyes lit up, and said firmly. No, the position of Hokage belongs to my brother, I just want to follow in my brother's footsteps forever. In the future, Sasuke and I will be my brother's most solid right-hand man, helping my brother ascend to the position of Hokage, and carry forward the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kedo laughed dumbly, he didn't expect to have such a status in Uchiha Itachi's heart. It's just a mere Hokage position, Uchiha Kedo is not interested. As the only one who knows the future, Uchiha Kedo knows that in just a few years, the ninja world will usher in a huge change. At that time, Kage level will be everywhere, and Hokage will be nothing at all. In order to protect himself and control his destiny in the future war, Uchiha Kedo needs a stronger force. Chapter 50. Knowing everything he wanted to know, Uchiha Kedo dismissed Uchiha Itachi with a few casual words of encouragement. As for Uchiha Shisui, there is no strict prohibition on Uchiha Kedo that Uchiha Itachi cannot touch. Uchiha Itachi's own concept has been formed, and a few words from Uchiha Shisui are not enough to shake it. Even under the influence of Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi will think on a deeper level. With the hands of Uchiha Shisui and Sarutobi Hiruzen behind him, cultivate an excellent leader for the Uchiha clan. This deal Uchiha Kedo figured out what to do with his toes. And Uchiha Itachi was appreciated by Uchiha Kedo, and his heart was full of motivation. Make up your mind to make yourself stronger, so that you can closely follow in the footsteps of Uchiha Kedo. On the first day of the holiday, Uchiha Kedo helped the Uchiha clan solve a big problem. In a good mood, Uchiha Kedo simply took Uchiha Izumi and Uchiha Suzuki to play in Konoha. It has to be said that 3 years have passed, and Uchiha Izumi has also changed from a young girl to a budding flower bud. At a young age, he showed a different kind of charm, and Uchiha Kedo couldn't help but feel his heartbeat when he watched it. And just as the three of Uchiha Kedo ate meatballs and played Hokage rock with laughter, 3 days passed quickly. Unlike Uchiha Kedo, Uchiha Izumi has graduated from ninja school. After playing with Uchiha Kedo for 3 days, Izumi Uchiha returned to the ninja school to continue his studies. As for Uchiha Kedo, he can only bring little Suzuki to spend time in Konoha village in a different way. There is only one last step left to open Mangekyo Sharinan, and Uchiha Kedo also wants to take little Suzuki to try more. If he is lucky, the system will pay him enough before his vacation ends. And Uchiha Kedo's attempt was not completely ineffective. After playing for at least 3 days, he finally triggered a system settlement to get 1%, and Indra reincarnated as Chakra. Although there is still a 10% gap, it also shows that his method is indeed feasible, which makes Uchiha Kedo very excited. Although 10% is a lot, according to normal conditions, it will take at least 1 or 2 years. But who can say for sure about the system? Maybe by an inadvertent opportunity, the remaining gap will be filled. So after Uchiha Kedo made up his mind, he took Uchiha Suzuki to run around the village every day. Heaven pays off, and Uchiha Kedo never thought that the so-called opportunity would come so soon. On this day, Uchiha Kedo took Suzuki to play in the village all day, and at noon, Uchiha Kedo was going to take Suzuki home. Brother, let's go eat ramen at noon. I heard that there is a new Ichiraku ramen shop in the village that is delicious. Uchiha Suzuki raised his head and said to Uchiha Kedo, Ichiraku ramen. Uchiha Kedo was stunned. Is it the Ichiraku ramen that countless netizens dubbed it Satsuki Ichiraku? Thinking of this, Uchiha Kedo suddenly became interested. Just in time to see if the boss really is the fabled Satsuki Ichiraku. And the time is about the same, it is not bad to have some ramen for a change. After making up his mind, Uchiha Kedo asked little Suzuki to lead the way, and he followed slowly towards the Ichiraku ramen. After walking for a while, it is less than a few minutes away from Yulang ramen. Suddenly, the harsh laughter of several children came from the alley. Ha ha ha, are you the eldest lady of the Hyoga family? Show me the white eyes. Isn't it? You are actually a monster with white eyes. Your eyes are disgusting, you white-eyed monster. Ha ha ha. Immediately afterwards, the sound of a little girl crying came leisurely. Roll your eyes. Hyaga's girl. Uchiha Kedo thought about it, maybe it was the scene where Naruto and Hinata met for the first time. But, it shouldn't be winter, right? Or is it that Hinata has always been bullied and she was only impressed when Naruto saved him? Although the Hyoga clan has always wanted to compete with the Uchiha clan for the title of the #1 clan in Konoha, the relationship between the two clans is not very harmonious. But since you have encountered it, let's help to solve it by the way. After all, what does the competition between ninjas have to do with children who are not even ninjas? And when Uchiha Kedo made up his mind, he didn't expect someone to make a move faster than him. Stop it, what are you guys doing? It's really shameless for a group of people to bully a little girl. Suzuki's voice. Uchiha Kedo was stunned for a moment, and suddenly found that Suzuki, who had been walking in front of her, disappeared at some point. Hey, who are you guys? Meddle in your own business and seek a fight. As if someone had punctured the fig leaf, the children roared angrily. I'm Uchiha Suzuki. It's future Hokage's younger brother. Little Suzuki said firmly, his tone full of pride. The corner of Uchiha Kedo's mouth twitched involuntarily, his eyes full of helplessness. Brother, you are really good at talking. If this word gets out, maybe what Sarutobi Hiruzen will think in his heart. Chapter 51. But it doesn't matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen likes to think whatever he wants. Anyway, with him around, it is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to touch half a hair of the Uchiha clan. However, Suzuki is only 3 years old or nearly 4 years old, and has not yet received ninja training. In order to prevent Suzuki from being disadvantaged, Uchiha Kedo quietly came to a position where he could observe the specific situation without being exposed. With the strength of Uchiha Kedo, it couldn't be easier to hide from the eyes of a group of children. It's just that the direction of the plot is different from what Uchiha Kedo thought. After Uchiha Sasuke announced his name, the children were scared back 2 steps as if they had heard something terrible. Are you from the Uchiha clan? Is that the Uchiha clan that controls the Konoha security department? Those children swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva, their faces full of fear, and they stammered and asked. That's right, I'm from the Uchiha clan, my brother is the young head of the Uchiha clan, and my father is the head of the Konoha security department. Uchiha Sasuke said proudly. He is really a member of the Uchiha clan, or the child of the head of the Uchiha clan. Help, Mom, the monsters of the Uchiha clan are out to eat people. Mom, I won't run around anymore, help me. After hearing Uchiha Sasuke's words, several children started yelling as if they saw a ghost. Snot and tears burst out all at once, and while running, he called his mother for help. Not only Uchiha Sasuke is confused, even Uchiha Kedo is also confused. Is the name of the Uchiha clan so easy to use in the village? Even the fearless bear child cried bitterly when he heard the words Uchiha. Could it be that the parents in the village used the name of the Uchiha clan to scare people when their children were naughty? After thinking for a while, Uchiha Kedo gave up, and it must be Sarutobi Hiruzen's fault anyway. Sarutobi Hiruzen must have used something behind the scenes to make the villagers misunderstand the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kedo threw all the blame on Sarutobi Hiruzen with peace of mind. Although Uchiha Sasuke didn't understand the situation, he subconsciously extended a hand when he saw the little girl who was still squatting on the ground crying. Are you okay? Hyuga Hinata looked up at Sasuke timidly, a blush flashed across his face, and he didn't dare to hold Sasuke's hand at all. Fine. Hyuga Hinata's thin voice was like a mosquito chirping, even though Sasuke was very close, he couldn't hear it clearly. Stop it, let go of that girl. Hearing a shout, Sasuke subconsciously pulled Hinata to hide aside. An orange figure directly passed the two of them, and with a slap, he fell to the ground. Naruto. Uchiha Kedo opened his mouth slightly, why even Naruto came out? Ah, it hurts. Uzumaki Naruto had tears in the corners of his eyes, covered his nose with both hands, and kept screaming in pain. Who are you? For some reason, Sasuke felt a strange feeling when he looked at the person in front of him, and immediately asked with a frown. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage, let go of that girl. Uzumaki Naruto let go of his hand covering his nose, and said confidently, but his red nose made his words completely unconvincing. No shame, the future Hokage is clearly my older brother. Uchiha Sasuke snorted and immediately retorted. Impossible, the seat of Hokage must be mine. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fist and shouted. No. It must be my brother. It's me. Hinata on the side watched the two arguing endlessly, her small face full of doubts. Damn guy, take a punch from my uncle. Words could not take advantage, Naruto immediately became furious, clenched his fists and yelled. It's too slow, you are nothing compared to my brother. Sasuke dodged Naruto's punch lightly, and kicked Naruto in the stomach anyway. Ah! With just one kick, Naruto fell on the ground like a rolling gourd, struggling to get up, but he couldn't get up. After all, since the death of Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen only gave Naruto the minimum guarantee in order to divert the hatred of the villagers. Expired milk, instant noodles for 3 meals a day, if it weren't for the Nine-Tails Chakra that has been nourishing Naruto's body, I'm afraid Naruto would have died long ago. So in terms of physique, how can the current Naruto compare to Sasuke, who is the young master of the Uchiha clan? Now you know the gap between us. It must be my brother who can become Hokage, not you, a crane tail who can't even compare with me. Although Naruto was very unconvinced, the pain in his body made him unable to get up no matter what. He could only stare at Sasuke viciously to show his dissatisfaction. Uchiha Kedo watched the chicken pecking with relish. Seeing the end of the war, I wanted to come out of my hiding place and end the battle. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in his mind, and Uchiha Kedo froze in place for an instant. No, it's alright. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto who were facing each other, Uchiha Kedo's eyes were full of disbelief. Just now, the system's notification sound let him know that the opportunity for his breakthrough has arrived. Chapter 52. Due to the intervention of the host, the fateful battle between Indra and Ashura has been advanced, and rewards will be obtained after settlement. Get reward Indra Reincarnation Chakra 10%. Get reward Ashura Reincarnation Chakra 20%. It is detected that the host itself already has a primary sage body, and Ashura reincarnates Chakra into an intermediate sage body. A series of prompts played in Uchiha Kedo's mind, which caught Uchiha Kedo a little off guard. The battle of destiny ahead of schedule. A fight between a 3-year-old child can also be counted as a battle of fate. Uchiha Kedo looked at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke in disbelief. If he had known that there would be such a generous reward for these two people to fight, he would have taken Sasuke to find Naruto's troubles every day. Or directly accept Naruto as a disciple, and lets Sasuke and Naruto compete every day. Sure enough, Naruto really deserves to be the most unexpected ninja. Even if he is not a ninja now, it still surprised Uchiha Kedo. Before Uchiha Kedo could feel too much emotion, a cool feeling poured into his eyes from the depths of his mind, making him close his eyes unconsciously. At the same time, a heat flow spreads all over the body along the spine. In the cold feeling, Uchiha Kedo only felt that his pupil power was improving rapidly. And the hot feeling also makes the chakra volume of Uchiha Kedo expand rapidly. The coldness in the eyes and the hotness in the body, the feeling of ice and fire, made Uchiha Kedo almost groan. However, this feeling came and went quickly, and in less than a minute, all the rewards had been integrated. Uchiha Kedo sensed the situation in his body for a while, and couldn't help being a little speechless. In just 1 minute of merging with the intermediate sage body, his chakra amount has at least doubled. Even Uchiha Kedo does not need to be specially refined, every moment a new chakra is constantly being born from the body far away. Although the increased amount of chakra is far less than the amount of chakra refined during Uchiha Kedo practice. But the victory is sustained, making Uchiha Kedo stronger all the time. On the whole, every day is not a small improvement. In addition, after integrating the intermediate sage body, Uchiha Kedo feels that both his strength and physical strength have improved a lot. Uchiha Kedo is also very satisfied with the physical improvement, but Uchiha Kedo is more concerned about his eyes. As the most obvious cheat in the Hokage world, the improvement of eyes is the fastest way for Uchiha Kedo to improve his strength. Slowly opening his eyes, Uchiha Kedo has never felt that the world in front of him is so clear. Uchiha Kedo performed Mudra with one hand, and a small water mirror appeared in front of his eyes. Sharingan open. With a thought, Uchiha Kedo's eyes instantly turned scarlet. 1 Goyu, 2 Goyu, 3 Goyu, and then the 3 Tomo began to rotate rapidly and slowly merged into one. Suddenly a triangle pattern with exquisite patterns appeared in the eyes of Uchiha Kedo. This shape is different from all the Mangekyo Sharingan shapes I know. Sure enough, the Mangekyo Sharingan is the eye of the soul. Every pair of Mangekyo is different. Seeing his new eyes, Uchiha Kedo was filled with joy. Uchiha Kedo was even more excited when he perceived the two pupil techniques contained in his eyes. The pupil technique of the right eye is called Vientian, and the ability in short is that when the pupil technique is used, Uchiha Kedo can control all objects within a certain range. Like a field, Uchiha Kedo can block all visible and invisible attacks within the field. It can even rebound the attack to the caster, which can achieve absolute defense in the true sense. And if someone accidentally enters the field of Uchiha Kedo, then all his actions will be controlled by Uchiha Kedo. As for the scope of the field, Uchiha Kedo has a rough feeling. The minimum scope of the field is a radius of 1 meter with him as the center. It can move with the movement of Uchiha Kedo, and Uchiha Kedo can expand the scope of the field by consuming more pupil power. But the pupil power consumed in this way is simply an astronomical figure. At least at this stage, Uchiha Kedo is afraid to try it casually. Vientian has no so-called cooling time. As long as Uchiha Kedo has enough pupil power, it can last forever. It's just that the longer you persist, the more pupil power you consume, and the easier it is for your eyes to go blind. According to Uchiha Kedo's estimation, with his current pupil power, he can only release it for 3 minutes at most, any more may damage his eyesight. But 3 minutes to invincible time is more than enough for Uchiha Kedo. Even if such a powerful ability is only for a minute, Uchiha Kedo takes it for granted. After all, the life and death of a ninja is only a split second, and 3 minutes is enough for him to fight a way through the crowd. As for the pupil technique of the left eye, Uchiha Kedo is a little confused, because there are actually 2 pupil techniques in his left eye. 1 Kamui, 1 moment. Kamui is Uchiha Kedo's defeat of Kakashi is the reward for system settlement. Since the Mangekyo Sharingan has not been awakened, Uchiha Kedo has also put it on the shelf and never used it. But from today, Uchiha Kedo no longer has this trouble. As for Setsuna, Uchiha Kedo didn't know whether to cry or laugh after learning the power of Hitamijutsu. Chapter 53. It's not that the pupil technique of Setsuna is not strong, on the contrary, Setsuna can be regarded as the most powerful of all Uchiha Kedo's abilities. When using Uchiha Kedo, you can instantly record your own state at that time, and Uchiha Kedo can return to the recorded state at any time within 5 minutes. In addition to the pupil power of the left eye, both the body and chakra can return to the state of recording. Is it very familiar? Isn't this the strengthened Izanagi? Uchiha Kedo couldn't help but swear. Except that the effective time of the record is 5 minutes, other abilities are exactly the same as Izanagi. No, there are still some differences. After Izanagi uses it, the caster's Sharingan will be completely blinded. But for Uchiha Kedo, the instant will only consume a lot of pupil power, and unlike the distinguished heavenly gods, it takes more than 10 years to charge once. Uchiha Kedo calculated that the speed of pupil power recovery can be used once a day. With Setsuna's pupil technique, Uchiha Kedo is equivalent to having an extra life, and this opportunity is refreshed every day. The ninjutsu that directly gives people an extra life is not weak at all. Only. The two pupil techniques are both defensive pupil techniques. How afraid of death is Laozi's heart. Uchiha Kedo was a little dumbfounded. It is said that Mangekyo Sharinan is the eye that reflects the soul. When the eye is opened, a specific pupil technique will be born according to the strongest desire in the heart of the person. It's as if Uchiha Shisui wants to reverse the attitude of the village and the family, so his Mangekyo Sharinan pupil technique is the ultimate illusion that distinguished heavenly gods can forcibly tamper with the will of others. In the future, Uchiha Itachi wants to follow Shisui's footsteps and change the attitude of the family and the village, but also wants to have a strong strength to do all this. So Uchiha Itachi's awakened Mangekyo pupil technique is the immortal black flame sunshine, and the powerful illusion Tsukuyomi. But now when Uchiha Kedo opens Mangekyo, what he awakens is two defensive pupil techniques. This made Uchiha Kedo wonder if he was being too conservative. But Uchiha Kedo thought about it, and awakening these two pupil skills is not a bad thing. With a systematic existence, as long as he can continue to develop, he will definitely be able to stand at the highest peak of the ninja world. As for the various dangers and obstacles encountered along the way, Setsuna and Vientiane are the best guarantees for Uchiha Kedo to survive all difficulties and dangers. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kedo felt a little happy. His pupil technique was too suitable for him. When he came back to his senses, he saw Naruto and Sasuke Uchiha Kedo, who were still confronting each other, slowly coming out of the shadows, and said with a smile, "Are our two little friends hungry? You guys don't know each other, why don't you show off your face and let my brother treat you to a meal? How about the Ichiraku ramen? I heard the taste is pretty good." As soon as he heard that someone was treating guests to eat ramen, Naruto immediately let go of the pain in his body, as if it disappeared in an instant. Immediately a carp stood up straight, and said to Uchiha Kedo with a face full of hope, "Hey, big brother, do you really want to treat me to ramen? Then I want the biggest bowl of miso ramen. Brother, why do we invite this crane tail to dinner?" Uchiha Sasuke's face was full of doubts, as if he didn't understand what Uchiha Kedo was doing. Little Sasuke also needs some friends. Uchiha Kedo patted Sasuke on the shoulder and said with a smile, "I think this child is a bit like an old friend I once knew. Let's treat it as a friend. And that little girl from Hyaga's family, you can come with me, I will personally take you back to Hyaga's house later." As Uchiha Kedo said, he turned his head and said to Hyaga Hinata, who was beside him, Is it really possible?" Hyaga Hinata lowered her head and said timidly, "Certainly. Then thank you for the hospitality." Uchiha Kedo smiled casually and walked slowly towards Ichiraku ramen with a group of brats. "Ah, it's so delicious. The boss has another bowl." "Okay. Wait a minute, I'll be here soon." In the Ichiraku ramen shop, Naruto made 3 mouthfuls and made 2 mouthfuls. In just a few minutes, there was no soup left in the extra large bowl of miso ramen. "Sure enough, the ramen is the best," Naruto said excitedly. Uchiha Kedo smiled noncommittally beside him. Although Ichiraku ramen tastes good, it is just ordinary ramen, which is not as exaggerated as Naruto's performance. And after a close inspection, Uchiha Kedo can also confirm that the owner of Ichiraku ramen is just an ordinary person, and the chakra reaction on his body is extremely weak. So Boss Ichiraku is simply lucky to survive the disasters that will follow in the future. "Big brother, what do you mean when you say that I look a lot like someone you knew?" While waiting for the intermission of ramen, Naruto asked suspiciously, as if he had thought of something. "Well, it just looks a bit like it." Uchiha Kedo slapped a haha and prevaricated casually. "Yeah." Naruto looked at Uchiha Kedo suspiciously. He always felt that the big brother who invited him to eat ramen in front of him was a little weird. But at this moment, a new bowl of ramen was brought up by the boss, and all doubts were immediately left behind by Naruto. Tasty. The brother who is willing to treat people to eat ramen, how could he be a bad person? It's delicious. Chapter 54. Uchiha Kedo raised his head and glanced at Hokage Rock in the distance. It seems that Namikaze Minato and Naruto are not alike at all except for the color of their hair. After all, Namikaze Minato is known for his brains and talent, and Naruto seems to have inherited everything Kushina has now. Watching Naruto devouring a bowl of ordinary ramen, Uchiha Kedo couldn't help a sneer in his heart. If Namikaze Minato knew, he would seal 9 tails on Naruto at the cost of his life. What they got in exchange was not respect, but the spurning and hatred of all the villagers towards Naruto. I don't know if Namikaze Minato will still make that decision at that time. Having said that, Namikaze Minato seems to have left a bunch of chakra inside the seal of 9 tails. It's a pity that Uchiha Kedo doesn't know the sealing technique now, and he can't undo the seal of 9 tails. Otherwise, you can try to awaken Namikaze Minato's consciousness, and after he sees all this with his own eyes, can he take everything lightly? In addition, the 9 tails chakra on Naruto also made Uchiha very greedy. During the night of 9 tails, Uchiha Kedo also got 2 groups of Nine-Tails Chakra through system settlement. These 2 groups of Nine-Tails Chakra also helped Uchiha Kedo a lot. It's just that with Uchiha Kedo's current strength improvement speed, the 2 groups of Nine-Tails Chakra, which were rewarded by the system at the beginning, have gradually been unable to keep up with Uchiha Kedo's footsteps. When the former Uchiha Kedo used the tailed beast code, 2 tails could emerge behind him. The strength will also be directly promoted to elite Jonin or even Kage level. But now Uchiha Kedo's strength is rising rapidly, especially now that Mangekyo Sharingan is turned on, that is a proper Kage level strength. Coupled with Hatake knife skills and miscellaneous ninjutsu, even in Kage level, Uchiha Kedo can be regarded as the top rank. And such a tail beast code with 2 tails is not enough for Uchiha Kedo's growth. So Uchiha Kedo wanted to see if he could get some chakra from the 9 tails in Naruto and integrate it into the 9 tails chakra in himself. And Chakra who wants to get 9 tails needs to break the seal of 9 tails, even if it is only a small opening. It's time to learn the sealing technique, or try to find a way for the system to calculate the sealing technique. Uchiha Kedo thought to himself. The sealing technique can also be regarded as the panacea. There may be some deficiencies in attack, but it can be called a miracle in some respects. For example, adamantine sealing chains, after practicing to ultimate, those chains can even bind tailed beasts, let alone ordinary people. And other sealing techniques, such as the enchantment of perception, are no more secure than sending people to patrol in the Uchiha clan. It's just that the country of Vortex has been destroyed, and the remaining sealing techniques are all in the hands of third Hokage. So if Uchiha Kedo wants to learn the sealing technique, he probably needs to think about other methods, such as system settlement. Not long after the meal was over, Naruto patted his round belly, greeted Uchiha Kedo, and ran towards his small apartment. When he arrived at Uchiha Kedo, he didn't tell Naruto much about his life experience. After all, today's contact was too sudden, and it was completely beyond Uchiha Kedo's expectations. So for a while, Uchiha Kedo didn't have a good way to arrange Naruto. The current Uchiha family is also poking Sarutobi Hiruzen's nerves hard. If there is too much contact with Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not be able to deal with the Uchiha family, and I am afraid that Naruto will be sent to the root and handed over to Danzo for brainwashing. A Naruto who has completely lost himself is not what Uchiha Kedo wants to see. Uchiha Kedo took Sasuke to send Hyuga Hinata back to Hyuga's house. This really caused a great stir in Hyuga's house. The young patriarch of the Uchiha clan sends the daughter of the head of the Hyuga clan back to the Hyuga family. This strange combination is not right no matter how you look at it. Seeing the Hyuga clansmen who were on the verge of a formidable enemy, Uchiha Kedo smiled casually and didn't take it seriously at all. After all, if Hyuga Hayashi suddenly appeared in the land of the Uchiha clan, the people of the Uchiha clan would take the same attitude. After sending Hinata home, Uchiha Kedo took Uchiha Sasuke on the way home as well. The impact of the 2 newly settled rewards is too great, and Uchiha Kedo has no intention of continuing to play outside. Simply go home and study again. Along the way, Uchiha Sasuke frowned, not as lively as usual. Brother, do you like the tale of the crane you met today? Uchiha Sasuke, who was close to the clan, finally couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked. Uchiha Kedo couldn't help but smile a little. It turned out that Sasuke was depressed all the way, and he was thinking about these things. Of course not. It's just a coincidence. He has someone who is more like my brother. Uchiha Kedo patted Uchiha Sasuke's little head and said with a smile. The person my brother likes the most is me, right? Hearing Uchiha Kedo's words, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flashed a light, and he asked expectantly. That's not necessarily true. I like both father and mother Itachi. Uchiha Kedo deliberately left out Sasuke and said with a smile. Seeing the expression on Uchiha Sasuke's face that almost shed tears, Uchiha Kedo couldn't help laughing. Of course our favorite is our little Sasuke. I also like my brother the most. Uchiha Sasuke immediately burst into tears, grabbed Uchiha Kedo's hand and walked towards the clan ground with a jump. Chapter 55. Back at the clan land, Uchiha Kedo suddenly found that something was wrong with the clan land today. The clansmen passing by on the street looked in the direction of his house from time to time, with worries in their eyes. Even when saying hello, the smiles on the faces of the clansmen were much less. With a hint of doubt, Uchiha Kedo couldn't help speeding up. When he saw the 2 Umbu wearing animal masks at the door, Uchiha Kedo knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen was coming. After returning home, he didn't pay attention to the sullen Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Kedo handed Sasuke to Uchiha Mikoto and casually came to sit down beside Uchiha Fugaku. What do you Uchiha clan mean? Why are you secretly contacting Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Could it be that you want to repeat the tragedy of 3 years ago? After Uchiha Mikoto brought Sasuke back to the room, Sarutobi no longer suppressed himself, and immediately asked angrily. Uchiha Fugaku still doesn't know what happened, and he was confused when he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Contact Nine Tails Jinchuriki? As the patriarch, why didn't he know that he had given this order? Uchiha Kedo sneered in his heart. The news of Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite well informed. As soon as he invited Naruto to dinner, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to ask questions. Master Hokage, you can eat indiscriminately, but you can't talk indiscriminately. Uchiha Kedo said lightly. It's just that I ran into the son of an old friend by chance, and had a quick meal on a whim. Why did coming to Hokage-sama become private contact with Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Uchiha Kedo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and sneered. What? Did you tell him about Naruto's background? Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked in his heart, and hurriedly asked. It was my negligence. I even forgot to tell Naruto the identity of his parents. It seems that I will mention it again when I have the opportunity. Uchiha Kedo smiled meaningfully and said casually. After all, the son of Hokage has been reduced to a demon fox. It is really sad for those who hear it. Are you right? Master Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen was relieved when he heard that Uchiha Kedo did not reveal Naruto's identity. Just after hearing Uchiha Kedo's words, the anger in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart suddenly rose. Are you threatening me? Threaten? Where does this start? Uchiha Kedo sneered, sarcastically. It's just to give back a legitimate identity to the hero. Why is this a threat in the eyes of Third Hokage? Looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a livid face, Uchiha Kedo knew that enough was enough. After teasing Sarutobi Hiruzen, it may go to an extreme. Don't worry, I don't want Naruto to know my identity yet. This encounter was also purely a coincidence. Uchiha Kedo said lightly. It's just that Fourth Hokage was kind to me. Now that it happened, I can no longer watch Naruto live like this. Even if you can't change the villagers' perception of him, you should at least let him know that not everyone hates him. To be honest, Uchiha Kedo doesn't quite understand why Naruto insists on becoming Hokage so that all the villagers will recognize him. Comparing my heart to my heart, if it is Uchiha Kedo, since I can remember since I was a child, I have lived in the malice of the people around me. For a long time, even if the heart is not twisted enough to want to destroy everything, at least it will sit idly by and ignore everything suffered by the people around it. And Naruto is the only one who still wants to change the views of the villagers after suffering so much malice like Naruto. Even Uchiha Kedo wondered if it was possible that Naruto had been hit by Uchiha Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods after birth. Because distinguished heavenly gods planted in their minds the idea of being loyal to Konoha and the villagers, Naruto has worked hard for Konoha all his life. It's just that after thinking about it, it seems impossible. After all, the cooling time of distinguished heavenly gods is too long. After releasing it once, it will take at least 10 years to recover the pupil power. If Uchiha Shisui had released Naruto, it would not be like relying on the power of the distinguished heavenly gods to reverse the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan. So after thinking about it, Uchiha Kedo can only attribute this to the influence of Ashura's reincarnation and Chakra's influence on Naruto to have such a pure heart. Or maybe this is the role of the protagonist's halo. Hearing Uchiha Kedo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen also fell silent. In the final analysis, it is still a sentence, Naruto's identity issue must not be made public now. Once Naruto's identity was learned by the villagers. It is known that Fourth Hokage, who died fighting for the village, also had a child. Moreover, this child did not get the honor he deserved, but was packaged as a demon fox by the village, letting the villagers vent their emotions for so many years. Immediately, the prestige of Konoha's top management will be shattered, especially his Third Hokage will be on the cusp. And most importantly, the concept in Naruto's mind is far from mature. You only need to know that the unfair treatment you have received since you were born is all caused by the village. I am afraid that from now on, the blackening and the centrifugation of the village will be secondary. If Nine Tails breaks the seal under the strong emotional fluctuations, Sarutobi Hiruzen will feel a little shuddering when he thinks about that scene. Sure enough, I should have listened to Danzo in the first place. Throw Naruto to the roots and accept Danzo's training, and now you won't have so much trouble. Chapter 56. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little regretful in his heart, but the top priority now is to stabilize Uchiha Kedo. After all, the Cloud Shinobi mission is coming soon, and now the village needs the power of the Uchiha clan as a deterrent. After a long silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a wry smile. Then what do you want to do? Uchiha Kedo said lightly. I don't want to interfere too much with the village's decision. But one thing, Naruto can't take any damage, and needs to stay in the village all the time, not some weird place. As for where it is, I don't think I need to say more. Uchiha Kedo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and emphasized something. Ken. Sarutobi Hiruzen clenched his teeth, but said in a low voice helplessly. In addition, Fourth Hokage once taught me a ninjutsu, and when the time is right, I will hand it over to Naruto. Let Naruto accept his father's bequest, surely Third Hokage-sama will not refuse. Uchiha Kedo said lightly. When Namikaze Minato died, Uchiha Kedo was only 5 years old. What ninjutsu can a 5-year-old child learn? Just when Uenfei Hiruzen was puzzled, Uchiha Kedo raised a hand, but without any movement, a blue Raise-nan was suddenly born from Uchiha Kedo's hand. Raise-nan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback when he saw this iconic ninjutsu. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen not be familiar with the ninjutsu of Raise-nan? This is the Muji ninjutsu specially developed by Namikaze Minato based on the tailed beast bomb in order to enhance the lethality of Flying Thunder God Slash. After the death of Namikaze Minato, only 2 people in the ninja world can use it today. One is the teacher of Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya among the Sannin. But Jiraiya never returned to the village after Orochimaru defected, and it is impossible for Uchiha Kedo and Jiraiya to have any contact. And the other is Kakashi, a disciple of Namikaze Minato. It's just that in Sarutobi Hiruzen's investigation, Kakashi had contact with Uchiha Kedo during the graduation assessment, and had no contact with Uchiha Kedo in private. And although Kakashi has mastered Raise-nan, the combat system of Raise-nan and Kakashi does not match. Plus Kakashi is also not good at wind style, so I have never seen Kakashi use Raise-nan in official battles. So even if Uchiha Kedo turns on Sharingan, it is impossible to copy this jutsu. So rule out all the impossible, no matter how incredible the remaining option is, he is also the correct answer. Uchiha Kedo's Raise-nan was taught by Namikaze Minato himself. Perhaps at the age of 5, Uchiha Kedo learned Raise-nan, an A-level ninjutsu. Thinking of this result, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help being startled once again by Uchiha Kedo's astonishing talent. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Yes, but you must get Naruto to enter the ninja school before you can learn Raise-nan. You can't have more contact with Naruto at other times. Uchiha Kedo couldn't help frowning at Sarutobi Hiruzen's request. He also wants to get some Nine-Tails Chakra via Naruto. And I also want to have more contact with Naruto, and then let the system settle more Ashura Chuk to improve my sage body. If Sarutobi Hiruzen had been promised, these ideas of his would have come to naught. But after thinking about it, Uchiha Kedo soon felt relieved. He has only merged with the mid-level sage body today, and it will take some time before he can fully tap the potential of the mid-level sage body. In addition, Uchiha Kedo also needs some time to learn the sealing technique. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kedo nodded and agreed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's request. But Sasuke needs friends, and Naruto also needs friends. The bond between the 2 children must not be rejected by third Hokage. Uchiha Kedo said lightly. Ken. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed so readily that Uchiha Kedo almost thought he heard it wrong. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, he has already given way so many steps anyway, and he doesn't care about this step anymore. About Naruto, you can do whatever you want, but now the village needs the strength of the Uchiha clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly changed the topic and said in a deep voice. Uchiha Fugaku, who had been sitting on the sidelines for a long time after hearing this, suddenly regained his spirits. Regarding Naruto, Uchiha Kedo has his own ideas, and Uchiha Fugaku can't do anything, so he can only sit on the sidelines. But now when it comes to the clan, it's time for him to make a difference. Is it because of the Cloud Shinobi mission? Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. The Cloud Shinobi mission will arrive at Konoha the day after tomorrow. A spy has sent information that the purpose of the Cloud Shinobi mission is not just to sign a peace agreement. But the deeper purpose of the village has not been found. So I hope that the Fugaku Patriarch can use the power of the Konoha Security Department to protect it on the bright side. Give enough deterrence to the Uniing mission, so that they will show their feet or give up this plan. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Uchiha Kedo cursed secretly in his heart. Old fox. Chapter 57. It's clearly an excuse to have private contact with Nine-Tails. Originally, Uchiha Kedo wondered why Sarutobi Hiruzen was so easy to talk about today. Now it seems that it is clearly a gesture of making enough concessions in the Nine-Tails incident. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't bear to refuse, making him look in a weak position in the next negotiation. But Uchiha Fugaku has been able to be the patriarch for so long, and his vision is naturally not covered. This little trick of Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't hide from his eyes at all. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen meaningfully, but said indifferently. Protecting the village is the job of the security department, Lord Hokage, don't worry. The formulaic tone, neither agreeing nor rejecting, pushed everything to the responsibility. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to have thought of the situation a long time ago, and was not moved at all. After chatting casually for a few words, he left the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kedo doesn't care about the Cloud Shinobi mission or anything. After all, the purpose of the Cloud Shinobi mission is only the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan and has nothing to do with it. And the relationship between Uchiha and Hyuga is not good enough to exchange information. Besides, it might be a good thing for the Uchiha clan to kill Hyuga Hisashi at the worst. So Uchiha Kedo didn't want to remind Uchiha Fugaku, just casually mentioned Naruto, and Uchiha Kedo went back to his room. There was nothing to say all night, and it was the next morning in a blink of an eye. Mangekyo Sharinan has been opened, and the purpose of Uchiha Kedo practice has been achieved. So Uchiha Kedo also wants to continue to receive missions in Umbu. I want to obtain rewards from the settlement system, and at the same time use combat to tap the potential of Mangekyo Sharinan and intermediate sage body. It's just that when Uchiha Kedo came to Umbu, he found that the recent missions were basically all related to the Cloud Shinobi mission. It's not spying, it's spying. Tasks like chasing and killing traitors are temporarily suspended. Seeing the details of the mission, Uchiha Kedo felt a little helpless. For such a task, he might as well just hang out in the security department, so that he can walk on the street openly while performing the task. Since there was no suitable task, Uchiha Kedo simply went home. Little Sasuke was still immersed in the depression of his brother's departure and saw Uchiha Kedo's return. Jumping up and down with excitement, he took Uchiha Kedo's hand and ran towards Konoha village. 2 days passed quickly. Early this morning, Uchiha Kedo was taking Sasuke to do simple training in his yard. Uchiha Fugaku appeared in front of Uchiha Kedo wearing a brand new merchant waistcoat with full equipment. "Gee, the Cloud Shinobi mission will arrive today. If it is not necessary, you and Sasuke should stay at home and not go out." Leaving a word of advice, Uchiha Fugaku left the clan and rushed towards the Konoha security department. The arrival of missions from other countries is a big event. In order to avoid disputes between the two countries, the burden on Uchiha Fugaku is very heavy. Uchiha Kedo disagrees. The purpose of the Cloud Shinobi mission is only the Hyuga clan. Besides, with Uning's current strength, would he still dare to provoke the Uchiha clan? After the Third Ninja War, every village suffered heavy losses and was unable to fight again. The Uchiha clan did not participate in the war too much because of the fear of the high-level Konoha, and their strength was preserved very well. After the end of the Ninja World War, it settled in the center of the village, and the momentum of development is very good. Now the strength of the family is no longer what it used to be. But in terms of high-end strength, it is definitely not empty talk that a clan is equal to a village. But Uchiha Kedo didn't want to go out today. Sasuke is nearly 4 years old now and can do some basic training to lay a solid foundation for his future ninja career. After all, looking at the entire development of the Hokage world, in terms of talent alone, there is still a big gap between Sasuke and Itachi. If Itachi hadn't been under too much pressure and Sasuke's cheating was too ruthless, and Itachi even released the sea in the end, otherwise Sasuke would never be Itachi's opponent. So in order for Sasuke not to belittle himself because of the talent gap with his 2 elder brothers, Uchiha Kedo can only let him fly first. Sasuke also doesn't complain at all, he does what Uchiha Kedo says. Uchiha Mikoto felt a little distressed at the effort. But as a mother, Uchiha Mikoto also hopes that Sasuke will have a bright future. So even though he felt distressed, Uchiha Mikoto just silently watched Sasuke train hard. The day passed quickly, and it was already late at night when Uchiha Fugaku returned home. There is no way. There are a large number of people from other villages in the village, and he, the head of the Konoha security department, has too much to do. Early the next morning, Uchiha Fugaku left home to go to work at the Konoha security department. Uchiha Kedo didn't care and wanted to continue training Sasuke. It didn't take long to practice, and the room remembered Uchiha Mikoto talking and laughing with a girl. "Kwan? Why are you here? Don't you need to go to the ninja school?" Uchiha Kedo asked with a smile. "The Cloud Shinobi mission is here and the schools are closed," Uchiha Izumi said with a smile. "Hey, I don't know if our busy person has time to accompany me to Konoha. Miss Kwan has already invited you, so I don't want to save face. Wouldn't it be very disrespectful?" Uchiha Kedo said with a smile. Chapter 58. After another change of uniform, Uchiha Kedo led Uchiha Izumi, followed by Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. A group of 4 walked the streets of the village together. Originally, Uchiha Kedo just wanted Izumi to enjoy a happy time with only 2 people. But I couldn't stand Uchiha Sasuke's hopeful vision and Uchiha Izumi's persuasion. No way, Uchiha Kedo finally decided to bring Sasuke. Already having a light bulb, Uchiha Kedo simply called Uchiha Itachi along. Since it is no longer a separate world for 2 people, it simply becomes a family outing. It also happens to be possible to dump Sasuke to Uchiha Itachi, making Itachi, the Brakan, a competent nanny. However, due to the arrival of the Cloud Shinobi mission, although the villagers are still doing business as usual, there are much fewer pedestrians on the street. From time to time, members of the Uchiha clan who joined the Konoha security department can be seen hurrying past on the street. Seeing everything in front of him, Uchiha Itachi muttered with a trace of disgust on his face. "War of the damned," Uchiha Kedo said with a smile. "If you hate war, think about what you can do to bring eternal peace to the world." Hearing Uchiha Kedo's words, a look of astonishment flashed across Uchiha Itachi's face, and he couldn't help falling into silence. Ignoring Itachi's changes, Uchiha Kedo walked Uchiha Izumi from shop to shop. The smile on Quan's face didn't stop for a moment. Seeing this scene, Sasuke's face was clearly marked with unhappiness. Obviously he is my brother's favorite person, why everything changed when Sister Quan came? He will never play with Sister Quan again. Hey, brat, I ran into someone without even apologizing. Is this the spirit of Konoha civilians? On the street not far away, several dark-skinned ninjas who looked very different from civilians were holding the collar of a child in orange clothes. While shouting and scolding, he didn't care about the child's struggle at all. Naruto. Uchiha Kedo, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. How could Naruto be in Yuning's hands? You're talking nonsense, I've already avoided it, you bumped into it yourself. Naruto shouted angrily while struggling. Originally, Naruto was just walking on the street as usual, seeing a few new faces in the village, and wanted to go to see what happened out of curiosity. It's just that I didn't expect to be pushed from behind by someone, and the whole person fell out. Fortunately, he reacted in time and avoided its direction, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the Cloud Shinobi ninja bumped into it by himself. Next, as Uchiha Kedo saw, Yuning grabbed Naruto's collar and taunted a group of people around him. Is Konoha commoner just so gutsy? They dare not admit that they did something wrong. What a bunch of trash. Or are you not a civilian, but a killer sent by Konoha to assassinate the mission? Such a cowardly village, no wonder it wants to make peace with Lord Hokage. Ha ha ha. The Cloud Shinobi ninja's face is full of confidence, and he is clearly the loser, but he has no awareness of the loser at all. Under the watchful eyes of a group of Konoha civilians and ninjas, they belittled Konoha crazily. Sarutobi Hiruzen has really lived on dogs for most of his life. People from other villages can't help but belittle their own village so much. Uchiha Kedo shook his head, his eyes froze for a moment. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want to make a move, let him leave it to the Konoha security department. After all, isn't the responsibility of the security department to protect the villagers from outsiders? Raise non-mini shuriken. Uchiha Kedo stretched out a finger, the chakra gathered on the fingertips, and a small raise-non was formed instantly. This trick Uchiha Kedo is also inspired by the legend of Boruto. Boruto's raise-non, which can be invisible after being thrown, is sometimes as practical as the ordinary raise-non. With a flick of Uchiha Kedo's fingertip, the little raise-non flew out. After flying a few meters, the little raise-non disappeared into the air as if he was powerless. For a cowardly village like this, I should report to Lord Hokage to continue to open. The Cloud Shinobi ninja who was holding onto Naruto wanted to continue to taunt, but suddenly a strong crisis emerged in his heart. But before he could move, a mass of violent chakra exploded in his chest without warning. The clothes on Cloud Shinobi's chest instantly shattered, and Rasengan's powerful tearing ability instantly made Cloud Shinobi's chest a bloody mess. Ah! With a cry of pain, Cloud Shinobi fell to the ground, his face full of pain. Naruto also saw the timing, shook off the hand that was holding his collar, and kicked backwards. Immediately after kicking, he mixed into the crowd, the speed was so fast and the movements were so fluent that even the Cloud Shinobi ninja didn't expect it. But now is not the time to worry about the child. In order to prevent another sneak attack, the leader of the Cloud Shinobi ninja who descended to the bottom immediately surrounded him. How are you, Caroline? Who did it to the Cloud Shinobi mission? Are you Konoha trying to provoke the dispute between the two countries again? The leader of the Cloud Shinobi mission stood up immediately, his face full of shock and anger. I've seen a lot of ninjas, and I've seen a lot of arrogant people. However, this is the first time I've seen people in other villages who don't keep their tails between their legs and instead act imposing everywhere. With a sneer on his face, Uchiha Kedo walked slowly in front of the Cloud Shinobi mission. Chapter 59. Konoha Security Department? Are you from the Uchiha clan? Team leader Cloud Shinobi was taken aback when he saw the family crest on Uchiha Kedo. Even if you are a member of the Uchiha clan, so what, can people of the Uchiha clan just make a move? We are the emissaries of Cloud Shinobi village, representing our Hokage for peace. Are you attacking us to start another war? If you don't give me an explanation, we will return to Cloud Shinobi now, and you Konohas will wait for the Cloud Shadow army to overwhelm the land by then. The leader of Cloud Shinobi yelled fiercely. Noisy. Uchiha Kedo looked contemptuously at the leader of Cloud Shinobi, and sneered. I didn't see any Cloud Shinobi missions, I only saw a few incompetent people bullying children to gain power. And don't you take yourself too seriously. Just because of a few idiots, Cloud Shinobi dares to fight me, Konoha. Uchiha Kedo said bluntly. Team leader Cloud Shinobi was at a loss for words. He also knew about the situation of Cloud Shinobi village, and he really didn't have the ability to start another war. Otherwise, they don't need to show off their power by bullying children. But losers don't lose. Just when the leader of the reason was thinking about how to refute Uchiha Kedo and earn back his lost face, Umbu's ninja finally came. Could it be that Umbu is the Hong Kong detective in previous movies? It really only has the function of cleaning the ground. Seeing Umbu who came at the wrong time, Uchiha Kedo frowned slightly, and couldn't help complaining in his heart. Seeing Umbu's arrival, the leader of Cloud Shinobi immediately became confident. Is this the attitude of your Konoha negotiations? We, Yuning, came here for peace, but the people in your village actually secretly attacked the members of our mission. I will truthfully report this matter to our Lord Hokage. If Third Hokage cannot give a reasonable explanation, there is no need to talk about this peace. The leader of Cloud Shinobi yelled at Umbu. Umbu represents Hokage, and the news of the discord between Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Uchiha clan is almost an open secret in the ninja world. Team leader Cloud Shinobi didn't believe that Uchiha Kedo could go against Hokage's intentions in public. Bring the Uchiha clan to their knees in Konoha village. In this way, the deterrent effect is much better than bullying children. For a while, the leader of Cloud Shinobi admired his own wit. Umbu Ninja checked Kurui's injuries, stood up and was about to speak, but was stopped immediately by Uchiha Kedo's cold eyes. The Konoha guard is doing business, so Umbu should not interfere. What Umbu doesn't dare to take care of, our security department takes care of. Uchiha Kedo said lightly. The arrogant look of team leader Cloud Shinobi froze instantly. The whole person is like a CK whose neck has been strangled, and can no longer scream. How dare the Uchiha clan speak like that to Umbu representing Hokage in public? Is the Uchiha family already uncrowned kings in Konoha? Even Third Hokage is next to him. The mind of the leader of Cloud Shinobi began to work crazily. Umbu was silent for a moment, as if remembering something, he nodded and said. Then trouble the young patriarch. However, they are the Cloud Shinobi mission after all, I hope the young patriarch will be careful. After speaking, the Umbu ninja disappeared instantly. For it. The leader of Cloud Shinobi didn't even think that the Umbu ninja really backed down. What should he do now? Continue to confront Uchiha Kedo, not to mention that you can't take advantage of it verbally, but also be on guard against Uchiha Kedo's secret attack at any time. After all, before Kurui was injured, none of them noticed any omens, and even now they couldn't figure out how Uchiha Kedo made the shot. Moreover, there are more and more Konoha civilians watching the excitement around, and the longer the delay, the more face Cloud Shinobi will lose. It's just that they retreated in such a desperate manner, and the team leader Cloud Shinobi was very unwilling. Arui, don't forget Master Hokage's order. Seeing the current stalemate, the members of the mission reminded him in a low voice. The leader of Cloud Shinobi, Arui, suddenly woke up like a dream, and almost forgot that they came to Konoha not just for peace talks. This time we won't just leave it at that, Konoha must give us an explanation, otherwise just wait for the war to start. Arui said a cruel word, and then quickly left the crowd with Kurui and the ninjas in the mission. When the surrounding Konoha civilians saw the Cloud Shinobi mission retreating in a hurry, they immediately burst into cheers. Long live the young patriarch. I've seen this group of Cloud Shinobi ninjas upset for a long time, the young patriarch did a great job. It turns out that the security department is the patron saint of Konoha. From now on, when ninjas from the security department come to eat in my restaurant, they will get a 20% discount. It's the same in our store, as long as you are from the Uchiha family, you will get a 30% discount. The young patriarch is free. The young patriarch is free. Brother, you are so powerful. I will become a strong person like my brother in the future. Crowd commander came running up and hugged Uchiha Kedo's calf with stars in his eyes. Uchiha Kedo patted Sasuke's head and said with a smile. Let's go for a stroll, don't let a pile of rat shit affect your mood. Chapter 60. Uchiha Kedo meddling. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked the Umbu ninja in front of him, smoking the pipe in his hand. Yes, Lord Hokage. And Chief Uchiha wounded a member of the Cloud Shinobi mission in order to save people. Umbu ninja said respectfully. Okay, I see, you go to work first. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said calmly. After Umbu left, Danzo's figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Sarutobi, the first step plan has been successful, the next negotiation, you know what to do. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly and said. But are you sure the Uchiha clan will really send troops? After thinking about it for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to adopt Danzo's suggestion. Since it is not easy to fight in the village, another war will be started, and the Uchiha clan will be the main force of the war. If they win, the village will receive a large amount of war indemnity, and the reputation of Konoha #1 ninja village will be further consolidated. If you lose the fight, you will lose a lot of money at worst. In recent years, all of us have tightened our belts to live together. Even as the main force of the war, Sarutobi Hiruzen can still throw all the blame on the Uchiha clan, forcing the Uchiha clan to take the bulk of the compensation. And regardless of the outcome of the war, as the main members of the war, the Uchiha family will definitely suffer heavy losses. Faced with such a strategy that can kill multiple birds with one stone, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still moved. And now that the plan is officially launched, the only remaining condition is whether the Uchiha clan will send troops. Sarutobi, you just need to do what you have to do, and I will take care of the rest. Danzo leaned on crutches and said coldly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment, nodded and said. Then it's up to you Danzo, this plan can only succeed and never fail. If the Uchiha clan refused to send troops, the village alone would not be able to support a war. Konoha Shinobi is such a deceit. In Konoha village, in the hotel where the Cloud Shinobi delegation stayed, Arui, the leader of the Cloud Shinobi team, slapped the table heavily, full of dissatisfaction. Arui, don't forget, we came here on the orders of Master Hokage. The deputy team leader Assam said lightly. On the surface, Arui is the leader of this mission, but in fact Assam is the core of this negotiation. Master Assam, you have also seen what happened today. The Uchiha clan is really deceiving people too much. Even Karui almost died at the hands of the Uchiha patriarch. Arui said quickly with anger on his face. Assam was silent for a moment, then nodded and said. It is true that there is a slight discrepancy with the information we have. The status of the Uchiha clan in Konoha is quite different from what we have learned. The negotiations are proceeding according to the original plan, as for Lord Hokage's orders. Using the village's secret in Konoha, let them find out the deployment of Hyaga's house. This time, we must grasp the latest situation and make sure nothing goes wrong. Assam said firmly. Lord Assam, I have a proposal. Arui said quickly. The Sharinan of the Uchiha family is not weaker than the white eyes of the Hyaga family. If we can find a chance to bring the Uchiha clan back to the village, Lord Hokage will be very happy. Thinking of Uchiha Kedo's hideous face, Arui said hastily with a flash of anger in his eyes. The Uchiha clan. Assam frowned, subconsciously wanting to object. After all, the Uchiha clan is too powerful. Today, just a 10-year-old child can overwhelm the entire mission. Even till now Assam didn't figure out how Uchiha Kedo attacked Karui. Therefore, it is really unwise to provoke such a powerful enemy outside the plan. But Assam thought about it, the Uchiha clan's protection against Sharinan was weak. There is no such thing as the Hyaga clan, and the curse seal of Caged Bird protects Bian from being stolen by other ninjas. Even just take 1 or 2 commoners of the Uchiha clan and let them breed in Cloud Shinobi village. In this way, because of the existence of the blood of the Uchiha family, all descendants may open Sharinan. If the plan is successful, there will be another powerful blood succession boundary in Cloud Shinobi village. In future ninja wars, Cloud Shinobi can also add a powerful force. After deliberating for a long time, a ruthless look flashed in Assam's eyes, and he said firmly. Activate the secrets in the village, be sure to find out all the arrangements of the Hyaga family, as for the Uchiha family, try to find out. This plan can only succeed, not fail. Clear. A gleam of joy flashed in Arui's eyes, and he replied firmly. A commoner of the Uchiha clan? What is there to catch for civilians? After searching in the afternoon, he knows that Uchiha Kedo has a 4-year-old brother. Since Uchiha Kedo dared to provoke Cloud Shinobi village, let him know what revenge from Cloud Shinobi is. As Assam made a decision, top secret orders were issued one after another, and finally accepted by Cloud Shinobi's Anko in Konoha. In the darkness, several seemingly ordinary Konoha civilians started their own actions. If you want to deal with the Uchiha clan, then let the old man help you. In the dark base, Danzo's cold voice spread slowly. A seemingly ordinary Konoha commoner, lying on the ground with his eyes rolled up, seemed unable to survive. Chapter 61. 2 days later, in Konoha's meeting room. We, the Cloud Shinobi mission, are here in peace this time. Master Hokage said that as long as Konoha compensates Cloud Shinobi with 1 billion taels of cash and 1 billion taels worth of grain iron ore and special metals. If Konoha agrees, then Cloud Shinobi will reluctantly sign an agreement with Konoha. Cloud Shinobi team leader Alui put his hands on his shoulders, and the old god said. Hearing Arui's conditions, a cold light flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, he took a puff of the cigarette in his hand, and said coldly. Messenger of Cloud Shinobi, I'm afraid you have forgotten that in the Ninja World War, you, Cloud Shinobi, are the loser. Even if there is compensation, Cloud Shinobi should pay us Konoha. Arui sneered and said loudly. What a defeat, Cloud Shinobi, are not defeated. Master Hokage decided to retreat because he yearned for peace and didn't want to see the ninja world burn to death. How come our Lord Hokage's move for peace is a defeat in the eyes of you Konoha? The condition is such a condition. If you Konoha don't want to sign, then go to war. After receiving Assam's instructions, Arui left the meeting room ahead of schedule with the Cloud Shinobi delegation. When all the Cloud Shinobi left, Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped the table hard. Too much deceit, do you really think that Konoha dare not go to war? Master Hokage, Cloud Shinobi does not have the sincerity to negotiate, and I am afraid that any further delay will only produce unexpected changes. So I propose to temporarily suspend the negotiations, or Konoha sends a mission to Cloud Shinobi to see what Raikage means, and then decide whether to sign a peace treaty. Narashika frowned and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen with a serious face. Try to contact Cloud Shinobi again in a few days. If Cloud Shinobi still has this attitude, then cancel the negotiation and do as you said. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly and said lightly. This. Naraluyu hesitated for a moment. After contacting for the past few days, he felt that Cloud Shinobi had no sincerity in negotiating. But since Sarutobi Hiruzen had already made a decision, Nara did not say much, and left the meeting room to start preparing for the next negotiation. Sarutobi did a good job today, everything went according to plan. Not long after Nara dear left, Danzo slowly walked into the meeting room with a cane. According to the latest information, the purpose of the Cloud Shinobi mission to Konoha is for the blood of the Uchiha clan. When the clansmen are taken away by Cloud Shinobi, in order to ensure that the Sharingan blood does not flow out, the Uchiha clan will definitely send troops. Danzo said with a sneer. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of the pipe in his hand, closed his eyes and thought in his mind. Then proceed as planned, Danzo. This time, there must be no leaks. If you are caught by the Uchiha clan, the consequences will not be what you and I want to see. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his eyes abruptly, with a flash of cold light, even Danzo felt a little startled. Relax Sarutobi. Everything is going according to plan. The news came back from Anzu, the Hyuga clan and the branch house will hold a meeting tonight. At that time, the internal defensive force of the Hyuga family will be very empty. So today is our best chance. In the hotel, Asam took the information and gave instructions to a group of Cloud Shinobi ninjas. Also Karui, Arui. Anko will cause some commotion outside the Uchiha clan tonight. When the Uchiha guards are removed, you go into the Uchiha tribe and take a Uchiha child. It's best if the child is both on Sharingan, or one of the parents is on Sharingan. Once you succeed, don't hesitate to evacuate to the country of fire immediately. Master Raikage has sent people to meet him at the border. As long as this plan is completed, all of you will contribute to Cloud Shinobi village. So act. Yes. Outside the Uchiha clan, Kalui and Arui quietly bypassed Konoha Umbu surveillance and hid on a big tree outside the clan. There are 3 patrols in the Uchiha clan. Each patrol consists of 2 Jonin and 4 Chunin, all of whom are elite ninjas who have activated Sharingan. Arui would think of the information he had checked, and couldn't help but gasp. Elite Jonin, no matter which village they are in, is an absolute high-end force, but in the Uchiha tribe, there are 2 elite Jonin in just one patrol team. Moreover, there are several such patrol teams at the same time, and this kind of guard force can be called terrifying. When will Anza make a move? Karui asked softly. After being injured by Uchiha Kedo, Karui was also treated by Konoha Hospital. Although the chest was seriously injured, it was actually a traumatic injury. Under the effect of medical ninjutsu, Karui quickly recovered. The recovery of combat power Karui also resolutely joined the plan, and specially chose the Uchiha family. I don't know, but it should be soon. Arui shook his head. Boom. There was an explosion, which suddenly occurred on the other side of the Uchiha clan land. Who? The 2 patrols that were close immediately rushed towards the place of the explosion. Although the other patrol team still sticks to its post, its attention is inevitably focused on the other side of the clan. Good chance. Chapter 62. Gee, there is finally one thing you can't compare to mine. On the streets of Konoha, Uchiha Izumi said with a smile. Yes, Miss Kwan, you are the best. I, Uchiha Kedo, would call you the strongest when it comes to eating. Uchiha Kedo said with a helpless smile. What's up with this Hokage world? Why do girls eat more than one girl? At dusk, Uchiha Kwan excitedly found him, dragged him, and ran out without any explanation. Wait until the place to have a look, Ichiraku Ramen is holding a big eater competition. The winner of the first place will get a 1-year free ticket. For this kind of competition, Uchiha Kedo has always kept a respectful distance. What a joke, let others see the young head of the Uchiha clan participating in this kind of competition. Don't think that his Uchiha clan is so poor that even the young patriarch can't afford ramen. He always ordered 2 servings of Uchiha Kedo, eat 1 and refill 1. But seeing Uchiha Izumi's excited appearance, Uchiha Kedo did not refuse in the end. What happened after that made Uchiha Kedo dumbfounded. Big Stomach King competition Ichiraku Ramen uses the extra large bowl plus version of miso ramen. Even after eating 3 bowls of Uchiha Kedo, I can't eat any more. However, what Uchiha Kedo never expected was that with Uchiha Izumi's petite body, he ate 15 bowls in a row without even a belly bulge. If it weren't for the fact that there is no opponent, Uchiha Kedo is afraid that Uchiha Izumi will let the boss Ichiraku play another 5 bowls. Finally, when the prizes were distributed, Uchiha Kedo couldn't help falling into silence and deep thinking when he saw the boss's painful smile. Is he going to start a side business? Otherwise, it depends on whether the current income of the Uchiha family can support the big eater next to him. After thinking about it, Uchiha Kedo couldn't help shivering. On the way home, Uchiha Izumi felt smug that he had finally surpassed Uchiha Kedo in one area. Although it is just a crushing on appetite, it is a breakthrough from zero, which is a great progress. Boom. A strong explosion sounded, causing Uchiha Kedo to narrow his eyes slightly. Which direction is the Uchiha clan land? Is Cloud Shinobi trying to create chaos among the Uchiha clan as a cover for taking Hinata away? But no matter what, if he dares to break ground on his Uchiha clan, then Cloud Shinobi will have to pay the corresponding price. With the Uchiha spring, Uchiha Kedo quickly rushed back to the place where the explosion occurred. Young Patriarch Jonin, who was leading a patrol, saw Uchiha Kedo and saluted immediately. What's going on now? Uchiha Kedo asked immediately. It was just the detonator detonated, and no trace was found at the scene. However, intelligence came from Umbu, saying that spies from other villages wanted to sabotage the peace talks between the two sides, creating chaos among the Uchiha clan. As for spies, Umbu is doing his best to catch them. The patrol captain said quickly. Spy? How could it be such a coincidence, and what kind of spy is so bold to cause chaos in the Uchiha clan? Suddenly Uchiha Kedo seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly darkened. It's so daring to turn the tiger away from the mountain. The whole clan has entered a wartime state, and the entire clan land has been blocked. All members of the Konoha security department are dispatched to seal off the entire Konoha, and not a single fly can let them out of the village. Uchiha Kedo said in a cold voice, the anger in his voice made the patrol captain shudder. In addition, check the entire clan to see if any clan members are missing, and report it immediately if found. Yes. With Uchiha Kedo's prestige, the patrol captain didn't ask half a word of nonsense, nor did he have any doubts, and asked Uchiha Kedo's order to pass on immediately. In less than a minute, the entire Uchiha clan was brightly lit, and all ninjas capable of fighting put on their wartime equipment, waiting for the next order from Uchiha Kedo. When Uchiha Kedo returned home, but found that no one was there, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Is Cloud Shinobi targeting Sasuke? If it is, then none of the Cloud Shinobi missions will live. Soon, the number of people in the clan was counted and no one was lost. But upon hearing this result, Uchiha Kedo's eyes became even colder. The commotion caused by the combat readiness of all members of the Uchiha clan was too great to be hidden from anyone. Not long after, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mikoto who got the news returned home one after another, and finally Uchiha Itachi also returned home. Just no little Sasuke. What's the situation with G now? Why did you issue a wartime order? Uchiha Fugaku asked hastily. Sasuke is missing, the Cloud Shinobi mission. Uchiha Kedo said coldly. What? Uchiha Mikoto exclaimed, and hurried to Sasuke's room, only to find that Sasuke was no longer there. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath and ordered immediately. Catch me all the Cloud Shinobi missions, and if they resist, they will be shot to death. Father and mother, don't worry, Sasuke will be fine, and the one who takes Sasuke will not escape. Uchiha Kedo said coldly. Chapter 63. Damn it! How could the Uchiha clan react so quickly? On the big tree on the mountain behind Konoha, Arui held the sleeping Sasuke in his arms, with anxiety written all over his face. What about Arui? Now all the exits of Konoha are blocked by the Uchiha clan. Karui looked at the Uchiha elites who were constantly patrolling in the distance, and said anxiously. The location where the Uchiha elites were located was their intended exit from Konoha. But now because of the existence of Uchiha elites, this exit is completely blocked. Violent breakthrough, Karui and Arui have also thought about it. Just looking at the pair of scarlet Sharingan in the dark night, Arui and Karui lost their mind in an instant. The Uchiha clan is already known for its fighting power. Even if they fight alone, Karui and Arui don't think they will be the opponents of the elites of the Uchiha clan. Not to mention that they are still holding the child in their hands. Now as long as they dare to reveal their tracks, once the news spreads, countless members of the Uchiha clan will surround them in an instant. Shua shua. A strange voice came, and Kalui and Aru's heart jumped into their throats instantly. Was discovered? Alui, all exits are blocked. Hearing this familiar voice, Arui and Karui immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, two familiar figures appeared in front of Arui, holding a sleeping Hinata in his arms. They are the ninjas responsible for taking Hyuga Hinata from the Cloud Shinobi mission. The Uchiha clan has put the entire Konoha under martial law, and most of the village's cases in Konoha have been removed. Even Assam is completely controlled by the Uchiha clan. What shall we do now? The Cloud Shinobi ninja holding Hinata quickly asked. What to do? Arui gritted his back molars, full of regret in his heart. If he knew what to do, he wouldn't just be on this tree now. If he had known that the Uchiha clan would have such great power in Konoha, and could cause such a battle, he would definitely not provoke the Uchiha clan. Wouldn't it be nice to fulfill Hokage's order with peace of mind and return to Cloud Shinobi village with the daughter of the Hyuga clan? But it's useless to say anything now. The Uchiha clan has completely sealed the entire Konoha, not even a fly can fly out. And after the Hyuga family found out that the daughter of the patriarch was also missing, and the Hyuga family joined in with supercilious eyes, it was only a matter of time before they were found. Time passed little by little, and the quiet night sky magnified the fear in the hearts of Arui and others infinitely. Hearing the noise from the village in the distance, Kurui seemed to have made up his mind and gritted his teeth. Arui, let me distract the Uchiha clan, you take them away. Arui's heart was shocked, and he looked at Kurui in surprise. Do you know what will happen to you if you are exposed? Kurui said, pretending to be relaxed. It's better to die alone than all die together. And it's the best and only way right now, isn't it? Arui opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything, and then fell into silence. Indeed, this is the best way. Okay, don't think too much about it. After I lure the Uchiha clan away, don't hesitate to run and take these two children back to Cloud Shinobi village. We must not let our sacrifice be in vain. With a smile on the corner of Kurui's mouth, he said solemnly. Huh? Are you? At this moment, Sasuke, who had been sleeping for a long time, woke up leisurely, and shouted loudly when he saw a few completely unfamiliar faces. No, it's exposed. Alui's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly pressed the acupuncture points on Sasuke's neck, and Sasuke immediately fell into a coma again. Although Arui's reaction was quick, it was too late. In the silent night, Sasuke's shout was too obvious. There, everyone follow me, and you must protect the third young master. With a loud shout, all the Uchiha clan members in the back mountain range immediately surrounded in the direction where some Alui people were. It's too late, you must escape. After Kalui finished speaking quickly, he broke off a branch and used the transformation technique to change into Sasuke's appearance, and immediately dodged to break out in the opposite direction. Catch me there. Someone gave an order, and immediately all the members of the Uchiha clan chased in the direction Karui was escaping. Let's go. After waiting in place for a while, Arui felt that there should be no one around, and immediately led the rest of his companions to break out towards the original exit. Sure enough, there are still people hiding. Suddenly a voice sounded from the side, and several elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan unhide from the dark, and immediately blocked back to the original exit. How come? There are still people guarding it. Seeing a few people from the Uchiha clan in front of him, Arui's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a pinhole, and he murmured subconsciously. Stupid Cloud Shinobi, do you really think that clumsy transformation technique can fool the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? The members of the Uchiha clan sneered, their words full of contempt. Hurry up and hand over the third young master and capture him without a fight. Chapter 64. Young Patriarch, there is news. Some people in the tribe found the Cloud Shinobi ninja and the third young master in the back mountain. One of Cloud Shinobi has been captured, while Cloud Shinobi and the third young master under the cloud were taken away by the support of Cloud Shinobi village. In the Uchiha tribe, upon hearing the report from the tribe, Uchiha suddenly opened his eyes. Did you find it? Bring all the Cloud Shinobi ninjas to the Uchiha clan's land. Recall all clansmen, send Uchiha clan, all Jonin surround the route. No one is allowed in or out without my order. Offenders will be killed. Uchiha Kedo gave a series of orders one after another, and before the clansman who delivered the orders had any reaction, his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Surround the routes. Could it be that Sasuke is missing? Is there a shadow of the village inside? Uchiha Fugaku on the side was startled when he heard Uchiha Kedo's order. But thinking about what happened that night, the more Uchiha Fugaku thought it was possible. Tonight, because of a sudden mission from the village, he stayed in the Konoha security department. And Uchiha Mikoto, suddenly invited by the wife of other family patriarchs, also left the Uchiha clan land. Even Itachi, who is inseparable from Sasuke, is not in the clan because of Uchiha Shisui's invitation. Due to various coincidences, only a 4-year-old child, Uchiha Sasuke, remained in the huge Uchiha Patriarch's mansion. And just tonight, there was an explosion outside the Uchiha tribe, and the Cloud Shadow Ninja just sneaked into the Uchiha tribe and took Sasuke away. So many coincidences, if there is nothing tricky to say, Uchiha Fugaku himself would not believe it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, you guys really passed this time. Uchiha Fugaku let out a low growl, put on his combat uniform and personally led the elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan to the route base. What does the Uchiha clan want to do? Seal off the clan's land, block off the village, and now even the members of the Cloud Shinobi mission have been arrested? Is this an attempt to rebel? Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped the table fiercely, his eyes full of sternness. I heard that the Cloud Shinobi ninja kidnapped the youngest son of the Fugaku clan leader, and now the Uchiha clan is searching the entire village for the remaining Cloud Shinobi ninjas. Narashikaku looked at the information in his hand and frowned. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank instantly, and suddenly remembered what Danzo said to him not long ago. Could it be that the purpose of the Cloud Shinobi mission is really for the blood of the Uchiha clan? Impossible. The Cloud Shinobi mission has been under surveillance by Umbu. How could it go to the Uchiha family's clan and kidnap Uchiha Sasuke? Sarutobi Hiruzen denied it. Hokage-sama, the head of the Hyuga clan, please see me. Umbu outside the door suddenly heard the news. But without Sarutobi Hiruzen saying anything, suddenly the door of the office was opened instantly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned black when someone broke into the office. Hayashi, is there anything else to do at this late hour? Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice. Master Third Hokage, my daughter is missing. So I would like to ask Lord Hokage to seal off the village. The veins on Hyuga Hayashi's forehead twitched violently, and he forcibly held back the anger in his heart and said in a cold voice. Hayashi, your daughter is missing too. Narashikazu said with a surprised face. Also. Luju, what do you mean? Hyuga Hayashi asked quickly after hearing Narashikazu's words. Uchiha Fugaku has news that his young son is also missing, suspected to be the work of Cloud Shinobi, and the entire village has been cordoned off. It's not a secret either, Narashikazu said directly. No wonder I met so many Uchiha clan members on my way to the Hokage building. Cloud Shinobi ninja, sure enough, he has no good intentions. Hearing that it might be the Cloud Shinobi ninja who kidnapped his daughter, Hyuga Hayashi couldn't hold back his anger anymore. With a subconscious slap, the table in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen was immediately split in two. Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose face was already dark, suddenly became even darker. It was just said that all the Cloud Shinobi ninjas were under Umbu's surveillance, and the next Hyuga patriarch also received news that the daughter of the Hyuga clan was also missing. And the culprit might be the Cloud Shinobi ninja, which makes Sarutobi Hiruzen's face hard to hold. Is it possible that it's not the Cloud Shinobi ninja, but a spy from another village? Sarutobi Hiruzen adjusted his mood and said in a deep voice. When Hyuga Hayashi and Narashiju were analyzing the possibility of fate in Hiruzen's words, there was news from Umbu suddenly. Report Hokage-sama, the Uchiha clan captured a fugitive Cloud Shinobi ninja in Konoha Mountain. It has now been confirmed that the disappearance of the young master of the Uchiha clan was indeed caused by Cloud Shinobi. At the same time, traces of the daughter of the chief Hyuga were found. After hearing Umbu's words, Sarutobi Arai's face darkened even more, and he stared fiercely at Umbu in front of him. Don't come early, don't come late, but he sent this information when he blamed other village spies. But now Narashiju and Hyuga Hayashi are both here, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is not easy to attack. After taking a few deep breaths and adjusting his mood, Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to ask if he had caught the remaining Cloud Shinobi ninjas when suddenly another Umbu broke into the office. Report Hokage-sama, Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, led people to surround the former root base. What? Chapter 65. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback and immediately stood up. Uchiha Fugaku led people to surround the former root base. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Umbu who barged in, and confirmed again. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Uchiha clan chief has issued an order, and the former root base is now completely surrounded by the Uchiha clan. No one is allowed to enter or leave without the order of the Uchiha patriarch, and those who violate it will be killed. Umbu said firmly, and explained the information more perfectly by the way. What does Uchiha Fugaku think Konoha is? Is it the Yantang of his Uchiha clan? Sarutobi Hiruzen, the anger in his heart suddenly rose, and the pipe in his hand was thrown on the ground fiercely. I'd like to see what he, Uchiha Fugaku, wants to do, and whether he doesn't even care about me, Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen said angrily, put on Hokage's imperial robe, took Umbu, and rushed to Konoha Mountain. What's going on in the village today? I don't understand one thing at a time. Hyuga Hayashi and Narashikazu stayed in Hokage's office looking at each other. The direction of this matter is more and more beyond their expectations. After hesitating for a moment, Hyuga Hayashi decided to follow the Fate Day to the root base to see what the Uchiha clan wanted to do. As for Hinata, with the Uchiha family tracking Cloud Shinobi's whereabouts, Hinata's safety is guaranteed. As for Nara, after hesitating for a long time, he finally gave up and followed the plan of Third Hokage. In his wisdom, he couldn't see that what followed was a game between the Uchiha clan and the Third Hokage. If they intervene at will, with the strength of the Nara family, it is not enough to save themselves in this turmoil. So the best way is to stay safe and not help each other. Uchiha Fugaku, what are you Uchiha clan trying to do? Rebellion. Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed outside the root base with a lot of Umbu. Uchiha Fugaku immediately asked angrily when he saw all the wartime attire. "Get your Uchiha clan out of here now," Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered. Uchiha Fugaku, silent for a moment, spoke word by word. "Master Hokage, please forgive me." Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed back angrily, and asked in a deep voice. "Are you Uchiha clan trying to rebel against the village?" Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Uchiha Fugaku had a sneer on his face. "Treason the village? Isn't this all forced by Master Hokage and Assistant Hokage?" Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, most of the anger in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was extinguished in an instant. Uchiha Fugaku knows. Impossible, this thing was done by Cloud Shinobi, and the only ones in the village who know about it are me and Danzo. Uchiha Fugaku must have nothing but doubts, so don't give it away. Sarutobi Hiruzen forced himself to comfort himself in his heart, and after the silence, the scene suddenly turned cold. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly understood most of it. With a sneer on his face, Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice. "I've seen Master Hokage, so I know something. But wait for Zed to bring Sasuke back, it's time for the truth to be revealed. And before that, please wait here with me, Master Hokage." After speaking, Uchiha Fugaku walked to the crowd of Uchiha tribe without looking back. Leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen to wait for Umbu to be messed up in the wind. After receiving the information, he opened up his firepower and rushed to Konoha's back mountain as fast as possible. When he arrived, several elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan had already been knocked down. Although none of them died, all of them were seriously injured and completely lost their combat effectiveness. And most importantly, their Sharingan has been brutally poached, leaving only bloody eye sockets. Seeing this tragic scene, Uchiha Kedo was suddenly furious. But he didn't have time to stay here now, sending a signal for family members to come to the rescue. Then Uchiha Kedo checked the surrounding traces, and immediately chased in one direction. And at this moment, it is very far in front of Uchiha Kedo. Arui hugged Sasuke, his companion hugged Hinata, and a group of masked ninjas who couldn't distinguish their identities, rushed towards the direction of Cloud Shinobi village. "Are you sent by Master Hokage to meet us?" Looking at the silent companions around him, Arui felt more and more ominous in his heart. He stopped and asked with a vigilant expression. "Has it been discovered?" After a moment of silence, a ninja wearing sunglasses and a hood who couldn't see his face stood up and said calmly. "But it's far enough away, you have no use value. Give me the child now, and then please die peacefully." Arui was startled. The group of ninjas who helped them get rid of the Uchiha clan were not their companions. "Who are you? What exactly do you want to do?" Arui hugged Sasuke, took a step back instantly, and asked with a look of surprise. "The dead don't need to know too much." The ninja wearing sunglasses approached Arui step by step. Although the steps were slow, they seemed to be walking on Alui's heart step by step, which made him unable to restrain his pupils from constricting. Chapter 66. "Don't come here again, I'll kill him if I come here again." Arui took out a handful of kunao, pressed it against Sasuke's neck, and threatened fiercely. It's just that his threats didn't work. The footsteps of the ninja wearing sunglasses did not change at all, slowly but firmly approaching Arui. "Damn it!" Seeing this scene, Arui's pupils shrank slightly and couldn't help but curse inwardly. "You forced me to do this. Go to hell, brat." A ruthless look flashed in Arui's eyes, and the pain in his hand was about to pierce Sasuke's throat. However, in the next second, large drops of cold sweat instantly oozed from Arui's forehead. It was obvious that the kunao in his hand had already touched Sasuke's immature throat. As long as he moved 1 centimeter further, Sasuke would die in his hand immediately. But this 1 centimeter distance seemed like no matter how hard he tried a day ago, he couldn't make any further progress. "Your body can't move." Arui rolled his eyes with difficulty, and out of the corner of his eyes, he saw that several of his companions were in the same predicament as himself. His body trembled slightly, but he couldn't move. And at this moment, Arui found a thin black silk thread on the ground, connecting their shadows. And the other end of the black silk thread extended from the other side's ninja who was making strange movements. Seeing this rather familiar action, it is easy to think of the information recorded in the village, and it is immediately clear in my heart. But what followed immediately was deep fear. Shadow binding. "Are you from Nara's family?" "But why?" "But why would the ninjas of Konoha's Nara family help them get rid of the Uchiha clan?" "The dead don't need to know too much." The ninja with glasses walked up to Arui and said calmly. "I will take the child away, and you will become the nourishment for my bugs." As he spoke, black bugs flew out of the ninja wearing glasses, approaching Alui little by little. Mission completed. Slowly reaching out to Sasuke, the ninja wearing sunglasses said calmly. Uchiha-style swordsmanship flash cut. A series of sword lights flashed, and the ninja wearing sunglasses was instantly cut into several pieces and exploded into a ball of bugs. If you want to take Sasuke with you, do you still need to ask my brother's opinion? The illusory figure gradually solidified. Uchiha Kedo held the Thor sword in his hand, and said with cold and emotionless eyes. Uchiha Kedo. A large group of worms slowly solidified, and the figure wearing sunglasses reformed. Parasite, you are from the Abarame family. Abarame Ryoma or Abarame Takeroot. As for the one who maintains the shadow binding technique, it's Nara Shikaike from the Nara family. After splitting two shadow clones to protect Sasuke and Hinata, Uchiha Kedo said lightly. If I remember correctly, you all should have died in the Third Ninja World War, and your names have already been placed on the memorial tablet. But it now appears that someone deliberately faked your deaths and made you work for him alone. And this person is Danzo. You belong to the roots of Danzo now. After a moment of silence, Abarame Ryoma took off his hood and said in a deep voice. As expected of the Uchiha clan, it seems that the information has been leaked. But the young patriarch of the Uchiha family, facing us who are already dead, how are you going to escape? While talking, Abarame Ryoma and others have secretly surrounded Uchiha Kedo. As long as there is any change in Uchiha Kedo, it will immediately launch a thunderous attack. But for the actions of Abarame Ryoma and others, Uchiha Kedo didn't care at all and said with a sneer. Escape. If I don't wipe out all of you, how can I leave willingly? Abarame Ryoma's eyes froze slightly under the sunglasses, and a bad premonition suddenly appeared in his heart. Do it. With a light drink, all the people at the root took the lead. Shadow binding. Hidden in the shadow of the trees, a black silk thread quickly approached Uchiha Kedo. Parasite bugs. Insects buzzed and flew out of Abarame Ryoma's body, gathered into a cloud of insects, and rushed towards Uchiha Kedo. Super beast fake painting. An ink lion roared under the cover of night, and rushed towards Uchiha Kedo ferociously. For these menacing attacks, Uchiha Kedo seemed to have not seen them at all, standing still in place. Kidnapping the people of the Uchiha clan, and poaching the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Want to steal the power of the Sharingan? Uchiha Kedo said softly. The scarlet Sharingan instantly emerged from Uchiha Kedo, and the three Tomo began to spin rapidly. I got him under control. Naratir yelled loudly at the very first moment that shadow binding was connected to Uchiha Kedo's shadow. Good opportunity, kill him in one go. The anxiety in Abarame Ryoma's heart became stronger, and he subconsciously shouted, wanting to gather the strength of everyone to solve Uchiha Kedo as soon as possible. Then let me show you what the true power of Sharingan is. As soon as the voice fell, the moment in Uchiha Kedo's Sharingan merged into one, turning into two symmetrical exquisite triangle patterns. Groups of red gold energy instantly gushed out from Uchiha Kedo's body, and began to change appearances constantly. Susanoo. Chapter 67. The red golden chakra quickly condensed into a red gold skeleton with only the upper body, guarding Uchiha Kedo in the middle. What is this? The moment the red golden skull was formed, Nara's forehead burst into cold sweat. This horrible chakra, I can't restrain him anymore, you guys hurry up. Naratir shouted hastily. Parasite, parasitic gnawing. Immediately, Abarame Ryoma formed a seal in his hand, and a faint blue light suddenly radiated from the cloud of insects. The speed of the worm cloud has more than doubled. In a short while, the worm cloud spread, and the entire red gold skeleton was wrapped in it. The huge ink lion had already rushed towards Susanoo, roared, and bit Susanoo's ribs fiercely. It's just that compared with the huge Susanoo, the ink lion is like a vicious kitten lying in the arms of its owner and acting like a spoiled child. Useless. To me it's just Susanoo in the first form, but to you, the first form is already the power of the gods. Uchiha Kedo put his hands on his chest and said lightly. Although it is the first time to use Susanoo, Uchiha Kedo can easily jump over an arm or rib in the initial form after multiple strengthening of pupil power. Directly enter the first form of the huge half-length skeleton. This red gold skull is a bit weird. My parasites can't even eat the chakra on it. Feeling the feedback of the parasite infection, Abarame Ryoma's unchanged expression finally showed a trace of solemnity and surprise. My super beast fake painting didn't do any damage to that skeleton. Holding a pen in one hand and holding a huge picture scroll in the other, the root ninja frowned and said. His code name is Shin, and he is also the older brother of Sai who will replace Sasuke in Class 7 in the future. At the same time, Uchiha Kedo did not evade, and used Susanoo to resist the ninjutsu bombardment of many root ninjas. And the result was not what Uchiha Kedo expected. When the smoke cleared, Susanoo was intact without a single crack. As expected of Sharingan's ultimate pupil technique, even the first form is already powerful enough. After this test, Uchiha Kedo had an intuitive understanding of Susanoo's defense. That's right, all the ninjutsu that does not dodge or dodge is just for Uchiha Kedo to test the defensive ability of Susanoo's first form. And the test results made Uchiha Kedo extremely satisfied. With such a powerful ability, it can be considered that he did not waste his efforts to open the Mangekyo Sharingan. After testing the defensive ability, the next step is naturally Suzanu's attack power. A sneer sneered at the corner of Uchiha Kedo's mouth when he saw the root ninja Uchiha Kedo who was surrounded by enemies. Is this the only ability? Then it's my turn to act. Uchiha Kedo's voice fell lightly, and Susanoo raised his right arm, grasping the ink lion on his chest in the palm of his hand. No matter how the ink lion struggles, Susanoo will not move his mind. Don't take out this kind of useless domestic cat and make it embarrassing. As soon as the words fell, Susanoo swung her right arm forward heavily, and the ink lion turned into a cannonball immediately, and quickly slammed down towards the crowd. Super Beast false painting, scattered. Seeing this scene, Xian quickly formed a seal in his hands, and with a soft drink, the ink lion immediately turned into a puddle of ink and spilled on the ground. Ah! With a cry of pain, Naradir turned pale and fell to the ground. It was too difficult to limit Susanoo's movements with his abilities. Even if Susanoo is just the simplest arm swing, the chakra needed exceeds all of Narashikaike, making it difficult for him to continue. As soon as the shadow binding technique was released, several cloud shinobi ninjas also immediately recovered their ability to move. It's just that Arui doesn't have the slightest idea of escaping in his heart now. Is this the power of the Sage of Six Paths? Is this really something ordinary people can do? Why should I mess with the Uchiha clan? Looking at the huge red gold skeleton, Alui staggered and collapsed to the ground with a pale complexion, muttering. Arui's idea is the idea of all root ninjas now. Looking at the huge red gold skeleton, all the faces under the mask of the root ninja were full of solemnity. The Uchiha clan hides such power, no wonder Master Danzo is so wary of the Uchiha clan. Even cooperating with Cloud Shinobi, sending out all the power of the roots to take away Uchiha Sasuke. Don't worry about that red gold skeleton, just attack Uchiha Kedo's body directly. At this time, Narashikaike's weak voice came. As a member of Nara's family, Naralyuyi's mind is also extremely intelligent, and he is often used as a think tank at the root. Although the red gold skeleton is powerful, Uchiha Kedo, the releaser, is his biggest flaw. Start at the bottom, where the chakra is the lightest and should be the weakest part of the skeleton. As long as the skeleton's defense is penetrated from there or underground, Uchiha Kedo is just a 10-year-old kid. No matter how strong he is no match for all of us. Nara said calmly. As expected of a member of the Nara family, this discovered the weakness of the first form. Uchiha Kedo said lightly. But what about the discovered weakness, and who told you that Susanoo only has this form? Chapter 68. As soon as Uchiha Kedo finished speaking, the powerful red golden chakra emerged again. With the influx of new chakra, the red gold skull became even bigger, and the many meridians and flesh and blood continued to embody, completely enveloping the original skull. It's a lie, there are other changes to this horrible thing. So it wasn't his strongest state just now. This is the so-called power of God. Seeing Susanoo's second form, all the root ninja eyelids jumped violently. If it were a normal ninja, I'm afraid I can't help but curse now. They just found out the possible weakness of Susanoo's first form, but Uchiha Kedo changed hands and came to the second form. Isn't this playing them like monkeys? However, the root ninjas are all ninjas who have been brainwashed by Danzo and have lost their emotions. Apart from awe of the unknown, they have no other emotions. Maintain Susanoo's second form and activate Mangekyo Sharingan for the newly minted. And for Uchiha Kedo who is using Susanoo for the first time, it is not a small pressure. As soon as the second form was formed, Uchiha Kedo felt that the consumption of pupil power was aggravated, and his eyes couldn't help feeling a little sore. It's just that under the nourishment of the intermediate sage body, the soreness in the eyes will quickly dissipate, and it will not cause any impact on vision. We have to make a quick decision. Uchiha Kedo reckoned that by now Uchiha Fugaku should have surrounded the base of the root. While the root base should now be an empty shell, the pressure from third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is on. And Uchiha Kedo already felt that Hinata, who was staying in Shadow Clone's arms now, had woken up. Now shivering in Shadow Clone's arms. Now that Hinata has woken up, maybe Sasuke will wake up sometime. These two children have been frightened enough today, and Uchiha Kedo doesn't want them to be so worried any longer. With the thought in Uchiha Kedo's mind, Susanoo raised his right arm slightly. The powerful chakra continued to extend from Susanoo's right arm, and a huge red gold long knife quickly solidified. This is not an artifact that comes with Susanoo of Uchiha Kedo, but an ordinary sword condensed by Tongli and Chakra. True 40-meter broadsword. To deal with these root ninjas, Uchiha Kedo does not need to use artifacts yet. But seeing the huge red golden chakra blade, Genbu ninja's eyelids twitched violently again. Susanoo alone is foul enough, and now he can use a weapon. And Uchiha Kedo was originally a master of swordsmanship. Even the former root ninja Uchiha Shisui was defeated by Uchiha Kedo's sword. If such a colossal giant can still use Uchiha Kedo's sword skills, then there is no suspense in this battle. In fact, there is no suspense. Uchiha-style swordsmanship sword jump flame dot. Suzanu's right arm was raised high, and the golden air wave beside the red gold blade began to surge. Cut. The huge sword slashed down with force, but the blade hadn't reached the body yet. The powerful sword aura and coercion already made people's liver and gallbladder tearful. Facing such a huge sword, no one had any intention of resisting, and tried their best to avoid it. But a few unlucky ones were frightened by the power of the giant sword and stood still. When the giant sword was cut down, it was either burned to ashes by the airwaves beside the blade, or smashed into a puddle of flesh. The huge sword energy stretched for more than several hundred meters, and all obstacles on the path were taken up to pieces, and then turned into ashes in the high-temperature airwaves. Facing such a terrifying and invincible enemy, even a root ninja has no emotion and no fear. I also know that if I stay, I will die in vain, and it will not help the completion of the task at all. So without any hesitation, Abarame Ryoma ordered immediately. Withdraw. With an order, all the root ninjas galloped out in different directions. There is only one Uchiha Kedo, and it is impossible to hunt down people from all directions at the same time. As for who can escape, it depends on God's will. It's just God's will, isn't that what Uchiha Kedo means? It's a good idea. Uchiha Kedo sneered, and had no intention of catching up. With the thought, Susanoo immediately assumed a posture of drawing a knife. Hey, take sword technique. Susan draws his sword. After a short charge, the gleaming white light on the red gold blade continued to shine. With the swing of the sword, everything in front of him changed in an instant. Konoha is located in the hinterland of the Fire Country, and the surrounding land is the most fertile. Moreover, when Konoha was founded, first Hokage Senju Hashirama also used its own wood style to spawn countless large trees around Konoha, hiding Konoha village in the deepest part of the forest. However, when Senju Hashirama gave birth to a big tree, he certainly would not have thought of it. Someday the forest he spawns will be cut in the middle, or more properly the Mediterranean. Uchiha Kedo slashed out, starting from Susanoo and extending out for 2 kilometers. All the big trees had disappeared, leaving only sawdust in the sky. And the fertile land has become a bare piece, and even the 3-meter-thick soil layer has disappeared, leaving only a large fan-shaped pit that has become shallower. Still in this big pit, a few corpses or people who are about to become corpses are particularly eye-catching. As the dust settled, Uchiha Kedo dispersed and Susanoo rubbed her sore eyes. Although there is an intermediate sage body, the second form of Susanoo is not too much of a burden for Uchiha Kedo. But Uchiha Kedo felt a lot of pressure to let Susanoo's size use swordsmanship. Even at the moment when he drew his sword and slashed the world, Uchiha assistant almost felt that his whole body was hollowed out. But now it's all over. With the powerful recovery ability of the intermediate sage body, the soreness in the eyes quickly dissipated, and the chakra in the body gradually filled up. Not good. Hello, Wang. Uchiha Kedo seemed to remember something, exclaimed, and ran to those root ninjas. How could he have forgotten, the elites of the Uchiha clan in the back mountain? This group of root ninjas dug out their Sharingan. If it is not damaged, they can put the Sharingan back and let them see the light again. After all, there is medical ninjutsu in the world of Hokage. Changing the eyes is just like a joke. But after seeing himself wreak havoc with Susan drawing his sword, Uchiha Kedo didn't have much hope for it. Human eyeballs are very fragile, a little damage can shatter them, not to mention his devastating attack. If those eyes are really destroyed, then I will give out more blood-soothing gold after I go back. In the future, they will be assigned civilian positions in the Ministry of Security. This can be regarded as an explanation. Uchiha Kedo thought silently in his heart. Chapter 69. Quickly coming to Abarame Ryoma, Uchiha Kedo was surprised to find that Abarame Ryoma was still alive. Although he has already breathed in more and exhaled less, it seems that he will not be able to live, but now he is indeed still alive. As expected of an elite ninja at the root, he can save his own life under such an attack. Uchiha Kedo felt that he would have to deal with Susan's sword slash just now. If you don't activate Susanoo's third form, I'm afraid you will die in his hands. Unexpectedly, Abarame Ryoma saved his life under such an attack. Sure enough, it is worthy of being a mouse at the root, and its ability to survive is strong. Since Abarame Ryoma is still alive, Uchiha Kedo cannot do it by himself. Does he remember that Abarame's family has an extremely powerful secret technique, nanoworms? Nano-sized poisonous insects, similar to bacteria, will instantly invade the enemy's body at the moment of contact with chakra. If it is infected with this kind of poisonous insect, in addition to letting the caster take back the insect, or he can only cut off the root as soon as possible to prevent the poisonous insect from spreading. Although Abarame Ryoma may not necessarily know this kind of secret technique, be careful not to make mistakes. Summoned a shadow clone, Uchiha Kedo let the shadow clone touch Abarame Ryoma. In this way, even if Abarame Ryoma learned the nanites, he would not be able to threaten him. Shadow clone groped up and down Abarame Ryoma's body, and found a seal scroll in the chest. Let Shadow Clone activate the seal scroll, and instantly several glass bottles appear in Shadow Clone's hands. Officially the Sherry-non from which the Uchiha clan was poached. It was a surprise that the Sherry-non was not destroyed, and with Shadow Clone on his back Abarame Ryoma, Uchiha Kedo rushed towards the next root ninja. Although Shadow Clone was not damaged by nano-worms, Uchiha Kedo can't guarantee whether this is Abarame Ryoma's conspiracy. So it is still the most reliable to let Shadow Clone carry it. After checking all the root ninjas, Uchiha Kedo found 3 survivors. And Abarame Ryoma, now on the Shadow Clone's back. A letter, when found, the huge painting wrapped the whole body, and the letter was covered in ink. It is estimated that at the moment when the slash came, Shinwa did not know what blocked the slash, so he survived. And the last one was Nara, who was the first to be hit hard by Uchiha's help. When Uchiha Kedo found him, he found that Nara had actually dived underground in that short period of time. Although he was still seriously injured and completely lost the ability to fight, overall, he was still the least injured of the 3 survivors. I have to say that IQ is really a good thing. Compared with pure strength, it can make people survive in the dangerous Hokage world. Uchiha Kedo learned how to use the sealing scroll long ago in Umbu. And after sealing the corpses of all the root ninjas into the scroll, Uchiha Kedo made the 3 cloud shinobi ninjas who were still alive carry the root trio on their backs. And Uchiha Kedo was holding Hinata and Sasuke himself, and this strange combination rushed towards Konoha. After seeing the strength of Uchiha Kedo, Arui and others understood that running away is a dead end, and not running is also a dead end. It's better to go back to Konoha, not to mention living a little longer. Maybe you can find an opportunity to add some trouble to Konoha's major families. For example, framing a certain high-level Konoha as an internal agent of Cloud Shinobi Village, making Konoha's people dog to bite dog. Thinking of Arui, a gleam of joy flashed in his eyes. Feeling that everything around him calmed down again, Hinata quietly opened his eyes, saw Uchiha Kedo's familiar face, and asked timidly. Brother G, are we going home? Hinata still has a deep impression on Uchiha Kedo, the big brother who treats her to ramen and takes her home. Is Hinata awake? Uchiha Kedo didn't pierce Hinata asked with a smile. We'll be in the village soon, brother will take you home right away. Hearing Uchiha Kedo's words, Hinata blushed slightly. Inexplicably, Hinata felt that there was nothing attractive to her at home. Uchiha Kedo led a group of people and rushed back to Konoha as quickly as possible. The 10th Uchiha clan was the home of the 10 Uchiha clans. After handing Sasuke to the care of Uchiha Mikoto who was waiting, at home, and sending Hinata back to Hyaga's house, Uchiha Kedo rushed towards the back mountain. Uchiha Fugaku, how long are you Uchiha clan going to fight? Is it true that if Uchiha Kedo doesn't come back for a day, you Uchiha clan will surround the roots for a day? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked impatiently. After waiting for a long time, there was no new news, and more members of the major ninja clan came after hearing the news. Even Nara Shikaku, who was originally reluctant to intervene, immediately changed his mind when he saw so many ninjas coming. With Akamai Kadingza and Yamanaka Hai, they came to the back mountain together. Seeing the passing of time and the current situation gradually out of his control, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. Taking advantage of the unclear situation, he wanted to end everything here as soon as possible. That's right, if G doesn't come back for a day, the Uchiha clan, will surround the roots with one mouthful. Unlike what Sarutobi Hiruzen imagined, Uchiha Fugaku answered firmly. As long as Uchiha Kedo doesn't come back, as long as Sasuke doesn't come back, he keeps surrounding the root. Not to mention Sarutobi Hiruzen questioning, even if second Hokage Senju Tobirama climbed out of the grave, Uchiha Fugaku would never give in. You. Sarutobi Hiruzen's thin face swelled up in anger, and he couldn't even finish his sentence. It's reversed. It's really reversed. Uchiha Fugaku, don't blame me for being ruthless if the Uchiha clan can't produce evidence this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a dark face. Feelings. Uchiha Fugaku sneered in his heart, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. In the past, he was stupid. He felt that although there were conflicts between the Uchiha clan and the village, it was not impossible to adjust, so he blindly tolerated it. But now he understands. Feelings. Where is the affection? Konoha's high level wished that all the Uchiha clan would die. For the sake of calculation, even children of a few years old are not spared. All of this is what Sarutobi Hiruzen said about sensibilities. If this is the sensibilities, then he Uchiha Fugaku would rather not. Does the Uchiha clan even disregard Hokage now? Leading people to surround Gen's base, are you trying to betray the village? Surrounded by people in the middle of the night, Danzo, the master, finally walked out of the root base slowly. Seeing Danzo as the true master, a gleam of hatred flashed in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. Just as he was about to ask questions, he heard a laugh not far away. Hokage's assistance to the Lord is really a noble person who forgets things. Wasn't it cancelled by Hokage 3 years ago? The figure of Uchiha Kedo slowly appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 70. Behind Uchiha Kedo were 3 Cloud Shinobi ninjas, and each Cloud Shinobi carried a seriously injured ninja on his back. This strange combination immediately aroused everyone's discussion. But Uchiha Kedo obviously has no meaning to explain now. Walking slowly to Uchiha Fugaku and looking at Danzo with a gloomy face, Uchiha Kedo said with a smile. Look at my memory, Mr. Danzo's assistant position of Hokage was revoked by 3rd Hokage before Sanayo. Now that the root has been revoked, Lord Danzo is no longer Hokage's assistant. Hearing this, Danzo's face darkened suddenly, and he wanted to say something, but he couldn't refute. After all, Uchiha Kedo is telling the truth. After being relieved of Hokage's assistant position, Danzo is now nothing more than a commoner. In desperation, Danzo could only snort coldly to express his dissatisfaction. Regarding Danzo's attitude, Uchiha didn't care at all, then turned around, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said. The root is gone, and the root base is also nonsense. Then, Lord Hokage, Chief Fugaku brought the Uchiha tribe to the back mountain for exercises. What's wrong? Uchiha Kedo's question made Sarutobi Hiruzen speechless for a while. The roots have been cancelled, and the root base is of course abandoned. There doesn't seem to be anything unreasonable about Uchiha Fugaku bringing people around an abandoned base for a drill. But if it is admitted that Uchiha Kedo's rhetoric is reasonable, wouldn't it seem that Sarutobi Hiruzen is making a fuss out of a molehill? I don't mean that, I'm talking about the Uchiha clan. Why did you block the village? And arrest the Cloud Shinobi mission? Sarutobi Hiruzen forcibly changed the subject. Good assist. Uchiha Kedo gave Sarutobi Hiruzen an appreciative look. He was thinking about how to lead the conversation here, but Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the ladder up by himself. Then it's time to ask our Lord Danzo. Uchiha Kedo said with a sneer. Why are these Cloud Shinobi ninjas who are called missions and are actually spies so quietly evading Umbu surveillance? Can you still create chaos in the village and take away the son of the head of the Uchiha clan and the craftsman of the Hyuga clan? Hearing Uchiha Kedo's words, Danzo's eyes froze. Although it was good for him to intervene in this process, he was sure that he did not leave any evidence. Thinking of this, Danzo was determined, and said without changing his face. What does this have to do with me? The son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan was taken away in the clan. It can only be said that the Uchiha clan is too incompetent to protect the children of their own patriarch. As he spoke, Danzo subconsciously mocked. Nonsense, you're the one who caused chaos in the Uchiha clan. Give us the deployment of the Hyuga clan. After success, it will be your men, who will support us and leave Konoha. Arui saw the timing, pointed at Danzo's crazily clamoring, and pushed all the emotions on Danzo. The internal strife among Konoha's top management is really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Cloud Shinobi. Anyway, it was impossible to return to Cloud Shinobi village alive, so he simply gave up his life to add some trouble to Konoha. As for the evidence, do you still need evidence for a false accusation? Besides, he himself is not the best witness. However, Arui didn't expect that what he thought was a trap turned out to be the truth. Arui's words immediately caused an uproar. Konoha's senior management colluded with spies from other villages to betray the village's information, and also wanted the village's bloodline to leak out. If true, this could be Konoha's biggest scandal in recent years, other than Orochimaru's betrayal of one of the Sunin villages. Uchiha Kedo nodded slightly. He kept 3 Cloud Shinobi ninjas alive until now, not just for this moment. Now it seems that this trick works very well. Even without his instructions, the Cloud Shinobi ninja failed to play its role. Nonsense. Danzo's face darkened suddenly, and he retorted subconsciously. How can you believe the words of the Cloud Shinobi spy? This must be to drive a wedge between Konoha's senior management and the major families. Sarutobi, I propose to reorganize the roots now, and let me track down everything in it. Danzo's mind turned very quickly, and he found a reason for himself in a moment, and by the way, he also mentioned the matter of rebuilding the root in front of everyone. Roots. These are the shady rats that hide in the ground. Uchiha Kedo said with a sneer. It just so happened that when I was chasing Cloud Shinobi spies, I caught a nest of mice by the way. It was this group of rats who attacked the Uchiha clan and poached their sherry non-responsive to Wien leaving Konoha. Someone lifted up 3 seriously wounded and dying root ninjas, and threw all the Umbu corpses sealed in the scrolls to the ground. The power to brush over ants without crushing them to death is too difficult to control. Even if I tried my best to control it, only 3 people survived. The annoyed look on Uchiha Kedo's face almost made Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't resist punching him. But at this moment, the crowd of onlookers immediately exclaimed. Luju, isn't that Luyi? Yamanaka saw Narashikaika's face clearly, and couldn't help asking Narashika beside him. That's right, Luyi. Narashika nodded to confirm Narashikaika's identity. But didn't Luyi die in the 3rd battle? Even his name has already been placed on the memorial monument, why does it appear here again now? And that person is Abarame Ryoma. Didn't he also die in the Third War? Yamanaka Wind. Several people who should have died a long time ago reappeared, which immediately aroused everyone's discussion. But when Danzo saw the undead Narashikaike and the others, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. 0, 0. There is still a mouth alive. Not to mention that a group of waste did not complete the task, and they are still being captured alive. Danzo cursed secretly in his heart, and his brain began to run rapidly on how to solve it. Now this situation is considered a dead end. But before Danzo could figure it out, Uchiha Kedo's expression immediately changed. The Uchiha clan obeyed the order, and I suspect that Shimura Danzo is a spy planted in Konoha by other villages. According to the regulations of the Konoha Security Department, thoroughly investigate all members of the Shimura family in the root base and must not let them go. Uchiha Kedo ordered coldly. Uchiha Kedo, what do you want? Danzo can't be a spy. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately roared, if Danzo falls, how can he fight the Uchiha clan alone? So something must happen to Danzo. Just relying on a few spies and a few traitors can't be counted as evidence at all. Uchiha Kedo sneered, Sarutobi Hiruzen is really getting older and more confused. The naked witnesses are already in front of him, and he has to forcefully argue. Sure enough, it's like being unable to wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. Even if the facts are in front of you, you can't make Hokage, who is a dead duck, change his mouth. But it doesn't matter if Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't admit it, this play was originally made for people from other families. As long as people from other families believe in it, the purpose of Uchiha's help will be achieved. Do it. Uchiha Kedo, you dare. Ignoring Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kedo ordered. Uchiha's clan of ninjas sprang into action, trying to get past Danzo and rush into base 5 at route. Chapter 71. Danzo was also a genuine cage-level powerhouse when he was young. Even now that he is old, he is not something that ordinary Uchiha clan can handle. Uchiha Kedo is the only one of the Uchiha clan present who can securely beat Danzo. Even Uchiha Fugaku, if he doesn't use the Mangekyo Sharingan, he might have to go through a tough fight to take down Danzo. Danzo, I never thought that one day I would be forced to this extent by the Uchiha clan. Looking at Danzo, Uchiha Kedo said lightly. I only regret why I didn't insist on sending all of you Uchiha clan to the battlefield. The matter is a foregone conclusion, but Danzo calmed down in his heart, glanced at Uchiha Kedo and said calmly. If this is your last words, then go to hell with this regret. Uchiha Kedo sneered and said lightly. 8:30. Uchiha-style fencing flash cut. Uchiha Kedo's figure disappeared from the spot, and dozens of real clones surrounded Danzo in an instant. Seeing Uchiha Kedo's avatar, Danzo's eyes suddenly became extremely dignified. Whether he knows the sword technique or not is the specialty move of his former subordinate Uchiha Shisui. It is also by virtue of the sword technique that Uchiha Shisui has the title of Instant Shisui. But even at the peak of Uchiha Shisui, he couldn't do so many clones. Summoning. Danzo bit his fingers quickly, and a huge cloud of white smoke rose from his hand. When the white smoke dissipated, a huge nightmare appeared in front of Uchiha Kedo. Nightmare taper, limit his movements. Danzo said quickly. Is this the nightmare taper? The monster that devours nightmares is even bigger than imagined. Dozens of Uchiha Kedo said at the same time. He knew that Danzo had such a summoning beast, and he was always on guard in his heart. But when he really saw the shape of the nightmare, Uchiha Kedo couldn't help but sigh. The summoning beast in the Hokage world is unreasonable in size. Except for the ape demon king of Sarutobi Hiruzen summoning, which is fairly normal in size, the others are bigger than the other. However, the nightmare can only be seen as big, as long as you know its weaknesses, it is not easy to deal with. Call. Hearing Danzo's order, the nightmare opened its mouth wide, and a powerful suction surged out from the mouth. The trees on the back mountain were uprooted, wrapped in a large mass of soil, and fell into the mouth of the nightmare. The weaker Uchiha tribe also staggered under this strong suction. If it weren't for the help of other tribesmen, I'm afraid it would be sucked into the mouth of the nightmare. Fire-style fire dragon flame bomb. Receiving the tiger seal with one hand, Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath. In the next second, a huge fireball burst out from Uchiha Kedo's mouth, and flew straight towards the mouth of the nightmare. The suction of the nightmare taper is like a powerful wind-style ninjutsu. As soon as the fire dragon flame is sprayed out, it immediately expands rapidly by the wind and flies towards the nightmare taper at a faster speed. The huge suction force gradually elongated the fire dragon flame bullet, and a dragon's head was looming, and with a silent roar, it quickly sank into the mouth of the nightmare taper. The huge fire dragon fell into the mouth, and the nightmare immediately closed its mouth, its eyes widened. Rolling his eyes in the next second, the huge body immediately fell to the ground, and was sent back to the summoning world with a puff of white smoke. The seemingly powerful and unrivaled nightmare taper was instantly hit by Uchiha Kedo's ninjutsu. But even when he saw the nightmare being severely injured, the expression on Danzo's face did not change at all, and he even took this opportunity to quickly seal his hand. Wind-style vacuum Lianbo. A series of air cannons spewed out from Danzo's mouth, flying towards the real Uchiha Kedo. Use the nightmare to attract my attention and test my real location. Uchiha Kedo thought in his heart, but his hands were not slow at all. Surrounded by the shining white light, the sword of Thunder God chopped up all the air cannons flying towards him. Wind-style vacuum Datama. Seeing that the wave of vacuum would not be effective, Danzo immediately changed his strategy, took a deep breath, and blurted out a moment that was several times stronger than before. Wind-style vacuum Datama. And at this moment Uchiha Kedo now also bears the same stamp as Danzo. 10 bigger air cannons are formed in short order. Uchiha Kedo has already mastered all the wind-style tolerance of Shimura's family. And through the system calculation and self-research in the past few years, Uchiha Kedo has also mastered the wind attribute chakra form change and nature transformation early on. Plus Uchiha Kedo that is much better than Danzo's chakra. With the same ninjutsu, Uchiha Kedo is more than twice as powerful as Danzo. After the two vacuum daisies collided in the air, Danzo's one was instantly swallowed by Uchiha Kedo's ninjutsu. Not only that, after defeating Danzo's ninja, the power of Uchiha Kedo's vacuum Datama did not weaken much, and he went towards Danzo with a rapid momentum. Seeing this, Danzo's expression changed suddenly, and he dodged in a hurry to avoid the vacuum Big Jade Zero. But before Danzo could stand still, he found that the figure of Uchiha Kedo had already disappeared in place. Feeling bad in his heart, Danzo immediately looked around for his Uchiha Kedo. But at this moment, Danzo suddenly found a burst of electrical crackling behind him, like 1,000 birds singing at the same time. Subconsciously, Danzo jumped into the air, and found that the lightning in Uchiha Kedo's hand was flickering, and the sound he heard was the sound of the thunder attribute chakra colliding. Baited. Watching Danzo in mid-air, Uchiha Kedo had a smile on his face. Chidori-style Chidori sharp gun. Uchiha Kedo raised his arm lightly, and the thunder attribute chakra stretched out instantly, turning into a silver-white thunderstorm spear. Seeing this scene, Danzo's pupils instantly shrank to the size of pinholes, and he hurriedly tried to avoid it, but found that there was nothing in the air to lend him strength. Puff. With a soft sound, the Chidori sharp gun was inserted from Danzo's chest, piercing through the heart. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared subconsciously, his body tensed instantly to rescue Danzo. Master Hokage, the Konoha guard is arresting spies, Master Hokage should not intervene. Uchiha Fugaku opens himself Mangekyo Sharinan. The Scarlet Sharinan stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen closely, as if you could do it and I will do it too. Mangekyo. Seeing the pattern in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled. With Uchiha Shisui's leak, Sarutobi 1.6 Hiruzen is not ignorant of Sharinan either. But precisely because he understood the meaning of those eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not do anything easily. Uchiha Fugaku, what you hide is really deep enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and said. But Uchiha Fugaku ignored it, and the Scarlet Mangekyo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly. Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth when he saw Uchiha Fugaku defending himself. But seeing Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally gave up the idea of doing it. With a cold snort, he continued to look back at Danzo. Ahem. Danzo, who was pierced by Chidori sharp gun and hung in the air, coughed heavily. Big mouthfuls of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth, mixed with some charred internal organs. The heart was pierced, such a serious injury, even a master who is known as a medical master in the ninja world is helpless. Chapter 72. Uchiha Kedo dissipated the chakra in his hand, and the silver Chidori spear was retracted into Uchiha Kedo's hand and disappeared. Without the support of the sharp spear on his forefoot, Danzo's body hit the ground heavily like a fallen dead leaf. The violent shock made Danzo cough up a few mouthfuls of blood again. Raising his head with difficulty, he glanced in a certain direction, and the last brilliance disappeared from Danzo's eyes in the next second. The lifeless head hit the ground heavily. Danzo. Seeing his friend for many years dying in front of his eyes, Sarutobi couldn't help crying out. Regardless of Uchiha Fugaku's obstruction, he walked quickly to Danzo's side. Danzo is dead, and Sarutobi Hiruzen alone can't make any trouble. Uchiha Fugaku put away his Sharinan and stood there quietly, waiting for Uchiha's next instruction. Thinking it through, Uchiha Fugaku knows that only Uchiha Kedo can lead the Uchiha clan to a brighter future. As a father, he only needs to be the most solid 0-2 pillar when Uchiha Kedo needs help. Master Hokage, people cannot be resurrected after death, so we must mourn. At this moment, an Umbu stepped forward and said respectfully to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Your responsibility is to lead Konoha to peace and prosperity, and the remains of Master Danzo will be handed over to the corpse squad. Without waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to react, that Umbu reached out to pick up Danzo's body, turned around and wanted to leave. Etc. Uchiha Kedo said with a frown. Is there any other orders from Chief Uchiha? Umbu stopped in his tracks, lowered his head and said respectfully. Suspicious. Very suspicious. Ninja corpses contain a lot of information, so in order to prevent leaks, ninja corpses will be handled by the corpse squad first. But this Umbu appeared too fast. It's like knowing ahead of time that Danzo will die tonight. And looking back now, Uchiha Kedo felt something was wrong with Danzo tonight. Knowing that the Uchiha clan was not kind, even after the root base was surrounded, they dragged on for a long time before showing up. In the ensuing battle, Uchiha Kedo also faintly felt that there was a lack of taste. The whole process was so smooth. Apart from summoning and a couple of wind-style ninjutsu, Danzo didn't put up a decent resistance from start to finish. Although it is also because of the gap in strength, Uchiha Kedo is not arrogant enough to think that he can kill a former Kage-level powerhouse in an instant. Thinking back on everything, Uchiha Kedo inexplicably felt that Danzo wanted to kill himself. Just like Abarame Ryoma and Naratir, they died in front of everyone and lived in the darkness of Konoha. Escape. Inaki. Sharinan Uchiha Kedo, who looked at the scarlet people around him, finally understood what he had forgotten. Because the Uchiha family has been going smoothly recently, no one has ever suffered an accident. Uchiha Kedo subconsciously thought that the genocide night did not happen, and Danzo did not hold the Sharinan in his hands. But now it seems that everything is connected in series because of Iyanagi. Hiding in the root base is because Danzo guessed his possible ending in advance and hid a series of arrangements at the entrance of the root base. The fierce and unsteady resistance was to make people believe that he was inferior and died at the hands of Uchiha Kedo. And this Umbu who suddenly appeared at the end is the last link of the whole plan. Izanagi's time limit is only a short 1 minute. After using Izanagi, within 1 minute Danzo will transcribe all the damage he takes in the dream, so that he can be resurrected in full bloom. Only in this way, the corpse in place will disappear. So Danzo needs someone to take his body. After the corpse is out of everyone's sight, the corpse disappears at that time, who knows whether it is the effect of Iyanagi, or the corpse squad disposed of the corpse. And after that, Danzo can hide from everyone's sight and become Konoha's real behind the scenes. After all, no one would have thought that the death he witnessed was all an illusion. In just a few seconds, the whole plan gradually took shape in Uchiha Kedo's mind, and the identity of Umbu in front of him also had an answer in Yasuhiboji's mind. The roots on the surface have been disbanded and integrated into Umbu, and the deepest roots were all broken in their own hands in the previous battle. So there is only one answer left. Is that you, Uchiha Shisui? Although everything is just speculation, Uchiha Kedo firmly believes that his judgment is not wrong. The Uchiha minor may have misidentified I am not from the Uchiha clan. Umbu-ren did not show any abnormalities, and said respectfully with his head down. But in Uchiha Kedo's view, no anomaly is precisely the biggest anomaly. Will you wait and find out? Uchiha Kedo glanced at Danzo's body and said meaningfully. Master Hokage and Danzo have such a deep relationship, let Master Hokage accompany Danzo for the last few minutes. Or a minute is enough. Hearing the exact number of 1 minute, a trace of doubt flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. He didn't think too much about Danzo's death just now, but now that he came back to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he immediately found that there were too many suspicious things about Umbu. For example, why did I let him take Danzo's body away without any hesitation? Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and was about to ask, but saw that Umbu reached out and took off the mask, with a wry smile on his face. Sure enough, I still can't hide it from the young patriarch. The face under Umbu's mask is none other than Uchiha Shisui. Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled in his heart. When did the Uchiha 713 water get mixed into his accompanying Umbu? Moreover, the ability to silently affect one's own judgment just now should be an illusion. Such a powerful illusion ability, and the pupil technique stored in Mangekyo Sharinan. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately became extremely vigilant. Danzo, do you still want to continue playing dead? Uchiha Kedo said lightly. 1 minute will be up soon. If Danzo doesn't use Inaki to rewrite his results, then he will really have to die. Hearing Uchiha Kedo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but widen his eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. Danzo is playing dead? It's impossible that the heart was pierced, even Tsunade couldn't save it. But at this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised to find that the body of Danzo in the hands of Uchiha Shisui was slowly disappearing. Not only Danzo's body, but also the blood dripping from the pierced heart disappeared in just a few seconds. Seeing this unbelievable scene, everyone suddenly fell into an uproar. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, if they hadn't been convinced that they hadn't been hallucinated, I'm afraid everyone would have thought Danzo's death was just a dream. However, it was indeed just a dream. How did you find out? Danzo, who should have died, slowly came out from the root base again, his exposed eyes were full of gloom and solemnity. Chapter 73. Danzo, this is a secret technique of our Uchiha clan, I would like to ask how you know. Uchiha Kedo said with a sneer. There are many outsiders, and Uchiha Kedo does not want to explain in detail. Otherwise, if people know that Sharingan has this kind of secret technique called resurrection, I am afraid that the dangers faced by the Uchiha people will increase exponentially from now on. But never mind, I'm trying to figure out what's going on with my toes. Uchiha Kedo gave Uchiha Shisui a stern look. Or usse, thinking about using distinguished heavenly gods to change Uchiha Fugaku's mind every day. I thought that in this way the Uchiha clan and the village could coexist peacefully. Now the secret art of the Uchiha family is also passed on to Danzo. It's really rebellious and thoroughly brainwashed. Such Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Kedo do not know how to evaluate. But if you can't think of it, don't think about it. Uchiha Kedo shook his head slightly, and his gaze became extremely sharp. He said that if he wants to kill Danzo today, then Danzo must die today. No matter how many Sharingan Danzo has and how many times he can be resurrected, he will definitely die today. Uchiha Kedo, this is the end of today's matter, the Uchiha family will retreat here, and I will not pursue it any further. Danzo looked at Uchiha Kedo and said lightly. Uchiha Kedo smiled instead of anger. Don't pursue it anymore? Indeed, there is no need to pursue it anymore. After all, Danzo will die today, what can a dead person pursue? Hey, take sword technique, draw a sword and slash shun. Uchiha Kedo didn't want to talk nonsense, and his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Nail. In close combat, the figure of Uchiha Kedo slowly appeared in front of Danzo. Looking at Uchiha Shisui who stood in front of Danzo and held a short sword to resist, Uchiha Kedo frowned and said. Uchiha Shisui, you must protect Danzo, right? Uchiha Shisui, with a forced smile on his face. Young patriarch, the path of the Uchiha clan is wrong. The village is everyone's village. Only the existence of major families in the village can continue to survive in the ninja world. But now the Uchiha clan has threatened the existence of the village, so Lord Danzo must be alive. Master Danzo is alive so that the Uchiha clan can be contained so that the village can continue to prosper. Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Uchiha Kedo laughed back angrily. Uchiha Shisui might as well be renamed Shimura Shisui. The Uchiha family provides you with food and clothing, and provides you with sword skills and resources for cultivation. Fortunately, Uchiha Shisui was brainwashed by Danzo in minutes after becoming famous in the ninja world. It's fine if you don't want to repay the Uchiha clan who gave birth to you and raised you, but now you still think that Danzo's containment of the Uchiha clan's development is for the benefit of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kedo has nothing to say about such a determined 25-year-old boy. Such a Uchiha Shisui is just a disaster. Let Uchiha Shisui die here with his Danzo-sama today. Hey, take sword art chasing the wind. Uchiha Kedo's eyes turned cold, he didn't say anything, and the movements of his hands changed suddenly. The Thunder God sword was surrounded by a shining white light, and the sword was faster than the sword. The speed is so fast that even if Uchiha Shisui is driving the Sharingan, the powerful dynamic vision can capture the trajectory of every knife of Uchiha Kedo. But gradually, the movements of his body could no longer keep up with his eyes. A slash forced Uchiha Shisui to open the empty door, and Uchiha Kedo's eyes froze for a moment, thinking in his heart a good opportunity. Hey, take sword art lightning slash. Uchiha Kedo's eyes were fixed on Uchiha Shisui's opening, and the movements in his hands changed immediately. In an instant, the white light on Thor's sword was more than 3 points, and before the sharp sword energy reached his body, a small gash was made on Uchiha Shisui's face. Die. Raising the knife in his hand and falling, a spray of blood floated up, and the extending slash flew out far, cutting down many trees. I wanted to clean up the door first, cut off your hope, and then let your despair die. But since you want to die early, then I will fulfill you. Uchiha Kedo looked at Danzo who was still maintaining the seal, and said lightly. And beside Danzo, the figure of Uchiha Shisui suddenly appeared. There was a long wound on his chest that went deep to the bone, and blood gushed out continuously. With his knife just now, if there is no accident, Uchiha Shisui will definitely die. However, Danzo's sudden vacuum sphere made Uchiha Kedo have to dodge to a certain extent. But with such a small action, Uchiha Shisui seized the opportunity. With his superb instant technique, he seized his own vitality from that fleeting moment. Although he couldn't completely avoid Uchiha Kedo's slash, at least he saved his life. Fire style Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Wind style Vacuum Datama. Combined Ninjutsu Beacon Fire Double Dragon Bullet. The fire takes advantage of the wind, and the volume of the Fire Dragon's flame bomb increases in the wind. Just a few meters away, the terrifying Fire Dragon has been fully formed. Before reaching their bodies, Tuan and Uchiha Shisui felt the amazing heat of the Fire Dragon. Just by the naked eye, one can tell that this combined ninjutsu is many times stronger than the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet that the Nightmare Taper just swallowed. Facing the terrifying fire dragon Uchiha Kedo, Danzo and Uchiha Shisui did not dare to neglect at all, their faces full of dignity. Looking at each other, Danzo and Uchiha Shisui immediately understood each other's thoughts, and quickly formed seals in their hands. Water-style Great Waterfall Technique. Earth-style Earth Flow City Wall. Combined Ninjutsu Large Mudslide Technique. Rich combat experience tells Danzo and Uchiha Shisui. The Great Waterfall Technique or the Earth Flow City Wall alone are not enough to keep one's life under the ravages of the fire dragon. The power of combined ninjutsu is far greater than that of a single ninjutsu. Not to mention Uchiha Kedo's incomparable Grandmaster Fire style and Wind style. Raise the 2 B-level ninjutsu abruptly to a power that even the A-level ninjutsu can't reach, good money Zhao. As for the combined ninjutsu of 2 A-level ninjutsu, in addition to using the same level of combined ninjutsu to resist, or to avoid the edge. Apart from this, there is no third method. The fire dragon struck, and the mudslide technique opened up a barrier island representing life in front of Danzo and Uchiha Shisui. A huge amount of water was instantly evaporated by the terrifying heat of the fire dragon, and white mist rose for a while, covering everyone's sight. However, this is the back mountain of Konoha, stretching as far as the eye can see, a gust of wind blows, and the white mist quickly dissipates. The mudslide has been burned into a hard mud shell, and Danzo and Shisui are hiding under the mud shell, their bodies are red. Although the power of the beacon twin dragons was blocked by mudslides, the high-temperature water vapor was like steamed buns, almost steaming Danzo and Shisui. But fortunately, the terrifying fire dragon was blocked. But before Danzo and Uchiha Shisui could breathe a sigh of relief, Uchiha's offensive came again. Reikari. Chapter 74. The mud shell offered little protection and shattered at the touch of Uchiha Kedo's Reikari. Uchiha Shisui subconsciously used the body flicker technique to drag Danzo away from the spot. It's just that Uchiha Shisui was seriously injured, and was almost cooked by the high-temperature steam, so his movements subconsciously slowed down a step. The bandages flew away and Danzo's hidden right hand was severed by Uchiha Kedo. With a loud bang, Danzo's arm hit the ground heavily. What's that? A metal shell. The arm was cut off and there was no blood. Wait, that arm seems to be disappearing. In the chaos, Uchiha Kedo looked at the arm surrounded by the metal shell, and the flame in his heart suddenly rose. Others may not recognize this arm, but Uchiha Kedo knows it very well. Consists of the cells of Senju Hashirama and studded with individual Sharingan. Overwhelms Senju Hashirama's berserk cells with Sharingan's powerful yin chakra. And each of the above Sharingan can be used as the material of Iyanagya. But now that genocide night hasn't happened yet, where did Danzo collect so many Sharingan? The arm in the metal shell faded away, and Danzo's figure regrouped behind Uchiha Kedo. Wind-style vacuum sword. At some point, Danzo reunited, holding a handful of Kunao in his hand. Ultimate form changing wind attribute chakra, with a long blade extending from Kunao. Without any tricks, he cut straight down without mercy. It's just that the blade of the wind, without being hindered in the slightest, passed straight through the figure of Uchiha Kedo. After image. Go to Ultimate's body flicker technique and leave only Uchiha Kedo in place. And this lifelike after image even experienced ninjas like Danzo couldn't see through it. A missed hit, Danzo immediately pulled back and retreated, but it was too late. A deep blue rays non hit Danzo's chest with precision. The powerful tearing ability of the spiral pattern completely tore Danzo's clothes at once, and a huge blood hole opened in his chest. And Danzo also fell to the ground immediately, blood soaking the surrounding large area. Only a moment later, Danzo's body disappeared again. This time Danzo reappeared in the treetops, panting heavily. Without the cover of the clothes, everyone can see what is on Danzo's arm. Sharingan? A Sharingan with 2 3-pointed jade. A seg, why does Danzo have so many Sharinans? And that face on Danzo's chest, why do I feel so familiar? Isn't that the face of Lord First Hokage Hashirama? Why is it printed on Danzo's chest? Looking at another slowly closing eye on Danzo's arm, Uchiha Kedo said coldly. 5 Sharingan. Danzo, where did you get the Sharingan? Danzo has used Iyanaga 3 times, and now there are 2 Sharinans left on his arm, which also means that Danzo has 5 Sharinans at the beginning. But Uchiha Kedo looked at Danzo, the tightly bandaged right eye. If nothing else, there should be a Sharingan under the bandage. A total of 6 Sharingan, since the one from Uchiha Kedo, there may be some elites of the Uchiha clan missing inexplicably. Sharingan, of course it was offered by my good subordinate, Uchiha Shisui himself. For these Sharingan, he has worked hard in crane craftsman for a long time. Danzo sneered and said lightly. Uchiha Fugaku glared at Uchiha Shisui immediately upon hearing Danzo's words. South Crane Hill. Minami Crane Hill is where the Uchiha clan buried their ancestors and dead ninjas. So Uchiha Shisui listened to Danzo's order and went to pick up his family's grave? Uchiha Kedo didn't want to say anything more. Such a person who has been brainwashed and will not let go of his own ancestral grave is no longer worth saving. Danzo, what happened to your hand? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Senju Hashirama's face on Danzo's chest in surprise and asked in confusion. Isn't that obvious enough, insulting the body of first Hokage, stealing the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? Now that the evidence is in front of us, does Lord Third Hokage have anything else to say? Uchiha Kedo said lightly. This. Sarutobi Hiruzen was at a loss for words. With such obvious evidence in front of him, if he categorically denies it, he may not be able to sit in the position of Hokage anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen was so angry that he didn't dare to speak again. Uchiha Kedo looked back at Danzo and said coldly. 2 chances or 3 chances. Experience the taste of death a few more times, after all, there will never be another chance in the future. After speaking, the white light on the Thor sword in Uchiha Kedo's hand loomed, and he slowly approached Danzo step by step. Wind-style vacuum Lianbo. A series of air cannons burst out from Danzo's mouth, but Uchiha Kedo was unmoved. The hand raised the knife, the shining white light flickered, and all the air cannons shattered at the touch of one touch. Wind-style vacuum sphere. Wind-style wind cut. Wind-style harm. A series of wind-style ninjutsu was quickly released by Danzo, thinking about threatening Uchiha Kedo as much as possible or blocking Uchiha Kedo's footsteps. It's just that Uchiha Kedo didn't seem to be affected at all, and even the rhythm of his steps didn't have the slightest confusion. All wind-style ninjutsu are broken like a toy. Is this the real power of Uchiha Kedo? The knife technique that can cut even ninjutsu and the faint white light on the sword of Thor? I'm afraid Konoha's White Fang Tooth revival is nothing more than that. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought silently as he looked at Uchiha Kedo, who was in no man's land. He has long known that Uchiha Kedo's strength in swordsmanship far exceeds that of Konoha Kedo's swordsmanship master. I just didn't expect that Uchiha Kedo's sword technique is so strong that he can cut ninjutsu at will. Although there are also weaknesses of Uchiha Kedo's wind-style ninjutsu, which is very grandmaster wind-style ninjutsu. But this does not conceal Uchiha Kedo's accomplishments in knife skills. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's impression, the last person who could rival ninjutsu with simple sword skills was Heitake Mishuo, known as Konoha's White Fang. And even Mashuo Heitake, under such a wind-style ninjutsu attack, may only be able to temporarily evade his etch. Instead of unleashing all ninjutsu like Uchiha Kedo is an understatement. With Uchiha Kedo here, how should he face the Uchiha clan in the future? Bow your head and proclaim yourself a minister? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a wry smile on his face. Once. Uchiha Kedo's faint voice came, and suddenly Sarutobi Hiruzen woke up from his thoughts. Looking up, Danzo has come down from the tree at some point, and Uchiha Kedo's Thunder God sword penetrated Danzo's chest and pierced the heart. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen was terrified in his heart. Danzo died in the hands of Uchiha Kedo with just such a dazed effort. Chapter 75. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help thinking, if he was standing on the court now, would he be able to beat Uchiha Kedo? Or can he last longer than Danzo? Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help feeling a little sad. The answer is obvious. Even though Uchiha Kedo is only 10 years old now, his strength has far surpassed himself. If he doesn't use the ninjutsu of ghoul banning and the like, I'm afraid he won't have any chance. Even using the ghoul to ban Sarutobi Hiruzen, I doubt whether I can bring Uchiha Kedo into the belly of Shinigami. Uchiha Kedo didn't know that Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking of using the ghoul ban to die with himself. After stabbing Danzo to death, he stood silently waiting for Danzo to appear again. And Uchiha Shisui saw it in his eyes and was anxious in his heart, every time he wanted to help, but the arrogance wound on his chest was his biggest obstacle. As long as there is any movement, the wound will burst immediately, and a large amount of blood gushes out from the wound, making Uchiha Shisui dizzy. Ignoring Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Kedo stood in the distance and scanned his surroundings warily. The body of Danzo on the ground has disappeared, but until now he has not found any trace of Danzo. But Uchiha Kedo was sure that Danzo must still be behind. After all, although Iyanaga can rewrite all the damage received, there is a certain distance limit for reappearing. In any case, it is impossible for Danzo to slip away from under his nose. Suddenly a little bit of strange movement came to Uchiha Kedo's ears, and after a little searching, he found that the movement came from underground. Sure enough, it's a mouse, and it likes to scurry around in the soil. There was a sneer at the corner of Uchiha Kedo's mouth, the sword of Thor flipped over in his hand, and the tip ruthlessly plunged into the ground. Earth-style Huanquan Swamp. Lightning-style Walk. A large number of thunders followed the sword of Thor to the land that turned into a puddle of mud. Boom. Where the thunder flashed, a light sound came into Uchiha Kedo's ears. Removed. Shadow Clone. Shadow Clone will automatically disarm when attacked, so the target below is to attract his attention? Then the real Danzo should be on top of him now. Uchiha-style swordsmanship Jianyuan. Uchiha Kedo pulled out the Thunder God's sword abruptly, and streams of flames emerged from the Thunder God's sword, and shot up into the sky as soon as the flame slashed. Unexpectedly by Uchiha Kedo, Danzo is jumping in mid-air at this moment, and a strange black light word is brewing in Danzo's hand. You can tell at a glance that it is not a ninjutsu that is easy to deal with. It was just puzzled that after seeing Danzo's terrified face in mid-air, his expression suddenly changed. Sharingan can clearly see the flow of the opponent's chakra, so for Sharingan, Shadow Clone can tell the authenticity at a glance. In Uchiha Kedo's view, Danzo in midair is clearly a Shadow Clone. The flame slashed past, and Danzo in midair exploded into a cloud of white smoke, proving that it was Shadow Clone without a doubt. Where would the real Danzo be? The seal of the self-karma curse. A pale hand broke through the ground and grabbed Uchiha Kedo's ankle. Immediately, black runes quickly emerged and spread all over Uchiha Kedo's body. It's over, Hong Chi waved. Danzo broke through the ground, a wound on his chest was bubbling with blood. But Danzo didn't seem to notice it at all, and he usually didn't take any precautions. Standing in front of Uchiha Kedo, he said lightly. Although your strength is very strong, you are still far behind in terms of experience. The seal of the self-karma curse has been planted, and you cannot move it now. Uchiha Kedo frowned slightly, he could feel his body, and it was true that he couldn't move. He thought he was vigilant enough, but he was plotted against by Danzo. Sure enough, Danzo, an old BD, is cunning enough and cruel enough to himself. The moment Danzo appeared, Uchiha Kedo wanted to understand how Danzo did it. In the beginning, what Uchiha Kedo stabbed was Danzo's body, but I don't know what method Danzo used. Maybe it was the body replacement technique, or maybe the transformation technique made a little noise, which made Uchiha Kedo misjudge. The shadow clone that appeared in midair was to attract his attention. But it's not appropriate to say that it's attracting attention, after all, the flickering black light in shadow clone's hand. If Uchiha Kedo's guess is correct, it should also be the seal of self-karma. Whether it is the hidden clone or the main body, as long as anyone can fool Uchiha Kedo. Thus, the purpose of planting the seal of self-inflicted curse Danzo on Uchiha Kedo is achieved. After you die, I will make good use of your Sharingan. Danzo stretched out his hand, slowly approached Uchiha Kedo's eyes, and whispered in a voice that only two people could hear. See with your eyes the day when the Uchiha clan will be destroyed. But for Danzo's words, Uchiha Kedo flashed a hint of ridicule in his heart. Danzo was too naive to think that a simple spell could kill him. The hook jade in Uchiha Kedo's eyes began to rotate rapidly, and quickly merged into one, and two exquisite triangles appeared in Uchiha Kedo's eyes. You also activated Mangekyo. Seeing this change, Danzo suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart, and the movements in his hands immediately accelerated several times. Vientian. An invisible realm emanated from Uchiha Kedo's left eye. The expansion of the domain was completed in the next second, and Uchiha Kedo suddenly had a feeling in his heart that as long as he moved his mind, everything in the domain would change according to his wishes. Including Danzo. Seeing the hand that was getting closer and closer to his eyes, Uchiha Kedo's eyes suddenly calmed down. What's going on? Why can't I move? Illusion? Or curse? Suddenly, Danzo found that his hand could not move any closer. Even his own body is completely out of control. It didn't seem like he was under an illusion and completely lost consciousness of his body, but rather like his own self-inflicted curse. There is a completely unmatched force that controls everything that limits him. Kamui. Restraining Danzo's movements, Uchiha Kedo had a thought, and the second pupil technique stored in the left eye was activated immediately. A space Uzumaki immediately formed in front of Danzo, and the strong suction immediately pulled Danzo out of shape. The pain of being torn apart severely stimulated Danzo's nerves, but his body was completely restrained, and he couldn't even utter a scream, so he could only bear it all in silence. In a moment, Danzo's whole body was torn apart and swallowed by Uzumaki into a different space. Master Danzo. Seeing the scene in front of him, Uchiha Shisui couldn't help exclaiming. Everything happened so fast that he didn't even have the time to react to stop it. And when he reacted, Danzo had been swallowed into a different space. Under the burst of powerful pupil power, the power of the seal of self-karma quickly dissipated, and Uchiha Kedo quickly regained control of his body. Just feeling the situation in a space, Uchiha Kedo couldn't help frowning. Why did the ancestors of the Uchiha clan develop such troublesome ninjutsu? Uchiha Kedo couldn't help complaining in his heart. However, it is estimated that the ancestors of the Uchiha clan would not have imagined that someone would transplant so many Sharingan onto themselves. Looking at the empty surroundings, Uchiha Kedo said lightly. Twice. Chapter 76. After about 10 seconds, Danzo's figure appeared again. This time, everyone can find that the Sharingan on Danzo's arm has been completely closed, and Danzo's face has become extremely ugly. Danzo did not expect that Uchiha Kedo also has the same Mangekyo Sharingan as Uchiha Water. And those two pupil techniques that completely made him powerless to resist made Danzo's heart chill even more. It's like Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan pupil technique. Distinguished heavenly gods can change the will of others without warning. Uchiha Kedo's Sharingan can completely suppress other people's movements. Cooperate with that space Uzumaki, it is almost inevitable. Does he really have a chance of winning this battle? Master Danzo. In just a few minutes, Danzo was killed several times by Uchiha Kedo. Uchiha Shisui didn't care about his injuries, dragging his seriously injured body to block in front of Danzo. 700. Uchiha Kedo, I thought you were a wise young patriarch, but now it seems that you are nothing more than that. Only Danzo-sama can bring Konoha a new future, and Uchiha and his group can have a new future. Uchiha Shisui roared. Uchiha Kedo doesn't want to say anything more, since Uchiha Shisui's Danzo is his future, let them die together. Fire style extinguish fire. A small flame spewed from Uchiha Kedo's mouth. It's just that the small flame swelled against the wind, and it became overwhelming in a blink of an eye, covering both Uchiha Shisui and Danzo. Ah! Uchiha Kedo, you made me do this. Uchiha Shisui let out a roar, and the powerful pupil power was activated instantly, and the green chakra gushed out from the body crazily, converging into a huge half-body skeleton in a blink of an eye. This is the strongest power of the Uchiha clan. I, who has gained power, is the key to the change of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shisui yelled at Uchiha Kedo with a frenzy of blood dripping from the corner of his eye. Why? Why do you resist Lord Danzo's will, when everything can go in a better direction? Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, Uchiha Kedo shook his head slightly. The reason why the Uchiha clan is called an evil clan. That's because the Uchiha family loves their own deeply. When the one you love is hurt, intense mental stimulation and strong emotional fluctuations will bring more powerful power to the live broadcast. Mangekyo Sharingan. It can be said that except for Uchiha Kedo, all the Uchiha clan who opened Mangekyo Sharingan are crazy. And now Uchiha Shisui is also paranoid because of excessive emotion. For this situation, Uchiha Kedo can only say that he can't save him and wait for death to leave. But in Uchiha Shisui's view, Uchiha Kedo's shaking of the head is a disapproval of his ideas. Immediately, Uchiha Shisui's expression changed, and he said coldly. Now Uchiha Kedo, I will destroy you on behalf of the will of the ancestors and bring the Uchiha group on the right track. This is the power of the ancestors. The green skeleton arm was raised high, and it slammed down toward Uchiha Kedo. Don't want. Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed, Mangekyo Sharingan opened instantly, and the crimson chakra surged outside his body. Uchiha Fugaku knows that Uchiha Kedo is powerful, but Susanoo is different from other ninjutsu. Combining powerful defense and attack, Susanoo can be called the most powerful force of the Uchiha clan. And in Uchiha Fugaku's view there is only one other Susanoo to deal with Susanoo. It's just that just as Uchiha Fugaku took a step, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately stepped forward and stopped in front of Uchiha Fugaku. Clan Chief Fugaku, that kid Zed is powerful, and he'll be fine. Let's just stay here and watch. Sarutobi Hiruzen said lightly. You. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's almost literal words, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes widened suddenly, and he glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The crimson chakra skeleton also took shape instantly, and smashed hard towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect that Uchiha Fugaku would really dare to do it, and was hit by the initial form of Susanoo. Immediately spit out a big mouthful of blood, the body flew upside down. Master Hokage. Master Hokage, are you alright? Uchiha Fugaku, are you really going to rebel? Seeing this scene, there was an immediate commotion on the field. Surrounding Genbu and killing Danzo, the Uchiha clan can also be interpreted as helping Konoha catch spies and betrayal. But taking a shot at third Hokage is a huge disrespect. After all, Hokage is still the nominal supreme leader in the village, and Uchiha Fugaku can never say that Hokage is also a spy of other villages. However, Uchiha Fugaku didn't care about the questions from the people around him, and quickly turned his gaze back to the field. It's just that the current situation on the court almost made his jaw drop in shock. A pure white slash shot up into the sky, and Uchiha Shisui Susanoo's right arm was broken in two. The ultimate power of the Uchiha clan was cut off. Uchiha Fugaku can't believe his eyes. Subconsciously rubbing his eyes, he took a deep breath when he opened them again. Uchiha Kedo was still standing in place, but Uchiha Shisui Susanoo's right arm had disappeared. Susanoo can indeed be regarded as the most powerful force of the Uchiha clan, but that is only the final form. You can't even do the second form now, and you dare to boast that you are the power of a god. I feel ashamed for you. Uchiha Kedo shook his head and said lightly with a mocking face. This is impossible, this must be an illusion. How could the power given to me by my ancestors be cut off by you just like that? Uchiha Shisui couldn't believe the scene in front of him, and kept muttering to himself. Fake, It must be fake. Uchiha Shisui's face was ferocious, and he began to growl crazily. Bursts of more powerful pupil power were immediately stimulated, and Suzanu's severed right arm also recovered instantly. At the same time, the green chakra turned into meridian flesh and blood to quickly fill up the half-body skeleton. Not only that, but with Uchiha Shisui crazily motivating her pupil power, Susanoo began to grow taller, and her lower body and legs took shape rapidly. Skip directly to the second stage and enter the third stage. Uchiha Kedo narrowed his eyes slightly, and couldn't help admiring in his heart. Sure enough, he is a rare genius of the Uchiha clan. This pupil power is definitely beyond the reach of ordinary clansmen. It's a pity that those who have been brainwashed by Danzo have become completely 0.9 bottom 25 boys. This is the real power of God. Uchiha Kedo, go to hell. I, with this power, am the Uchiha clan, the true future. Uchiha Shisui's crazy voice came from mid-air, making Uchiha Kedo not only shook his head. I didn't want to use this trick at first, but now it seems that it really doesn't work. The red golden chakra began to gather in the body of Uchiha Kedo, and the exoskeleton was formed in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the red gold skeleton continued to extend outwards, and in just 1 second, a huge half-body red gold skeleton took shape. But Uchiha's changes are not over yet. The red golden chakra crazily poured into Susanoo. In a blink of an eye, the meridians and flesh and blood were filled, and then the red gold Susanoo stood up. When his eyes were on par with Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha said calmly, "Is this what you call the power of a god? I'm sorry, I have it too." Chapter 77. Has Zed also opened Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha Fugaku murmured, feeling distressed in his heart. Uchiha Fugaku also has a Mangekyo Sharingan himself, and knows that in order to activate Mangekyo Sharingan, he has to face the last thing he wants to see. He started Mangekyo because he saw the Uchiha clan dying on the battlefield. So what about robbery? What happened to the circle? Moreover, Uchiha Kedo is only 10 years old now. If it were an ordinary child who was 10 years old, he would still be playing happily in the ninja school. Uchiha Kedo, however, has gone through some pain and started the Mangekyo Sharingan to fight for the future of the Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fugaku felt a throbbing pain in his heart. But Uchiha Fugaku certainly never imagined that Uchiha Kedo would have such an unconventional thing as a system. It's okay to play Uchiha Sasuke's little elephant, and then watch Sasuke and Naruto fight, and with the help of the system, Mangekyo is successfully opened. But the secret of the system, Uchiha Kedo, will always be buried in his heart, and no one can tell. 02 Seeing that Uchiha Kedo can also use Susanoo's power, Uchiha Shisui's expression froze immediately. How is it possible that you can also use the power of your ancestors? You are only 10 years old, how can you be recognized by your ancestors? Are you the answer to the Uchiha clan, and I'm going the wrong way? Uchiha Shisui couldn't believe what he saw. Uchiha Kedo also has the power of Susanoo, so what is he? Uchiha Kedo is only 10 years old, and he possesses such powerful power. Compared with Uchiha Kedo, he is nothing. Shisui, calm down, you have to believe that you are right. Just when this wave of Shisui is about to fall into self-doubt and self-denial, Danzo said immediately. When Uchiha Kedo showed his Mangekyo Sharingan, Danzo already understood that he could not fight against Uchiha Kedo by himself. To defeat Uchiha Kedo and survive from Uchiha Kedo, Uchiha Shisui's power is indispensable. So Uchiha Shisui's fighting spirit must not be lost. While listening to Danzo's words, Uchiha Shisui's eyes regained their brilliance and murmured. That's right, only I am the ancestor's choice, and you are just a thief who stole the ancestor's power star. Why? Damn thief. Susanoo Great Fireball Technique. Under the control of Uchiha Shisui, the green Susanoo slowly condensed a huge great fireball like a tailed beast bomb from its mouth. Ordinary sea-level ninjutsu, against the backdrop of the huge size of many farmers, is even more terrifying than Uchiha Kedo's previous A-level combined ninjutsu. Vientiane. The invisible field instantly covered the entire red golden Susanoo, preventing the powerful and terrifying great fireball from entering. And the terrifying heat carried by the great fireball was completely blocked by Susanoo and could not affect Uchiha Kedo in the slightest. Reciprocity, Uchiha Kedo fixed his eyes and gave a soft drink. Susanoo Raise-non Shuriken. With an ear-piercing buzz, the gigantic Raise-non came out and landed straight on Uchiha Shisui's Susanoo. With a violent explosion, the green Susanoo immediately opened a big hole in his chest, and Raise-non tore and broke many roots. Ah! Susanoo was hit hard. Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but let out a cry of pain, and then spit out a big mouthful of blood. It's impossible for me to be the ancestor's choice. I won't just fail like this. Uchiha Shisui roared, and began to squeeze Hitomi power desperately. With the continuous replenishment of pupil power, the broken Susanoo recovered immediately. At the same time a spiral sword appeared in the hands of Susanoo of Uchiha Shisui. After Susanoo of the Uchiha clan opens the third form, she will embody 1 or 2 legendary artifacts. And this spiral sword is Uchiha Shisui's exclusive artifact. Susanoo 99. Chakra with the endless wind attribute gathers in the spiral sword in the green Susanoo's hand and turns into Chakra 1000 copies. As Uchiha Shisui stabs forward with his sword, countless Chakra 1000 copies burst out. Susanoo Kamui. Under the control of Uchiha Kedo, space vortices emerged from the void one by one, transferring all the flying Chakra 1000 copies to the different space. Even if there are a few sporadic fish that slip through the net, it will not have any impact on Bao's Hiboji. If you like playing with needles, I will give them all back to you. Uchiha Kedo said lightly. As soon as the voice fell, the life of Uchiha Shisui, one by one space Uzumaki opened again, and the green 1000 copies burst out. Not one wasted, all bombarded behind Uchiha Shisui. Transfer attack is just the most basic ability of Kamui. Suffering a severe blow again, Uchiha Shisui vomited a mouthful of blood, and the whole person couldn't help but knelt down in Susanoo. I haven't succeeded yet, how can I fall down here? Ah! Uchiha Shisui murmured, but before he finished speaking, there was a sharp pain in his eyes, which made him cry out in pain and covered his eyes. Have you reached your limit? Seeing Uchiha Shisui's appearance, Uchiha Kedo guessed in his heart. Turning on Susanoo's consumption of Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil power is simply astronomical. Not to mention that Uchiha Shisui is directly in the third form as soon as he comes up, and regardless of all kinds of powerful ninjutsu, he doesn't want to spend money. Uchiha Kedo feels that Uchiha Shisui is really talented for being able to persist until now. And after this war, if Uchiha Shisui is not dead, Sharingan will at least be abolished. After all, Uchiha Shisui is different from him. Uchiha Shisui doesn't have a sage body to nourish his eyes, and if he uses too much pupil power, he will definitely go blind very quickly. And Uchiha Kedo felt that after this war, he should take a good rest for a while. At least all the consumed pupil power must be recovered. And it's time to find a way to break through the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But before that, we still need to solve the 2 problems in front of us. Uchiha Kedo took a deep breath, powerful pupil power poured into Susanoo, a golden 503 longsword shone with dazzling light, and slowly emerged in Susanoo's hand. This is different from the Chakra longsword that Uchiha condensed at will when he absolutely served the root ninja. This is the exclusive artifact of Uchiha Kedo Susanoo. The sword of the sky and clouds. It's time to end. Uchiha Kedo let out a long breath. Susanoo all slash. Susanoo, sword leaping flame. A golden light flashed across, and Uchiha Shisui Susanoo's action was about to end before it even started. The golden light, like the holy light of purification, flew past Uchiha Shisui's eyes. Uchiha Shisui Susanoo did not pose any hindrance to the golden holy light. After passing through Susanoo, the golden light continued to fly out. After skimming Hokage rock, leaving a deep cut on it, the flying jet sank into the sky and disappeared. As if purified, the green chakra on Uchiha Shisui Susanoo dissipates into the air. In just a few seconds, the huge Susanoo has completely disappeared. I lost. Uchiha Shisui's face was pale, but his face was no longer manic and full of calm. The young patriarch hopes that under your leadership, the Uchiha clan can move towards a truly correct future. At the last moment before dying, Uchiha Shisui seemed to see the real future with a smile on his face. Shisui is dead, now it's your turn. Danzo. Chapter 78. After understanding the role of Izanagi, Danzo's personal ability is simply not worth mentioning in front of the huge Susanoo. The nightmare taper has been sent back to the summoning realm, and cannot be summoned for a short time. With Danzo's wind-style ninjutsu alone, even Susanoo's defense cannot be broken. As for the Li Sixiang seal all the things within a radius of 10 meters around him in his body. It seems to be very powerful, but the distance of only 10 meters has no effect on Susanoo, who is tens of meters high. Even though Danzo still has a Sharingan in his right eye, under the bombardment of Susanoo, he can only drink his hatred on the spot. It's over. A minute passed and Danzo's body remained where it was without any changes. Uchiha Kedo knew that everything was settled. Unlocking Susanoo, the moment Uchiha Kedo landed on the ground, he couldn't help but staggered, and his vision blurred slightly. Today, I used Susanoo twice in a row and also used the pupil technique many times, which consumes too much of Sharingan's pupil power. Even an intermediate level sage body can't make up for this consumption for a while, and it takes Uchiha to rest for a while to fully recover. Gee, are you alright? Seeing that Uchiha Kedo almost fell, Uchiha Fugaku hurried to Uchiha Kedo to assist Uchiha Kedo, and asked with concern. Don't worry, father, I'm fine. Uchiha Kedo shook his head with a smile. Except for the excessive consumption of pupil power, he did not suffer any damage. It's fine. Hearing Uchiha Kedo's words, Uchiha Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen came to the group full of Dabo, and the face of the hidden corpse was full of grief. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen, The smile on Uchiha-suke's face disappeared immediately. Master Hokage, Shimura Danzo insulted the body of Lord First Hokage and stole the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan without permission. Now that the rebellious ninja Danzo has been put to death, please Lord Hokage order a thorough investigation of the Shimura clan. Uchiha Kedo said lightly. Danzo is dead, must the Uchiha clan be exterminated quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo's corpse, eyes full of anger, and whispered. Master Hokage is joking, everything about the Uchiha clan is only for the sake of the village. Shimura Danzo dared to commit a series of crimes, and there must be someone behind them. And the Shimura clan is the biggest suspect. Uchiha Fugaku followed Uchiha Kedo's words. Does Hokage-sama think that it's not the Shimura clan who support Danzo, but someone else? Uchiha Kedo is meaningfully received. This. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless for a while, then changed the subject and said in a low voice. Don't go too far. Is it too much? Uchiha Kedo smiled, then shouted loudly. The Uchiha clan obeyed the order, and Lord Hokage ordered a thorough investigation of the Shimura clan. Anyone who resists will be killed. Yes. After receiving the order of Uchiha Kedo, some members of the Uchiha clan immediately turned around and headed towards the Shimura clan. Uchiha Kedo, what are you doing? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were wide open, with an expression of disbelief, he growled in a low voice. Falsely passing Hokage's orders in front of his face, what kind of approach is this? It's nothing, since Master Hokage refuses to make up his mind, then I can only reluctantly help Master Hokage make a decision. Uchiha Kedo smiled and ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen. Walk slowly out of the crowd with Uchiha Fugaku towards the Uchiha clan. Seeing Uchiha Kedo's actions, the patriarchs of the major families present were full of thoughtful eyes. Although only one Danzo seems to have died tonight, it is undoubtedly a huge change for Konoha. Although the Uchiha family has found the charges in advance and found the corresponding evidence, it still cannot change the fact that Danzo was Hokage's assistant. What's more, Danzo is an old teammate of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, a disciple of second Hokage Senju Tobirama, and a member of Konoha elders. The lips are dead and the teeth are cold. Yudatan Koharu and Mito Kedo Homura, how can you guarantee that after Danzo's death, the next target of the Uchiha clan will be them? So although the Uchiha clan has retreated after completing their goals, the real turmoil for Konoha has just begun. When he returned to the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Mikoto was relieved when he saw Uchiha Kedo and Uchiha Fugaku who had returned safely. Uchiha Kedo briefly chatted with Uchiha Mikoto, and went to the room to see Sasuke. Ignoring Uchiha Itachi's eager and searching eyes, Uchiha-suke went straight to his room. Too many things happened tonight. Uchiha Kedo wanted to know what kind of rewards he could get for the series of actions. Host pursued the Cloud Shinobi mission to kill the Root Ninja, rescued Sasuke, and received rewards after settlement. Acquire reward, Indra Reincarnation Chakra 5%. Rewarded, Lightning Style Ninjutsu, Lightning Style Body Forging Secret Technique. Get rewards, Ninjutsu Parasite, Ninjutsu Super Beast Fake Painting, Secret Shadow Bed. Host kills Danzo and kills Uchiha Shisui, rewards after settlement. Awarded, Sharingan Pupil Power Enhancement 100%, Ashura Reincarnation Chakra 5%. Detecting the existence of Sage Body, Ashura Reincarnated Chakra into Sage Body Practice Progress. Rewarded, Pupil Technique Distinguished Heavenly Gods, Pupil Technique Distinguished Heavenly Gods Light. The reward has been issued, please pay attention to check the host. Nice. Hearing a series of prompts from the system in his mind, Uchiha Kedo felt excited. 5% Ashura Reincarnation Chakra and 5% Indra Reincarnation Chakra, among other things, are enough to make Uchiha Kedo's ceiling much higher. And the 100% increase in pupil power allows Uchiha Kedo to get a huge boost while restoring pupil power. As for some other ninjutsu, it doesn't matter, especially the parasite, Uchiha assistant doesn't even want to receive it. After all, Uchiha Kedo is not the kind of pervert of a Baramaze family, who is willing to use his body as a nest to raise parasites. Ready and ready, Uchiha Kedo starts fusion directly, with all rewards except parasites. As always, a clear current in my mind converged into Uchiha Kedo's Sharingan, which made Uchiha Kedo feel extremely comfortable. At the same time, the warm current on the body also continuously improves the total amount of chakra and recovery ability of Uchiha Kedo. While sorting out ninjutsu information constantly emerging in his mind, Uchiha suddenly realized that he seemed to have picked up a treasure. Among the many ninjutsu rewards, there is one reward that seems to be very different from other ninjutsu. Lightning Style Body Training Secret Art, to be precise, is not ninjutsu, but a special cultivation method. At the same time, it is also the secret forging technique of each generation of Raikage. Chapter 79. Third Raikage AI, known as the strongest man in the ninja world, fought hand to suppress the Rampage 8 Tails. Blocking tens of thousands of ninjas from Rock Shinobi with the power of one person, he died of exhaustion after fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. Even to the death, the rock shinobi ninja didn't leave a single wound on third Hokage. In his life, the only wound on his body was left by himself when he accidentally fell down after fighting 8 tails until he was exhausted. Based on physical strength alone, even the entire ninja circle cannot find a second ninja who can compete with third Hokage skills. And fourth Hokage also inherited his father's name. Before Namikaze Minato became famous, he was known as the #1 speed in the ninja world. The body is strong and the speed is fast. If Namikaze Minato's flying thunder god is not too buggy in space displacement, I am afraid that Namikaze Minato may not be the opponent of fourth Hokage. However, Hokage's strong physique in the past was not born naturally, but also came from his own practice bit by bit. The latent body training secret technique is the strongest body training ninjutsu handed down from generation to generation in the Hokage lineage. Thinking that he can also have a body as powerful as in the movie, Uchiha felt a burst of excitement in his heart. In Ninjutsu 623, 3 years after Umbu settled, Uchiha Kedo has mastered far more ninjutsu than Kakashi, the Konoha technician. In terms of pupil art, Mangekyo Sharinan is considered to be the pinnacle of fighting power in today's ninja world, and the third form of Susanoo is enough to heal all kinds of dissatisfaction. In terms of illusion, the Uchiha family is already a grandmaster magic number, not to mention that he has just settled the distinguished heavenly gods and distinguished heavenly gods rays, which are known as the strongest illusion. In terms of physical skills, the combination of Heitake swordsmanship and Uchiha-style swordsmanship allows Uchiha Kedo to deal with most enemies calmly. Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, and Genjutsu, in these 3 aspects, Uchiha is already at the top of today's ninja world. But only one is Uchiha, which is far inferior to others. His age is too young. Being young means that the body is underdeveloped. Even if there is an intermediate sage body, it can only narrow the gap between Uchiha Kedo and other adult ninjas. But in terms of physical strength, Uchiha Kedo still has a lot of shortcomings. But now with the lightning-style body forging secret technique, everything has a solution. Recalling the cultivation method of the lightning-style body training secret art in his mind, Uchiha Kedo immediately gathered his mind and wanted to try it. The lightning-style body forging secret technique is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is to stimulate the body's skin cells with thunder chakra, strengthening the strength of the skin surface. But there will also be a little bit of chakra that seeps into the flesh, slowly building muscle strength and preparing for the next stage. When the skin is strengthened to a certain extent, you can enter the second stage. In the second stage, use the thunder attribute chakra to cross the epidermis, thoroughly temper the flesh and blood from the outside to the inside, and completely strengthen the whole body from inside to outside. In the second stage of training, the tempered muscles and internal organs will burst out with stronger active force, nourishing the epidermal cells and progressing from the inside out. And when the whole body is almost tempered, you can enter the third stage. However, the third stage is still too far away from now. It's better to wait and study it later. Uchiha Kedo condenses a little thunder attribute chakra, and carefully controls chakra to walk on the skin. Although he has fully mastered the shape change and nature transformation of chakra, which is a thunder attribute, chakra's control ability is also fine enough. But the first practice is still to be careful. Crackling, thunder attribute chakra wandered on the surface of Uchiha Kedo's skin, bursting out beating arcs of lightning. The numbness and stinging pain brought by the thunder attribute also made Uchiha Kedo want to die. It's exciting. Uchiha Kedo couldn't help sighing in his heart, but the effect brought about by the stinging pain was also extremely obvious. He could clearly feel that the skin that Leihu had walked on was much tougher than before. And this is only his first practice. Although it is certain that as the number of times of practice, ASIA, increases, the magnitude of each enhancement will gradually decrease, but Uchiha Kedo is already satisfied. You can clearly feel the changes in your body, or Uchiha Kedo also sinks your mind and continues to practice the secret technique of lightning-style body training. And time also passed by in the beating of the thunder arc. Early the next morning, Uchiha Kedo came out of the room yawning with dark circles under his eyes. Feeling the strengthening effect brought by the lightning-style body training secret technique yesterday, Uchiha Kedo practiced directly all night on a whim. Practicing the lightning-style bodybuilding secret will not increase the chakra in the body. On the contrary, when practicing, the Emperor's thunder attribute chakra will be consumed to stimulate his body. But Uchiha Kedo practiced all night long, consuming too much chakra in one night, which made Uchiha Kedo look extremely tired. Seeing Uchiha Kedo's appearance, Uchiha Mikoto felt distressed. "Gee, you are still young, you must take good care of your body. The village and the Uchiha clan and your father are here." And Uchiha Fugaku nodded again and again. In his opinion, Uchiha Kedo's current state is the successive battles last night, which caused chakra and tongue to consume too much power. Even a night's rest is not enough to make up for the depletion of Uchiha Kedo. "Gee, you should rest well these few days, don't worry about the village and the Uchiha clan. Leave everything to me," Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly. Uchiha Kedo blinked, not understanding what Uchiha Fugaku was talking about for a moment. But if you don't have to do anything, you just need to rest, so Uchiha Kedo is naturally happy to relax. After all, Uchiha Fugaku has been able to be the patriarch for so long, and his own ability must not be bad. After the battle last night, he fully understood the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for Uchiha Fugaku to let the Uchiha family continue to retreat and suffer. So Uchiha Kedo is not worried that the results of his hard work last night will be overthrown by Sarutobi Hiruzen and hit the Uchiha family. After breakfast, Uchiha Kedo went back to his room to catch up on his sleep. Uchiha Kedo came out of the room in good spirits until noon. As soon as he got out of the room, Uchiha Kedo saw in the living room, Uchiha Izumi had a little worried face chatting with Uchiha Mikoto happily. "Gee, you got up, Quan has been waiting for you for a long time. I have talked with Quan for a long time, and then you young people can go to the village to have fun and relax." Uchiha Mikoto said with a smile, got up and walked slowly into the room. "Quan, is school a holiday today?" Uchiha Kedo approached Uchiha Izumi slowly and asked casually. "Gee, are you alright? I heard from the tribe that you fought with Assistant Hokage last night. Did you get hurt?" Uchiha Izumi asked hastily with concern on his face. Uchiha Kedo felt warm in his heart and said with a smile. "A mere danzo, of course it can't hurt me." Chapter 80. In order to prevent Uchiha Izumi from thinking wildly, Uchiha Kedo simply brought Uchiha Izumi to the street of Konoha. However, Uchiha Kedo found that coming to the street did not seem to be a good choice. The commotion last night was too great, even if what happened was beyond the reach of these Konoha civilians. But it does not prevent the villagers from taking what they have seen and heard as talking material, and discussing it one after another. Especially when it came to the battle between the two Susanos, Uchiha Kedo was full of embarrassment when he saw the longing and excitement in the eyes of the villagers. It's not because I don't want to hear what the villagers are talking about, but what the villagers are talking about is really strange. By the way, did you see the battle between the two giants of light in Hyushin last night? Good guy, that red gold giant is really powerful, knock that green monster to the ground and beat it. No, I heard that the green monster is the ghost of Cloud Shinobi Village. That's right, that's what Cloud Shinobi Village did. Not only that, I also know that the red gold giant is the power that the Uchiha clan prayed to the Sage of Six Paths to protect the village. Real or fake? Can it be fake? I heard it from the brother-in-law of my 7th aunt's 8th aunt's nephew's cousin's husband. He is Master Hokage Sumbu, I saw it with my own eyes last night. When a villager said it swearingly, the surrounding villagers immediately gasped. Sure enough, the Uchiha clan is the real patron saint of the village. Although the law enforcement was stricter before, it was all for the good of the villagers. That's right. If the Uchiha family comes to visit in the future, everyone must cooperate well. It's all for our own good. The surrounding villagers collectively sighed. Did you hear that, off? You have become a big hero in everyone's mouth. Hearing the discussions of the villagers, Uchiha Izumi joked with a smile. The villagers don't know the truth, but Uchiha Izumi knows that the red gold giant is the Uchiha Kedo in front of him. Uchiha Kedo was full of embarrassment. Just listening to the villagers, he almost thought he had gone to the wrong set. Good guy, the giants of light are here, after that he can use Susanoo to obtain the third form, should he call Gaia in advance? But thinking of Susanoo, who is also in the third form, Uchiha Shisui was directly beaten into a monster by the villagers, and Uchiha Kedo felt a lot better. Sure enough, this is the difference in appearance. It is good to be handsome and have high appearance. It's just that Uchiha Kedo felt a little strange in his heart. He listened for a long time and found that what the villagers were talking about was the Susanoo battle last night. But no one talked about Danzo's death, as if everyone didn't know about it. But without waiting for Uchiha Kedo to find out what happened, Uchiha Izumi pulled Uchiha Kedo and continued to play on the street. Uchiha Kedo simply put everything that happened last night behind him. It's rare to be free, why do you still think about those troublesome things? While Uchiha Kedo and Uchiha Izumi were playing in the village, Uchiha Fugaku sat in the Jonin meeting room with his arms crossed and his face expressionless. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in his seat wearing Hokage's imperial robe, his face full of gloom. But at the moment, in the meeting room for two people, not only Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also the patriarchs of the major ninja tribes in Konoha were present. Everyone must have heard of what happened last night. But in order to let everyone here have a more intuitive understanding, first please. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke slowly, and finally took a look at Fugaku, who was expressionless, and continued. Let the Fugaku patriarch explain it to everyone first. Uchiha Fugaku didn't even look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said calmly to himself. Traitor Shimura Danzo, former Hokage assistant, conspires with Cloud Shinobi spies to kidnap Uchiha and Hyaga's patriarch's son. Thanks to the efforts of the Uchiha family and other major families, the Cloud Shinobi spy was recovered in time, ensuring that the blood of the village did not flow out. Not only that, the traitorous Shimura Danzo insulted the body of Lord First Hokage, and stole the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. The heinous crimes have now been executed. After a thorough investigation of the Shimura family by the security department, it was discovered that the Shimura family was greatly involved in the betrayal of Shimura Danzo. Now the Shimura family has been taken down by the security department. The patriarchs of various ninja clans were terrified in their hearts when they heard Uchiha Fugaku rebelling one by one. Who doesn't know that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo are old teammates, and even after Danzo died, the corpse was sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. Now that Uchiha Fugaku is merciless, I'm not afraid of Sarutobi Hiruzen turning his face on the spot. But unexpectedly, although the gloom on Sarutobi Arai's face deepened, he didn't make any other movements. Even nodded in agreement after Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking. The third ninja war just ended, and then we experienced the disaster of Nine Tails. Now the village can't stand the turmoil. Although Danzo was really wrong this time, Danzo also made a lot of contributions to Konoha in the past. Now that the person is dead, everything should be changed. As for Danzo's death, it was announced to the village that the Shimura clan rebelled, and the former Hokage assistant Shimura Danzo found out and killed his relatives righteously, and finally died together. Sarutobi Hiruzen said lightly. Although Danzo's mistakes have been made public, they can't be cleared up anyway. But Sarutobi Hiruzen still didn't want his good friend to die with the name of rebellion. But after hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Uchiha Fugaku finally gave the first sneer. Rebellion is rebellion. It seems inappropriate for Mr. Hokage to call Danzo a hero when he flips his tongue. Danzo insulted Lord First Hokage's body and stole the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Even if he wants to forgive, it should be forgiven by the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. With sarcasm on his face, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly slapped his forehead and said suddenly. Almost forgot, the Tate clan is gone. Hearing this, the patriarchs of the major ninja clans in the Jonin meeting room all stared wide-eyed. How dare Uchiha Fugaku bring this up? Not long after Sarutobi Hiruzen succeeded Hokage, the elite of the Senju clan were all buried in the enemy's trap because of an error in the village's intelligence. The Senju family has been devastated so far, and then disappeared into the ninja world. It is also a powerful ninja family that has been passed down for hundreds of years, and the Senju family just disappeared in the ninja world. Very abrupt, very strange. But at the time of the war, the village didn't go into it. Even if some people thought something was wrong, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already secured the position of Hokage, and no one dared to go into it. Over time, this has become the deepest secret hidden by the major ninja tribes in Konoha. But Uchiha Fugaku has now made this public in public. Chapter 81. Everyone subconsciously turned their attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen. I saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's face flushed red for a while, and then turned livid again. When he saw the eyes of everyone, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. The patriarchs of the major families immediately lowered their heads and looked at their noses and hearts, making up their minds not to participate in the battle between Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's because I didn't think carefully. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath and forced out a sound from his throat. Danzo, let's do what the Fugaku patriarch said. Sarutobi Hiruzen, is this a confession? The patriarchs of the major families suddenly set off a storm in their hearts. Sarutobi Hiruzen actually gave in on his own initiative. Wouldn't it mean that the Uchiha clan will be the real uncrowned kings in Konoha in the future? Send someone to visit the Uchiha clan tonight, and we must form a good relationship with the 171 Uchiha clan. The patriarchs of the major families thought silently in their hearts. They are all thousand-year-old foxes, everyone's thoughts can't be hidden from Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned dark immediately. It's just that Uchiha Fugaku was still watching, and Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to act rashly. He took a deep breath and said lightly. One more thing in this meeting is how to deal with the Cloud Shinobi mission, whether it should be killed or let go. As it was related to the village, the patriarchs of the major families immediately returned to their shrewd appearances and fell into deep thought. The Cloud Shinobi mission, although called a mission, is actually a spy. Not only did he want to steal the blood succession boundary of the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan, but he was also caught by the Uchiha clan. Now except for the Kurui who fought to the death in order to see the Uchiha family tracked down, the others have all been captured alive and are still locked up in Konoha's interrogation class. So what to do with these people is really a big question. After all, if it is not handled well, Cloud Shinobi may aggressively attack and spit at any time. While everyone was thinking, Uchiha Fugaku snorted and said coldly. What is the Cloud Shinobi mission? It's clearly a group of spies. Should have killed it straight away, sent the body back to Cloud Shinobi and asked Raikage for an explanation. Since Cloud Shinobi ninjas dared to target Sasuke, Uchiha Fugaku didn't want them to continue to live. Patriarch Fugaku calm down. The wealthy patriarch think twice. Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's murderous words, everyone broke out in cold sweat and hurriedly dissuaded them. If they were ordinary spies, they would be killed if they were killed, but this group of Cloud Shinobi ninjas are missionaries in name. It represents the fourth Hokage, representing the entire Cloud Shinobi village. If it is killed like this, the army of Cloud Shinobi will gather and drive to Konoha the next day. This is what happened beyond all expectations. Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said in agreement. It's true that what is called a mission is a spy thing, and it really should be killed on the spot. In the Ninja World War, Konoha won the final victory with 1 against 4. Now a mere Cloud Shinobi is defeated, how can he ride on Konoha's head and act recklessly? Cloud Shinobi spies want to kill, Raikage's explanation needs to be given, let them know that Konoha doesn't like war, but I don't fear war either. Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table as he spoke, with an impassioned look, a bit of the demeanor of Shinobi when he was young. Just looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was full of fighting spirit, the whole conference room fell into an eerie silence. Yamanaka gave Nara a meaningful expression with doubt in his eyes. The same Inoshikacho family, and a long-time fighting partner, Nara dear understood the meaning of Yamanaka in a short while. Master Hokage, is this an illusion? Otherwise, why would you initiate a war? Regarding this question, Nara did not understand Sarutobi Hiruzen's intention for a long time. Although he has a very high IQ and is Konoha's think tank, he is not a roundworm in Sarutobi Hiruzen's stomach, and I don't know what he thinks in his heart. Shaking his head slightly at Yamanaka, expressing that he didn't understand, Nara fell into deep thought. And Uchiha Fugaku, with doubts on his face, didn't know what kind of medicine was sold in Sarutobi Hiruzen's gourd, so he publicly supported his opinion on this occasion. Uchiha Fugaku doesn't think Sarutobi Hiruzen will give up on the Uchiha clan just because of one fight last night. Sarutobi Hiruzen must have hidden a conspiracy against the Uchiha clan somewhere, but he hasn't discovered it yet. And when Uchiha Fugaku was thinking about which link might go wrong, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Is it the default for everyone not to speak? Since this is the case, Chief Fugaku, then the Cloud Shinobi spy will be handed over to you, and I will also prepare the accountability letter for Raikage. However, Umbu is busy with tasks recently, so I will trouble the Fugaku Patriarch to send someone to Cloud Shinobi village. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Fugaku and said quickly. After finishing speaking, without giving Uchiha Fugaku a chance to repent, he walked out of the meeting room with Umbu. It turns out Master Hokage had such an idea. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction, Nara-deer reacted after a while, and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Luju, what did you find? Seeing Narashikaku's reaction, Yamanaka quickly asked in a low voice. For the Uchiha clan to send the bodies of the Cloud Shinobi mission and the statement of accountability to Cloud Shinobi village, Raikage must be furious. With Raikage's character, war is inevitable. Thinking of the cruelty of war, Naralu couldn't help swallowing for a long time, and continued. When war breaks out, the Uchiha clan who killed the Cloud Shinobi ninja will definitely be listed as the first target in the movie. And now the most powerful Uchiha clan in the village must bear the brunt of the war. Under the new and old hatred, no matter whether the war is won or lost, the Uchiha family must suffer heavy losses. Even the tragedy of the Senju clan may repeat itself. What? Hearing Narashikaku's words, Yamanaka was shocked, and subconsciously glanced in the direction Sarutobi Hiruzen left. And Uchiha Fugaku also wanted to understand Sarutobi Hiruzen's intention at this time, and couldn't help frowning. For war, the Uchiha family has never been afraid, but Uchiha Fugaku feels a chill in his heart when he is used as a weapon by others, especially by his own enemies. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is a blatant conspiracy. The more Uchiha Fugaku thinks about Sarutobi Hiruzen's intentions, there is no way to solve it. Unless you put those Cloud Shinobi ninjas. But in this way, the Uchiha clan immediately lost face. Even Uchiha Fugaku felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen would never give him a chance to repent. At least if you think about it differently, Uchiha Fugaku feels that if he is Sarutobi Hiruzen, he will never let go of such a good opportunity. Looking up at the direction Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sure enough, the ginger is still old and spicy. Chapter 82. When Uchiha Kedo returned home at night, Uchiha Fugaku brought Uchiha Kedo to the study. War is no child's play, and Uchiha Fugaku wants to hear Uchiha Kedo's opinion. After listening to Uchiha Fugaku's description of today, as well as Uchiha Fugaku's own speculation, Uchiha Kedo nodded. That being the case, Uchiha Kedo's thinking is about the same as Uchiha Fugaku's guessing. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to hide it from the very beginning, it was a naked conspiracy. He concluded that the Uchiha clan would not let it go, so he made things clear. After Uchiha Fugaku spoke, he immediately pushed all the responsibilities to the Uchiha clan. And after Cloud Shinobi started the war, the Uchiha clan was definitely the first to bear the brunt. At that time, no matter whether the war wins or loses, there is no loss for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Winning means that 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen wisely and decisively defeats the Cloud Shinobi invaders, and can even sign a large sum of war reparations. If you lose, put all the responsibilities of 02 on the Uchiha clan, and even war reparations can force the Uchiha clan to take the big bucks. After all, if the war fails, the Uchiha clan must suffer heavy casualties, and there will be no extra strength to challenge the high-level Konoha. Knowing the whole plan, Uchiha Kedo also has to say that Sarutobi Hiruzen deserves to be Hokage for so many years, and the whole plan is perfectly designed. But after deliberation, Uchiha Kedo found that there was an obvious omission in Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan. Just ignore his existence. In other words, Sarutobi Hiruzen overestimated Raikage, underestimated him, and felt that he would definitely not be Raikage's opponent. Uchiha Kedo estimates that in Sarutobi Hiruzen's vision, although the Uchiha clan is very powerful, it is so powerful that a clan can rival a village. But each family also has its own shackles. In terms of real top power, the Uchiha family cannot possibly compare to Cloud Shinobi village. Even if Sharingan is a sharp weapon against tailed beasts, the existence of the 4th Raikage is enough to break the pride of the Uchiha clan. Thinking of this, Uchiha's eyes flashed with amusement. If Sarutobi Hiruzen finds out that the 2-tailed beasts in Cloud Shinobi village are just 2 bigger pets for the Uchiha clan, and when the 4th Raikage, which he placed high hopes on, failed to block the Uchiha clan, he didn't know what kind of expression he would have. If you want to use the Uchiha family as a gun, you have to be careful if the gun goes off and collapses on you. With a sneer on Uchiha Kedo's face, he couldn't help thinking. Rob. Uchiha Kedo, who was thinking, heard Uchiha Fugaku's call and raised his head in confusion, not knowing what else Uchiha Fugaku was doing. Gee, let's rebel. Uchiha Fugaku gritted his teeth and said. Uchiha Kedo was stunned for a while, and couldn't figure out what Uchiha Fugaku meant. Rebel. Was it the rebellion he understood? Seeing Uchiha Kedo's expression, Uchiha Fugaku immediately explained. Konoha was founded by Uchiha Madara and 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama, the ancestors of the Uchiha clan. After Senju Tobirama, the Uchiha clan should have succeeded Hokage. Calling it a rebellion is just taking back the village that should belong to our Uchiha clan. For Uchiha Fugaku's idea, Uchiha Kedo agrees very much. Even after killing Danzo last night, he was thinking about killing Sarutobi Hiruzen along with it. It's a pity that the members of the Uchiha clan did not find any evidence related to Sarutobi Hiruzen in the root base. In the absence of evidence, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, Hokage's assistant and Hokage were killed one after another. It is not a good thing for the Uchiha clan to rebel by force and leave a bloodthirsty impression. Perhaps due to the strong strength of the Uchiha clan, other ninja clans took over the village against the Uchiha clan. On the surface, there will be no complaints, but in my heart, I may have some thoughts. Although flipping chess and cards is a very good solution, how can it be more enjoyable to make the opponents speechless and admit defeat? And Sarutobi Hiruzen won't be jumping for long. In just a short thought, Uchiha Kedo has thought of a good way to make Sarutobi Hiruzen suffer for himself. Thinking of this, Uchiha Kedo immediately told Uchiha Fugaku what was in his heart. But Uchiha Fugaku didn't say anything, and immediately decided to proceed according to Uchiha Kedo's idea. With the idea of Uchiha Kedo, Uchiha Fugaku executed it very neatly. The next day, the few remaining Cloud Shinobi ninjas were decapitated even before Sarutobi Hiruzen had finished preparing Raikage's accountability statement. And after receiving the letter of accountability written by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Fugaku also sent elite jonin of the Uchiha clan to go on the road immediately. Get ready to send a sealed scroll containing the corpse of the Cloud Shinobi ninja and the letter of accountability to Cloud Shinobi village as quickly as possible. And with elite jonin's strong traveling ability, he crossed the distance between the land of fire and the land of thunder in just 2 days, and sent the letter of accountability and the scroll of seal to Cloud Shinobi village. What is Konoha trying to do? Do you think Cloud Shinobi is easy to bully after winning a war? Libby will clean up the ninjas now. I want Sarutobi Hiruzen to know how powerful Cloud Shinobi is. When 4th Raikage AI saw the accountability letter, he immediately became furious and slapped the desk in front of him heavily. Boom. The incomparably hard desk made entirely of solid wood disintegrated instantly, and the responsibility letter and the desktop were scattered in the air with sawdust. Master Raikage, this is the 4th desk you've smashed this month. The cost of the desk and the refurbishment of Office 473 will be deducted from your allowance, Lord Raikage. A female ninja with white hair said lightly. AI's movements froze for a moment, and the anger in his heart was temporarily suppressed, and he said quietly. Hey, Mabi, this is war. Is war less important than a table? Mabi was not moved at all, and said lightly. The authenticity of the intelligence has yet to be considered, and whether a war will be launched is still unknown. But Master Raikage, you smashed the desk and destroyed the office is real. After being slapped twice by Mabi, AI's anger also temporarily dissipated, and he waved his hand and said, "It's really impossible for you to get the Samui team to confirm the authenticity of the information." But before AI finished speaking, a ninja from Cloud Shinobi came to report immediately. "Master Raikage's information is confirmed. The ninja who sent the letter is an elite of the Uchiha clan, and the corpse in the sealed scroll has also been confirmed. It is the mission Arui and others we sent to Konoha." After reporting the information, the atmosphere in Raikage's office froze for a moment. "Mabi, you won't stop me now, will you?" Fourth Raikage AI lowered his head and said in a deep voice. "Alright Lord Raikage, I'm going to get the Killer Bee balance right now." Chapter 83. "Yo, big brother, AI, what are you doing?" Killer Bee sang and said in his special rap tone as soon as he entered the door. "Bye, now is not the time to joke, this is war." Listening to Killer Bee's crappy rap, Fourth Raikage's forehead is full of big blue veins. War. Hearing this long-lost word, Killer Bee was stunned for a moment, and then his expression changed and he spoke in a normal tone. "What happened?" Mabi stepped forward, looked at the information in his hand and said calmly. "The ninja we sent to Konoha was discovered by Konoha while completing the task. According to the available information, it was Arui and others who were caught by the young head of the Uchiha clan when they arrested the Uchiha clan. Afterwards, they were all defeated by the young head of the Uchiha clan during their escape. They have now been executed and their bodies have been sent back to the village." At the same time came the accountability letter of Konoha 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hearing Mabi's words, Killer Bee fell silent, and finally raised his head and said with a puzzled expression. "Isn't this normal operation? The spies we caught in other villages did the same thing." Hearing Killer Bee's words, Azabi suddenly fell silent. "An idiot who can't do anything but sing bad songs." Fourth Raikage let out a roar, and punched Killer Bee on the head, causing a big bump to bulge immediately. "How did the Uchiha clan execute me, the ninja of Cloud Shinobi Village? It's an insult, because Cloud Shinobi Village didn't take it seriously, and it didn't take me seriously. I must let Konoha know what it will be like to look down on Cloud Shinobi Village." Fourth Raikage said angrily. "Master Raikage, the village suffered heavy losses in the Third Ninja World War. Because of the defeat, the financial support for the village has been reduced a lot. Just a few years of recuperation is not enough to support the village in a protracted war." Mabi flipped through the information in his hand and said calmly. "So I suggest that the consideration of war be postponed, and Konoha issue a letter of accountability, asking Konoha to compensate for the loss of Cloud Shinobi. During this period, the village is preparing for war. If Konoha refuses, it is suggested that Master Raikage lead the team in person to defeat Konoha's defense line with a blitzkrieg. If the war is won, you can demand a large amount of compensation from Konoha to alleviate the village's shortage of funds." Mabi is not only the secretary of Fourth Raikage, but also the chief think tank of Cloud Shinobi. At this moment, the most appropriate suggestion was made to Fourth Raikage based on the current situation of the village. Hearing Mabi's suggestion, Fourth Raikage nodded and said in a deep voice. "Then issue a letter of accountability to Konoha first, this time I will make that old monkey bleed." As he said that, Fourth Raikage subconsciously punched the sofa beside him, and the sofa shattered in an instant, sending silk wafting all over the office. "Master Raikage, the cost of the sofa will also be deducted from your allowance." "Ah." Any response from Cloud Shinobi? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in Hokage's office and asked in Liang Liu who was beside him. "Just today, Cloud Shinobi has sent a letter of accountability and diplomatic rhetoric. Cloud Shinobi does not admit that there was an order to kidnap the day, and Xiongzong's daughter thinks that we, Konoha, are framed. And ask us to hand over the murderer who killed the Cloud Shinobi mission and compensate Cloud Shinobi a lot of money and materials." And Fourth Raikage also threatened in the accountability letter that if Konoha did not agree to their request, Cloud Shinobi would launch a new war. Narashiju sorted out the newly obtained information today, and said one by one. "Then Shikaku, what do you think Konoha should do?" Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of the cigarette in his hand and asked lightly. Narashikaja looked up and Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help being stunned. He felt that Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already old in just a few days, had become even older. His eye sockets were sunken, and the wrinkles on his face were even more obvious, and he looked like he was dying. But Narashiju quickly responded. Sarutobi Hiruzen waited for his answer, silent for a moment and whispered. "If Cloud Shinobi insists on not making concessions, this battle will be inevitable." Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment, and finally said lightly. "Why? The Uchiha clan will not hand over their young patriarch, and Konoha will not be able to pay so much war reparations." Narashikaja shook his head and reluctantly said. "Then what if a war really breaks out? Is Konoha sure of winning? If the Uchiha clan can play as the main force, it will be powerful to cooperate with the major ninja clans. But if Fourth Raikage himself joins the fight, I'm afraid the war will be protracted." After recalling the situation in the village, Yuliang Lu said in a deep voice. "In this case, Then let's go to war. Uchiha is the Uchiha of Konoha, and now is the time for Uchiha to do his part for the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head slightly, took a sip of the pipe in his hand, and said lightly. And these seemingly ordinary words contained coldness, which immediately made Naraluyu break out in cold sweat. Making an excuse at random, Narashiju left Hokage's office as quickly as if he was running away. After Danzo's death, Third Hokage really got more and more scary. Thinking back on everything that happened in Hokage's office, Narashikaji Ren still has a lingering fear in his heart. The current Third Hokage has been completely swallowed by hatred, maybe it's time for a new Hokage. Naraluyu couldn't help thinking. Soon the news of the accountability letter from Cloud Shinobi spread throughout the village. Hearing the conditions in the accountability letter, there was an uproar in the whole village. Is Cloud Shinobi poor and crazy? How dare a few spies demand 10 billion taels of compensation? I still need 1 billion caddies of grain and 100 million caddies of refined iron, will Union use it up in 10 years? The worst thing is to ask Konoha to hand over the young patriarch to pay for those spies. What are those spies worthy of being compared with the young patriarch? If you want me to say that the few spies killed by the young patriarch dirty their hands. By Nyojao. Dirty hands. The village has the same hatred and firmly refuses to accept Cloud Shinobi's case. At the moment, among the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kedo and Uchiha Fugaku are sitting opposite each other in the study. Cloud Shinobi has taken the first step according to the plan. Is the clan going to enter a state of war? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Kedo and asked. You can prepare first, but don't worry, there will be people who are more anxious than us. The Uchiha clan now just needs to stay in the clan land and express their opposition to Cloud Shinobi appropriately. When he is cornered, he will take the initiative to find us. Uchiha Kedo said with a smile. Uchiha Fugaku nodded for a moment of silence and said. Then follow G's idea. Uchiha Kedo nodded and said meaningfully. If you want the horse to run, but also want the horse not to eat grass, how can you do it? If you want to calculate the Uchiha family, you must pay some interest first. Chapter 84. Has the Uchiha clan remained silent? In the Umbu base, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and asked the paper crane. Sorry, Lord Hokage. Since the Cloud Shinobi incident, the defense of the Uchiha clan has become more stringent, and Umbu ninjas cannot sneak into the Uchiha clan's land at all. Zhai said respectfully. It's just that according to Umbu ninja's observation outside the Uchiha tribe's land, the Uchiha tribe has no other actions except to oppose Cloud Shinobi's conditions like the villagers. Is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, a hint of urgency arose in his heart. All his calculations are based on the fact that the Uchiha clan will definitely send troops. How can the war with Cloud Shinobi be fought if the Uchiha clan is silent? Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a moment, a sternness flashed in his eyes. Let the Umbu ninjas spread the news among the villagers, and make sure the Uchiha clan agrees to fight. Yes. Master Hokage. Zhai replied respectfully. It's just that Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly didn't expect that after he left, the conversation he had with Thin was placed in front of Assistant Uchiha. That old thing is in a hurry. Seeing the information sent by the paper crane, Uchiha Kedo said with a smile. However, with such a low-level hand 047, it seems that Danzo's end did not bring much improvement to Sarutobi Hiruzen. In this case, let's have an appetizer first. Uchiha Kedo thought for a while, took a pen and wrote a few words, and then, a secret information was sent to Zhai. Seeing Uchiha Kedo's order, Zhai's eyes lit up. As expected of the young patriarch, the chain is intertwined. Sarutobi Hiruzen may suffer a bit this time. After destroying the order sent by Uchiha Kedo, he immediately returned to the appearance of Captain Umbu. Master Hokage ordered that the Umbu ninjas be dispatched immediately. Sure enough, the Uchiha clan are the real guardians of the village, unlike Umbu who has become a nest of spies. Yes, in just 2 days, the Uchiha clan has pulled out several spies from Umbu, and I heard that one of them is the captain of Umbu's squad. Umbu is really incompetent. The spies from other villages have stayed in Umbu for so long without being discovered. I don't know how many villages' information has been leaked by spies. I think we should let the Uchiha clan take over Umbu, conduct a thorough investigation of Umbu first, and find out all the spies inside. That's right, that's it. Hearing this suggestion, the surrounding villagers, ACDC, echoed for a while. Master Hokage is still old, and he is too weak to manage the village. Not only did he fail to notice that Danzo had rebelled against the village, but now even Umbu, which he is in charge of, is riddled with spies. I think the village is going to replace it with a younger and stronger Hokage. A villager shook his head and sighed, casually suggesting to replace the Hokage. The surrounding villagers were silent for a moment, and suddenly felt that this was indeed a very good idea. It's just replacing Hokage, that's what those ninja adults should think about. They are just ordinary villagers and have no right to speak. It's just that this idea has taken root in the hearts of all the villagers. This is how the same thing. Why is Umbu full of spies? In the office of the paper crane in the Umbu base, Sarutobi Hiruzen is furious. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. This is my mistake. Uchiha hurriedly lowered his head and said. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a gloomy light in his eyes, looked coldly at the paper crane in front of him. In just 2 days, 6 or 7 people in Umbu were arrested by the Uchiha family on charges of espionage. Sarutobi Hiruzen would not be too happy if the Uchiha clan made such a foolish move. After all, arresting the fellows in the village without authorization is equivalent to the Uchiha clan, who personally handed over the handle to Sarutobi Hiruzen. What Sarutobi Hiruzen never expected was that the Uchiha clan actually produced evidence that the Umbu ninjas had fornicated other villages. And the evidence was so detailed that even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't find any mistakes, and could only watch the Uchiha clan take away the members of Umbu. In this way, inciting the emotions of the villagers and forcing the Uchiha clan to send troops became even more nonsense. After all, the Uchiha clan arrests people when they specifically pick up Umbu members to perform tasks. Now the villagers feel that if someone is instigating the Uchiha clan to send troops, is this person a spy? After a few chats with Susu, the backhand was to find the Konoha security department and make a report. The damned Uchiha clan didn't know when they changed the opinion of the villagers. Also secretly collecting evidence of Umbu, it must have been premeditated for this day. At the beginning, I should have followed Danzo's advice and let the Uchiha clan also go to the battlefield and be destroyed together by the hands of outer village. Under extreme anger, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't realize that he had spoken out what he had just said. When he reacted, he was shocked in his heart, and quickly looked to the side. I saw the paper crane looking at its nose and heart, pretending that it didn't hear it at all. Fortunately, the paper crane is one of our own, and there is no paper crane in Umbu who was caught. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed down a little, looked at the paper crane and said coldly. Uchiha, do you have any on my thoughts just now? There was a trace of bewilderment on Uchiha's face, and then he said with trepidation. I'm sorry Master Hokage, I was distracted before and didn't hear what Master Hokage was thinking, so I will punish Master Hokage. No. Regarding the attitude of the paper crane, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, and sure enough, only the paper crane was his own. The task of inciting villagers' speeches, stop now. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a moment, and said slowly. It seems that he still needs to go out in person for this difficult bone of the Uchiha clan. As for the paper cranes, you will be Umbu's vice minister from today on. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the paper crane and said. Thank you Hokage-sama for cultivating it, and the origami crane will live up to Hokage-sama's expectations in the future. Uchiha hurriedly saluted, and said excitedly on his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, left the Umbu base, and headed for the Uchiha tribe. Seeing the leaving figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha felt complicated. I'm sorry Hokage-sama, but I'm from the Uchiha clan. Umbu's capture was information provided by Uchiha to the Uchiha clan. As for the evidence of Umbu's affair with other villages, it was also created by Uchiha. As the experienced captain of Umbu, the evidence produced by the paper cranes is naturally flawless, and Sarutobi Hiruzen certainly can't find any mistakes. And the goal of this plan is just that Uchiha Kedo wants the paper crane to cut off the shackles in Umbu and secretly control greater power. It's just that the effect of this plan was unexpected, and the paper crane was appointed as the deputy minister of Umbu by Sarutobi Hiruzen so inexplicably. And thinking of what Sarutobi Hiruzen said before, a strange light suddenly appeared in Uchiha's eyes. After recording the information about Sarutobi Hiruzen, he immediately sent Kanzaki to send the information to the Uchiha clan. Chapter 85. The paper crane became Umbu's deputy minister. That's interesting. A smile appeared on Uchiha Kedo's face when he saw the information sent from the secret channel. At first, I thought about using the identity of Tianxia to ascend to the position of Minister Umbu, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen sleepless. I didn't expect that I would take the position of deputy minister before I did anything. If Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that the deputy minister he appointed was actually a member of the Uchiha clan, what would he think? But it's fun to think about Uchiha Kedo. And at this moment, the clansman reported back, Sarutobi Hiruzen came. Say CAO will be here. Uchiha Kedo smiled and walked slowly into the living room. In the living room, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already waiting there. Seeing Uchiha Kedo, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became vigilant. The young man in front of him may be a powerhouse that he could not even match when he was young. After a while, Uchiha Service Industry, who got the news, returned from the Konoha security department and couldn't help frowning when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's a rare visitor, why does Master Hokage want to come and sit with the Uchiha clan? Uchiha Fugaku said calmly with a blank face. The implication is that the Uchiha family does not welcome you, talk about things if you have something to do, and get out if you have nothing to do. Sarutobi Hiruzen obviously heard the meaning of Uchiha Fugaku's words, But his expression didn't change at all, he just looked at Uchiha Kedo and said lightly. Although Uchiha Fugaku is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that the recent changes in the Uchiha clan are all caused by the boy in front of him. The chief Fugaku and the young chief should know why I'm here. The village is now being threatened by Cloud Shinobi, and as a big clan of Konoha, I hope that the Uchiha clan will also contribute their strength to the village. They are all sensible people, and excessive concealment will only make them appear particularly stupid. Ken. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and agreed directly, almost making Sarutobi Hiruzen think he was hallucinating. 1 billion taels. The Uchiha family needs 1 billion taels for military expenses. And it can't be paid by the village. Uchiha Kedo said lightly. 1 billion taels is the second point of interest that Sarutobi Hiruzen needs to pay. 1 billion taels. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly widened his eyes and took a deep breath. Do you know how much 1 billion taels is? Why don't you grab it? Sarutobi Hiruzen said angrily. But looking at Uchiha Kedo's playful eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen instantly understood what Uchiha Kedo meant. Isn't he just grabbing now? A trace of bitterness appeared on Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. After Umbu's plan failed, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that the Uchiha clan would not send troops easily. This time I came to the door and planned to bleed a lot. But Uchiha Kedo's appetite far exceeded Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectation. If it were the previous Sarutobi family, although 1 billion taels was a lot, it wouldn't hurt the bones. But on the night of 9 taels, the tailed beast bomb released by 9 taels wiped out decades of accumulation of the Sarutobi clan. After the night of 9 taels, the Uchiha family got the formula of the Sarutobi family's secret medicine from nowhere, and sold it in the village. The industry of the Sarutobi family was devastated, even though he, as Hokage, continued to allocate resources from the village. But now that he has recuperated for 3 years, Sarutobi Hiruzen has only accumulated a net worth of 800 million taels for the Sarutobi family. Even if the Sarutobi family is packaged and sold, this hole cannot be filled. A full 1 billion taels, converted into resources, is enough to fight a 1-year war. How come the Sarutobi family has a big business, can't they even afford this little money? Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's furrowed brow, Uchiha Kedo feigned surprise and said. Why don't Master Hokage go and discuss with the elders of the elders first? As long as the military expenditure is in place, the Uchiha family can send troops at any time. A gleam flashed in Uchiha Kedo's eyes, and he said with a smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, then nodded subconsciously. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know how he got out of the Uchiha clan, only a few words remained in his mind. 1 billion taels, Konoha elders. The Uchiha family has a great influence on the entire Konoha high level, so why let the Sarutobi family bear it alone? Besides, since Mito Kedo Homura and Uchiha Koharu became elders of Konoha, they don't know how much they have made for their own family. And nothing was lost for the family on 9 taels night. A mere 1 billion taels is a piece of cake for those two people. Thinking of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he suddenly became convinced that the 1 billion taels could not come from him. The plan is complete, this distinguished heavenly gods is really useful, Uchiha Shisui really wasted the most powerful illusion. Watching the leaving figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Kedo said lightly with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Just a little bit of pupil power was stimulated, and the unique power of distinguished heavenly gods had already quietly affected Sarutobi Hiruzen's thinking. No wonder Uchiha Shisui is confident to change the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan with his eyes. But now that Uchiha Shisui is dead, the only person who has the strongest illusion of distinguished heavenly gods is him, Uchiha Shisui. Thinking of his plan, Uchiha Kedo said with a smile. Father, it's time to prepare to accept the fruits of victory. 0. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, and the patriarch issued orders one after another, and the entire Uchiha clan immediately entered the preparations before the war. That night, the Konoha elders gathered in Hokage's office. 2.5 billion taels, why doesn't the Uchiha clan grab it? Uchiha Koharu no longer had his usual benevolent eyes, and screamed without image. Isn't he just robbing? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip of the pipe in his hand and said calmly. But 2.5 billion taels is really too much, and the Mito family can't afford it at all. Mito Kedo Homura frowned and said in a deep voice. I have already agreed, but you know the situation of the Sarutobi family, I can only give 500 million taels at most. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a frown. 1 billion taels from each of your two families. Don't forget, if the Uchiha clan refuses to send troops, then only the ninjas from Mito's and Zanyo's families will be on the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words seemed like a threat, and it was also the last straw that broke the camel's back. After hesitating for a long time, Uchiha Koharu and Mito Kedo Homura finally gritted their teeth and agreed. Compared to letting the ninjas of his own family face the perverts of Uning directly, a mere 1 billion taels is nothing at all. Seeing that Uchiha Koharu and Mito Kedo Homura agreed, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed a hint of mockery and contempt. If you want him to deal with the Uchiha clan alone, how can you not pay a price? The extra 1 billion taels will be paid to him and Danzo. It's a pity that Danzo went first, and the 1 billion can only be done by him, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 86. Mito Kedo Homura and Uchiha Koharu also fought to get the Uchiha clan to send troops. On the second day, the entire 2 billion taels were sent to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Then Sarutobi Hiruzen took out 500 million taels and put them together in a pretentious manner, turned around and went to the clan land of the Uchiha clan. As long as he doesn't expose himself, will Mito Kedo Homura and Uchiha Koharu go to the Uchiha clan and ask how much money they blackmailed? So this 1 billion, Sarutobi Hiruzen received it with peace of mind. I have already given the money, when will the Uchiha clan send troops? Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly. Looking at the banknotes on the table, Uchiha Kedo was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to raise enough money so quickly. Sure enough, the Konoha Elders group is a group of old and immortal things. These 2, 3, 7 don't know how much money they have embezzled from the village over the years. But Uchiha Kedo didn't intend to go back on his word, he accepted the banknote and nodded. Master Hokage is quick, the Uchiha clan will be ready to dispatch troops within 3 days. Hearing Uchiha Kedo's assurance, Sarutobi Hiruzen's ugly face finally eased a bit, nodded and said. That would be the best. After finishing speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately left the Uchiha family and went to the major families. Since it is a village war, it is naturally impossible for the Uchiha clan to go to the battlefield alone. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen would like to do this, he can't do it so obviously. And he won't let go of any of the families who saw him embarrassed during the Jonin meeting. Sarutobi Hiruzen has no patience with the Uchiha clan for other clans. Even for the Hyuga clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen is only a mandatory order, and the Hyuga clan must cooperate with the village's military operations. Even for the military expenses for the war, Sarutobi Hiruzen planned to let all the major families contribute together, and let the village only contribute a small part. In the past few years, in order to rebuild the Sarutobi clan and roots, the funds in the village have been embezzled by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. There is really no extra money to support this war. Sarutobi Hiruzen's move immediately made all the big families in the village mourn. Especially the Hyuga clan, as the largest clan in the village after the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan is also the most ruthless clan squeezed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not only was Sarutobi Hiruzen asked for 500 million taels of military expenditure, even half of the branch house was sent to the battlefield. If it weren't for the Hyuga family's ancestral precepts, the clan would definitely not risk their lives. I am afraid that Sarutobi Hiruzen will ask, and Hyuga will personally throw it on top of him every day. As for the resistance, is he really Sarutobi Hiruzen, an old man who farmed at home after retirement? And Uchiha Kedo just smiled faintly after learning what happened to Hyuga's family. If you don't dare to resist, you can only be squeezed by others, which has been the case since ancient times. And in the world of ninja where the weak prey on the strong, blindly giving in will only make people weaker and weaker. And when everyone in Konoha was making intensive preparations, the war had already quietly struck, faster than everyone expected. On the 5th day after the letter of accountability was delivered, the ninjas stationed on the border of the Land of Fire sent urgent information. The Cloud Shinobi army is less than 100 miles away from the border, and the war may start at any time. The war was imminent, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also became ruthless, forcing the major families to complete the army within 1 day. Then head to the frontier to fight the Cloud Shinobi. It's just that time is running out, and military spending has become a big problem. After all, not all families are as wealthy as the Uchiha family. It's also not like the Zwanzu family and the Mito family. Some people are in high-level positions, and they don't know how much they have made for the family. Even the Hyuga clan, the second largest family, even if they are already considered a big family, but it is just a fantasy to spend 500 million taels at a time. Uchiha Kedo almost laughed out loud when he saw the list of players sent by Zaihi in advance. All the major families on the list have done their part, but one family is missing. The Transfer family, the Mito family, and the Sarutobi family. Among the 4 members of the Konoha elders, Shimura Danzo is dead, and even the Shimura clan is also exterminated by the Uchiha clan. So aside from the Shimura family, there are only a few genin from both the Zanshuja and the Mito family. Genin, although known as the highest combat power in the Hokage world. But those genins are not comparable to the genins of the Zwanzuja and Mitos. However, in Uchiha Kedo's opinion, the strangest ones on the list are not the Sleeper family and the Mito family. Although the Sarutobi clan is a little bit down now, but with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the background is as deep as the Hyuga clan. It's just that in this list, Uchiha Kedo didn't see the name of any ninja from the Sarutobi clan. So Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks that the lives of the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan are more noble than those of other ninjas. But soon, Uchiha Kedo found that he was wrong, and wrong, very wrong. The ninjas of the Sarutobi clan are not out of action, as Uchiha Kedo saw someone on the list. Commander, Sarutobi Shinoshuke. For a moment, Uchiha Kedo couldn't help falling into silence. Uchiha Kedo understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's plan the moment he saw the candidate for the commander. Let Sarutobi Shinoshuke be the commander of the war. As long as the war is won, the reputation of Sarutobi Shinoshuke will be unprecedentedly high in the village. Replicate the path walked by Namikaze Minato, lead the village to victory, and rise to the throne of 5th Hokage with the loud voice of the villagers. 18.2. Let a Sarutobi clan lead the Uchiha clan? Could it be that Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that the Uchiha clan would not dare to kill the commander in front of the battle? Wanting to level up the tuba, Uchiha can understand. But a whiteboard number wants to command a group of elite players to brush the battlefield dungeon, except that Sarutobi Hiruzen lost his mind. Uchiha Kedo can't think of a second explanation. But soon Uchiha Kedo put this battle list behind him. It doesn't matter who the commander is, no one can command the Uchiha clan except him and Uchiha Fugaku anyway. If Sarutobi Shinoshuke really doesn't know how to praise, then kill 5.1. Anyway, when the war is over, if the plan goes well, the sleepy Hokage should be replaced. At that time, it is uncertain whether the Sarutobi clan can continue to exist, and who cares whether a son of Hokage who was forced to abdicate is dead or alive. That night, Uchiha Kedo and Uchiha Fugaku attended the last meeting before the battle together. Tomorrow, Konoha's army of ninjas will head to the border of Fire Nation, so tonight Sarutobi Hiruzen will make the final deployment. It seems like Uchiha Kedo's list of early wars will also be announced tonight. What do you ninjas want to do? The enemy of the village is at present, but the military budget is still not enough. Are you planning to pay all compensation to Cloud Shinobi village after the defeat? Before Uchiha Kedo and Uchiha Fugaku entered the conference room, Sarutobi Hiruzen's furious voice came immediately. Chapter 87. Hyaga Hayashi, are the Hyaga family trying to betray the village? Perhaps Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that his Hokage position would not last long, so he began to show his true nature. Or they want to suppress the major families and pave the way for Sarutobi Shinoshuke. As soon as he came up, he aimed the spearhead at the Hyaga clan. The military expenditure of 500 million taels borne by the Hyaga family has only been raised to 200 million taels. Hyaga Hayashi, I wonder if you should give me an explanation. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Hyaga Hayashi had a wry smile on his face. Although the Hyaga family is known as the second largest family in Konoha, some even used to compare the Hyaga family with the Uchiha family. But in fact, Hyaga's house is not as beautiful as it looks on the surface. Like the original Uchiha clan, the Hyaga clan's clan land is not far from the center of power in the village, but it is not close either. There are not many industries in the village, and the Shimura and Sarutobi clans suppress them from time to time. Being able to stay in a good and prosperous way until now is mostly due to consuming the shadow left by the ancestors. To be able to collect 200 million taels in just a few days is really the limit of Hyaga's family. But seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, Hyaga Hayashi smiled wryly in his heart. If he doesn't give an explanation today, I'm afraid this matter can't be easily exposed. Go and get Caged Bird stamped tonight, so that the secret will not be revealed even if you die. The patriarch died in battle, and the Hyaga family has an explanation for the village and Hokage. After a moment of silence, Hyaga Hayashi stood up, just about to express his thoughts to Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this time, Uchiha Kedo and Uchiha Fugaku walked into the conference room, and Zinxin sat in the exclusive seats of the Uchiha clan. Seeing the calm faces of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Kedo, Hyaga Hayashi suddenly felt resentment. The same family as Konoha, why the Uchiha family does not need to contribute military expenditures, while the Hyaga family needs to bear a full 500 million taels of military expenditures? Is it because the Uchiha clan is strong enough and flamboyant? Could it be that just like persimmons are squeezed softly, the family also squeezes obediently? Thinking of this, Hyaga Hayashi said subconsciously as his brain became hot. Why does the Uchiha clan don't pay a penny, but Hyaga wants to pay 500 million? But as soon as the words were spoken, Hyaga Hayashi suddenly woke up, and the cold sweat drenched his back instantly. Hearing Hyaga Hayashi's words, the patriarchs of other families also opened their mouths slightly when they were still watching Hyaga telling jokes. Was this meeting so exciting to begin with? Hyaga Hayashi is a true warrior who dared to face the furious Hokage and challenge the mighty Uchiha clan. As expected, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned dark immediately, the gloom on his face couldn't be dispelled, and he growled in a low voice. What? Does Chief Hyaga have any opinion on my decision? Hyaga Hayashi's complexion turned extremely pale, he forced a smile, and hurriedly wanted to explain. But before Hyaga Hayashi could speak, Uchiha Kedo said in feigned surprise. 500 million taels. Sure enough, in Master Hokage's mind, the Uchiha clan is Konoha's #1 ninja clan. Even the money given is double that of the Hyuga clan. As he said that, Uchiha Kedo nodded, and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with the taste of seeing a confidant. It's just that no one is paying attention to Uchiha Kedo's eyes now, and everyone is reminiscing what Uchiha Kedo just said. Give the Uchiha clan twice as much money as the Hyuga clan? Give money? Double. So when the village lacked military funds, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave basic tasks to every ninja in the village. When it came to the Uchiha clan, not only did they not assign basic tasks, they even paid 1 billion. Thinking of all the patriarchs of the ninja clan present, a gleam of fire flashed in their eyes. They need an explanation. Hearing Uchiha Kedo's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened suddenly, his face full of disbelief. Uchiha Kedo, how dare he just say this? In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, the Uchiha family has benefited, and they will not publicize this matter due to emotion and reason. So Sarutobi Hiruzen boldly oppressed the Hyuga clan, killing chickens and monkeys, and suppressing the limelight of the major ninja clans. But Uchiha Kedo actually revealed it? Still in full view, in the presence of all the ninja chiefs, the fact that the Uchiha clan collected money was revealed. Isn't Uchiha Kedo afraid that the Uchiha family will be on the cusp of being targeted by all the ninjas? But soon Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that it doesn't matter whether the Uchiha clan will be in trouble or not, on the contrary, he himself is in big trouble now. Originally, the Uchiha clan was not exposed, but the Hyuga Japanese clan, the worst ninja clan, existed. Even if other ninjas are reluctant, they won't have too many thoughts when they see someone worse than themselves. But with the comparison of the Uchiha clan, all the ninjas will suddenly feel unbalanced. Why is it that people contribute and I have to pay, but the Uchiha family can get the money? And it's not a little bit, it's a full 1 billion taels, which is enough to afford the 1 billion taels of military expenditure for the entire war. And not only holding back Sarutobi Hiruzen, but now I feel that there are two cold eyes behind me, staring at me closely. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not forget that the 1 billion taels he gave to the Uchiha family came from Yudin Koharu and Mito Kedo Homura. And a pit is not just 1 billion taels, but a full 2 billion taels. Master Hokage, the Hyuga clan, would like an explanation. The veins on Hyuga Hayashi's forehead popped out, and he was groping his fist tightly, afraid that someone who couldn't bear it could go up and give Sarutobi Hiruzen a set of gentle fist 128 palms. Master Hokage, my Moonlight family would also like to have an explanation. Uegwan Liufeng, the patriarch of the Zhaihe family, said immediately. The same goes for Qi Shan's family. With the Hyuga clan taking the lead, in an instant most of the ninjas in the conference room asked Sarutobi Hiruzen for an explanation. After being silent for a long time, Naralu asked in a deep voice with a trace of complexity on his face. Master Hokage, Nara's family, also want an explanation. And the rest of the ninjas saw Narashikasa also spoke, and in a flash, except for the Uchiha clan, all the ninjas wanted Sarutobi Hiruzen to give an explanation. Sarutobi, I think we need an explanation too. Yudin Koharu and Mito Kedo Homura said with a cold face. The room is full of enemies, he has become everyone's side, and even his two old friends have defected. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly panicked. Hiccup. Suddenly Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands and cheeks twitched twice, and he rolled his eyes and passed out. Master Hokage. Master Hokage, what's the matter with you? Sarutobi. Master Hokage, you haven't given us an explanation yet. Dizzy. Uchiha Kedo and Uchiha Fugaku looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. Following Danzo's death escape, Sarutobi Hiruzen has a stun escape. Chapter 88. The former ninja, now the vigorous Hokage is dizzy when he says it, and he doesn't believe anyone else. At least Uchiha Kedo noticed that Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyelids were trembling slightly. Probably just want to pretend to be dizzy for a while, and then wake up leisurely after thinking of countermeasures. It's just that Sarutobi Hiruzen has committed public outrage this time, so it's not so easy to get away with it. Even Uchiha Kedo, who started as a chrysalis, didn't think of a suitable escape strategy for a while, let alone Sarutobi Hiruzen. I have to say that although stun is shameful, it is very useful. At least after Sarutobi Hiruzen fainted, everyone temporarily forgot about the so-called explanation and greeted in a hurry. After a while of flying around, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also carried into Konoha Hospital by Yudin Koharu and Mito Kedo Homura. And Uchiha Kedo saw Sarutobi Hiruzen's slightly trembling eyelids and Yudin Koharu's cold face. Uchiha Kedo suddenly understood in his heart that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not be able to come back in a short time. You can't live without doing your own crimes. Uchiha Kedo shook his head slightly. The Uchiha family can only extort 1 billion taels, and Sarutobi Hiruzen asked for 2 billion taels. Insatiable, just hateful. And it's not good to cheat anyone, just pick old friends to cheat. Now that things are exposed, no one can save him. It's just that it's easy for Sarutobi Hiruzen to leave in a daze, leaving the ninja patriarch in the entire conference room looking at each other in blank dismay. They came for a meeting, but before the meeting started, Hokage got into a fight with the Hyuga clan. When the Uchiha clan came, the war escalated immediately, and now even Hokage was sent to the hospital. Now that Hokage has been sent to the hospital, and the leader who presided over the meeting is gone, what else can they negotiate? Will Konoha's army really go out on time tomorrow? For a while, everyone's hearts were full of worry. If Danzo was still alive, seeing the situation, he would definitely stand up and excitedly prepare to temporarily exercise Hokage authority. It's just that Danzo is dead now. Even if he is alive, his reputation is already bad on the street, and no one will pay attention to him even if he stands up. Now that Hokage is in a coma, the Konoha elders have all gone to the hospital, and now the only one who has the final say is Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. It's just that the 1 billion tails seem to be stuck in the throat, making everyone present speechless. As for Uchiha Kedo and Uchiha Fugaku, although they already have many secret plans in their hearts. But I didn't expect that Hyuga Hayashi would create such a good opportunity. And Uchiha Kedo didn't expect that a few words along the steps of Hyuga Hayashi could bring such an unimaginable effect. It detonated the audience in an instant, pushing Sarutobi Hiruzen to the opposite of everyone, and by the way, Sarutobi Hiruzen was forced into a coma. The result was too big, even Uchiha Dong and Uchiha Fugaku had no time to react. But such a good opportunity must not be missed. Uchiha Kedo coughed a few times. Uchiha Fugaku immediately understood what Uchiha Kedo meant. After making a draft in his mind, Uchiha stood up and said to everyone, "Third Hokage is still old after all," and sent himself to the hospital on a whim. However, the war is imminent. I, the Uchiha clan, would like to be the vanguard and help the village fight against the clouds. Looking at the complex expressions in the eyes of the various ninja chiefs, Uchiha Fugaku also understood the joints. Since everyone has contributed to the military expenditure, the Uchiha family is no exception. 1 billion taels. The Uchiha family is willing to take out all 1 billion taels as military expenses to help the village fight Cloud Shinobi together. Hearing that Uchiha Fugaku is willing to use all 1 billion taels as military expenses, everyone's face suddenly looks better. Although I know in my heart that Uchiha Fugaku just took out the 1 billion taels given by Sarutobi Hiruzen, in fact, the Uchiha family still didn't pay a tenth of the money. But at least, the Uchiha clan didn't get any money either. With 1 billion taels as a foreshadowing, the atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly became lively, which was completely different from when Sarutobi Hiruzen was there just now. There was also Uchiha Fugaku who chaired the meeting, and it went on smoothly, and soon it was time to decide that each ethnic group would send their own troops. This is the focus of this pre-war meeting, and the patriarchs of the major ninja clans also began to think seriously. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen has already asked for it before, even the list of players has been prepared. But war is not a child's play, it will kill people, so the patriarchs of the major families should not consider it carefully. Especially now that with the 1 billion taels of military expenditure provided by Uchiha Fugaku, the war situation is immediately optimistic. Therefore, the patriarchs of the major families also have to review the list of expedition personnel. And Uchiha Kedo, watching the patriarchs of the major families report the list bit by bit, couldn't help yawning. In Uchiha Kedo's view, this war is actually not complicated at all. Konoha, as the only victor in the Third Ninja World War, does not have enough power to start a new war now. As for Cloud Shinobi, as a defeated country, the situation will naturally only get worse. Even if the army is ready on the surface, it looks like it wants to fight Konoha to the death. But Uchiha Kedo determined that this was just Cloud Shinobi's psychological tactic. After all, in the original book, although Konoha quelled the threat of Cloud Shinobi by sacrificing Hyuga Hisashi, the war ended invisibly. But Cloud Shinobi didn't start the war after discovering that Hisashi's death was a hoax. In the final analysis, Cloud Shinobi has not recovered from the war, even worse than Konoha, and can only bluff. And in this life, Uchiha Kedo has specifically inquired about it. After Cloud Shinobi's defeat in the Third Ninja World War, the Thunder Nation daimyo drastically cut back the funds provided to Cloud Shinobi. So Cloud Shinobi will only be worse than imagined. Even if it really turns into a war, it will not be a protracted war. It is more likely that Cloud Shinobi will use the top strength of 4th Raikage and two-tailed beasts to defeat Konoha's, Wangwang's, psychological defense. Then force Konoha to surrender, and then pay a large amount of war reparations. After all, the current Konoha, after the defection of the real high-end power, the defection of the defection, the defection of the defection. On the bright side, there is only one strong cage-level powerhouse, Sarutobi Hiruzen Shin. It occupies the most fertile land in the ninja world, but there is no real strong guard. So it's no wonder that Cloud Shinobi regards Konoha as a piece of fat, and just looking at it makes him want to come up and take a bite. It's really to blame Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo for not being able to live up to expectations, and forcibly playing the king number into the bronze number. But fortunately, now there is Uchiha Kedo, the king himself, doing it himself, and the mere cloud shinobi is not a problem at all. Tailed beasts are just bigger pets in front of Mangekyo Sharinan. Although 4th Raikage is known as the fastest ninja world, his physique is extremely strong. But that doesn't change the fact that 4th Raikage is a taijutsu ninja. As long as it is close combat, it is nothingness in front of his pupil technique. Chapter 89. Unless 4th Raikage is fast enough to kill Uchiha Kedo before he can react. Otherwise, once the Vientiane domain is expanded, as long as the 4th Raikage dares to get close, it will become meat on the chopping board and be slaughtered by Uchiha Kedo. When the time comes to defeat the 4th Raikage, capture the two-tailed beasts, and have no choice but to surrender to Cloud Shinobi Village. Although Uchiha Kedo already had great confidence in his heart, it didn't bother Uchiha Fugaku to reprimand Fang Qiu in the meeting. Wars, especially victorious wars, are a great way to gain reputation. As long as Uchiha Fugaku shows his abilities in front of everyone now, he will be recognized by other ninjas. When the victory of the war comes with great prestige and Sarutobi Hiruzen is forced to abdicate, Uchiha Fugaku will become Konoha's new Hokage. And when Uchiha Fugaku becomes Hokage, Uchiha Kedo doesn't have to worry about being exterminated when he sees the Uchiha clan one day when he wakes up. Moreover, helping Uchiha Fugaku to become Hokage completely changed the ending of the Uchiha family, and I don't know what kind of reward the system can settle. Will it directly help him open Eternal Mangekyo Sharinan? Thinking of this, Uchiha Kedo couldn't help feeling a little bit of anticipation in his heart. Under the organization of Uchiha Fugaku, the meeting quickly came to an end. Except for the 3 families that did not appear on the list, all the expedition members of the families have been finalized. The Uchiha clan sent 20 jonin who opened the 3-go Jade 487 Sharinan, and 100 Chunin. The Hyuga clan sent 10 jonin and 100 Chunin. The other ninjas also deliberated for a long time, and sent the most troops that the clan could accept. As for the families of several elders, Uchiha Fugaku naturally did not get used to it, and directly assigned hard tasks. Each family must send 15 jonin and 200 Chunin to fight. As for whether Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 2 elders will agree, that is not something that Uchiha Fugaku should consider. Who put Sarutobi Hiruzen in a coma and went to the hospital, and the 2 members of the elders were not there. Since the person is not there, it is not up to Uchiha Fugaku to decide what to do. Anyway, we can't get enough ninjas at that time, so the Sarutobi family, the Sleeping family and the Mito family are delaying fighters. Just waiting to be liquidated after the war. As for the basic force of genin, which can be called cannon fodder, they are selected from among the civilian ninjas registered in the village. Civilian ninjas have no limited resources and potential, no matter which ninja village they are in, they are the best choice for cannon fodder. Cruel as it is, this is war. Without Sarutobi Hiruzen, the meeting went very smoothly, everything was finalized very quickly, and it was waiting for the whole army to go to the border the next day. As soon as he arrived at Konoha Hospital, Sarutobi Hiruzen woke up leisurely. Seeing the disheveled faces of Uchiha Koharu and Mito Kedo Homura, I felt a wry smile in my heart. It was fun when he cheated money, but now that things are exposed, Sarutobi Hiruzen really wants to die. It took a lot of talking and agreed to a lot of conditions. Not only did they lose the 1 billion taels that came out of the pit, but they even paid back 500 million taels. Uchiha Koharu and Mito Kedo Homura are willing to let go. With Uchiha Koharu and Mito Kedo Homura settled, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to think about how to deal with the persecution of those ninjas. After all, Cloud Shinobi is only less than 100 miles away from the border of the Fire Nation, and may attack at any time. So no matter what, Konoha's ninja army will go to the border tomorrow to deal with Cloud Shinobi's sudden attack at any time. And he would also mention Shinosuke to the position of commander. Only in this way can Shinosuke have the reputation of ending the war after the war is over. With his help, ascend to the position of Hokage and continue the glory of the Sarutobi family. So tonight's pre-war meeting, Sarutobi Hiruzen must not be absent. But before Sarutobi Hiruzen could figure out why, he had already brought the information scroll to the Sleepy Leaf Hospital. After all the meeting is over, the Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen should know what decisions were made at the meeting. And also need to leave some time for Sarutobi Hiruzen Uchiha Koharu and Mito Kedo Homura to draw ninjas from their own family. Uchiha Kedo said that 1 night or half a night is more than enough to prepare for a war. Hokage-sama, the pre-war meeting has ended under the chairmanship of Uchiha Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan. He handed the information scroll to Sarutobi Hiruzen and said lightly. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened suddenly, with an expression of disbelief. Uchiha Fugaku presided over the meeting in his place, and the other ninjas agreed. Hastily opened the information scroll, just one glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly felt his blood pressure soared and fainted before his eyes. But Sarutobi Hiruzen resisted to read the information. But after watching it, A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth, and he collapsed on the hospital bed. Success is also 1 billion, failure is also 1 billion. He worked so hard to get 1 billion taels in exchange for the Uchiha clan to send troops. But the Uchiha family is good, a few words pushed him to the opposite of all the ninjas, and even bought all the ninjas in Konoha with the 1 billion he cheated. It means that the Uchiha clan killed his Hokage without spending a penny, and he was also recognized by all the ninjas in Konoha. And now because of his absence, Shinnoshuke's position as commander is gone, and the Sarutobi clan has to send a large number of troops. Given the grievances between Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't even imagine how many of these clansmen sent to the battlefield could come back alive. But now even if Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to make a change, it is impossible. After all, he is now on the opposite side of all ninjas, and even the Ino, Shika, Cho families of the original Hokage family have abandoned him. Now even if he gave an order, how many would obey it? The Sarutobi clan is gone. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth trembled for a while, a sad smile appeared on his face, he squeezed out a few words from his throat, and fainted in the next second. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction, Uchiha Koharu and Mito Kedo Homura suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. Quickly picked up the information from the hospital bed, and quickly scanned through the information at a glance, the faces of Uchiha Koharu and Mito Kedo Homura suddenly turned pale. Why did the Uchiha clan treat the Shunshu family and the Mito family like this? We are the elders of the Konoha, Uchiha Fugaku has no right to order the Zanshu family and the Mito family. I do not recognize this order, I want to reconvene the meeting. Uchiha Koharu and Mito Kedo Homura roared. This is an order signed by the Fugaku chief and all ninja village chiefs, it can be executed and cannot be changed. If the two elders insist on not carrying out the order, I'm afraid Umbu and the security team will go to the two elders' place first tomorrow. The situation at that time may not be what the two elders want to see. Zhai stood aside and said without emotion. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been isolated by all the ninjas, and Umbu is also under his control. Apart from the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen's subordinates no longer have any power to use. So the paper cranes don't need to condescend to Uchiha Koharu and Mito Kedo Homura anymore. After hearing the cold and emotionless words, Mito Kedo Homura and Uchiha Koharu stopped abruptly. The current situation seems to have completely exceeded their expectations. I hope the two elders can cooperate with Konoha's actions. Zhai walked towards the outside of the ward while talking, but paused slightly when he reached the door, then turned his head and said. After all, killing people is tiring. Chapter 90. After the paper crane left, Mito Kedo Homura and Uchiha Koharu froze for a long time, and finally accepted the order helplessly. After all, they dare not gamble with the lives of their entire clan on whether Sarutobi Hiruzen will ever regain power. Early the next morning, a large group of ninjas of various races stood in front of the Hokage rock in the back mountain. And the most conspicuous position at the front is the Uchiha family led by Uchiha Kedo. And Uchiha Fugaku stood in front of everyone, the position that originally belonged to Hokage. When it came time to set off, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally chose to lie on the hospital bed and did not rush to the scene. In fact, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen was not there, only some civilian ninjas expressed some doubts, and they were quickly drowned in the vast crowd. The ninjas stationed at the border has sent news that the Cloud Shinobi army has arrived at the border. The enemy has arrived on the battlefield, and the war has begun. To protect my village, to protect my family. Uchiha Fugaku didn't talk nonsense at all, and explained the situation simply and clearly. Finally, he took a deep breath and roared loudly. Army attack. Roar. With a roar, everyone headed towards the border together. On the border of the land of fire, the land of Tang, and the land of sound, 4th Raikage listened to Mabi's report in his tent. Information from Anza from Konoha village that the ninja army from Konoha village has set out and is expected to arrive at the battlefield tomorrow night. According to intelligence, this time Konoha has dispatched a total of 1,500 elite ninjas from major families and received 2,500 civilian ninjas for a total of 4,000 people. 4th Raikage nodded and said lightly. 3rd Hokage, the monkey is old but a bit courageous, daring to send so many troops to confront Cloud Shinobi head-on. But Mabi pushed his glasses, with a hint of doubt on his face. Master Raikage, this time it is not 3rd Hokage's claim. According to intelligence, Konoha's commander this time is Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. It was also Uchiha Fugaku who persuaded Konoha's major human races to gather such a huge force. After listening to Mabi's words, 4th Raikage asked with surprise and curiosity on his face. Then the old monkey has changed S**X? How dare you let the Uchiha clan represent Konoha? The embarrassing status of the Uchiha clan in Konoha is considered public news in the ninja world. After all, with such a powerful ninja clan, Konoha was only used as a transport troop during the Third Ninja World War. It's clear that I don't want the Uchiha clan to participate in the war to accumulate fame. So facing Cloud Shinobi this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was willing to dispatch the Uchiha clan, which made 4th Raikage feel very strange. Sorry, Shadow Tianping. That's where I'm puzzled. Mabi pushed his glasses and said calmly. Information shows that there were some accidents in the Konoha pre-war meeting, and then 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was sent to Konoha Hospital. From then on, Uchiha Fugaku temporarily took control of Hokage and became the commander of the ninja army. Accident? What accident? 4th Raikage asked. Sorry, Master Raikage, our Anzi has not yet participated in the pre-battle meeting with such a high authority, so the situation has not been known yet. Yet. But it doesn't matter. 4th Raikage said indifferently. Whether it's Uchiha Fugaku or Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha can't be a match for Cloud Shinobi. With me and Bize, it's only a matter of time before Konoha's defense is broken. 4th Raikage squeezed his fist and said confidently. It's a good thing Raikage-sama is confident, but Konoha should not be underestimated. After a moment of silence, Ma Bufo didn't decide to remind his own movie. There was a piece of information from Konoha's Anko. On the day our Cloud Shinobi ninjas performed their mission, 2 giants of light appeared in Konoha. The traces of the giant fight destroyed Konoha's entire back mountain and a part of Hokage Rock, and even the former Hokage assistant Shimura Danzo died in that battle. It's just that at the time, because the giant was too unbelievable, I thought it was a piece of false information, so I didn't report it for the time being. But I suspect that Konoha may have a forbidden technique that can summon the giant of light, and it is even possible that this is the forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan. That's why Master Raikage, you can despise your opponent strategically, but you must pay attention to it tactically. Mabi said with a serious face. Seeing the serious warning from the sackcloth, 4th Raikage frowned slightly, then nodded. I see. But Uchiha Fugaku will reach the border tomorrow night, right? 4th Raikage asked. Yes. Then by tomorrow night you take a few teams to send Yushang's Haibo Fugaku a greeting. Let him know that Cloud Shinobi is not easy to mess with. 4th Raikage said to Killer B beside him. Killer B is the life and death brother of 4th Raikage AI and the captain of the Raikage Guard. At this moment, he stayed in the tent and heard everything. Okay, big brother, believe me, Konoha is definitely right, I can't guess. Must win. Killer B danced and the calendar sang strangely. Seeing the dancing Killer B, several veins popped out of 4th Raikage's head. Soon the time came to the next afternoon, Uchiha Fugaku led Konoha's army of ninjas and hurried towards the original place. 0. Stop. At this moment, the Hyuga clan who were looking ahead suddenly stopped. What happened to Hisashi? Uchiha Fugaku asked. There are Cloud Shinobi ninjas ambush 800 meters ahead, and one of them has a terrible chakra. The veins around Hyuga Hisashi's temples are bulging, and it seems that his eyes have been opened all the time. Is there really an ambush? Uchiha Fugaku frowned slightly, and then said immediately. Zed, you take 50 Uchiha clan ninjas and your uncle Hisashi to explore the road ahead. Be careful not to fight if you are disturbed, the big troops will arrive soon. Uchiha Kedo nodded, and with a wave of his hand, 50 members of the Uchiha clan stood up immediately. Uchiha Kedo understands what Uchiha Fugaku means. After all, there are only 2 cage levels in this ninja army. As the commander, Uchiha Fugaku certainly can't take the risk by himself, so let him come. Gee, you must pay attention to safety, and don't be brave, this is not a child's play in war. When it was time to set off, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help exhorting again. Uchiha Kedo nodded, and rushed forward with Hyuga Hisashi and 50 ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Is it exposed? Killer B, who was hiding in the dark, saw the Konoha army suddenly stop. Then a ninja team rushed towards him alone, and he suddenly realized that his ambush should be discovered by Konoha. Blind eyes, ability, great.